shield. So hold on, let me get you a better shot. That is either an apartment building or another home up in flames. There's debris all across the road. We're trying to avoid traffic cones and trash cans that have been thrown across. People, I've actually seen a line of residents being let out by fire trucks, or I guess fire SUVs, trying to evacuate them, maybe those who chose to stay too long. There are flames on Temescal down to PCH, and massive. Look at this. This is the building. We're going to inch past it. Oh. And you can feel the heat just through the window as we got out of there. We just came off Temescal. Yeah, that's it might be what Mike was talking about, the apartment.
No, that's
building,
a different one, Jazz.
Yeah, Jazz, you're on PCH. The one we were talking about is on Sunset. So this is a whole other building. Your GPS looks like.
Wow.
Are you south of Temescal on PCH?
Yeah, we just went. Well, we went west on PCH, but we just came off Temescal, going back through this intersection, and the visibility is horrible. And you see what we're dealing with: cones and trash cans all over us. Look, this guy just swerved around one.
Wow.
As he's trying to get out of here. And that's the Pacific Ocean. You can't even see it. It's just thick smoke. I mean, flames. Look at this, right along PCH. And fire. It is chaotic. Fire trucks are going every which way. Look at this massive flame.
It just, the more we see, Jasmine, the further you get, it just seems like there are more flames.
Yeah.
And
This guy just, did he hit someone?
Oh,
they're trying to avoid the cone. I mean, there's just, I don't know how trash cans got in the middle of the PCH here, but yeah, there's a lot of obstacles to avoid as not only emergency vehicles, but just trying to get out of the way of the fire, right?
And that just makes it even, well, for firefighters, they can barely see in front of them. And smoke that heavy, that thick.
Yeah, and you can't see. I mean, I wouldn't even go up to Mescal Canyon. That is, I mean, all those homes right along that stretch look to be gone.
And, we will hopefully get an update before the night is over. But, hard to keep up with numbers like that when it happens so quickly.
Well, we're so glad that you're doing okay,
absolutely.
Jasmine.
See, and now you can barely make out. Yeah, you can barely make out the view, right, of Santa Monica. We're looking in the direction of Santa Monica. If people can
know exactly where you're looking at. Looks like you're getting into more traffic, or are people stopping, pulling over the side of the road, Jazz?
It looks to be where kind of they're staging all the fire trucks now, as this fire has moved down off El Medio Avenue. I mean, it's just crazy. This is where there were tons of cars lined up earlier, a few hours ago, trying to get out of here, and now the fire has made its way all the way down to PCH, across to Mescal. It just, the winds pushing these embers every which way, but the fact that it's moved this far,
Oh, look at that big truck.
they're all coming.
Pulled out right in front of you.
Yeah, and they're staging all over here. I mean, this is some heavy equipment. They're trying to bring in the dozers to stop this fire from moving even further, right? Closer to Santa Monica, because you can see those lights in the distance down there.
Well, that's where a lot of people were evacuating too, from what we heard. Even some people started out on foot heading towards Santa Monica. Go ahead, Jazz.
Oh, I was going to say, on foot, on bike. We just passed a lady. I hope she got out of there. I told you, right when we had to leave, she was on her bike, riding out with some bags on her back.
Well, she's getting out any way she could. Yeah. Another thing, there are some businesses up and down PCH, and I don't want to name any, because I don't want to mention something that happens not to be true. But there are some familiar spots where people like to dine and enjoy.
Iconic.
And you just don't know how they're doing at this point. So I said, even if you don't live in this area, if you do, it's so sad and unfortunate to watch. But again, this is impacting so many people.
10,000 residents, 30,000 homes in the area there, businesses, as you mentioned, Pat, houses of worship that have caught fire as well.
Oh, there's Jazz.
And now we see your face, Jazz.
Oh, yeah. So we just came to, this must be Topanga, right on PCH, as emergency vehicles are heading up that direction because the fire is moving that direction as well. As we saw it off Temescal, it was just burning through anything it could, and these embers were flying everywhere. And it's heartbreaking to see that high school, the football field. Yeah, we're going to be directed through. Yep.
Thank you. Gotcha.
So,
The
so
football
Jazz,
field there at the
they're turning
Palisades
on
Charter,
Topanga?
yeah.
They're turning on Topanga? Those fire trucks we saw?
Yeah, we're right at Entrada. Entrada Drive, we're going to flip around, so let us go see, because they're worried
There's
that
a
it's now,
Chevron.
it's going to jump, right. If you're familiar. So Patrick's Roadhouse, we're passing State Beach Liquor. Yeah, so Chautauqua, did I say that right? Chautauqua? That's the
Chautauqua?
boulevard where.
Chautauqua,
Chautauqua.
Yeah.
Sorry,
That's okay.
Chautauqua. I can't even speak with the
Great, thank you.
smoke in my.
And real quick, I just where she was, where we saw that fire burning. I believe that was off Tahiti Way. It looks like it's a row of homes that are right there that may have been burning. So Jasmine came off to Mescal and then was coming southbound on PCH. And it looked like near Tahiti, Shore Drive, Driftwood Drive, Vista Terrace. I think that's what she was looking at when we saw all of those things on fire. So it's incredible out there.
And you know the thing too, I mean, as she's traversing, you also have a number of homes that are on the beach.
Right.
You know,
Right.
off the
We're
water.
gonna go back down this way.
And I gotta say, I'm a little surprised about how many citizens we're still seeing out there. How many people are still in this area despite how long this fire has been burning?
I'm surprised as well after hearing all morning long about people running,
Trapped,
leaving,
yeah.
you know, to get out as best they can. We heard about people walking, and we saw and talked to some people who were on their bicycles. And the fact that some people are also stopping, maybe they're waiting to think that they're going to get some kind of clear to go back to their homes. But you know, the way this looks for the time being, yeah, that probably won't happen.
Yeah, no, not for quite some time, and you know, it could be a lot of people that thought that it would never move as far as it did, never move towards, you know, where we've been talking about, where that apartment building was. That I'm told our Tom Waite just got there. He's not up yet, but he described it to my colleague Orlando as chaotic and insane. So we're going to hope to establish with Tom soon. But again, they're undertaking a massive operation to try to evacuate a ton of people out of that apartment building.
Now, is this still Jasmine's camera?
Yes.
You know, the reason I'm asking that, wow, what a picture that we're seeing from that perspective. I'm thinking even as she goes forward, I'm hoping to see fewer flames or no flames at all as you get closer.
Yeah, well,
to Santa Monica, to the 10.
She turned around, so she's going back northbound. So she's going to come back towards the fire, and you see things on the right-hand shoulder. On her left is the ocean, and then on the right is the fire. She kind of zooms in there, and I think it looks like she's getting closer back to where we were earlier. Yeah, so I believe this is that row of homes off Vista Terrace and Tahiti Avenue that are on fire. Jazz, does that look like Tahiti? Does that look like you're just past Temescal right there, right? You're at that intersection?
I can't even see.
Yeah, and
I mean,
Oliver's
I can't
turning
even.
back around.
You know, we're so turned around. I thought we were going one direction. That's the problem. I thought we were going one direction. I can't even see with all the smoke, and I guess we did end up back at Temescal. I can look at the map in a second. I was trying to.
Yeah, no,
sure
I'm tracking you, and it looks like you just made that U-turn at Temescal. So what you were looking up was Tahiti.
Yeah, so that must have been it. And these flames are just ripping through this hill. Yeah. And there's a guy on a bike. See, he's just watching.
All right, Jasmine, hold on for a second. We're going to be getting back to you very shortly here, but we want to welcome our viewers to the 6 o'clock hour. Good evening. Thanks for joining us. I'm Pat Harvey, and here's the very latest on that destructive Palisades fire we've been telling you about. It was first reported around 10:30 this morning on North Piedra Morada Drive. At the time, winds were blowing around 25 miles an hour with gusts up to 50 miles per hour. It has now grown to over 1,200 acres. More than 200 firefighters are on scene. There are also hundreds of other members of local law enforcement helping in the firefight. Now, PCH is closed from Lincoln Tunnel to Topanga Boulevard. And around 30,000 residents are under evacuation orders. That could be more. More than 10,000 households remain threatened by the fire. That could be more. More than 13,000 structures are also threatened. And the reason I say that could be more because we have seen picture after picture in just the last hour or so of more structures that have gone up in flames, more homes. Multiple structures we know have been damaged, but fortunately, and here's the good part of all this, we have heard of no injuries tonight. And KCAL assignment editor Mike Rogers, you're live at the desk with more information. Mike.
Yeah, Pat, I want to run our viewers through exactly where this fire is burning and where the evacuation zones are. Right now, I will tell you that this dark red here is where the fire has been footprinted, but I can tell you it is more significantly in the last hour or so moved more into this neighborhood. This is Palisades Charter High School, where we have seen that is on fire. I'll run you through some of the other map areas here. You can see some of these neighborhoods. Anywhere you see a white dot here, that is a home or a structure. Anywhere you see the red is where there has been fire activity. So we've already seen a number of structures burned. We've shown you that as well. Now our concern here is as the fire continues to move to the east here, the southeast, we know that people have not evacuated even though they're in this evacuation zone. There's an apartment building here right in the 15,500 block of Sunset Boulevard where there is an active operation going down right now, Pat, to try to get people out of the building after it caught fire. I'm going to send it back to you because I believe that's where our Tom Waite is.
Oh, good. Well, we want to get that update from our reporter, Tom Waite, who has been chasing the flames all night. And Tom, we do want to know where you are now and what you're seeing.
Yeah, that's absolutely right, Pat. We're just at that location that Mike was just talking about a few seconds ago. Take a live look at very intense firefight going on at this apartment building. You can see the ladders up, the hoses blasting as much water as they can into that building. But obviously it's going to be a very difficult fight, and it's hard to tell from the outside just how much of this building is lost. But certainly from where we're standing right now, it's hard to imagine how any of this that structure could be rescued, although it is large. It's hard to tell how many units are in it right now and how deep the fire is inside the building, but you can just get a sense of the ferocity of this firefight, and the wind is blasting the water around, swirling it around. It's whipping it. The conditions out here are just absolutely miserable for firefighters. It just could not be more challenging. The one good thing I can say right now where I am right now is that I can see a bit better. I'm not wearing my goggles for a second because it's difficult to report with and breathe through a mask and have goggles on. So I'm trying to avoid that as much as I can. And that, at least right now in this particular spot, the air quality doesn't seem to be as horrible as it was on PCH. We're on Sunset Boulevard near Temescal Canyon. That's to give you a sense of where we are right now. And obviously you can see just the ferocious nature of this battle. Firefighters dousing this with as much as they can. Just one of the incredible challenges they have, as we've just been witnessing up and down Sunset Boulevard and PCH. It's just a night of just a frantic firefighting. I apologize, I'm getting, it's difficult to breathe.
Okay, take a moment.
But yes, hopefully everyone got out of here okay. And yeah, sorry, Pat, go ahead.
You know what? No, that was my question to you, Tom. If you could see people even still evacuating at this hour, if they're on the street, on the roads near where this building is. But doesn't look like, well, my goodness, look at how those flames are coming through that building where you are there. So hopefully everyone has gotten out, because you don't see anybody milling, do you?
No, you don't. And, you know, Pat, when we were coming up Sunset Boulevard, too, there were points where you could not see almost anything in front of you. The fire was coming up the hillside. It was just an orange fireball from where we were driving. I didn't even know if we could get to this location because it was so dicey. But I think that people have evacuated here a while ago. It's from what I can tell right now, there's no one that lives in that building that's even here along the streets. I think people got out. You know what was also very haunting, and I think we showed these images earlier as we were coming up Sunset. Oh my gosh, the wind is so intense. Oh wow.
You know, I have to say this at this moment, Tom, simply because we were here a month ago. You were on PCH a month ago talking about the fire in Malibu, which is right next door. So this has just got to be even, I mean, for you to be in this very similar spot of watching these homes and structures burn is just surreal.
Point, Pat, It is surreal. And Pat, just to your point, look, there are people here on Sunset Boulevard where you were just asking me about people if they had evacuated. I just saw a Tesla be directed to cross the barrier there. It's hard to know if these people live in this building, but you're right, Pat. It is absolutely surreal and horrible once again to be in this situation. But this just feels even worse than that. Maybe it's because it's happening now, but the weather conditions seem even more treacherous and dangerous than they were, Pat. It just seems like another level, you know. And obviously this fire already, I don't know, you know, the exact dimensions of the fire, but it just seems larger, the space through which this is burning. But yeah, a bit of chaos here. This firefighter is trying to direct an elderly gentleman to go over that barrier there, the median, and I think he's worried that his car won't make it. He's trying to go. It just shows you sort of the chaotic nature of what we're dealing with. I just saw another man, you know, jogging down, not jogging, but kind of running quickly, moving very quickly down the street. He looked very, very upset. Hard to know. I was going to try to stop him, but he clearly looked very distressed, and I don't think I think he just wanted to get out of here, understandably so.
Well, we're looking at that vehicle, Tom. He did make it over the median.
Yeah, he did make it. Yeah, he made it. So, you know, poor guy. Who knows if, you know, his home is here or if he was trying to get to his home. But you just feel for people. I mean, it's hard not to feel the moment of just how horrible this is. I mean, these are people's homes. These are people's livelihoods. And I was going to say just a few moments ago, we're driving up Sunset Boulevard, and all these cars were smashed up against the median because emergency services had no choice but to get a bulldozer out here earlier. And all these people who had abandoned their cars, terrified about the fire, left their cars, you know, in the middle of the road, and you know, they had to clear the road. They just smashed all these cars together. It's just a horrible day. It's just horrible what's happening to these people. And
it really is, Tom.
And
we also know that when day breaks, we're going to see just the destruction in full light, which is so very difficult for families and for people who have escaped the flames, which is very important. Life over property, but for people who have escaped the flames, not knowing what has happened, you're talking about, their vehicles, you know, it could be wrecked because they left them and the emergency vehicles need to get through. So the aftermath is just as strong, but what we're witnessing here is just, I mean, look at those, you know, we've got the pumps in the engines, the pumpers in the engines out there, the ladders, thank God for that, putting fire on that structure there. But I'm assuming that, you know, until you really talk to someone, they didn't really think it was going to reach them, I guess, because we understand that they were under the mandatory evacuation order, but waited for...
That's absolutely right.
Yeah, some time.
Yeah. And Pat, to your point, you know, as heartbreaking as this is, Angelinos are so strong. They've been through this before. So many of us have been touched by these horrible fires, whether you live, you know, on the west side or in one of the mountain communities or north in Ventura. I mean, we've just all been through this. It's just so hard to see people, especially just like you said a month ago or just a few weeks ago, to see all those folks in Malibu frantically escaping, running with their property, trying to get away, and just here we are again. It's so hard, you know, to see people in such distress. And see firefighters, you know, working to the bone, and it's tough, you know.
No, it is tough.
There's no other way to say it, and
even a couple of months,
it just breaks your heart.
A couple of months before that, we were talking about the Camarillo area. So it seems to be nonstop. This is where we are. To look at a fire of this magnitude, a wildfire in January, is really something that we haven't seen.
It truly is. And firefighters, to their credit, these heroes are going up to this building and they're going door to door. They are like, you can hear them from the ground here where I am. They're smashing on I mean, these are people who are throwing themselves literally into the fire. They are, you know, putting themselves at risk, and they are doing that to make sure that everyone is out of this building, and hopefully they are. But it's just incredible to watch these brave men and women putting their all into making sure everybody's okay. And it's fascinating to watch. You can see them intensely going door to door and just checking to make sure that there's no one trapped inside, or that maybe someone could be have special needs, perhaps they can't get out. It's just so the heartbreak is there, but the incredible heroic aspect of the human spirit. Yeah,
absolutely, because at this point they are certainly more than firefighters. Okay, Tom, we're going to ask you to hold on for a moment because we have more flames to show our viewers and more areas that have been impacted.
Oh, there we go. That is great. This is not good.
No, it was not good. And that's what we were talking about, ladies and gentlemen. You can see the full force of this wind in the video we're showing you now from KCAL News reporter Jasmine Veal. She had just gotten off the air when a flurry of embers flew into her face. And Jasmine, I know I always call you a Wonder Woman, a warrior woman, and you are all of that and more. You're also a mother of 2 young boys, so I get worried. But I must say we were so happy to see that that you're okay, and a lot of people have been texting and asking about how you're doing.
Oh.
So you've seen a heck of a lot today and tonight.
Yeah, and that's our job, right? And we try to be as safe as possible as reporters, but to show people the true heroes, the superheroes, these firefighters, these law enforcement personnel who are out here. I have the waves crashing in front of me here on PCH, and I have the flames behind me here on the hill after coming off the Temescal Canyon, where embers were being blown around, as you saw. The high school caught fire, homes burning on either side, and that fire over the last few hours look at the gusts right now. It's literally pushing, it's blowing south, so it is just throwing these flames over these hills and through these canyons. We're up on Elmedio Avenue where homes are burned. So sad to watch churches burned. We saw a yoga retreat center up there. Instead of yoga/Presbyterian church just go up in flames because they didn't have enough resources for firefighters to fight that. I have some video I want to show you what we just took within the last hour on Elmedio Avenue.
Watch out behind you, watch out behind you.
On Elmedio Avenue. This is where we could see the high school catching fire, right? And those embers being thrown across the neighborhood street. We saw a few people still trying to leave that neighborhood, even as those flames were just catching everything on fire. So that was very scary to watch. People grabbing what they could to get out throughout the day. And there was a traffic jam all through here of cars lined up. And that's when it was really scary because people could see the flames behind them. But thank goodness they got out, because now we are dealing with, as you see right here on PCH, fire all along PCH. And I still could see some people, a couple on their bicycle riding through here. So it has just moved so fast. I don't think people really knew that these winds could push the fire so close and so, widespread, right? All along PCH where we're standing right now. And we do have we spoke to this man. He went up to check on his friend's home. Take a listen as he showed us a devastating video of what he saw up there off Elmedio Avenue.
It's decimated all the way around. There's gas leaks all over the place. Power lines are down. Be very, very careful up there. It is extremely dangerous.
Wow. It just swept through that. And this is what we saw. We couldn't get up here earlier because homes are burning. And now it's moved this direction with these gusty winds. And now we're seeing fences down here on fire.
Well, it's moved down here, but it's moved down Temescal Canyon. It's burning the school at the moment. It's burnt the baseball field, the football field. It's gone down further. There are 4 houses on Seabeck which have burnt down to the ground. And so we live just down on Elmedio. It's getting very close to that. So I'm going back to put water on the roof. We've got fire hydrant next door. We've got, unfortunately, a big pine tree. But I came up here to see a friend of mine, Klaus, whether his house was okay. But I can't get through. It's a mess.
I mean, we just dealt with, we're being pelted by rocks and sand. I'm going to send it back to you, Pat. It's just so devastating to this community. Burning down, I mean, we just covered the Camerfield, the Mountain Fire, the Franklin Fire, now this. This is definitely one of the worst.
Jasmine, as we've been saying, yeah, put that mask back on and take some cover.
Yep.
Oh, wow. This looks like flames just exploding on that hillside behind you, Jasmine, in almost every direction. Okay. Jasmine,
These are just some,
can you hear me?
they're fine. It just seems like someone yelling. I don't know if they're in the right state of mind, but
all right, so
we're going to move out of here as well.
Yeah, I don't blame you. So not a firefighter. All right.
No.
Okay, Jasmine, we'll take cover and we'll talk to you a little bit later. Wow. Lori, I don't know if you heard that from Jasmine. It's just been wild where she is. And I know it's wild where you are. I'm seeing a lot of flames behind you there, and I can see that the smoke and the wind is getting to you as well.
That's right. You know, we're a little above the smoke line, so I'm able to get a little relief and take off the mask and the goggles for the moment. But the wind is very ferocious up here, very strong. And those flames, as you mentioned, are unbelievable. These are the hills. We're on Palisades Drive in Pacific Palisades. And just in the hour that we've been here, it has been remarkable to see how quickly those flames have spread. At first, it was just those two little V-shaped areas that were burning. It has since spread rapidly along the crest line on both the right and left sides of that main area. And it might look like it is in the distance, but it is certainly close enough to keep all of these neighborhoods down below at risk. We have been watching as a steady stream of residents have been leaving this area, probably rightly so, to do the safe thing tonight, because the winds could certainly bring any of that fire in this direction very quickly. You know, as we've been driving around in the hours that we've been here late this afternoon into the evening, we've seen so many buildings and houses and other structures catch on fire. We did see the roof of the Calvary School on fire. We saw several homes. We saw a lifeguard shack that was burning. We did speak with a gentleman down on PCH. He was running to see his home in the Mesa neighborhood. He wanted to make sure that his home was still standing. It was, but there were 3 houses just a few properties away that were burning. He was trying to stay positive and certainly very grateful. But, you know, obviously very worried tonight. Let's hear from him and what he had to tell us just a few hours ago.
I'm happy to see that it's still there. These guys are incredible that are going by. It's been amazing to see how many firemen have gone by from all over the state. I just feel horrible for these houses that they weren't able to save. A couple hours ago, we evacuated from there to here, PCH, as you can see, and there's fingers crossed.
Yeah, so many homeowners have their fingers crossed tonight. You can see that these flames are just behind this row of houses here where we are on Palisades Drive. A lot of people hoping that they will have homes to return to. Again, as you said, the good news is we have not heard of any injuries, and that is the main priority in these instances. We are hopeful and praying for that as well. But, you know, I'm going to keep this kind of short right now at the moment, because with this intensity of this wind and the ferocity of those flames, we don't want to get caught in this canyon. So we are actually going to leave as soon as we can, as soon as we're done here, so that we make sure that we're safe as well. Yeah, Pat, back to you.
Okay, you're smart. We know that, Lori. So we appreciate your perspective and the fact that you're going to leave right now. Now, the person that knows a lot about the direction of the wind, the strength of the wind, is Olga Ospina. And you know what, Olga? Really, when you think about the intensity of the wind, considering the conditions that we've been in with less rain, you know, that we need, low humidity, the winds didn't even have to be as high as they are to cause damage. But this is just incredible. The intensity here, as you talked about, even warning us about those red flag warnings still being out, and a destructive, life-threatening fire such as this because of the winds is really incredible.
Yeah, those winds are just taking it over the top. But as you mentioned, we have been extremely dry. We really haven't had significant rain for places like downtown Los Angeles since the month of May. It's been a very dry season, so very dry vegetation out there. And then you add in those winds, and we are seeing the disaster happening right now. So Pacific Palisades still in the upper 30s as far as wind gusts, and we're seeing lots of areas in the 40s as well. We have not reached the peak of our wind wind event. So here's our wind futurecast, and I'm going to take you to 10 o'clock at night because this is when we're going to start to see those winds really intensify, become a little bit more widespread. Where you see those purples, lavenders, that indicates gusts in the 50 to 60 mile per hour range, and that's what we're going to be seeing across some of those higher elevations. So some of the foothills and the mountain areas from the San Gabriel Valley, San Fernando Valley into the Inland Empire and continuing into the early part of tomorrow. So Wednesday, 7:20 a.m. and we're still seeing those strong gusts out into Orange County too. So really most of us being impacted. This is a very widespread wind event. So no matter where you live, you will likely be impacted. Heading into the afternoon, still seeing those strong gusts out through Santa Clarita. Again, those foothills and mountains and valleys will be seeing the strongest winds. But even if you are not in the area where you have the strongest winds, any kind of wind, even if it's moderate wind, it can spread a fire if one were to spark. As we head into Wednesday evening, you can see that things are starting to lighten up. So the peak of this event will continue through the early part of Wednesday, but still some problem spots across places like the Inland Empire as we head into late Wednesday. Things improve on Thursday as well, but we're not out of the woods yet. It's not going to be until Friday. Here we are, 7:30 a.m., some moderate winds, and then much calmer as we head into the afternoon and evening hours. So we do have the high wind warning that will continue through at least Wednesday evening. You can see that that includes most of us. Look at this, gusts 75 to 100 miles per hour, some isolated gusts. We've already seen gusts in the 70s early this morning, and then also for Orange County as well as the Inland Empire. Red flag warning. You can see this is pretty widespread also, and this is going to continue until at least Thursday. So we're talking critical fire danger, and we're talking about very dry vegetation. Look at this. We have only 3% of average rainfall that we typically receive in a season. So it's been very minimal, just over 1/10 of an inch for the Los Angeles area since the beginning of October. As we head into the next few days, temperature-wise, numbers will rise a bit as we head into Thursday, Friday, 70s still as we head into the weekend. But really the big story will still be through the end of the work week. The winds. Valleys also warming up into the upper 70s by late in the week. Inland Empire mostly in the upper 60s. Here's a check of our deserts, mountains, beaches. Again, if you are in the high deserts, if you are in the mountains, if you are in the valleys, you are going to be experiencing some extremely strong winds, down trees, down power lines. So these are potentially destructive and life-threatening winds. That is what we're going to continue seeing. In fact, getting even stronger and a little more dangerous as we head into late tonight and into the early part of Wednesday, but not out of the woods until the end of the week. So this is going to be a multi-day event. Pat?
Yeah, it certainly, and we've had just a plethora of problems this evening that we've been talking about. Olga, thank you so much for that. You know, we know that that firefighters from Ventura County, LA County have been working diligently to help in this firefight, but Mike, you have some news that I don't think I've heard before since working 35 years here. Yeah, Pat, it is a call that we got to our assignment desk that I have never taken before in any kind of situation, especially a fire. The LAFD has called us to ask people watching, anybody who is an LAFD firefighter, they are asking you to call into the Department Operations Center to give them your availability to see if you can come and help fight this fire. The LAFD has asked us to spread that message to all of its members. I'm going to put a phone number up on the screen for you here for anybody who is watching that is an LAFD member. There it is, the DOC, 213-576-8962. Again, 213-576-8962. The LAFD needs all of its members to call into the Department Operations Center and give the DOC your availability. They need help fighting this fire. They need the staffing. We're working on getting LAFD on the phone right now to be able to kind of walk us through that a little bit more. Certainly there are processes for them to reach out to their members, but in an emergency situation, the airwaves might be the quickest way to do that, which is why they have asked for our help, and we are certainly here to provide that for them and help them get that message to their members. Any LAFD member that is listening to the sound of my voice, you are being asked to call the Department Operations Center at the number on your screen. What you're looking at over that is the map of where this fire has burned and where the evacuation centers are. I'm going to refresh something here really quick. I don't think we have had 2,900 acres now
is the latest update. So let me refresh this map here, and we can see where it burned. So again, that number just coming in. CAL FIRE using their mapping aircraft to get that updated acreage. And again, they're now mapping it at 2,900 acres. And in just a second here, the actual burn area should pop up on this map. I may have to refresh it one more time, Pat, but that is another significant growth in the fire as it continues to move both towards the west and even back east. Okay, here, so now it's populated, and we'll see some of these new areas. All right, so this is, okay, so it hasn't well, some of it up here has populated into new areas. This is, again, the Las Lomas Avenue and different areas like that. And again, I'm actually going to pull over this map, Pat, and sorry about that, I'm doing this live here. It gives you actually a better idea of what has burned and what hasn't. And so the new area, look at this, okay. So this is where Jasmine was. It looks like the fire just shot down to Mescal Canyon Road here, where that we were talking about. So Palisades High School is now directly in the fire line. The entire school is now in the footprint of the fire. And again, I want to be clear, when we look at these footprints, we don't definitively know that the structures within the footprint have burned, but it is certainly reasonable to think that things that are within the fire's footprint have burned. And now you can see it made this line basically exactly where Jasmine was, all the way through the little ravine that lays down here. So you have Temescal Canyon, and then look at this. This is where Tom Waite was. This is that apartment building. So that has now popped up as well. So Jasmine was down here near the high school, and then Tom Waite is right here near that apartment building that burned. And you can see, based on the latest fire mapping, now at 2,900 acres, we'll change that graphic for you, but now 2,900 acres is how much this fire has burned. Pat, okay, this is what we were talking about. Remember, Jasmine drove past Tahiti Avenue, those homes that we saw were on fire. That's right here. So that is now being reflected in this map as well. This whole subdivision of what looks like might be mobile homes right in that area that we saw in Jasmine when she was driving down PCH, it has also appeared to now have been in the fire path. And we know from Jasmine's pictures that some of that area has burned. So, and even look, it did cross PCH right here as well. Burned some of the shrubs right there at Will Rogers Beach. The command post is at Will Rogers Beach, so I would assume that's going to be moving soon too. And look, we talk about these spot fires. First of all, this is such an interesting kind of fork that has come through this area. You have the whole neighborhoods over here that are untouched, but somehow it managed to work its way down the ravine here of Temescal Canyon. And then you get even closer here, and we'll look at the spot fires, because you see, then look at, we've got just kind of random kind of spots where it pops up, random houses in these neighborhoods that have seen some of these spot fires. So the fire is starting to grow significantly. And what's worse is now we're in an area where you have this whole kind of neighborhood, this whole area of town that is now surrounded by fire on at least 3 sides. So that is going to be concerning. Hopefully they're able to kind of, keep things in check in that area so it doesn't close in on itself. But now we're starting to move even more towards the Riviera Country Club is right here. That's under a mandatory evacuation zone. And look, that's now the fire perimeter. We're not that far away from that location.
No, we certainly aren't. And again, I had mentioned some businesses on PCH that we don't want to mention right now because we don't want to alarm people if there's nothing to alarm them about in terms of them being not just threatened, but any damage to their structures right now. Mike, I want to go back to what we've just been talking about. The fact that LA Fire has called and asked for anybody who's a firefighter to come and help them. Have they put out a call to like areas such as San Diego? I can remember years ago, decades ago actually, when it seemed like we had a ring of fire that was started from San Diego that continued all the way north to Ventura County. So I'm just, have they done?
So yeah, they'll go into
those asks or not?
They have, and they're in what's called unified command. And so what's going to happen now is other cities, other jurisdictions will start to form strike teams, and they'll deploy these strike teams. But that is not necessarily as instantaneous as perhaps getting your own LAFD members that are already in town. So what'll happen if we do get help from San Diego County Fire or San Diego City Fire, they'll form up together and then they'll drive up. But that takes a couple of hours to get that all situated and the requests in and all of that.
Well, we could possibly see something like that tomorrow. But you know what? I'm guessing, Inglewood Fire Department. Fire departments in our smaller nearby communities, they are asking them to come and assist.
Santa Monica Fire is already there. Beverly Hills Fire is already there. But what LAFD wants is they want LAFD members to call that number on the screen and figure out if they're available, figure out how they can put them to work, and figure out how they can staff not only the fire, but the rest of the city that will still need regular fire services, regular medical services, all of that. So that's why they're asking us to put out that message to the LAFD members to call that number on the screen, call the DOC.
And we talked about this during Malibu. We've got some fire camps up there, where I'm sure they are in on this fire, even a women's camp.
Correctional
of women, women firefighters that are out assisting right now, especially if they're making this kind of call. So that is pretty significant news, I would say, Mike, and something that we have not seen here. Also, just the area, how it has expanded so far since the time we've been talking about this. 10:30 this morning, and we're now at 6:30 in the evening. I can remember the Malibu fire starting a little bit like at 11 p.m.
Yeah, 11 o'clock.
And went on and on and on, way into the wee hours of the morning into the next day.
Yeah.
So again, we are hoping that they can get a better handle on what's been happening out there. And I'm going to talk to you in just a moment when we start the show to talk about the possibility of the choppers and fixed-wing aircraft out there. Stay with us here on KCAL News. And we are beginning KCAL News at 6:30. Juan Fernandez is here. We've been talking about these fires all day long, Juan, but also some significant things that have happened. Mike just announced that LA Fire is asking anyone that is watching our newscast that is a fighter to call the number that we're going to pop up on your screen again very shortly. And join in this firefighting effort, because we have seen so many things pop up as it happens, but not necessarily thinking that it really was expected to go like it has gone. You know, as far as it's gone now, PCH, Sunset, Temescal Canyon. We just talked to our Jasmine Veal, who showed us both sides of Temescal Canyon are burning right now.
It's, Mike was saying, it's all hands on deck right now because so many resources are at the Palisades fire right now. What about the rest of the city, the rest of the county that has to deal with fire calls, rescue calls, and just police calls?
Well, this obviously takes precedence
of course.
right now. So we're hoping that we can certainly meet the needs of the people and our neighbors in Palisades and all over Southern California. We don't want people to think that, no, we're not without our services. We have a lot of backup. So just want you to know that we're working on that. We're going to go to our news reporter, Elise Martinez now. Well, Elise was near a road where it was jammed with cars as people were fleeing the area. And here are some of those dramatic moments from earlier today.
We are above PCH, below Palisades. Conditions, I would say, are deteriorating at this point. Huge gusts of wind coming and just ash and smoke everywhere. In the last 10 or 15 minutes, we've seen several spot fires erupt. We're pointing our camera now at one of the biggest ones that we're seeing. It's right on the corner of Sunset and Los Lioness. And I'm looking at a map, and it looks like it is either near or around the Shabbat Jewish Community Center in Pacific Palisades. You can see that bright flames just popping out to the side. All of a sudden, it got very hectic. We saw a lot of first responders running to the scene. They're trying to get out these spot fires before they spread in this intense wind. It is just whipping up here. And we just moved up towards Palisades. We're just about half a block from Palisades. We're still on Sunset. And we stopped and we saw this house on fire. And moments after we got here, we watched part of it just absolutely collapse. And it is completely engulfed. And two, Huntington Beach Fire and Newport Beach Fire, they both stopped in here. We believe that they are going to start doing some structure protection for the other homes around this home. Now, as we were also driving up the street, we can see where the panic started and why they started evacuating people from their cars, because you could see where the flames had jumped Sunset, and one car actually was completely burned. To get to the area where all those people had to jump out of their cars and run down to PCH, we found it. The end is right here, and the line of cars goes back up all the way up the street. Probably, I would say, at least 100 cars had to stop here. You can imagine how traumatizing this was for a lot of people. The hillside above, There's actually flames where I'm standing. It looks like a home is on fire over here. But again, you can see a lot of these cars got into collisions during all of this. A lot of these cars have mangled bumpers, and it looks like they just smashed into each other during the chaos of trying to get out of here. Again, they were coming down the hill. There was a lot of traffic, and firefighters approached them, told them to get out of their vehicles and get down to safety. And just imagine how frightening that was. But luckily, the fire didn't reach these cars, but they were blocking the roadway. So a dozer came up, and basically you can see the dozer cleared this path right here. So that fire engines and trucks and first responders can get through.
Really was amazing to see that as the dozer moved through on its way to clear PCH. Now to this shot. This is a live picture here from Will Rogers State Beach. As you can see, the Palisades fire slowly starting to crest over the hill there in the background. This is the Palisades fire, started at 11 a.m. this morning. Now more than 2,900 acres burned, with many homes destroyed, houses of worship destroyed, and thousands of people displaced.
Now we've never seen the fire from this vantage point before, Juan, and we know that Will Rogers State Beach, a very popular beach, 103 acres of beach to be in fact, near Pacific Palisades Charter High School. We also understand that that was a staging area, but I believe they had to move. Is that right, Mike?
Yeah, so they moved their command post actually a couple of times. We were trying to get to a press conference earlier, and it kept getting pushed further and further south. So it's hard to, I can't really tell if they've moved it just yet again. It looks like they are at least got their equipment maybe packed up, but that was the command post there at Will Rogers Beach, which, if I'm looking at the shot correctly, almost looks like we're looking to the south, which means the fire has pushed even past Will Rogers Beach. Which is really remarkable as well. Well,
that's what we've been talking about.
Yeah.
You know, the way we have seen these fires. When Jasmine was going up and down PCH Boulevard, and you're thinking, okay, well, it's just, she's going away from the direction, but then all of a sudden, fires started breaking out in her location. And it certainly doesn't take long, does it, guys? I mean, considering how the winds are blowing and how brisk, just how furious.
And how far those embers can travel. And start those spot fires.
That's right. Well, let's find out more about the winds and this critical fire weather that we're in right now. Olga.
Yeah, and it's been so incredible to see what is happening there on the ground right now. And we have not yet reached the peak of this Santa Ana wind event. So that is going to be happening as we head into later tonight and into Wednesday morning. This is extreme fire danger, critical fire danger, really, for most of us here in Southern California. So no matter where you live, be on alert, because we are looking at very dry conditions. And look at these wind gusts. We're talking 50 to 80 miles per hour, especially strong for some of our valleys into the mountains, the foothills, and isolated gusts 80 to 100 miles per hour. So the fire weather is going to continue still through Friday. A little more moderate as we head into Thursday and Friday. The peak of it is today and tomorrow. But you can see, look at the gusts. We are in the 40s for a lot of us, from Malibu into Simi Valley in the upper 40s, Pacific Palisades nearing 40 miles per hour, and mid 40s for the Burbank area. So we're just seeing a few areas with some lighter winds. You can see some calmer conditions out through the LA basin, but other than that, we're seeing very strong winds through the valleys into the Inland Empire, down into the coastline. Look at Laguna Beach, nearly 50 mile per hour winds. So this is a very widespread wind event. High wind warning. This continues until at least Wednesday evening. Again, through tomorrow is when we'll see those strongest winds. Again, the valleys looking at gusts in the 60 to 75 mile per hour range once it reaches its peak. So that's going to be tonight into early Wednesday, but even for much of Wednesday, even into the afternoon, it is still going to be quite windy. And into Orange County as well as the Inland Empire. Futurecast, here we are, 10 o'clock hour, where you see those purples, lavenders. That indicates 50 to 60 mile per hour winds. So that's what we're kind of warning you. Overnight into early tomorrow will be the peak of this event. But even where you see those reds, 40 mile per hour winds, everything is very dry out there. So we're going to continue seeing those strong winds through the foothills into the mountain areas early tomorrow morning. Here we are 7:40 a.m. through the foothills of the San Gabriels. We're going to see some strong gusty winds into parts of the Inland Empire down into Orange County, Ventura County. You'll also be seeing those strong gusty winds. Antelope Valley also seeing those winds, those strong wind gusts as we head into Wednesday. Wednesday afternoon, you are experiencing gusts in the 40s. And then by the evening hours of Wednesday, that's when we start to see those winds not quite as widespread. Still strong for some of us, but we'll continue to see an improvement in the winds as we head into Thursday. And then finally, as we head into Friday, things are looking a lot better. Some moderate winds across the higher elevations through more of those usual spots, and then things a lot calmer as we head into Friday afternoon. So we'll continue tracking this for you again tonight into early Wednesday. That's when we're going to feel the strongest winds.
All right, Olga, thanks so much for that. You know, we mentioned moments ago that LAFD was asking for any firefighter who was actually watching our broadcast or listening to any of our newscasts if they would actually suit up and come and give their efforts in helping toward this firefight. We're going to find out more about that right now. I'm going to talk to Margaret Stewart of LAFD. Ms. Stewart, are you on the air with us?
Yes, I am.
All right, we'll let you make the call.
Okay, regarding the message that you're assisting us in putting out, we have what we call a recall operation underway. So we're asking any LAFD members specifically, no members from other departments. We're not going outside of our department. This is for LAFD members who are off duty to call the Department Operations Center with their availability for recall. That is part of what will be the staffing plan through the night and as the days that follow.
Now, can you tell us exactly why? We know, obviously, you need more personnel. Why do this? And are you still asking people from other areas, like even as far south as San Diego, to assist?
The crews that are coming from out of the area is a part of what we call mutual aid, and the state coordinates those agencies. You mentioned San Diego. The state will put the request out to those agencies if they're able to provide what we call a strike team, which will be 5 engines and a command vehicle. So they'll respond with those resources as they are able to do so. So that's something that happens across the state. You'll have seen, fires up in Northern California where LA City and LA County resources went to those. So it's the same situation. Obviously, this is a incredibly dynamic and volatile situation. The winds are going to worsen overnight. So getting as many resources in place as we can while still, serving the rest of the city is the purpose.
And Margaret, what is that number that LAFD should call? And also, when was the last time that they've had a recall operation?
It's been a long time. I can't say specifically. I've got 19 years on, and this is the first one that I've been involved in. It's not something that we have to do very often.
And what's that number?
The number for LAF, and I just want to emphasize, this is not an information line for the public. This is a specific staffing phone number. So we ask that please, if you're not an LAFD member, do not call this number. It's not, if you're in an emergency, you call 911. This is purely for staffing. That number is 213-576-8962.
All right, Ms. Stewart, thank you so much for joining us, and we certainly hope that our firefighters out there will heed the call that you're making to join in the efforts on the fire lines. Thank you so much, Ms. Stewart.
Thank you.
You're quite welcome.
First time in 19 years, she said that she's been on the with the department they've had to make this call.
Yeah, I've been here longer than that, and I just don't remember them. Actually asking for our help in getting to to personnel. Mike?
I got bad news. I have a new fire to tell you about. This one is in Eaton Canyon. This one is being put out or worked on by the LA County Fire Department. And I have a picture here I want to show you, and it is not a good first look at a fire. This is burning off Pinecrest Drive in Eaton Canyon, 2200 block of Pinecrest Drive. If you're familiar with that area at all, this is on the east side of Altadena up against the hillside. So right now, LA County Fire tells me it is preliminarily 20 acres. This camera, and I can actually show you really quick where this camera is looking at it from. So this camera is looking at it from quite a distance. So this is the Verdugo Peak Camera 2. The fire is burning right here in this area. So the fire is looking at it from a decent distance away, and that is already kind of what we're seeing. And I'll pull the camera back up right now so you can see it. And again, this is doesn't have a name yet. It's burning near Altadena. It is on Pinecrest, the Eaton Canyon area, Eaton Canyon Falls, just to the south of that. This is the 2200 block of Pinecrest. We are moving some crews, or a crew, over into that area to try to get a better handle on this. The absolute last thing we need is yet another fire to be burning. This is a fire that is burning near communities. I don't see an evacuation order just yet because this is very fresh. This fire only called out about 20-ish minutes ago. They've got a couple of engines on scene right now. I see 1, 2, 3 helicopters in the air trying to get a handle on it. Hopefully they will have better luck than they've had so far with the Palisades fire. But again, I wanted to jump on and tell you about this new fire that has just broken out, and this is in the Eaton Canyon area off Pinecrest, a 2200 block of Pinecrest. So if you're in the area, if you see those flames, even though there's not necessarily an evacuation order issued just yet, if you see these flames, if you're close to this fire, you should begin to at least think about evacuating. And of course, if it's running down your hillside right there, then you should need to go. So we're gonna work on trying to get some additional information on this, but what I've got right now to show you is this Alert California wildfire camera that is monitoring the blaze. And again, 20 acres so far. It does appear that it's probably going to be larger than that. And again, it's up against the hillside, so it's gonna be burning uphill in that topography.
We know fire burns quicker uphill, certainly than it does downhill. And I believe we want to stay on this particular shot and bring in our Olga Ospina. So Olga, something new to talk about. Mike, thanks so much for that information. And what do you know in terms of the wind and just how this is affecting this fire and why it really just broke out?
You know, we have those widespread winds. It is not just in one area, and that's, you know, really an indication that a fire can break out anywhere at any moment during this extreme fire weather condition. So we are looking at Altadena as we head into later tonight. That's one of the areas through the San Gabriel Valley that we're going to see those gusts really kicking in. And of course, not good news trying to get a handle on these fires, but things are so dry out there. I'm checking right now for the Altadena area, and humidity at 16%. We're seeing the gusty winds, and winds only expected to increase as we head into later tonight. That is one of the areas under the high wind warning, the red flag warning, still a fire weather watch through Friday. So most areas, I would not be surprised if I see more fires breaking out. These are very dangerous conditions that we have outside with the winds, with the dry conditions, and the winds only expected to continue to increase as we head into late tonight.
Well, you know, this is one of the areas where we expected the fire, you know, and I'm saying that simply because, Olga, last night when we were checking in with our Danny Roberti, we were talking about that particular area, in particular the San Gabriel Valley, that they would probably see some possible fire because of wind. And now we're seeing what we had predicted, but, you know, really I think the Palisades fire was a surprise.
Exactly. And, you know, I was just talking to one of our reporters, and I was mentioning San Gabriel Valley. That is one of the areas that as we head into later tonight, we're going to start to see those really strong winds. And that is an area that we are closely watching for potentially being in danger of fires. And that is exactly what we are seeing right now. So if you are in an area, there are a few spots that are seeing some calmer winds at the moment, but do not take that for granted. Still be on alert because the winds are moving And if you are experiencing calm conditions right now, that could change in a moment, and in the next hour, 2 hours, things will get a lot more dangerous, and especially dangerous as we head into later tonight, right around the 10 o'clock hour, into the overnight hours, and still into Wednesday morning. If you're driving, if you're getting on the roads, even just being in the car, you know that you are feeling that vehicle shaking. And we've seen what's happened there in Pacific Palisades, where people have almost had to leave their car behind because they can't get through. So if you can stay home if you can. We are looking at some very dangerous conditions. It goes to show you just across all of Southern California tonight into tomorrow, and still moderate conditions for Thursday and Friday.
Yeah, here we are looking at Eaton Canyon. I was looking at information on it. I've been, Pat, there's a hiking trail in that area that takes you what's called the Bridge to Nowhere. It's a 10-mile round trip hike, and they've closed that down in September of last year due to the bridge fire. So there's already been a fire in that area. You and Danny were talking about this last night, that this area was prone to fire, and here we have it.
Exactly.
Okay. Oh, go ahead, Olga.
That you're exactly right. This is exactly what we have, and we've been talking about this for days now. The red flag warnings, the strong winds. In fact, the National Weather Service is calling this the strongest, the most widespread wind event that we have had since 2011. And I don't know if you guys are still hearing me, but
yes,
we have taken a power hit. We have taken a power hit here at the station as well. We've had several of these throughout the day.
Well, yeah, we have had those kind of hits, and not to be expected. I think this is the 5th one since we've been on the air talking about these fires. And, you know, want to add something here, Olga. Mike just confirmed some, to me, pretty devastating news that evacuation orders have now gone all the way to Calabasas.
Yeah, and Pat, I've got it up on my computer here, and I'll show it to you. So both mandatory and voluntary evacuations. Sorry, let's just let everybody know we're shifting back to the Palisades fire now. So we were talking about the Eaton Canyon fire. This is now the Palisades fire. And the evacuation has extensively expanded into this, both mandatory and voluntary. We are talking a mandatory evacuation now all the way up to Mulholland, Topanga Canyon. All of these neighborhoods are now under a mandatory evacuation. So all of this stretch here is new. So if you're listening to us, watching us, this is the 101 freeway. If you are south of the 101 freeway between Malibu Canyon Road and Topanga, you are now in an evacuation zone. So there are mandatory and voluntary. The western edge of it is more of the voluntary. Everything you see here in yellow, everything you see here in this red is a mandatory evacuation. So that is new. Basically, it runs right here, the line of Mulholland. So this is Mulholland right here. You can see off the 101, this is Mulholland. Anything to the south of the 101 and the west of Mulholland is now under a voluntary evacuation. And then you've got some more areas to the south of that are in a mandatory evacuation. If you're off Topanga Canyon and you are near Light Hill Drive, Navajo Lane, Mohawk, all of that area is now under a mandatory evacuation. And what is important that we point out here, Pat, is, and Juan, this is exactly how things started in the Palisades. These evacuations, they seem so far away from the fire. But before you know it, the fire is at your back door. That's what happened to the people in those apartment buildings that had to be rescued. They thought the fire was so far away, it'll never get here. Doesn't matter if we're under evacuation, we're gonna sit it out. Don't sit it out. If you're under that evacuation, go.
This also reminds me of the Woolsey fire. The
Yeah,
reason I say
100%.
that is because, you know, that from canyon to canyon to canyon.
And look, now we're in a
These flames
situation.
are jumping and now spreading to even
It's a
more
huge
areas.
area.
And you know, folks, we're not trying to scare you at all, but at the same time, please take heed what we're trying to tell you. We just had a recall, something that has not happened in what, 19 years?
At least 19 years.
Calling in firefighters to assist in the Palisades fire. And just since then, in fact, even as we heard from Mary Stewart from LAFD, we had a fire break out in Eaton Canyon.
Yeah.
And now we have evacuations, both voluntary and mandatory, going all the way to Calabasas.
And look, Pepperdine is back under a voluntary evacuation, just like they were at Franklin. And you have all those communities that were just devastated by that fire are now once again under a voluntary evacuation order for now, but these mandatory evacuations are creeping up right on their doorstep. These two here, the RMBU 030A, this is a new mandatory evacuation. It had stopped right here. So these are new. And then you have them all up here are new as well.
Mike, who calls for these evacuations?
So it's coordinated by the fire department. The fire department will tell the police department or whomever it may be, it's usually law enforcement, either the sheriff or the police department, that, hey, we need this evacuation to happen. And then the police department's law enforcement will go facilitate the evacuations. But it is the command staff at the fire departments that are deciding that this needs to be an evacuation area. We need to evacuate this area.
This is a huge area now.
It's massive. I mean, the fact that, look, and like you pointed out, with very eerily reminiscent of the Woolsey fire, we are now talking evacuations from the 101 freeway to the ocean.
And you know, what's also very disconcerting here, you know, in fires over the years that have been widespread, we at least in one area, you know, you got it relatively under control. But in this particular case, it's just growing and growing and growing.
Exponentially, yeah.
Yeah, and almost out of control. We don't have any containment on any of the Palisades fire, and certainly not the Eaton Canyon fire, at least not that we know about right now.
Right. All right, we want to go to our Lori Perez right now. Lori, are you there? It's pretty dark.
Okay, we were efforting to get Lori's picture up. There she is.
I think she's talking.
I think she's trying to get the camera light on.
Sorry about that.
Okay, no worries.
Yeah, just trying to deal with all of the elements here. The camera and the IFB Wi-Fi, as you can imagine, is very spotty at this time because of the power outages, etc. But I wanted to come back to this location here on PCH. You might remember I was here at about 4:30 or so, and we were showing you a house that was on fire. And in front of that house, I was kind of frustrated because I could see people on the patio so close to that house. That patio, that entire building where those people were, that house is now completely on fire. It is gone. I mean, I can only hope and pray that those people got out, because they certainly did not survive that. I mean, this thing has gone up. There's nothing going to be left of it. We are along PCH, just beyond this is the turnoff to go up to the Getty Villa. So this area, this is the Sunset Mesa area. We've seen several homes here, big houses along the coast here that have gone up in just the last couple of hours. We spoke with a gentleman who was coming to check on his house also on this street, and at that time, about 2 hours ago, he was confident and hopeful that it would be saved. I'm not so sure at this point, because if we can pan over along the street, there are other houses that have now caught on fire. Not quite as large of flames, but you can see that the flames are making their way in this house. And then further to the right, up on the crest here, another house that has caught fire. This is kind of what the crews are having to deal with. It is very windy here, and the embers, we have learned in our fire coverage over the years, embers can go for miles. And they don't have to go for miles here in Malibu and Pacific Palisades to catch other beautiful homes and structures and schools on fire. We passed by the Chabad down the street here in Pacific Palisades. We saw that was burning. We have seen so many cars that have been burned out. And again, tragically, so many houses and other buildings like this one. This is really going at this point. You can see there's a fire truck up on the hill just beyond it. There was another house that was burning earlier this evening. That is now gone, and that engine, I would imagine, is stationed there just to make sure that the fire doesn't continue in that direction, you know, doing what they can do. But at this point, there's just so much to cover and so many elements that they are dealing with the wind here, and just how dry it has become here, how low the humidity is. It's a really difficult fight. There are not a lot of people still around, but you can see there's a guy here on a bicycle. Most of this seems really like very deserted at this point, as it should be, because it's just not a safe place to be. Ooh, across the way here, you can see the flames are really flaming up now across PCH on the beach side above the sand. So really just an intense dynamic situation that is continuing to play out here in Malibu and in Pacific Palisades. For now, we're going to send it back to you, Pat.
Go. Where exactly are you? What streets, just to give our viewers an exact idea?
Right, so this is PCH, and the turn right there, the next turn is the turn up to Getty Villa. I think it's called Getty Villa Drive, yeah. Getty Villa Drive. And then the next street south of us, I think, is Palisades Drive. So it's Sunset, and then Palisades goes up to Palisades Drive. So people familiar with that area, with the area, might know that. Ooh,
we heard that.
And we're hearing lots of that, lots of popping, lots of explosions. We're hearing, it's kind of eerie as you're driving around because we're hearing that crackling. We're feeling the heat of the fires along the streets as we're going along. It's a really intense situation, I have to tell you, for anyone who's around and watching this, and certainly on the ground as we are.
You know what, Lori, as you said, extremely intense. I'm wondering, I'm looking at some lights behind you. Are those residents in cars, or right now we're just talking specifically firefighters? I'm just wondering because things seem to be happening so quickly. Go ahead.
Most of the vehicles going up PCH behind us, heading north, are emergency vehicles. I think this guy behind us is also some sort of a media guy. And then there is this random guy on the bike. He's been taking some videos. I mean, certainly not a safe situation for him to be in because, you know, if these flames start to go, you need to get out of here quickly. And I don't know how quickly he can get out of here on a bicycle. I'm surprised, frankly, that none of the law enforcement or fire personnel have not stopped and told him, you know, to make his way south to get out of this situation, because it's not somewhere that you want to be if you don't have to be.
Can you see firefighters still actively putting water on these flames? Are you close enough to witness that yourself, Laura? Just wondering.
We are close enough, and at this point, with this particular building, we do not see a firefight going on. We do see the engine stationed above it, but I think it's more of a watching situation. But I mean, this thing is just too far gone at this point. You know, it's really a shame because this Sunset Mesa neighborhood, when we talked to the homeowner earlier, at that point, there were 3 houses that were on fire, but there were so many personnel up there that he was really confident it was not going to spread. He was hopeful, of course, that it wasn't going to spread. The wind, though, and its intensity has really increased over the last 2 hours. So I'm not sure that they, you know, as many as there were up there, that there was much that they could do about it. And unfortunately, we have seen, as we showed you, there are now, you know, at least 4 other houses, along with the others that we saw this afternoon that caught fire, and then this big condo building behind us that is just gone.
You know, we've been talking about, I asked if you had seen people out there. We've been talking about places where people can go, Westwood Recreation Center. But, you know, you wonder at this hour, Lori, if people still understand that, or if circumstances have changed, because we've talked about fires breaking out in different areas now. And, you know, are they full? We'll have to effort that information.
Well, I mean, I would hope that even if, you know, they haven't received official word or information, I mean, common sense would tell you that as you're driving around or looking around and you see all of this happening on the hillsides in different neighborhoods around Malibu and in Pacific Palisades, it would tell you that, you know, it's not a good place to be. You should probably be elsewhere. But you never know. I mean, we can only hope that people are listening, you know, watching our newscasts and listening to other radio stations to make sure that they are aware and alert of what they can do and where they can get some shelter and relief tonight and to stay safe. The good thing is, as we've been saying, we haven't heard of any injuries, and the homeowners that we've spoken with have said that's all that matters to them. You know, this gentleman told us, you know, I'm here, my wife is in the car with our dogs, and that's all we need. We got out. If the house burns, it burns. We have everything we need in that car together.
Oh, that well said, Lori. When you really put that in perspective, that is the most important thing right now. Certainly life before structures or anything else. So I'm just hoping even tomorrow when daylight hits that we will have even better news of everyone getting out safely, at least, even though they may have homes that may not be there or damaged or certainly cars, but the fact that they can look at each other and their animals and say, okay, we're here together. Wow, just powerful.
That's absolutely.
And amazing reporting, Lori, because this is something that we certainly have not seen. We've seen a lot of fires in Southern California, but something of this magnitude is something I don't think we've witnessed or have been able to talk about, especially in the stretch of area that we're talking about. It just seems, again, last month we're talking about Malibu, and here we are, PCH. That's just, and it's so close, and now even Malibu is impacted. We're going to talk to you in just a minute, Lori, but our Mike Rogers at the desk is the one that told us about Pepperdine being affected again.
Yeah, they're under a voluntary evacuation warning now again after they just had the Franklin fire not too long ago. But you guys, I want to update you on the situation happening in the Altadena, Pasadena, Eaton Canyon area. I want to go to our camera here that we've got from our traffic cameras. Our maps, Kalina Estrinos was able to get our cameras pointed towards the fire, and you can actually see it from the 210 freeway there. So we'll get to that in just a second if we can. If not, we can also come to my computer and I can show you one of those cameras. Okay, we'll go to my computer first while we work on getting the traffic map up so we can show you that from that camera, because that is a really wild picture that you can see from the 210 freeway that I'm going to ask the control room. Are we able to take that or no? Okay, we're working on it. So the fire that's now being called the Close Fire is what it's being called. Again, they've got it mapped at 20 acres, although I can tell you, and by looking at the Alert California cameras that you're looking at right here, it does appear, and you can see it's sloping down into, excuse me, what is beneath of it. Now, okay, this is the next traffic camera that you can see. Obviously, that looks to me like larger than 20 acres. And for reference, this is on the 210 freeway in Arcadia. So that is where you are looking from this fire from. So both of the cameras that we are looking at the fire from are a decent distance away from where the fire is actually burning, which makes it difficult to figure it out. We did dispatch our Nicole Comstock over there. We do have another ground crew going over there as well. So as soon as we get any kind of live picture from them, we'll be sure to pass that information along to you. I just hung up with the sheriff's department about evacuations. So far, they don't have any in their area. I'm being told that it is some evacuations on the Pasadena side. I'm trying to get a hold of the city of Pasadena Fire right now to try to figure that out and figure out where the evacuations are. I would assume that there are, just based on the topography of where this fire is burning. And again, if anybody is, it's the 2200 block of Pinecrest Drive. 2200 block of Pinecrest Drive. If you know that area, it's off Altadena Drive and Crescent Drive. It's just north of Altadena Drive. It butts up to the mountain. If you know, and this is a very popular hiking trail for a lot of people, Eaton Canyon Falls, it's right in that area. The falls there are a very, very popular area for hikers. That is kind of the area where this is burning that you're looking at here from our next traffic maps. And again, it is being mapped right now, according to County Fire, when I talked to them on the phone, about 20 acres. And I'm emailing as we speak the Pasadena Fire Department to figure out kind of evacuations so far on that. So as soon as I have that information, I will be sure to let you know. But right now we are monitoring yet another fire that looks very concerning tonight, guys.
About a month ago at 11:12 p.m. when we went on the air, that's basically, we took another shot from a camera, one of our traffic cameras, and it looked very eerie and similarly haunting, familiar, like this particular shot here.
Well, from Eaton Canyon, we want to go back to the Pacific Palisades. We have a Pacific Palisades resident on the phone right now.
And that would be Antonio Morici. I hope I'm pronouncing your last name correct. You have a harrowing evacuation story. Okay, Antonio, correct me if I'm wrong.
No, you got it right.
Okay.
Well, I arrived at Palisades Drive at approximately 12 noon today. I was at work, tried to make it to my residence up in the Highlands, was unable to get there. Quite madness at Sunset and PCH. My children go to school on Palisades Drive. They were evacuated to the fire department near Los Leones and then to Gladstone's restaurant on PCH. Family safely evacuate them from Gladstone's. Unable to make it to my residence in the Highlands of the Palisades. Currently safe in Santa Monica at a friend's place a ways away. Yeah, it's been quite a day for both me and many friends in the community.
You know, when you said that they're safely in Santa Monica, you're talking about yourself, Antonio, or your family that lived in the Highlands?
Yeah, my family. So, yeah, my family's currently in Marina Del Rey. I've stopped by a friend's place here in Santa Monica. Even here, it feels a bit close for comfort, frankly. Yeah, so moved out of the Palisades immediately. Again, tried to reach my residence at 12 noon. Due to the traffic situation on Palisades Drive, was unable to make it home. Also lived in Sunset Mesa for 8 years previously, and very concerned for friends and family there.
And Antonio, fire officials say have an evacuation plan in place. Did you have something? What did you do once it hit? Did you grab what you needed to do? What happened?
No, so I was off site at the immediacy of the fire.
Okay.
Got an immediate alert. Made my way to the Palisades to pick up my children. Had another family member beat me to it. Then tried to make my way up to the Highlands. Unable to do so. And at that point, just witnessing the scene at Sunset and PCH, from approximately 12 to 1 p.m. was quite an extraordinary turn of events.
And any word on whether or not the house is okay at this point?
So I don't have word. My neighbor held strong in the upper area of Palisades Drive until about an hour and a half, 2 hours ago. Structures in our cul-de-sac were still standing and okay at that time. But certainly flames within reach and a bit of a concern. And again, as I mentioned, lived in Sunset Mesa previously, and getting some concerning reports on what's going on in that neighborhood.
Antonio, I heard you say that you're in the Santa Monica area, and you're getting a little concerned now for where you are. Can you tell us where your location is in Santa Monica?
Yeah, so 10th Street in Santa Monica, near 10th and Wilshire. Yeah, I think it's a bit alarming, when you're as close to the fire, as I was earlier in the day, to move all the way to Santa Monica. It's hard to determine the distance, of the flames of the fire from where we're at. So we are being safe. We are staying place for the time being, but certainly keeping our eyes on it. It's a bit tough to tell the exact distance, and it seems to certainly be moving in a southerly direction.
It's got to be a harrowing night for you, Antonio. So sorry about that. You also mentioned Gladstone's restaurant earlier, and since you brought that up and you said that's where your children were evacuated to, as far as you know, is Gladstone's still there?
I'm not clear on Gladstone's, but I did have eyewitness videos from friends from a number of establishments on the east side of PCH. Rosenthal Winery, the Real Inn, and others that are again commonplace for residents in the area.
Yeah.
So I can't confirm from my perspective as to what's happening with Gladstone's, but I know there were some jumps across the PCH in the area. Yeah,
that was the problem we were talking about, Antonio. That this fire is just so peculiar and so devastating that it has jumped PCH, and we know not only businesses, but there are also some homes that on the other side of PCH, close to the water. So I imagine, as when morning comes, we'll have a better idea as to just how much damage has been caused. But we're so sorry for you, and hopefully, you'll find out more about what you have to come home to. At least your family is safe, and as well as you, Antonio.
Well, yeah, I appreciate that. Thoughts and prayers, and we're hoping for the best when we see what's going on tomorrow morning.
Yeah, we definitely appreciate your time, Antonio. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you now.
Well, we're going to bring in meteorologist Danny Roberti. And Danny, last night when we left here after the 11 o'clock news, you talked about the wind conditions. You talked about it, a possibility, life-threatening, dangerous.
Yeah.
And we also pinpointed, in a way, some areas that were in the San Gabriel Mountains, which we're seeing fires there now.
Exactly.
But now to talk about Pacific Palisades, this was so, I'm going to say it was surprising that it broke out as quickly as it did in that area, and just how much it has grown.
Yeah, it really has, you guys. And just to kind of put this into perspective, we have not seen a windstorm like this in almost a decade. And so with this, any kind of fires that started, as Pat mentioned, it's surprising how quickly it exploded. And that's because when we are dealing with the winds of this magnitude, winds this strong, I mean, they became so erratic that it's able to flame and fan these flames so quickly. And that's what helped this explode. So here's the thing. I want to walk you through what we know right now and what's going to happen next. We'll keep you updated every single step of the way. So the winds are here. It started today. Actually, this afternoon, we saw a little bit of a lull in the winds. I know that might be hard to believe because it has been so strong even in the afternoon time. Now we're starting to see these winds strengthen again. I mean, we're inside the studio and I'm hearing the winds howling outside right now. It's tough to even open the door. Areas like Burbank seeing gusts up to 50 miles per hour right now. So we're starting to see these winds really picking up, specifically for Pacific Palisades, where the Palisades fire is burning. We have those gusts that are starting to strengthen again. They got down to about 35 miles per hour just a few hours ago. We're up to 45 miles per hour right now. So these are some of our current wind gusts. I want to give you a wider scope. Now, what makes this event that we're seeing today so unusual is that everybody, mostly everybody in Southern California, is getting in on this in some way. Typically, when we talk about the Santa Ana winds, we're talking about these very specific areas. We're talking about these windy corridors, our mountains, but there's a lot of areas with this event that normally sit out the Santa Ana winds that are getting in on this. So we're talking about the San Gabriel Mountains, the San Gabriel Valley, areas like Pasadena, Hollywood Hills, Beverly Hills, seeing these really strong gusty winds. And this is going to be the case going into tonight. So I want to walk you through this because the strongest winds haven't gotten here yet. We're expecting those tonight into early tomorrow morning. So this is why it's so important that we talk about these winds, because these are dangerous conditions. We're going to keep you updated though. Lancaster, gusts up to 53 miles per hour right now. We've got 63 mile per hour gusts through Burbank, 55 miles per hour through Santa Clarita. Over into the Inland Empire, 30 mile per hour gusts there. And then over towards Orange counties, areas like Fullerton, Inland Orange County, gusts nearing 30 to 40 miles per hour. But even pushing out towards our beaches, Laguna Beach, gusts up to 48 miles per hour right now. But the strongest winds are really through LA County and Ventura County. And that's been the case today. We've seen gusts between 50 to 70 miles per hour. Tonight, we could see gusts nearing 60 to 80 miles per hour. And in some spots, some of our valley and foothill locations, it could be even stronger than that. And I'll talk about why that is in just a moment. So our strongest winds, the peak of the winds, it's happening tonight into Wednesday morning. We have these two systems that are really close together, these really tight pressure gradients, which leads to these stronger winds. This is what's leading to the critical fire danger. We saw it today, and we continue to see it tonight into tomorrow morning. Wind gusts 50 to 80 miles per hour. So it's going to strengthen from what we're seeing outside right now. Isolated gusts between 80 to 100 miles per hour. Now, this is rare for us in Southern California to see such widespread strong winds, winds of this magnitude that cover so many areas in Southern California. And then we're going to continue to keep a close eye on that fire weather watch going into Friday. So the next 24 hours, it's going to be critical. Our hearts and prayers with all of our firefighters out there working into tonight, because we've got these high wind warnings. And when I talk about how rare this is, we typically get high wind warnings. They happen when we get these Santa Ana winds, but to see it all across Southern California, all of LA County, the LA Basin, Orange County, Inland Empire, into Ventura County. I mean, we don't see this often. Gusts between 60 to 80 miles per hour will be possible in all of these areas shaded in orange tonight going into tomorrow morning. So this high wind warning, it's in place until 6 o'clock tomorrow evening. Now, we've been talking about the fires. Fire danger, yes, it is critical, but I don't want us to miss out on some of the concerns that we also see with just these strong gusty winds. I mean, trees down, power lines down. We're seeing widespread, the potential for widespread power outages. So these winds, as they strengthen tonight, we could see for some of our foothill communities gusts in that 80 to 100 mile per hour range. And that's because we're looking at the potential for some of these mountain waves. I'm going to talk about it in just a minute. I want to show you this red flag warning. Doesn't matter where you are, everyone is getting in on this, which means fire danger is critical for these areas. And that's because it's not just the strong winds that we're dealing with, but we know the drill, these Santa Ana winds, it dries things out like crazy. And so we've got this low humidity going into tonight and early tomorrow morning. So Pacific Palisades Palisades, we've got the fire there, but we could see other fires potentially breaking out. So we've got a close eye on all areas in Southern California. And it's crazy to hear those winds howling out there right now. I know a lot of you at home, you're probably hearing that right now. So let's talk about the timing of the winds, because I know a lot of us want to know, when are we going to be done with this? Over the next 24 hours, this is going to be key for us. So 7:15 right now, we're seeing some strong winds through the mountains, pushing into LA County and right there over into Ventura County. I want to zoom things out. This is when we're seeing those winds strengthening. I'm actually going to zoom you into a couple different areas. There's this stretch of communities, foothill locations, really stretching from Simi Valley, Sylmar. We've got that over towards Claremont. Look at those purples right there. When we're talking about these strong gusty winds, 50 to 60 miles per hour, Simi Valley over towards San Fernando. This is a look at midnight tonight. The 210 corridor, that's going to be a big focus. Pasadena at this point looking at gusts between 30 to 40 miles per hour. Typically, Pasadena sits this out. You can see up through the mountains. I'm going to keep bringing you over towards the Inland Empire, and you can see close to Rancho Cucamonga into San Bernardino, gusts ranging between 30 to 40 miles per hour. I'll zoom you back out just so you can see how widespread this is, even into Inland Orange County, pushing towards a lot of our beaches. Now, I'm going to zoom you in here. By early tomorrow morning, we're going to see a burst of winds through Inland Orange County, those purples indicating those 50 to 60 mile per hour winds. And we're actually looking at that PDS red flag warning, that particularly dangerous situation for Orange County into the Inland Empire tomorrow morning into the afternoon. So that's what we're going to be focused on. So let's fast forward. Here's a wider look at what I just showed you right now. So going into tonight, you can see those purples, those winds increasing, and then we're finally going to see them. And I'm sorry that extended so quickly. We'll finally start to see these winds dying down once we get, they're not going to be as strong Wednesday night into Thursday, but we're still going to be looking at those wind advisory level winds going into Thursday. And then by Friday, we're going to start to see things quieting down. This does a really good job of showing you hour by hour what's going to be happening. Look at those winds through Santa Clarita into Glendale. We're talking gusts between 50 to 60 miles per hour. So the focus for the strongest winds, it's around 10 o'clock tonight to around 5 o'clock tomorrow morning. So when a lot of us are asleep, that's when these winds are really going to pick up speed. So coming up, we're going to be breaking down for you exactly when these winds are going to die down, and also how strong the winds have been today in some communities. And we're going to talk about those mountain waves and why we could see stronger winds in some areas going into tonight. We'll keep a close eye on that. Pat and Juan.
Sleepless night for so many.
Yeah.
All right, thanks so much, Danny. Let's get right back to the fire line in Pacific Palisades.
That's where KCAL News reporter Jasmine Veal is, where homes, schools, and churches are all catching fire. Okay, Jazz.
Yeah, so Pat and Juan, so I can feel the heat from the fire that is just raging here on the hill above PCH. You hear the sirens. They have been screeching through here nonstop. Listen, you can hear the cracking, the popping, and the embers from this fire that has moved east now from Temescal Canyon and has moved south. It is just moved down here all the way to PCH. As you mentioned, it's even jumped PCH, burning some of those lifeguard towers. But the gusts here have been so strong, and I just spoke to some LA firefighters, and they told me they're here at the command post where we're at because they have to protect the equipment that is stationed here from these flames that have just thrown in the last few minutes here on this hill. And again, the wind, luckily, as these embers are swirling over our head, it's pushing it south toward the ocean. So that's the only good news, if any, is that these embers, they really can't catch anything else on fire because that's the ocean to my right. But I want to show you what we were dealing with in just the last few hours when we were up there on El Medio Avenue, right off Sunset Boulevard, up Temescal Canyon. It was a firestorm. Embers were being blown across the road. We had to jump into our light truck numerous times to escape the flames that were just blowing every which way. That's where we saw a church on fire or catch fire, and it was burning. And there were just not enough resources. There was a two-man water crew trying to put out those flames on the church, and then they had to leave and go somewhere else. Up El Medio Avenue, there were no firefighters for hours as we watched the flames slowly take over fences, backyards, and homes. One man told me as we were standing there and going back and forth up and down El Medio that he rode his bike up and he saw dozens of homes sadly, tragically burned to the ground. This is one of the worst fires that I've ever reported on And we've been through the Woolsey fire. We have been through, I mean, we just had the Franklin fire here in Malibu. I've covered so many of these, but the winds here are no joke. They are just so bad, and they've proved so challenging for these firefighters stretching those resources because they talked about an aggressive firefight. But again, what we saw in those neighborhoods, we saw no one except neighbors trying to help neighbors put out the flames, grabbing whatever water or hose they could. At one point, they even grabbed our fire extinguisher to put out some flames that had ignited a bush near a church. So they used our fire extinguisher that we had because we had nothing else to give them. Take a listen as I talk to those residents who were stuck in those traffic jams earlier today trying to leave, and thank goodness they did. Even though it took them forever to get out, residents just knew that this would turn into a life-threatening situation. Take a listen.
It is a lot of chaos, but I hear things are really bad up north, so I think that's where all the resources are going. That's what the one cop told us, is that everything up north is worse than down here, as bad as it is right here right now. So
you're trying to get to your parents?
Yeah, well, they're safe now, okay. But when I was trying to get to meet them again was when I saw you last, and I couldn't go anywhere.
Right.
So I came down here, and there was just a total traffic jam, and this man right here was directing traffic, and I decided to get out there with him and help.
You guys actually got it going.
It's kind of a trip seeing this, you know? It's surreal.
What do you think about the traffic jams that have been happening here with people trying to get out?
Well, I sent my family out, my kids out in their car, and I've got my car and I've got my bike. So if it gets bad, I get on the bike and get out. If I could get out in the car, then I'll get out in the car.
People have been stuck, though. I mean, it's been chaotic, and it seems like a lack of resources to get people out of here.
Well, the thing is, it's two veins in and out. So when you shut Sunset down and you only have PCH, there is no third option. So when I left the office when it first started today and came up from Ralph's, it was already closed. Sunset was already closed. It was already chaos before the fire even got big.
Grow here, take over those bushes, and thankfully I'm not seeing any homes here, but on the ridge right next to it, I'm looking at more homes as this fire is inching up and over this hill. And so that is very concerning. And the fact that these firefighters can't even leave the command post, and now they're protecting their own equipment because of this erratic fire behavior, and the visibility is horrible. As we were driving up and down, trying to even make our way back to Temescal Canyon, we could not see. There were cones thrown out into the road, garbage cans for some reason split apart and splintered all over PCH, as other residents, even a few of them, still trying to leave, even as it got dark. So one woman we saw even on a bike with bags on her back, pedaling as fast as she could past bus stops that were catching fire on Temescal next to the Palisades Charter High School. So just a very bad situation out here. And of course, Pat and Juan, I'm now thinking about where I live in Pasadena, my kids and my mother-in-law watching the fire grow there in the Eaton Canyon area. So I'm thinking, you know, we all need to have that emergency plan in place so we can be ready to leave and follow those orders at a moment's notice.
About that, Jazz, and you know, as I was listening to you talk, I was actually texting with a former colleague of ours trying to remember the last time we saw something even close to this. The Malibu fire, the fire that burned down to the ocean in 1993 was terrible, but the winds this time are even worse, and we certainly have not seen something of this magnitude here in that area. And as you know, as you were talking, we just had another evacuation, voluntary and mandatory, south of 101 all the way to Mulholland. I believe that's what Mike Rogers told us. So all the way to Calabasas, and it's 7:26, so we still don't know. There could be even more, you know. So the thing we've been telling people, ready, set, go. Get yourselves prepared, because you could be called upon to leave your home at any time.
Yeah, and these gusts, Pat, have almost knocked us off our feet at one point this evening, and I can just imagine how gusty and strong these winds will be through the night, as these firefighters with, 50 pounds on their back, battling these wind gusts and hiking up this steep terrain, trying to fight these fires. And no doubt, if they see one house go up, they know that it's a loss and they got to move on to the next one. Whereas we saw, they're not even in some of these neighborhoods.
And the worst is still yet to come. All right, Jasmine, thank you so much. Let's check in now with Tom Waite.
Tom, are you still on Temescal Canyon Road, right off Sunset?
Yes, Pat and Juan, not far from where that fire was burning the apartment building where firefighters were doing all they could to save it. Right now, we're just across the street from the Theater Palisades, which obviously is a total loss. A huge amount of fire is still burning there. You can see the wind is just blasting and fanning it right now. We keep talking about that. Obviously continues to be a factor, a massive problem. And if you take a look too, another major issue, downed and damaged power lines and utility poles. Look at this over here. You can see very low-hanging wires. We don't think they're energized. We saw personnel out here checking them out, but we don't know. But that's something that's very, very dangerous as well. Now, Greg, let's go to our right. Just next to me is Palisades High School. There is fire burning there. I don't know what is burning. It's very difficult to tell from our vantage point. Both of my cousins here from Southern California went here, and I sent them the video to ask them to help me figure out what was burning. It's heartbreaking. You know, I went to graduations here for my family, and to see, you know, just as Jasmine talked about, we're all sort of woven into this fabric of LA together from different places. You know, I'm from Claremont, but my cousins are from the Palisades, and to see something like this happen, my aunt was evacuated today. You know, it's tough to see so much pain out there tonight. And here we have the firefighters coming to the high school to try to figure out what is on fire here. And it's just very difficult to see with this building sort of blocking it, but there has been a lot of smoke and fire coming from there. And then, Greg, let's just swing around here, back down the block this way. I mean, there's just fire everywhere. There's the orange glow there just ahead of us, down Temescal Canyon, probably somewhere in the area where Jasmine was talking about earlier. And you can see flames jumping up above the tree line there. And it's just 360 degrees behind me. We don't have to show it, but behind me, again, more fire. But it's just burning everywhere, it feels like, from these perspectives. And this theater, I don't know much about the history of it, but certainly it a lot of heartbreak there as well, right? Depending on who might have performed there or worked there. This is another piece of the community, and it's lost, and that's just really hard to see. But just so much danger here right now in terms of just the amount of debris, the wind that's blowing it around, the power lines, as you saw here, that they're damaged and hanging very low. It's very scary for a lot of people. Sir, do you live here in the area? Yeah. Can I talk to you real quick? We're live on KCAL. Is it okay?
I'd like to talk to you.
Well, you can talk to me after, but can you just tell me where do you live here in the area?
I evacuated from the Highlands, Pacific Palisades Highlands, Palisades Drive. Frankly, it's a lot nicer, a lot safer up there. We had clear blue sky and sunshine all day. The wind was blowing away from us. I mean, it still is. There out of 1,000 homes, there are 2 homes that, maybe 3, I don't know, on Piedra Morada that burned. Other than that, the whole area is untouched. And I almost didn't want to evacuate, but you
do the right thing. I mean, you never know. I mean, the thing is, when the fire comes, it doesn't come in a little flame crawling up the hill. It comes with a wall of smoke, and obviously it's all.
Everyone's been lecturing me today. Sorry. Everybody knows what I should do except for the guy who's on the spot.
The firefighters know what you should do. I'm not telling you what to do. The firefighters are.
Okay.
My last question: how long have you lived here?
About a dozen years. 12 years.
So this has got to be the worst.
This is the biggest. Yeah. We had one in 2018 that was the Woolsey fire that came down and was also on Palisades Drive. Which inconvenienced us for a day, like until midnight or something. But not like this is Armageddon. I came down Palisades Drive. There was like a parking lot full of cars on Sunset, parked there. So I gave up on. I'm trying to get on Sunset to head toward Brentwood.
I don't know. Well, we'll talk off the air because I don't want to give you just instructions, so we can talk to somebody who actually knows. Maybe there's a firefighter right there. That's probably who you should talk to.
Yeah. All right.
All right. Well, good luck to you, sir. Thank you. There you have it. A lot of people, obviously evacuees. There's frustration. You can understand that, of course. People don't want to have to leave their homes, but when firefighters come and tell you to leave, you should listen. They know what they're talking about, and there's no point in staying because you can't stop what's happening here. It's way too big, way too powerful, and Mother Nature is helping to fuel this in a way that is overwhelming, and even the man we just spoke with said it feels like Armageddon. And it does feel like that in some spaces. It feels surreal. You know, we passed that row of cars. I think we've shown the video of it where they were bulldozed off to the side, where people were running for their lives, or at least they thought they were because the fire was so close. So, you know, it's just a tough, I mean, that's the understatement of the year, tough night for so many people.
And actually, it's lucky because there are a lot of people that live in the Highlands area that have left. They had to leave and they have not returned, not knowing what has happened to their home. A lot of them had to take some of their animals, and it was very frightening for them. You talked about some of the different landmarks there. I'm going to call Pacific Palisades Charter School a landmark. I used to take my daughter there for volleyball lessons all the time, so I'm very familiar with where that is, and we've gotten so many calls actually from people wondering if Palisades High School is okay. There's so much to get to, so much to impact. Susie says here now, you know, we've been talking about where people can evacuate, but there are school closures, but even right now, there's still so many things that are breaking as we speak. You can see Mike over there shaking his head.
Yeah, let's go to Mike Rogers at the desk now with this latest update. Mike?
Yeah, and I'm actually focused on the other fire, the Eaton fire, which I can now tell you guys has grown to 200 acres. Now, you'll see this computer monitor behind me right here. This is our actually next traffic monitor, our map. And what I can tell you, the good news is earlier I was able to see the fire down in this area. It is retreating uphill. So every time we haven't moved this camera, and every time I look at it, the fire is more and more on this side of the screen. While that will make it harder for them to fight, it is better that it is not going closer to homes, because what is at the bottom of that fire on the left side of that screen are homes. I want to show you video here from just moments ago. Our photographer, Lori Fernandez, just shot this video. The Eaton fire now burning 200 acres. You can't even see ahead of you. The only reason we can see those fire vehicles and those police vehicles is because of the lights that are on them, but you can see how limited visibility is right there. Again, 200 acres from the Eaton fire. Importantly, I want to show you evacuations. Let's come to my computer here and I'm going to show them to you. I can't zoom in much more because for whatever reason, every time I zoom in, I lose some of the ability to see the actual evacuation area. But this is where it is. If you live in that area, you've gotten the alert. If you live in that area, you know where I'm talking about here. This is Washington to the south. You've got New York Drive here to the east, and then you've got this street right here, which I believe, let me double check. If you live there, you'll know the area already. I believe that is, let's see here, Lake Avenue. So this is Lake Avenue here on the east. You've got Washington down here, and then you've got New York here to the eastern edge of that. So that is the current evacuation zone. Again, 200 acres right now. CAL FIRE is got a mapping fixed-wing aircraft overhead right now doing that. Here is the worst news that we could have gotten all day, aside from people losing their homes, aside from these massive fires. The wind has now forced the grounding of every helicopter that we had on these fires. These two fires, both the Palisades fire and now the Eaton fire burning in Pasadena/Altadena in the Eaton Canyon area, will now be exclusively fought on the ground. The wind has made it too dangerous for the helicopters to fly. Even the night flying helicopters can no longer sustain in the winds that we have going on right now. So this will be a ground fight until the winds die down enough to bring those helicopters back in. But the command staff at both LA County Fire, LA City Fire have made the decision that they will ground their helicopters due to safety concerns because of how extremely fast and high those winds are blowing.
Oh, all right, Mike, thank you so much for that update. And that was the Eaton fire that Mike was just talking about up in Altadena. And that is just one of several fires that we're talking about today. Of course, the main one being the 2,900 acre fire out in Pacific Palisades. One thing I thought was interesting, Pat, was when Tom was just speaking with that resident before we went to Mike, he was talking about how along Pedro Morado, of course, where the fire started at 10:30 this morning approximately, he's saying that he had seen only about 1 to 2 homes burn, and I shouldn't say only because that is so heartbreaking for any homes. But considering what we've been seeing and showing you, our viewers, all afternoon and into the evening.
Well, you know, picking up on the Eaton Canyon fire, at 624,
sure,
we had that fire clocked at 20 acres. So now it's 730.
Sure.
And now it's 200. But I'm saying, but remember when it started, it was 20 acres and now it's 200 acres.
Sure.
That's in Eaton Canyon alone. We're not even talking about, and in fact, we'll, I'm sure, need another update on the fire that is burning in the Palisades, because it's got to be more than 2,900 acres. And that's the last update that we've received.
Wow, 1,200 to a huge dump to 2,900 acres. Let's go out to our Lori Perez, who is out there live in Pacific Palisades along PCH. Lori, what can you tell us? The wind really blowing out there.
Absolutely, and we're actually in Malibu, just north of Pacific Palisades. And we've been here several times today. I want to show you a picture that I took at 4:30 this afternoon. I did a live shot here and snapped a picture when we were here. And see this building? I was remarking on how I was surprised because there were some people standing on a patio in that building, and you can see how close the flames were to that building. Well, take a look at that building now. That building is gone. I can only hope and pray that those people got out safely. Hopefully they did. But this neighborhood here, we are just around the corner from the Getty Villa. This neighborhood, we have now seen at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 homes burn tonight, including in just the last half hour, we saw 2 more catch fire. That's how quickly these flames are spreading. You know, Mike was just mentioning about how they have grounded the helicopters. And when we were driving here, we saw some up, and we were remarking how we were surprised they were still up because the winds are just so fierce. I understand that they want to try and get as much of a view of as they can of all of the fires that are expanding, particularly around Pacific Palisades. But with this kind of wind, you can understand why they are not up there. Again, in this neighborhood, we spoke with a gentleman this afternoon at about 4:30. He told us he was watching some other houses in the neighborhood burn, but he was confident because of the number of firefighters and engines in the neighborhood that his house would be okay. I'm not sure that I can tell him that it is okay. I'm pretty sure that we are watching as his house has now caught fire, unfortunately. But he was a good guy, and he was remarking that the most important things to save, of course, were with him. Let's listen to what he said.
I'm happy to see that it's still there. These guys are incredible that are going by. It's been amazing to see how many firemen have gone by from all over the state. I just feel horrible for these houses that they weren't able to save. A couple hours ago, we evacuated from there to here, PCH, as you can see, and there's fingers crossed.
Yeah, a lot of people have their fingers crossed tonight. One of the, eeriest things that we're witnessing here is the sound of these fires. You can hear the explosions, you can hear the crackling, and it's just, that's not good. There's so much happening in Pacific Palisades and in Malibu tonight, a lot to be taken care of, and a lot to handle for fire crews, as he said, who we have seen from all over, from CAL FIRE and engines from all over the state who have rushed here to help in this incredible fight tonight. Guys, back to you.
It's amazing, Lori, when you think about it, and this is the first time that we've actually, you talked about the number of firefighters that are going to be busy. We haven't seen a recall since 19 years, according to a spokesperson from LAFD. They're asking any firefighter who is watching our broadcast, listening, gets word, if they can fight a fire, to actually join in the effort. And that was before we found out about the Eaton fire that is burning in the San Gabriel Valley.
Yes.
So there's so much. Yes, go ahead.
And I was just going to say, we've been remarking a lot about how we've been here in recent weeks and months with the fires that were just recently here. But I was reminded of being here. I met so many wonderful people that I was reaching out to tonight when there was the flooding that was here not so long ago. And so many neighborhoods that were affected by massive landslides and earth movement. And that was not so long ago. And that was devastating to businesses and to people. And so Malibu's been through it. it. Malibu and Pacific Palisades, you know, these last few years, they have had some issues, and you have to think of them and the trauma that goes through a community, not only for the people who, of course, who lose their homes, or, you know, even worse, who are hurt or who lose loved ones, but it is traumatic to a community to be put through these intense kind of situations, even when they don't lose anything. It's a lot to deal with for children and families and anyone living in these communities to endure these kinds of things that are happening, it seems, so often.
And we haven't even talked about, because it's too early to talk about that, and then sometimes it's not too early. Insurance. I mean, when you talk about how a whole community is impacted, some people's lives are going to be upended for quite some time. You know, even in terms of rebuilding, just the fact that they may not be able to afford it because insurance is so high. Insurance companies have been canceling policies. We do know that we are getting federal funding because President Biden, who was in Los Angeles today, was also impacted by this fire, not being able to travel to Palm Springs, signed declaration already that is going to give the state money for that. So that is the good news. But again, we still don't know how long this is going to burn and exactly where it's going to burn. We're in a huge evacuation area now when it comes to being south of the 101 freeway all the way to Mulholland. So.
And we've been talking about the concern about the wind, that we haven't even hit the peak, Pat, of what we are expected to experience when it comes to these winds, as crazy as they have been already today.
And you know, what I was saying earlier, Susie, or just, you know, kind of reminiscing about, sometimes it doesn't even take a hurricane force or near hurricane force wind to cause the kind of destruction that we're seeing. We've been so dry, and because the humidity is so low, it doesn't take that much, right, to start something like this.
And Lori was just talking about the Franklin fire that burned, you know, just a week before Christmas, and that was also in Malibu, of course, another coastal fire that we were talking about. I wonder if we could bring in meteorologist Danny Roberti for just a second. I would love to highlight, if we could, in just a moment, we'll come to you, Danny, in just a moment, but I would love to talk to you about the patterns along the coast, the different weather patterns along the coast that really make these fires explode.
But right now, we're going to go to our Nicole Comstock, because we do need to get an update on what is happening out there in Eaton Canyon, in Altadena. Nicole, you there? There she is.
Yeah, we're here, Pat. We were just on the move right now because the fire actually was behind us here, but the winds are just blowing this thing down like a blowtorch, and it's now actually wrapped around us. We're on New York Drive, right by the cross of Altadena Drive here near Eaton Canyon, and you can see that it's just burning right along the hillside here. And such a shame that this is happening in Eaton Canyon, because this is such a beautiful 190-acre nature preserve that has a lot of hiking trails, lots of wild animals up here. I actually come hiking here all the time, and I see, you know, I've seen bear before, deers, coyotes. So there's like a really big natural ecosystem up here that's going to have a ton of damage. And we have a lot of embers blowing around with us in the wind right now. So we're just going to walk back toward our van to make sure everything's looking good down there. But we did park where we have a lot of fire engines. Over here, actually, if we can take a look to the right, I'm not sure how much you can see down here right now, but the fire did hop this side of New York Drive in Altadena now. So it is burning on the other side of the road, which is coming down toward this wash area. But this is a road that some people are actually using right now to evacuate with animals. So we've seen some people coming out with horse trailers in just the past couple of minutes who had to come unlock a gate at the last minute to get out of here. But we know that this area was already under a preventative public safety power outage because they knew that they had such a big wildfire risk with these really intense winds burning up here. And you can take a look at what it looks like in just the past couple of minutes out here. There's really not much that firefighters can do when you have, you know, such dry conditions on the hillsides here after not having a lot of rain pretty much all season. Oh, watch out, Chris. Sorry, we had a car coming really fast. Trying not to get killed out here reporting on this. But, you know, such dry vegetation out here. And then these really gusty winds, and this isn't even the worst of it yet. We're expecting winds could gust around maybe 70 miles an hour in this area later tonight. Hey, Chris, come this way a little bit. I don't know if you can hear me. Let me get a little bit closer. Oh, man. You can see how, I mean, we've only been doing this live shot for like, I don't know, 2 minutes now. And how much, you know, how much of a distance these flames have burned along the canyon here in Eaton Canyon. So it's moving super fast. You can probably hear the winds out here too. When we got here about maybe 15 minutes ago, we parked up the hill just a little bit, and immediately National Forest Service crews were moving their trucks down the hill. See all this wind out here. And so we're firefighters, so we park down the hill too. We have our truck facing south, so if we need to get out of here really quickly, we can. But they are doing mandatory evacuation orders up here in Altadena right now. Also, I believe some parts of Pasadena. So they're telling people, if you haven't evacuated yet, if you live nearby, I'm gonna get out of the road here a little bit again, you really need to go right now. They know it's over 200 acres in size. It's probably a lot bigger than that already. And we got a lot of people up here who have these beautiful homes up in the hills. So they don't have a lot of time to get out when a fire is racing through this fast. Hey Chris, if you can show over to the right here for a second. You see we have a fire on the other side of us too, kind of burning through this open space here. It's kind of hard to tell if this, I'm not quite sure if this part right here a little bit south of Altadena Drive is also part of the nature preserve. I believe it's just a little bit south of it, but as I mentioned, the fire has hopped one of these main roads up here, New York Drive, that you can use to get up to Eaton Canyon. And it's basically just burning through all this dry brush and all these trees here.
Nicole, it seemed like earlier Mike Rogers was giving us this update from the desk that the fires seem to be moving away from homes in Altadena. From your vantage point, can you tell if that's still the case, in which the wind is moving?
It's kind of hard to tell right now because, like I said, I hike up here pretty often. I usually go up Altadena Drive, which is just a little bit to the west of us here, and there's a ton of homes right there. I haven't seen anything get that close to that side. I think it's closer to New York Drive right now, maybe higher up in Eaton Canyon. So from what I've seen, I think they're basically just evacuating people, police, Pasadena police, in the neighborhoods that are the closest to this fire right now. So I don't think it's burning toward the homes, not from what I've seen out here, but it's burning along a lot of the main access points that you would get up to the nature preserve with tonight. And it looks a lot worse than it did just a couple of minutes ago. So this is really wind driven. Like when we were standing up the road just a bit, embers were blowing, like it looked like a quarter of a mile down the road immediately. So it's really fueling this thing. Like the fire started at, I think, about 6 o'clock, maybe 6:15 tonight. You know, they said it when they got out here is about 10 acres in size. And an hour after that, they said it was already 200 plus acres. That's really the wind out here mixed with this really dry vegetation, which is what fire crews and state officials have been warning about since yesterday, telling people that this would really have the potential to do catastrophic destruction out here. And that's what we're seeing tonight. You know, the good news is we haven't seen anyone getting trapped in any areas. It seems like all the people that live nearby have an evacuation plan in place because they live in the hills and they knew which road they could get out with. They had access points to leave with their animals. You can see some cars that are still driving the road down here tonight. But it's such a shame to see this burn because it's just such a big open space here in the San Gabriel Mountains. And with the winds like they are right now, you really have no idea like how much of this can burn, what it's going to look like when this fire's out. And, you know, as we've been warning everybody all night, this is not the worst of the winds. We're expecting from 10 o'clock tonight, a couple of hours from now, until early tomorrow morning. That's when we're expecting to see the worst of the winds out here. So not a good thing that we have another fire starting out here now in the Altadena, Pasadena area, you guys.
You know what, Nicole, we were watching your picture and also a photographer, Lori Fernandez, who showed us video on the right side of your screen for our viewers who are watching. We actually saw some people, it looked like they were being assisted by law enforcement, actually getting in their vehicles, I guess, to be taken away to safety. And you know, at this hour, we don't know what's actually started the fire in Palisades or the fire here. I'm looking at those power lines that so far look intact. We do know that they did shut off power to some of those communities, and in particular the one where you are, Nicole, to try to help against brush fire starting from down power lines. So in this particular instance, you know, it just seems that no matter what, those winds have a mind of their own, and they seem to be getting stronger and stronger. Now we see those blowing embers, Nicole, so we certainly want you to be safe out there, because that's dangerous.
Yeah, absolutely. And Mike Rogers is at the desk now with an update on the Eaton Canyon fire.
Yeah,
Mike?
We're still sitting at 200 acres, Pat and Susie, and I'm just going to pull this up here really quickly. And, oops, sorry about that. Oh, the battery died. Hang on one second.
All right, we're going to join Mike in just a minute, but he's going to talk to us also about the Eaton fires. You were talking about Lori Fernandez there on the ground, showing us some incredible pictures of residents in desperate situations right now in evacuation mode, Mike.
Yeah, sorry about that. Battery died. We've been on the air for a long time. I want to, if we can go back to those pictures from Lori, it's really remarkable. And what I'm looking at in one of her shots is it's hard to tell. It looks like at least a fence is on fire. You see it over my shoulder here. We'll try to take it full in just a second. At least a fence is on fire. I'm concerned, though, that there might be a home on fire. And while I talk to you about that, I can tell you that they have expanded the evacuations, both mandatory and voluntary, now all the way down to the 210 freeway. So voluntary evacuations now from the foothills above Eaton Canyon, or the Eaton Canyon, and we lost, well, it's right behind me here in the monitor where Lori's shot there is, but Lori Fernandez, yes. The Eaton Canyon area, basically there's mandatory evacuations. There we go, there's the live pictures. And to me, it looks like, you guys, I think that's a home or a structure that is on fire back there. So it's hard to tell because of the smoke, because of the embers, but you can see some of that black smoke pouring up back there. And you can see that that's where this is. Pasadena fire, LA County fire, and again, as we've been talking about, no at all water dropping helicopters right now because of the safety of it. And Lori's picture is going in and out. There's no service there. We have been looking at, she's at an intersection and you wouldn't be able to know that, but there are the traffic signals there, completely black. Everything is dark. The only thing that is illuminating it now is the lights from that fire vehicle there, and then the glow of the fire itself. So yeah, these are those live pictures there. That's LA County Fire. Looks like a battalion chief coming into the shot right there. If we can, I want to come to my computer because I want to show you the evacuations. Here we are. They have expanded significantly since the last time I showed them to you. We've got the mandatory evacuations here. That's everything in the red that we've been talking about. That's all of this stuff up here. But then you've got voluntary evacuations that have now come all the way down to the 210 freeway. And as we talked about, we've seen this with the Palisades fire today. It is certainly better to get out than wait. So we're looking at basically Washington Boulevard, and forgive me, every time I zoom in, the map kind of adjusts itself here, but basically everything Washington Boulevard to the north is going to be those mandatory evacuations, and then things to the south, your borders are Lake and Altadena Drive, is all the voluntary evacuations all the way to the 210 freeway. So that's a giant chunk of space now that is under evacuation. So now we were talking about an area, and I want to show you another camera here, because what was also pretty remarkable about this fire is that you were actually able to see, and let me see if I can just quickly do this here. You were also able to see both fires from one of our wildfire cameras. So we've got these Alert California cameras here that I'm going to go to really quick, and you can see both the Altadena fire, the Eaton fire, I should call it, as well as the one that is burning over in the Palisades area. So we'll come to this really quickly, and I just want to show you. It's the camera that's on top of Mount Wilson that is showing that, and I believe that is this one right here. So you look, and you'll see, so right there, when it switches back to color here, you've got the new fire that is the fire burning in the Altadena, Pasadena area. And then if you look off in the distance, that is the Palisades fire. So we have two now very major fires that are burning here in Southern California. And again, it's important that you note those evacuations that are happening in the Pasadena, Altadena area. If you get those warnings on your phone, you should go. You shouldn't wait to have the fire too close before it becomes too late.
You know what, and we want to get more information when we can to tell people where to go. You know, we haven't seen anything come across as to where people in the Pasadena, Altadena area can evacuate if they need to.
That's right.
We know that in the Palisades fire, we've been telling people to go to the Westwood Recreation Center on South Sepulveda Boulevard, and as usual, Pierce College is accepting large animals.
That's
but
right.
we still want to get our information correct for the Pasadena, Altadena area that is impacted by that Eaton fire. And of course, school closures. I mean, those are so many things to cover tonight, Susie, and we're really,
this is all
just
happening
midway through what we've been talking about since 10:30 this morning. We've been on the air trying to inform our viewers, and we sort of gave a small indication of what was going to happen last night when we knew that they came out with those red flag warnings, and since we had already seen Camarillo and Malibu, like possibly, this could happen again, but this has certainly surpassed, I think, what any of us expected.
Yeah, and when Danny's talking about a PDS, a particularly dangerous situation, we know to expect these crazy things happening like we've seen today, Danny.
You know, and what's crazy about this, typically this time of the year, we're not concerned with these red flag conditions, you guys, because we normally get enough rain to mitigate that. But this year, it's a little bit different. As of tomorrow, downtown Los Angeles will be off to its driest start since 1964. I mean, it's been 60 years since we've seen a start to winter this dry, and that's why it is also unusual for us to see these red flag warnings. I want to take a look where the Eaton fire is burning, the conditions there right now where Nicole Comstock is. We're seeing gusts in the San Gabriel Valley nearing 60 miles per hour right now. Sustained winds coming out of the north, 32 miles per hour, and it is really dry here. And again, we've been talking about this since yesterday, preparing folks, but there's always that hope that it's not going to come to this, but we are dealing with the winds right now, and we want to make sure that you feel prepared. So that's a look at the conditions right near the Eaton fire. And then where the Palisades fire is burning, we're also seeing gusts around 54 miles per hour right now. In Burbank, we've seen gusts in just the last hour nearing 60 miles per hour, down to about 51 miles per hour. Everyone is seeing these winds strengthening. So the focus going forward, going into tonight, this is going to be a critical period because we're going to see strengthening winds tonight. The start of the peak will be 10 o'clock this evening until early Wednesday morning, but it's going to start to strengthen right now. We're seeing that through Burbank, 62 mile per hour gusts at this point, even through the high deserts, gusts nearing 40 miles per hour there, 56 miles per hour through Malibu into Pasadena, 53 miles per hour. And what is also rare about this, and we've been talking about it, it's how widespread and how broad the Santa Ana wind event is. We haven't seen anything like this in a decade. The last time it was back in 2011, and that's when we saw really gusty winds nearing 70 miles per hour in Pasadena. And there is the potential for that going into tonight and early tomorrow morning. I want to focus on some of those key areas. Claremont seeing gusts between nearing 54 miles per hour right now. And a focus, it's going to be our foothill communities really stretching from Simi Valley all the way over to Claremont. The 210 corridor right there is going to be getting hit hard with these winds going into tonight. It's blustery through San Bernardino. Most of Southern California is getting slammed with these really gusty winds. So if you're hearing those howling winds, this is going to continue going into tonight. So what we're watching for right now, high wind warnings all across the board. What does that mean? Okay, when we're dealing with these high wind warnings, this is kind of the peak in terms of the strength of winds, gusts between 60 to 80 miles per hour, and that's going to be a possibility for a lot of folks here in Southern California. Downed trees, downed power lines, the possibility for widespread power outages. So this is all on top of the critical fire danger that we're focused on. Now, I want to talk about what happens going into tomorrow. The next 24 hours, they are going to be critical. And Susie mentioned that PDS red flag warning, this particularly dangerous situation. And this is tough when we're dealing with critical fire danger because this is kind of as bad as it can get because it's so dry out there right now. And so that's why firefighters are out in full force. This area shaded in pink, that's going to be a big concern. So I'm going to zoom you in right now. This includes Santa Paula, Santa Clarita, and then you can see Pasadena right there is right on the border. And then you're also going to see that for Inland Orange County and the Inland Empire. Coming up, we are going to walk you through hour by hour when the winds move through and also when they're out of here, because I know that's a big focus is when we are done with this wind event. That's coming up in just a bit.
All right, Danny, thank you so much, and welcome to KCAL News Today, everyone. I'm Susie Sa.
And I'm Juan Fernandez. Our coverage continues here at the Palisades and the Eaton fire. Right now we have Lisa Derderian on the phone with the city of Pasadena. Lisa, thanks for being with us.
Thank you.
Tell us what's happening.
Yeah, unfortunately, we have at least a 200-acre fire with a rapid rate of spread above the foothills of Pasadena, Altadena. Started right above the entrance to the Eaton Canyon Nature Center, to kind of put it in perspective. We now have mandatory evacuations north of New York Drive, east of Altadena Drive, west of Sierra Madre Villa Avenue. Pasadena Fire, the Forest Service, and LA County Fire are in unified command. We're working now to set up mass care and sheltering for those that are being evacuated. So once we get that up and running, we'll have that on the citypasadena.net. Unfortunately, we can't use any aircraft because of the wind conditions right now. And there are structures threatened. So, unfortunately, it's a worst-case scenario that we were hoping we wouldn't have to deal with.
Well, Lisa, I know you're also dealing with this worst-case scenario yourself. If you wouldn't mind sharing a little bit of your personal story tonight. You were also evacuated.
Yeah, I'm in the Upper Hastings Ranch area, so I'll start putting some personal necessity items together as I want to practice what I preach and hope for the best. But we want to get the information out to our community, too, so that they're aware of what the expectation is from the city.
So important. And Lisa, is this the same area that was affected by the bridge fire last year?
No, I don't believe so. This area has not burned, as far as I know, an extensive burn since the Altadena fires, I believe in the early 90s. And that was, again, a wind-driven fire. We lost several homes and structures, evacuated St. Luke's Hospital, which was up there at the time. So this reminds me of that situation many years ago.
Incredible.
Yeah, you know, everything's so fluid right now, obviously, Lisa, but is there some sort of unified plan with the city of Pasadena right now that you guys are looking into should things, get a little more hairy tonight?
Oh, well, we have a lot of mutual aid, we hope, coming in and county to assist us. We're hopeful we can get some aircraft, as soon as the winds calm down a little bit. But unfortunately, based on the weather conditions, the wind gusts are expected to pick up. So we're doing what we can with the resources we have. We have great mutual aid in place, and it'll be a long night, but we just want people to heed to the evacuation orders. They are mandatory. We saw today what happened in the Palisades, and we want to ensure that we get our public out a lot of these streets that some are narrow, and so that we can get the emergency personnel up into the fire zone.
All righty, Lisa Derderian, we thank you for your time, and be safe out there. We appreciate you, and always great to talk to you. I know you're always very helpful when we need to get information out. And hopefully our viewers are also heeding the call to evacuate when they need to. Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you. I appreciate both of you, and I will talk to you soon. Have a safe night.
Thank
Stay
you,
in touch.
Lisa.
Thanks.
Bye-bye. Thanks.
All right, more on those evacuations now for the Eaton fire. Let's go to Mike at the desk. Mike.
Yeah, and Lisa, one of the many residents in Pasadena who is having to evacuate, and I'm looking at this shot. This is from Lori Fernandez here, and there's a lot more fire activity than we have seen. Last time we looked at this shot, that intersection was dark. Remember I told you, and that is because, so if you look at the left of Lori's shot right there, that's where she was showing us earlier. That's where you see those palm trees. Thank you, Lori. You see some of the fence line there, and it looks like the fire has jumped that roadway, because if Lori would go back to the right now, you can see this big glow and look at that, this huge loom up behind those trees. We'll see how long Lori's going to be able to stay there. The good news is this is not Lori's first rodeo. She's shooting this from inside of her truck, so if she needs to get out of there, she can. So she's in a safe spot right now. But you can see, look at the traffic signals. There's no power in that intersection at all. There's no power there at all. Lori sent us some video from earlier, when that's Altadena Drive. Thank you, Lori. She sent us some video earlier where the visibility was like zero. And look, there we go. And that's a good chunk. That looks like either a tree or some kind of maybe vegetation that has gone up. And just really, those are just such kindling, and that's what sends these embers everywhere. And again, we don't have any air assets at all right now. All of the helicopters in Southern California have been grounded due to the intense winds. It is not safe for them to fly. Even, you guys, I'm sitting here looking at LAX. The LAX has reversed their pattern. So they're landing off over the ocean instead of coming in over downtown like they usually do because of the wind. I'm looking at a flight that just had to do a go around because it couldn't land, a Delta flight, likely because it was too bumpy to try to land. And so they're doing a going around and coming around back. So even if you're not in Altadena, Pasadena, Palisades, where these fires are, you're impacted by this. We've got thousands of people without power throughout the area. Southern California Edison's got like 20,000 customers that don't have power. I want to ask Kel in the booth if we can come to my computer here really quickly, because I do want to show you again these evacuation maps, and this is what Lisa was just talking about. So they're kind of carved out a little bit here between the mandatory and the voluntary. So the things you see in yellow, those are the voluntary evacuations. And basically your border here, like Lisa said, is going to be Lake Avenue. What's wild is, again, we're talking about these huge areas because now this evacuation comes all the way down here to the 210 freeway. So the voluntary evacuations are all the way south here to the 210. So you've got Lake Avenue to the west, the 210 to the south, and then it kind of carves out a little bit. You've got New York Drive that runs right through here. So there is a lot of people that are under evacuation orders right now in the city of Pasadena because of this fire. So it's very important that people pay attention to that. As we go back, if we can, Kel, to Lori Fernandez's live pictures, there you see again, it's hard to tell what's burning because Lori is keeping a safe distance.
It's a palm tree on fire,
It looks like it, right? Yeah.
Look at that.
You can tell because it looks like a torch.
Yeah,
torch
exactly.
up like that.
That's wild to see that.
Yeah, and that's the biggest concern tonight, I believe, because as Mike, you're talking about those flying embers, and Danny is talking about.
Look at you see them. Look at them.
Well, there they go.
Wow. I mean, the craziest wind event that we've had in more than a decade, and 13 some years. And when you see that happening, that is exactly what we're talking about. Mike, in the 7 o'clock hour, you were showing us the Eaton fire, and you were showing it to us still up in the hillsides, and you were saying the good news is that those embers have not flown anywhere yet, and the flames are moving upwards.
Right. Yeah, so at that point, and still kind of we are, because, and I don't know, Kel, I'm going to throw you a curveball here. If we can look at RM1, is our Mount Wilson camera. So the fire, yes, is being driven topography-wise uphill, and there's a camera on top of our Mount Wilson peak there where you can actually see the fire now creeping up towards Mount Wilson. So it is still moving up, but what's happening is as it's moving up, the wind is coming out of the north and it's catching all the fire, and all of the smoke is blowing south. So that's what's picking up all the embers and blowing it back down into the neighborhood. So while the fire is moving up the mountain like it usually does with wind-driven, land topography-driven fire, it's also kicking up all of the wind and catching all of the flames and embers and shooting them back down into the neighborhood, which is really just kind of a wild situation there. So there's a lot to contend with there. And again, we just don't have any of these water-dropping aircraft that can really help out. And Suze, we're talking about this wind event that we haven't seen since, 2011 is what our meteorologist has been saying. I want to remind everybody, LAFD called our assignment desk and said, we need you to tell our firefighters to call the operations center. We need all of our LAFD firefighters to call scheduling and tell us when the soonest they can come into work. We had Margaret Stewart on our air. She has been with LAFD for 19 years. Never once in her 19 years have they had to ask us to do a recall effort to get their fire crews to call the Department Operations Center. And to be clear, they're only looking for their fire crews, their LAFD fire crews. They wanted us to put that message out. The first time in 19 years, Margaret Stewart said, they've ever had to do that. So that is the dire situation that we're in.
And in this case, Eaton Canyon, Lisa telling us this area hasn't burned since the 90s. Since the 90s. And Lori's shot right here, you can see just how much brush is around those flames. You can see the flames almost behind the brush there. So a lot to burn there in Eaton Canyon. We know that those winds are carrying those embers around, and a very dangerous situation out there. So we're monitoring the Eaton fire, the Palisades fire. It's an all hands on deck situation, a very dangerous, very volatile evening. A lot of people tonight are going to be having a sleepless night wondering, what's going to happen in the overnight hours, because the winds are only going to pick up. And again, those aerial fire crews cannot go to work until after these winds die down, Suze.
And that is bad news, of course, for those residents who are hoping that firefighters are in their neighborhood at the ready to save their homes on the ground, because that is the only resource that we're talking about right now, folks, ground crews. I want to send it out to our Nicole Comstock. She's also out at the Eaton fire. Nicole, what are you seeing behind you?
Yeah, and when you guys are talking about fire, when you're talking about the, the wind just making all these little spot fires, this was one of them just a couple of seconds ago. It was maybe 2 feet wide little circle burning, and now you can see the flames are going right up the hillside here. Want to watch out because there's some power lines up there. Maybe move back a little bit with me, Chris, down this way. We're on a New York Drive right now in Altadena, and they actually have this area right now under mandatory evacuation for residents who live nearby, evacuating lots of people from the area. They're saying over 200 acres in size. Again, this is a really large 190-acre nature preserve. This fire started at about 10 acres in size at 6 o'clock tonight, and within an hour, they say it exploded. The winds right now aren't blowing as strong, but again, like 5 minutes later, it's like a blowtorch out here. And we have actually somebody evacuating right here with horses right now coming down the road. So scary for all these people that are trying to make it out. Oh man. And the animals are surprisingly looking pretty calm out here going down the road, probably with their owner right here. We've seen a lot of other people also with horse trailers coming down this. There's like a gated off wash area just to the left of us here where people were using this as an access road to come down the mountain about maybe 30 minutes ago. So we've seen a lot of people moving large animals out of the area. Lots of hiking trails up here, but also lots of homes nestled in the hills up here above Altadena. We're probably going to move again right now because this fire keeps coming more south of Altadena Drive, down New York Drive right now. So we'll catch up with you guys in just a short time. We're going to move the van once again here.
Yeah, that's a smart thing to do, Nicole. Just in the short amount of time that we were talking to Nicole, you could see the fire intensifying, the flames getting brighter and stronger and inching their way closer to her. And of course, safety first when it comes to bringing this fire coverage to all our viewers out there. Very dangerous in Altadena and also the Palisades.
That's right. We want to check back in now with our Tom Waite. He's also out on the fire lines tonight. He's out at Temescal Canyon Road, right off Sunset Boulevard. Tom, how has this fire been since you last arrived there, or when you first arrived there earlier this evening? How can you compare it now?
Well, you know, Susie, it just depends on, kind of how the wind behaves. When it picks back up, it kicks up all of those embers and it just lights the night back up. There's a theater that you're looking at right there that was across the street. And at times, it's just the flames have just raced back up into the sky when we get those big wind gusts. But, Greg, if we can, it's kind of hard to see, but take a look at these power lines. They're hanging down because there's broken utility poles. And this is just another huge reminder of all of the debris and things that are in the roads right now in these areas. Another reason why it's so important to heed those evacuation warnings, because you have so much that is potentially so dangerous. We believe these power lines are not energized. We saw personnel out here a little earlier, but we don't know for certain, obviously. And I do see firefighters up there now getting some more water on that fire that was in that theater, which is good news, obviously. There's an orange glow, basically 360 degrees around us. Greg, let's just keep moving to your right like you're doing, and eventually let's make our way to Palisades High School, which is right next to us. And it has been on fire. Something has been on fire there. I don't know what building or structure. It looks like whatever was happening has laid down. Firefighters are there now. I don't know if it was, outbuildings on an athletic field or what, or if it was classroom buildings. I can't tell. It's too dark, but there was fire burning on the property. A lot of firefighters on the property now. So hopefully whatever it was that was burning is now out. But everywhere I look from where I'm standing, on every hillside, there's flames. It's really awful, and it's tough to even imagine how firefighters are processing all of this, just feeling like every time they get maybe one spot out, something else just erupts back and you see more fire. And I think we got a sense of how frustrating this is based on the announcement that Mike Rogers made on behalf of firefighters, that they needed more people. They need anyone who's served, who's potentially able to get on the fire line to do so. So, it just gives you a sense of what the urgency and the catastrophe that we're up against here in Southern California tonight and going into the following days. As our meteorologists have been telling us, the winds have barely begun to really start what could be even worse, right? Even worse damage. And I think you're looking now at another structure that appears to be burning. Well, obviously something's burning up there. It looks like it's a structure. It doesn't look like just vegetation from this perspective. But yeah, guys, it's just the conditions are tough. Bad air quality, obviously. It's hard to see, and it just looks apocalyptic.
Yeah, we can see what looks definitely like a home or windows burning there, Tom. You are exactly right. And everything changing minute by minute as the wind blows, right? As they say, things can intensify rather quickly as we're seeing it right now. Just incredible out there. The flames that we're seeing, the destruction, not only homes, but homes of worship, all caused by this widespread destructive windstorm that we're experiencing right now.
Truly hard to believe that things could possibly get worse. Danny Roberti is here now to talk about that. Danny, I want to talk about the different kinds of things that are happening right now. And by the way, we want to welcome our viewers on the CBS Los Angeles side on Channel 2 and our KCAL viewers. We are now simulcasting on both sides. And just wanted to ask you, Danny, you know, we're talking about the different topography, the different things that can happen in the ocean, along the ocean, along our coastline. When we're talking about these fires, of course, we had that terrible fire just a week before Christmas out in Malibu, the Franklin fire.
The Franklin fire,
And, you know, we're talking about the different weather patterns that can happen. Can you highlight that a little bit for us?
Yeah, you know, especially with this, you know, we see Santa Ana winds. You know, we're no stranger to the Santa Ana winds. And typically what we see with something like this, we've got two big systems out there. We've got a trough of low pressure that's off to the east of us, and to the west we have this high pressure system. But the thing is, they are so close together. They're moving in. This high pressure is nudging in, that it creates what we call this really tight pressure gradient, which is what's causing this kind of funnel of these really strong winds, and which is why this event is a little bit different than what we typically see. It's more widespread. This is more broad. I mean, typically when we get these Santa Ana wind events, there are specific areas that are used to it. We see these what's known as windy corridors, but right now that is all out the window. Most of us here in Southern California are getting in on this, and there's a big concern for a lot of our foothill communities. So we are in the midst of this, and we are going to try to walk you through timing of the winds and what we're seeing right now, because the winds, we've been talking about it, they are strengthening right now. And yeah, there's a lot at play. It's going to be the high fire danger, but it's also going to be the wind damage. Likely the strongest and the most destructive windstorm in the last decade. So look at some of these winds that we are seeing out there. My goodness, Burbank, gusts up to 62 miles per hour right now, 55-mile-per-hour winds through Santa Clarita. So we've got these strong winds coming out of the northeast, slamming into parts of Southern California, an area that normally doesn't get in on these Santa Ana winds. It's Pasadena, the San Gabriel Valley. We've got gusts up to 53 miles per hour right now, where the Eaton fire is burning close to it. Even near LAX into downtown Los Angeles, which is normally sheltered from some of these winds, gusts between 20 to 40 miles per hour there. So I want to zoom you into current conditions for the two fires that we're monitoring, and then I want to talk timing of the winds and when they peak going into tonight. So Pacific Palisades, gusts 54 miles per hour. They will continue to strengthen going into tonight. They're coming out of the northeast, so these winds are blowing from the north to the south. Burbank, gusts up to 51 miles per hour right now. Now I want to talk about Altadena, where the Eaton fire is burning. Temperatures in the upper 50s. We've got winds nearing 60 miles per hour in this area. And on top of that, with these Santa Ana winds, it really dries things out. And that's why our relative humidity, we're in the teens right now. And that's what makes this fire danger critical going into the next 24 hours. So this is important. This is what I want to show you. This is going to show us when we see the strongest winds, and also when we finally get these winds out of here. This is going to be important. So going into tonight, we're at around 8 o'clock right now, some strong winds up through the mountains, and we are going to see, once we go into this evening, 10 o'clock is when they're going to start to see their peak. And look at what happens overnight. I'm going to zoom you into a couple different areas, but I want you to keep an eye on that area shaded in purple. So these are gusts between 50 to 60 miles per hour. Plus that, we could see gusts up to 80 miles per hour in some areas. So as I zoom you in, you can see there's this line, this kind of 80-mile stretch from Fillmore over towards Simi Valley, There's that purple right there, making our way over the 210 corridor right there. San Fernando, that's going to be an area of concern as these winds are coming over the San Gabriel Valley into Pasadena, Altadena, seeing these gusts between 50 to 60 miles per hour. And then you can see right there for some of our foothill communities, we've got that, of course, up through Mount Wilson, near Glendora, San Antonio Heights. So this is a look at 2 to 3 o'clock in the morning over towards Fontana and San Bernardino. This is going to be the bullseye tonight for the strongest winds. Now I'm going to zoom things out right now because I also want to focus on something else. Inland Orange County getting in on some of these really erratic winds as well. Right there near Rancho Santa Margarita, Foothill Ranch, over towards Silverado. A lot of our foothill communities. As I zoom you out, I want to talk about when these winds die down. Tonight, they are expected to peak 10 o'clock this evening into early tomorrow morning, still strong at 11 o'clock in the morning. And look, we're finally going to see some of these winds dying down in the afternoon. We're not out of the woods. It's still going to be breezy out there. Fire danger is going to be high, but it's not going to be anything like what we're seeing tonight. By Thursday, we're going to see another little uptick in the winds. They won't be as widespread, and then we're going to be out of the woods going into our Friday. So I want to break a couple things down for you that we're expecting to see tonight. Yes, strongest winds, 10 o'clock tonight through 9 o'clock Wednesday morning. Now, something that we do not see often here in Southern California, it's what's known as a breaking mountain wave. And so what we could potentially see, these damaging winds rolling off the San Gabriel Mountains. We could see 100-mile-per-hour winds hitting the ridges and then breaking down, and they're going to bring pockets of really strong erratic winds to some of our foothill communities. So that's something, it's difficult to forecast, but there's a possibility for that tonight. The last time we saw that, it was back in 2011 when Pasadena saw gusts up to 80 miles per hour. And actually bringing that back, December 2011, 1,200 trees were knocked down in Pasadena with 80-mile-per-hour winds. So what also makes this so unusual, I want to just break this down for you. High wind warnings, they are in effect, and it's not just certain areas in Southern California. It really includes most of us here at home, and this is rare for us to see. This means we could see gusts between 60 to 80 miles per hour. This is in effect until 6 o'clock Wednesday evening, and it's not just the fire danger, but it's the possibility for these winds to topple over trees, to bring power lines down, and also to bring the possibility for widespread power outages going into the next 24 hours. So the next 24 hours, it's going to be key. And again, winds strengthen tonight, but by tomorrow evening at this time, it's going to be looking a little bit better out there, not out of the woods, but we just want to get some relief from the winds. Coming up, we're going to take a closer look at the timing of those winds for you and what this means for the rest of your week. Susie, Juan.
It's going to be very important for our viewers to stay with us here on KCAL and monitor the situation. I know you'll be doing that, Danny, for us as well. All right, flames are raging all across Pacific Palisades.
That's right, and our reporter Lori Perez continues our live team coverage now. She's live along PCH in Malibu. Lori.
We are here south of Tuna Canyon Road in Malibu. I know we've been talking a lot about Pacific Palisades, but Malibu is really getting hit as well, very hard. If you look behind me, we are on PCH, just south of Tuna Canyon Road, and you can see it's hard to tell how many houses are on fire. These are coastal homes, but it looks at least like 3 are engulfed in flames. You can see how many firefighters are on the scene here, trying to battle to keep it from spreading to the other houses that are here along the beach, but they are having a heck of a time because the winds are so ferocious and just fueling the flames and adding to their fight. As we come further down the street,
all right, we're going to break away from Lori there. Obviously, her picture and sound a little shaky right now, but even with that, Susie, you can see just how intense
and homes burning
the flames
in Malibu
are
now.
along the coast there.
South now to Malibu, so we know that this started in Pacific Palisades. We know how fast those embers can move with the wind that we've been experiencing. Looks like our Nicole Comstock is standing by with an update for us.
Oh my goodness, Nicole.
Okay. Yeah, you guys, we're joined by Randy here. He's with Pasadena Park, which is a senior facility up on Altadena Drive here near Pasadena. And you can see how many people are out here in this parking lot. It's really cold and windy out here right now. This is so chaotic. A lot of people in wheelchairs with just, little blankets on right here, trying to stay together. We're going to chat with Randy real quick because he's kind of in charge of helping to evacuate people tonight. And you said like 95 people you're trying to get out of here safely.
Yeah. Hopefully we can get everyone here, everyone there.
How close was the fire getting to your facility?
It's like 1 block away, near that building.
What was it like when you started having to actually get people out of here with the fire?
No, it's just from the mountain, and then the wind keep blowing, and then it will hit us.
Yeah. Did everyone make it out safely?
Hopefully we can get more. We can get more.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
This is absolutely crazy. Thank you so much for talking with us. Everyone's just huddled together out here trying to do the best that they can to, stick it out until they can get moved out of this area. But this is like a 7-Eleven parking lot here on Altadena Drive and Washington, which is crazy because this is not even like a wilderness area necessarily. There's a McDonald's and a 7-Eleven here and a bunch of little shops that, I've driven by a whole bunch of times. You never expect to see all these people out here just waiting in the cold to get as far away from this fire as they possibly can. Again, Randy, who we spoke with at this Pasadena Senior Center, said he thinks they have about 95 people that they had to get out at the last minute because the fire from, these flames in Eaton Canyon was about 1 block away from their facility. So a very chaotic situation. Everyone out here, you got to give it to them. They're doing the best they can, all the people who work here, to get everyone out here safely, to let them know they're going to be okay. But it's got to be scary when, you're ripped up in the dark like this out of your home. You don't know if these people have been able to have a chance to talk to their family or not yet. And you can see across the street, we have more people coming out on gurneys right now and ambulances out here. So we don't know what kinds of medical conditions all of these men and women may or may not have too that they're dealing with out here. Listening to all the ambulances and police going by. It's very, very scary for them, you guys.
Watching them on the stretchers and wheelchairs, some of them just wearing hospital gowns. You do wonder, do they have the medication they need to take? A lot of these people are seniors there. They're on special medications and they're away from their families too. And now they're in a dark parking lot. It's windy, it's cold, it's confusing. I mean, I just can't.
It's just illustrating the desperate measures that people really have to take to escape flames. I mean, you cannot take a chance. Imagine if they had to do this last minute as those flames crept even closer. There's no chance that they're going to take like that, especially. So, I mean, obviously a very desperate situation tonight out in Altadena. Nicole Comstock and her photographer showing us this video or these live pictures of all of these residents from the Pasadena Senior Center, about 95 people who were evacuated from that center tonight. And if you do have any family members perhaps who are at this center and you're wondering about them, well, Nicole was telling us that they are all out in this parking lot. Nicole, could you give us a cross street there? We know that there's a 7-Eleven and a McDonald's, you said. Could you give us a cross street specifically?
Yeah, Susie, it's Washington Boulevard and then Altadena Drive, where there's a McDonald's and a 7-Eleven here. And, you have to think that being right in the foothills, that this senior center would have an evacuation plan in place to get these people out just in case they ever saw a fire like this. But it was only yesterday we really started hearing that really intense language from the National Weather Service and from state officials that this was going to be a catastrophic wind event. So people really didn't have a lot of time to prepare. You would never be prepared for something like this because the fire moved down from Eaton Canyon so quickly from, 6:15 tonight, 10 acres in size. I don't even know what time it is right now, just a couple of hours later, but the Angeles National Forest is now saying the fire is 400 acres in size. It's probably a lot bigger than that. We have a ton of really dry vegetation, really steep hillsides up there in Eaton Canyon. And a lot of people that have horses, they're evacuating them tonight as well. There's a lot of wildlife up there, but this is definitely one of the most upsetting scenes out here to see, people's parents and grandparents who are just waiting to get to a safer location. I can say everyone out here, all of the workers are being so compassionate with everyone and trying to make them feel okay, trying to, tuck them in as best as they can with blankets. It's cold out here, it's windy. If you have any kind of breathing condition, it's super smoky right now too. And if you don't have goggles, you got dirt and pieces of tree limbs and stuff blowing around in your eyes. So it's not comfortable for anyone. I can see that they've also given a lot of people some of these what look like maybe, I'm not sure if they're N95s, but N95-like type masks to help them with the wind out here. And we don't know how long it's going to take them to get everybody out of this parking lot, but we can see a lot more of these shuttles pulling up on Altadena Drive right now. So we're assuming maybe they're going to start getting people out of here as quickly as they can. The fire too, Chris, maybe we can go over here and show where the fire is in relation to this. If you can see up here where these palm trees are, the fire is coming right up out of Eaton Canyon. So it's like maybe 1.5 blocks away from this area. It's not far away. I wouldn't expect it to make its way all the way out here to Washington and Altadena Drive, because I think the vegetation cuts off at a certain point, and then there's businesses and like parking lots with lots of concrete that I think would create somewhat of a natural firewall. But you know, there's a ton of homes too that are nestled in the hillsides here. Let's keep the shots a little wide and back up a little bit, just so we give everyone as much privacy as we possibly can out here. It's a hard situation. It's, you know, you can't kind of not show everybody out here, but yeah, it's unbelievable. And I think there are maybe 2 senior centers up here, actually, the Pasadena Villas Senior Center, and then a second one up the street. Let me check my phone and see if I can find the name of that one, because someone sent it to me earlier. But I think it's 2 different senior centers here off of Altadena Drive that have had to be evacuated tonight. The other one, maybe the terraces at Park Marino, which I think is also pretty close by here on Altadena Drive. Also needed people to be evacuated. There's a lot of streets here, I believe, north of New York Drive and east of Altadena Drive in the area that people have been evacuated from their homes as well. You can see they're pulling ambulances up here, trying to you know, get as much room basically to shuttle people out of here as they can. And it's going to take time. They're still pushing people across the street right now, so I don't know how many more people are coming out of here, but we have a huge law enforcement presence in the area, tons of firefighters, lots of Pasadena police officers who have been going around manually evacuating people from their homes. And you can see the embers just burning across this parking lot tonight, because these gusty winds are really just like a blowtorch when you get up in that canyon. We had to move our van like 2 or 3 times just being up there to kind of give you that visual of the flames. It was moving so fast we really couldn't stay in the area for that long. But we're hoping to see these people get loaded up into these shuttles as soon as they can, you guys.
Yeah, I'm hoping this is just
not comfortable for them to be out here.
Yeah, I'm hoping this is just a staging area, Nicole, where they're just getting these people situated and that they are going to be taken to some sort of evacuation center in the city of Pasadena, because there needs to be one established for the people who are being evacuated from Eaton Canyon. So we're hoping that that's the case. Yeah.
Dozens and dozens of people.
Yeah, I know they do have
Go ahead, Nicole.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you guys
No,
off.
no,
It's
go
kind
ahead.
of hard for me to hear out here. Yeah, I know Pasadena does have, I think maybe the Angeles National Forest just mentioned a short time ago that Pasadena does have a larger evacuation shelter they set up. But earlier in the day, there was a church, I believe off of Walnut, that said that they were opening up as like a wind retrieve for people in case anyone needed to leave their homes or they were scared because of the wind. So we know a church already opened their doors earlier in the day, but once this fire started here, the city knew they had to, you know, get a bigger space for people. And I don't have that location on me right now, but I know that I did just see that they are, you know, clearing way for evacuees to go to, and, you know, hopefully they can get some of these people over there. You know, if you're a family member watching this, you know that you have a family member in one of these 2 facilities, you know, you might be able to come get them tonight if they allow you to, if they tell you where they're going to be taking everyone to. But everyone looks safe. Randy, the gentleman I spoke with who works here a couple minutes ago, said he thinks everyone already made it out of there safely. So it's just getting them to a more comfortable place.
Yeah, they did a great job taking them out on wheelchairs and in gurneys, even in their beds. You saw those hospital beds that were being rolled into this parking lot right there on Washington and Altadena, between a McDonald's and a 7-Eleven. It's just amazing. You know, Nicole, you were mentioning about the time. You know, it's 8:35. To me, it seems so much later, doesn't it? When you see these pictures and just the way that the smoke and just the way that how everything just kind of makes the the atmosphere feel. It's just, it must be exhausting and tiring, not only for these folks,
Yeah.
but firefighters and people wondering if their home's still standing and just waiting by. So it's going to be a real long night for everyone.
It's like people running around trying to help as much as they can as they take care of these residents, not alone just outside, but also in this wind and in these conditions that we're experiencing. And of course, meteorologist Danny Riverdi telling us about how these winds are only going to pick up as we go throughout the night here. So as you can see, many people jumping in. It's hard to tell if all of those folks actually work at these centers,
wondering if,
or whether or not these are just, local residents who were also out here just trying to help another resident. These are people from a senior center who were evacuated out of two centers that Nicole was talking about in the Altadena area, just off of Altadena Drive. And she was telling us about how these people were about maybe a block away from where their flames were, so they definitely wanted and needed to get out of there as soon as
people getting
possible.
loaded up
And
over
this is
here.
where they ended up. I mean, it's safer than where they were, and for now, this is what they're going to have to do to keep people safe. But as you can see, a lot of firefighters on standby there too, with the ambulance and also gurneys, making sure that these patients are comfortable with blankets, and people just huddling around these residents of the senior center tonight, and hoping that they figure out a situation soon for them, and hopefully it is in a place where they can, stay safely overnight, because obviously this is a lot of people, Juan. 95
people at least, right?
At least, yeah.
Plus their helpers and plus the people who work at the facility. Nicole, I kind of overheard you say they're loading people up. Does it sound like they might be starting to move people?
Well, I can see they have a couple of people they're trying to put in the ambulance over here, but I don't know if they're using this, but it appears to me they have this Pasadena transit bus over here. They've opened up the door, so I don't know if they might be using that to get anyone in. If it's accessible to get a lot of people in the wheelchairs, I don't know, but it looks like potentially they're, yeah, I think they are starting to wheel people in there now. It's actually a really good idea, because it's, really big vehicle, and they can probably move people as quickly as possible in this. I just saw in the past couple of minutes too, they pulled a cart out here with waters so they can make sure people, can catch their breath and get a drink of water, stay hydrated out here. It's so smoky out here. I can't really tell anymore because I've been breathing it in for a couple of hours, but if you just were at home resting in your bed and you got yanked out, in a hospital bed essentially, and carted across the street, and you're breathing this in, it's got to be really uncomfortable right now. And it's super windy and cold, and like I said, there's like ash blowing around, so it hurts your eyes. I'm sure it's very uncomfortable for all of these people, but good to see that they've pulled out the Pasadena transit bus here to load people up and get them out of here.
And it's only going to get colder, Nicole. 56 degrees right now in Altadena. So it's a good thing that they are getting these folks taken away.
And we do
we
want...
can see they have this cart here too,
Yeah.
with waters on it. So they're kind of pushing that around to help people. Everyone's just kind of working together to do what they can to make this terrible ordeal maybe not as bad as it could be for the people who are out here. But what a sight to see here. This is in the middle of Altadena, Pasadena, on a main street here. And you got to imagine you would never think you'd be in this position if you're one of the people who's staying at one of these senior centers tonight. But it looks like they're moving more people out of here, so that's definitely good.
That they are safe, that they're in a safe location with people who are there to take care of them as well. So that's certainly good news, and hopefully these folks will be moved out of this area soon and into somewhere more safe and less windy. And one note here, we do want to apologize. When we first showed you the pictures of these residents from the senior center, we were a little close in their face, and we do want to apologize for that. We had just gotten to the scene.
Breaking news, yeah.
It's breaking news, obviously, everything very fluid. And we're just trying to bring you the very latest. And if we went a little too close with our cameras, we do apologize for that. We certainly want to respect the privacy of all those residents out there.
But it's an important story to tell, right? Look at these folks. Again, if I'm wondering if it's my parents or my grandparents out there, and I don't live in the area and I'm seeing this, perhaps it brings me some comfort that they are being taken care of. So again, it's breaking news. It's a fluid situation. We hope it didn't bother too many people, but It's part of what's going on. It's a fluid, ever-changing situation tonight in both the Palisades and here at Eaton Canyon. And you can see just how quickly the situations have changed. Just in this area alone, the Eaton fire started at 20 acres, right? Then we're saying maybe it's 200. I'm guessing it's definitely more than that if the evacuation perimeter keeps growing. Mike, you have something for us? 400 acres is what Mike is saying. Okay.
So double what we were talking about.
Yeah.
And yeah, there we go. It happened out quickly, very 20 acres to 200 to 400. And now we've got these evacuations that are all the way down to the 210 freeway. And, you know, to Nicole's point, this is not the middle of the woods. This is in, you know, Altadena. This is a 7-Eleven parking lot, a McDonald's across the street, and it doesn't look like that. And, you know, while we were sitting there and we talked about it, Nicole said, you know, we got all these ambulances here, the bus was there, and even for a second I pointed out to you guys, there was a Bearcat, a SWAT Bearcat that got brought out to just be able to load people up in whatever capacity they could, because you see some of these people are in beds, in medical beds, in stretchers, and different things like that. So it's a really tough situation, but they need to be evacuated, and unfortunately, this is kind of what that looks like.
Yeah, it's true. And the Eaton Canyon, or the Eaton fire, as we've been talking about in Altadena, since the 6 o'clock hour, as you were talking about, Mike, I mean, you know, we were just talking about 20 acres, and then now 400 acres. Of course, meteorologist Danny Roberti has been touching on the winds and how they're expected to get worse overnight, and they certainly have been, you know, true to form, certainly. Yeah. We have seen that happen just as soon as the sunset, really, Juan, this evening. We've been talking about how the winds are going to be peaking overnight, and that's really the big concern tonight, is overnight.
And you don't think it could get any worse, especially seeing the video that we've been seeing, the flying embers. We saw our Jasmine Veal get hit in the face with just a giant plume of embers. We've seen them cross the street here. You don't think it can get any worse, Mike, and yet again it does, and it's expected to get worse.
Yeah, that's what's really difficult is when this fire, you know, broke out. There was even one by my house this morning off of Sunset, and then there was the Palisades fire, and you sit there and think, wow, that's already been so destructive, and we're not even really in the thick of the wind yet. We are still have a whole night ahead of us of the worst of the wind, and we've already have now 2 major fires that are burning in our area. I want to ask Cal if we can come to my computer here because I want to show you that evac map that we were just talking, evacuations map that we were talking about in the Eaton fire. This is in Pasadena, copy, thank you, Kelly, as well here, and you've got the both mandatory and voluntary, and as I said, it's now updated to 400 acres. So if you're in any of that area, and for reference here, let me just see where Nicole is so I can give you kind of some perspective as to where she was at. That was right off of New York Drive and Altadena Drive. So Nicole is basically right here at this intersection. That's where that 7-Eleven is. So from the start of the fire is up here. So you can see, I mean, yes, of course, it's mountainy, it's a foothill community, but she's, again, pretty deep well within the confinement of the city here. So there's that. And I'll quickly show you a live picture here from Altadena as well. You can see the U.S. Forest Service firefighters as well. There are federal firefighters that are here dealing with this. This is not Nicole's camera. This is Lori Fernandez's camera, who is, let me see where she is at. She is up a little bit further. Oh, correction, I'm sorry. Nicole is at Washington in Altadena. This is Lori at New York in Altadena. So kind of looking at that, and you can see there's the same shot where she's been. There is what we believe to be maybe a home or a structure that was on fire. You see somebody walking, and I want you to see there, and Lori, if you can pan down just a little bit, because watch the road. You'll see the embers bounce off the road as that guy walks through, and you can see them just crossing the intersection like that, and how far those will travel. And that is what the concern is. And yes, while we've talked about how the fire is burning uphill, and Kelly, can we look at RM1 really quick? That is where it is at Mount Wilson, the top of Mount Wilson, our camera up there, because the fire, while we're talking about it in the city of Pasadena and Altadena, it is also now moving all the way up to the top of Mount Wilson. And there's a camera up there that is being able to show that. Kelly's going to work on that. Thank you, Kelly. Kelly's our director, for all the people who don't know who I'm talking to when I say Kelly. She's our wonderful director in the control room right now as we look at these live pictures there from Lori Fernandez, who has been sitting in that same intersection. There is the Mount Wilson camera where this fire is burning. So that is at the top of Mount Wilson. That's where our transmitters are. That's where there's weather equipment. Some of these Alert California cameras are there as well. So that is where this is. So you've got this fire that is now stretching all the way almost to the top of the hill, or the mountain rather, and then still into the city of Altadena and the city city of Pasadena. So that's wild. I want to ask if we can come back out to my computer here because I need to give you an update on a different fire, the fire that is burning in the Palisades, because that is where we have now evacuations that have stretched into the city of Santa Monica. So now we are talking about evacuations that are going into the city of Malibu and into the city of Santa Monica, as well as the city of LA. So look at that. This is the map here. The orange areas here, this is the fire footprint. That's what's already burned. And then everything that is in red, everything that is in red are the mandatory evacuations. And then this stretch right here, south of San Vicente, in the city of Santa Monica, is now under an evacuation warning. And I'm going to come in here a little bit tighter on that area so you can see exactly where the perimeters are of that. But we're talking basically San Vicente Boulevard. To the north is a mandatory evacuation. This is San Vicente. So to the north is a mandatory evacuation. And then everything here in the yellow is a voluntary evacuation. So Montana, 26th Street to Montana Avenue, all the way down to PCH. Those are your perimeters there for that voluntary evacuation zone in the city of Santa Monica, the Riviera Country Club. We know that Jim Hill's there every year for the golf club or the golf open there. That is under a mandatory evacuation. And then I'll take you to the other side of it, all the way over here to the west. Calabasas is under a voluntary evacuation. Parts of it under a mandatory evacuation up here to Mulholland. So there's a huge chunk of evacuations that are in place now because of this fire. And of course, back over here, everything that you see in gray, this is the actual perimeter of the Franklin fire, which we sat on all night long to tell you about as well. And now some of these same people that had to get evacuated for the Franklin fire, including Pepperdine University, including all of these homes and businesses that are in this area, are now once again under an evacuation because of this fire, you guys.
I don't think Pacific Palisades is anywhere close to Calabasas.
Right.
And when we're talking about evacuation orders that include Calabasas because of the Pacific Palisades fire, I mean, it is scary. Talk about having the Ready, Set, Go bag available at any moment because you never know who's going to be affected by this fire.
I mean, from the 101 to the ocean is just such a large
And we drive that, right? I take the 101 and I shoot down to head towards Malibu, and that seems like a long drive on a good day.
Right.
So, wow.
With these winds, though, this is what we're talking about. Those embers can move in any which direction and very far as well. So as you look at the fire footprint here tonight and see who is in the affected area, that is certainly proving that point very well. Well, earlier this evening, our Jasmine Veal was on the fire in Pacific Palisades.
And throughout the night, she saw the flames tear through homes, and here it is, the embers just hitting her face. Take a look.
We're going to get out of here in a few minutes because this is a very dangerous situation when firefighters are facing. So we're still here off El Bolito Avenue. And this thick smoke just getting picked up, and the embers are being thrown every which way. And sadly, those are two homes that you see burning behind me. How are things looking up there?
Well, I can show you on a video. It's pretty desperate. There's whole streets which have gone.
Is that further up the road? He's showing us video right now.
Just around the corner.
I'm so sorry. And is this your neighborhood?
Yeah.
And you've been trying to just say, oh wow, homes burned to the ground. So
dozens and dozens. Just around the corner here, as you can see, it's decimated all the way around. There's gas leaks all over the place. Power lines are down.
You guys, Temescal Canyon is on fire, and we are burning on both sides. This is the high school to my left. The high school is burning, the football field, all the hills on Temescal Canyon. This is right past Sunset, right past Sunset Drive. These are apartment buildings and homes. And again, this is the Palisades Charter High School. This looks to be, the swimming area seems to be fine, but right up the road, I don't know if you can see, if we walk right up here, fire trucks are zooming all over because the hills, every side of Temescal is on fire. We had to get out of the El Medio Avenue area because El Medio, I think I have some video of that, or we're trying to turn it around, but El Medio Avenue is also now burning on both sides as embers are being pushed across the road. Oh, and you see that gust? That's what they're, wow. Oh, there we go. That is great. This is not good.
And we, of course, checked in with our Jasmine Veal. She's doing just fine, and she checked in with us a little bit later.
Yeah, thank goodness for that. All right, Tom Waite is in Pacific Palisades tonight as well, just off Temescal Canyon Road, right off Sunset. Tom, what are you seeing?
You know, Susie and Juan, it's interesting hearing Jasmine's report there. We're not far from where she was when all that was going on. And, you know, obviously conditions, you can tell, are not as severe as they were at this very moment, but they're still really bad. And you look up on the hillside there from where we are, just like you said, Temescal Canyon and Sunset, and there's just so much fire burning up there. We can hear explosions up there, probably gas, maybe propane tanks. It's obviously impossible to know exactly what they are, but those are sounds I've heard a number of times covering fires. It looks like several homes up there are burning, just a big orange glow there. And yeah, it's just, I keep saying it, but I'll say it again. It just breaks your heart because you know that that's someone's house. That's where they live, and they are going to come home at some point to find it gone. And there's no words really to describe that feeling for people who are going through this. Also in this area, there's a number of down power lines. The wind gusts pick up at any random moment. So right now it's fine, but then it just a gust will come blasting through the area, and it just changes everything. It seems like a lot of the firefighters are kind of staging at this point and leaving from here to try to douse hotspots. Those areas up there are obviously very challenging to get to. There's a lot of vegetation, a lot of trees. There's all kinds of road hazards that firefighters have to deal with, and they don't have the air support that they normally are able to use, even at night, just because of the conditions that have been coming on out here. So that's just, you know, a really tough situation. There's this eerie sense of calm out here, but it also feels very apocalyptic, just seeing so much fire, and in every direction from where we're standing. I'm actually standing right on the property line of the high school, which, as Jasmine said, was on fire at some point. We don't know what burned there, but I can still see flames on the property. I don't know the extent of the damage, but certainly they still have firefighters on the property. I'm looking at them right now. A number of fire trucks I see at the Palisades High School. So certainly they're trying to make sure that they can protect whatever has not burned yet. I mean, it's again unclear how much was damaged. We'll have to keep track of that. But just looking up on the hillsides, I can see a home, it appears to be a home, just fully engulfed up there. And then from behind the trees, there's black smoke billowing out of the sky, and that obviously means it's burning fresh fuel up there. So it's just a situation for firefighters where they can get to as many of these locations as possible, but sometimes it's just too late. The fire moves quickly. The wind absolutely carries embers. It fans the flames. It amplifies these things. And it was just so scary last night. I remember listening to our weather forecast and thinking that this might happen. I think all of us kind of were. I think viewers were. People in the newsroom were. We were worried this would happen. And it's the worst case scenario, and it breaks your heart, and you just hope that firefighters are able to get in, and they're working so hard as it is. We saw them in an apartment building just about a block away from where I am right now, risking their lives, going in to rescue people. Oh, here we go, another big old blast of wind coming. I don't know if you can hear that, but yeah, that's what we're up against. It's that wind. It's relentless. And it just keeps coming, and every time that happens, it just stokes those flames and makes this even worse. It's even hard to breathe when it happens. But it does feel like firefighters, they are swarming these fires as quickly as they can. But when it's all over the place, there's only so much they can do.
Just incredibly dramatic pictures right now, Tom, from your vantage point. Just an important note here for our viewers. For the Pacific Palisades fire, the Westwood Recreation Center is the evacuation center, 1300 Sepulveda Boulevard. And for the Eaton fire, the shelter is at the Pasadena Convention Center. So two different fires that we are covering tonight, and those are the various evacuation centers. So again, for the Eaton Fire, Pasadena Convention Center, and for the Pacific Palisades Fire, the Westwood Recreation Center is the evacuation.
And for Palisades, if you have large animals, you can bring them to Pierce College. Smaller animals that you may not have with you in a shelter, the Agura Animal Shelter, they are making themselves available to you to bring your smaller animals. Okay, we've been forecasting this for the last few days here, and meteorologist Danny Roberti has the latest updates in next weather. Danny.
Yeah, we're keeping a very close eye on this. And I know last night we were talking about it, and there's always that hope that it's not going to get to this point. But we are dealing with these really just crazy, erratic winds out there. And at this point, we are seeing them strengthen. In Burbank, we are talking wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour right now. Stronger through Santa Clarita into Simi Valley, 60-mile-per-hour gusts there, 55 miles per hour over in Pasadena. So you can see the focus for the strongest winds, Santa Clarita Valley into the San Fernando Valley, making your way into the San Gabriel Valley, and then also into parts of the Inland Empire. Inland Orange County, I'm not going to leave you out. Winds are strong there, not as strong as what we're seeing in areas like Burbank and then right there where the Eaton fire is burning right now. This is very rare for us to see these winds this strong and this widespread. I mean, typically it's focused on those windy corridors, those areas that typically get in on the Santa Ana winds. But this event is different. This is likely going to be our strongest windstorm in the last decade. So I want to talk a little bit about the fire danger, because typically this time of the year, we're not really concerned with red flag warnings because we typically get enough rain to mitigate that. That's not the case going into tomorrow. So the focus, I want to zoom you into a couple different areas to make sure that you and your family feel prepared going into tomorrow, because we will continue to see elevated fire danger through Santa Clarita, the 210 corridor right there, over towards Santa Paula, and then also San Gabriel Valley, Pasadena, Altadena included in this. And then you can see Inland Orange County, parts of the Inland Empire, Rancho Cucamonga, right there towards Corona, and then over towards Rancho Santa Margarita into Silverado. That's where we have that elevated fire danger, where we are going to be dealing with critical fire weather conditions over the next at least 18 to 24 hours. Now, the reason that it's such a concern this time of the year is that we haven't had any rain or any good rain. So we've only seen 0.02 of an inch of rain in downtown Los Angeles. As of tomorrow, this is going to mark our driest start to winter since 1964. So it's been a long time since we've had such a dry start to our winter time. So we haven't seen any of that rain. Our vegetation is dried out, and that's why this storm, this windstorm, was a bigger concern. It's because of how dry things are already out right now. So let's talk about the current conditions in Altadena. This is where we're dealing with the Eaton fire, where we have wind gusts nearing 60 miles per hour right now, a little bit stronger than what we saw about 30 minutes ago. And it's very cold out there. Temperatures are plummeting, upper 50s right now, and it's very dry. So it's that nasty combination. It's dry and it's gusty. And again, we're going to see those winds picking up tonight. We're going to see light at the end of the tunnel, though. It's just going to be a stretch, a prolonged period of these strong gusty winds, but we're going to keep you prepared. Let's take a look at our future cast. This is very important in terms of when we're going to be seeing the strongest winds. I'm going to take a step out of the way because I want to zoom in on some areas. So this is a look at 10 o'clock. Peak winds are expected 10 o'clock this evening into tomorrow morning. I'll fast forward. You see all that purple. It starts to expand Ventura County into LA County over towards the Inland Empire. You can see those strong gusty winds coming up. We're going to give you a closer look at when the winds move out of here and how long the fire danger sticks with us. That's going to be coming up in just a few minutes, you guys.
That entire building where those people were, that house, is now completely on fire.
Continuing coverage at 9 o'clock of our breaking news, a massive wind-driven fire burning in Pacific Palisades. Countless homes gone. 30,000 people evacuated.
And more breaking news. A new fast-moving fire has broken out in Altadena. A fierce firefight and evacuations are underway at the moment, including this senior center where dozens are waiting for help. Pasadena warning evacuations may be necessary as well.
And widespread power outages. 35,000 Edison customers without power tonight. And we are told this historic windstorm could only get worse overnight. Good evening, everyone. Thanks for joining us. I'm Pat Harvey.
And I'm Juan Fernandez. This has been a tragic day for so many, and we're not done with it yet.
No, let's get right to our live team of reporters, starting with our Tom Wade. He's in Pacific Palisades, near Palisades Charter High School. And Tom, crews have been working hard to save that high school. How are conditions now?
Pat, conditions are bad. It just keeps getting worse. There's moments where it's sort of a lull, but right now it's not one of those moments. Take a look at that hillside just behind me. We're at the corner of Sunset Boulevard and Temescal Canyon, and it's just a nightmare up there. There's houses that are fully engulfed, burning to the ground, burning the vegetation. The wind is stoking the flames, blasting embers around. It's completely worst case scenario for firefighters who are doing all they can to rescue as many people, properties, everything they can do. Just about, well, across the street really is another apartment building where they tried to save as many of the units as they could. It was just a complete loss, though, just a dramatic firefight. You're looking at Temescal Canyon. I think, Greg, you're showing obviously there's down power lines there, and then just beyond the fence line there is Palisades High School. Let's take some video. I think we have video of this from earlier, where the flames were really kind of going there at the high school. We don't know the extent of the damage. I don't know if you can hear that wind. I'm trying to block the mic as best as possible so you don't have to hear these crazy gusts. But there were a number of firefighters just swarming the high school trying to get a hold of the fire there. It's not clear what burned there. It's it's tough to see from this perspective if it was an outbuilding, sort of athletic buildings, or if they were classrooms. It's very difficult, but there were a number of visible flames coming from different locations on the campus, so we don't know exactly the extent of the damage there. But there was a theater also across the street that was also damaged. And I don't know, Greg, can we show, I don't know if we can come back here live, but oh wow, okay. We're getting hit really hard right now. Okay, so there's utility power lines and broken utility poles along Temescal Canyon, and right now, again, we're getting hammered by the wind, and my mask blew away. So I'm in a great situation. So there's utility lines down, power lines broken, and I don't know if you can hear that. There's explosions in the distance. It sounds like propane tanks possibly. These are typical sounds that we hear when we cover these fires. We're spinning back around for you, kind of getting a shot back into the hillside there behind me where there's just a ton of fire and smoke up there. These manic winds are just absolutely wreaking havoc on the firefight and making the situation just so untenable for firefighters. We did speak with a few people who were in the area and trying to get out, and one evacuee. There's obviously a lot of frustration, a lot of worry. People want to know what they're going to come home to, and it's just so early in this fight that it's unclear what they'll be coming home to. This is also not far from the location earlier we showed you where a bunch of people were in their cars trying to escape the fire, and they abandoned their cars thinking maybe that they would, that the fire might catch up with them. So they got out of their cars and literally ran for what they thought was running for their lives. Those cars bulldozed off to the side of the road there. That's very close to where we are right now. But yeah, just look at that hillside. Look at that house that's burning up there. It's just so intense. I mean, every single direction there is glowing fire, and it's very apocalyptic.
You know what's so sad too, Tom, is we're not able to identify everything that we're looking at here. Buildings that could possibly be burning, that we know of, even structures that we know of, and that really makes it, it makes it pretty bad all the way around, even for people that are watching and, probably just waiting with, bated breath to hear if we can tell them something about their homes or structures in their neighborhood that they're familiar with. But it's so very difficult right now because there are so many structures on fire, so many areas actually. We just heard that even in the city of Santa Monica that this fire they have evacuations there. Yeah. So this is just a very, very unusual historic event that makes it so sad, because we're doing our best to give pertinent information to everyone, which first and foremost is, if you're under evacuation, go. Just get out.
And it may not be till daybreak, Pat, right, that people are going to get a chance to see what exactly these structures are that have burned. And, it's been one devastating scene, one after the other.
It certainly has. And we hope, Tom, you can find another mask, because you can just imagine if the winds are going to pick up again, as we understand is the case, then that's going to be even worse for our correspondents there. Okay, well, we're going to let Tom catch his breath in the meantime and go back out to KCAL News reporter Lori Paris. She continues our live team coverage, and you are in Malibu now off PCH, right, Lori?
That is correct. And, you know, Tom really needs that mask because it is incredibly windy and incredibly smoky out here. And just to echo what he was saying about how surreal this situation is, I mean, it's really almost hard to believe our eyes. Behind me this afternoon, just after 4:30, we were looking here at homes and a neighborhood and buildings, a condo building and several homes. Now they're almost all gone. They have all burned, and this neighborhood just south of Getty Villa, there are more houses that have burned than have not, which is so sad to say because, you know, we were here this afternoon and we could see how many firefighters were here, how many fire engines, and we were hopeful that they would be able to stop the flames from spreading, but clearly they have not been able to do that. Of course, they have so much on their hands tonight, not only in this neighborhood, but all over. You know, we've been hearing so much about Pacific Palisades, but there's so much going on here in Malibu as well. And I want to show you some new video that we got just within the last half hour. We went north of here, north of Topanga Canyon Boulevard, in between Topanga Canyon Boulevard and Tuna Canyon Boulevard. And there are several houses on fire there, at least 4 houses that we could see were burning, along with so many of the businesses in that area that are just all the way to the studs now, just gone, including, you know, for people who've been up in this area, you know, the Oasis Center, that's a place where they sell like furniture and plants, etc. Very famous, iconic place. Also the Rosenthal wine bar and restaurant, that is also gone. The 7-Eleven that's right there, there's nothing that remains of it. I mean, it's really, you know, Tom used the word, you know, just insane earlier, and it really is like that. It's just so hard to grasp what we were seeing because we'd driven by these homes and these businesses so many times, even today, and then to come back a few hours later and it's gone. I don't know how to describe to people how that feels. It's hard to believe your eyes and what your mind is telling you, but sadly it is so true. So many people tonight, of course, homeowners hopefully have evacuated and are safe, you know, but they are no doubt watching this coverage and hoping that their home is not among those that have already caught on fire. But, you know, this is has already been a very long night, and it looks like it will continue to be so with the kinds of conditions that we are seeing here in Malibu. Guys, back to you.
All righty, Lori, thank you. And speaking of evacuations for the Palisades fire, those have been now expanded.
KCAL assignment editor Mike Rogers at the desk now. Mike, you're going to show us the areas that are now included.
Yeah, and we're talking about the Palisades fire here, and I'm just listening to some radio traffic. There's a couple of additional things going on in the Palisades. I'm listening to them talk about another kind of situation that we saw in Pasadena, where you have a home that may need to be evacuated with 40 patients in it. So they're trying to coordinate an emergency ambulance transport to do that situation. We saw what happened over in Pasadena, Altadena, the Eaton fire, where unfortunately they ended up in a parking lot of a 7-Eleven in wheelchairs and hospital beds. So they're trying obviously to avoid that in the Palisades fire. So I'm listening to them coordinate that. Additionally, it sounds like somebody has some burn injuries near Duke's Malibu that they're trying to get that person out as well. So I wanted to give you those 2 updates. I also want to show you these evacuations here because we have now included the city of Santa Monica in these evacuations. There are both mandatory and voluntary evacuations in the city of Santa Monica. And I'll show you this on the map here. This is San Vicente Boulevard. The voluntary evacuations basically run from 26th Street to the north, San Vicente to the west, Montana to the south, and then you have PCH, of course, right there. So that stretch of Santa Monica, the city of Santa Monica, is under a voluntary evacuation. And then to the north of it, this very small stretch of the city of Santa Monica has that red up north of the San Vicente. And again, the Riviera Country Club, which we've told you about, has been under evacuation for a long time. The other very concerning thing is for people to the north of the fire, because look, now we have the mandatory evacuations and voluntary evacuations up into Calabasas. We were really surprised to see this, to be honest with you. This is the one 101 freeway. So now we have all of this area under a voluntary evacuation, and then you've got even portions of it up here in the Topanga area in the canyon. This is Topanga Canyon Highway, which has been closed all day, but now this is also under a mandatory stretch of evacuations. And once again, as we've been talking about, now even Pepperdine is once again in an evacuation area. All these poor people that just were dealing with this with the Franklin fire, now under an evacuation warning here as well. I want to show you a camera here from our traffic cameras. This is from the 405 freeway, and that is the fire you can see from the 405 freeway. We've been able to see this fire from LAX. We've been able to see this fire from Mount Wilson. We've been able to see this fire from really incredible distances, and it just really shows you the magnitude. And as you're looking at those live pictures in the box there on the bottom of your screen, I want to point out that that is actually in Altadena. That is the Pasadena fire, the Eaton fire that we've been talking about as well, that we're going to get more of an update on, but that has burned 400 acres, you guys.
You know what, Mike, let me ask you a question. You said it's that fire that you were talking about, well, the evacuation in the Palisades area, when it's is it a hospital or senior?
It sounds like potentially like a senior home or something that they said. The reason they're thinking ahead, and to be clear, it's not in immediate danger at this moment, but they know, I'm listening to it right now, they know that it's going to be a large undertaking to evacuate that way. When you have to evacuate homes like this, you have to do it with ambulances. This isn't just get in your car and leave. So the undertaking of getting that many ambulances together and being able to coordinate that in an effective and non-harmful way to the people that are already in kind of sensitive medical issues is something that they're trying to start thinking about. And
makes sense.
Yeah, I'm just listening to some of the radio traffic.
No, I totally get it. And it makes sense for them to do that because that's a preemptory effort, if you will, before it could possibly get to the point where they really need to evacuate. Then why not get those people out now?
Yeah, especially if they've got a little bit of the time right now, then that's the best situation.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, Mike.
Mike, thank you. Well, the winds are expected to get even stronger within the hour.
And that's so hard to imagine what else can happen from here. But KCAL meteorologist Danny Roberti has been tracking where it's at and where it will be the worst in our next weather.
And we're just hours away from seeing the strongest winds, what's expected to be the strongest winds. And I know this is such a difficult night for so many families and communities here in Southern California. So we're going to try to keep you updated with what's happening right now and what's happening next. Here's a look at the winds. And yes, they are stronger. Look at what we're dealing with in Burbank. Gusts nearing 70 up to 71 miles per hour right now. Tonight, we've already seen gusts close to 90 miles per hour in some areas, and we still have a few hours for those to strengthen. So the strongest winds right now, it's going to be through western LA County, inching into Ventura County. Simi Valley, gusts are up to 60 miles per hour. That's the case in Santa Clarita and in Malibu. These are incredibly strong and erratic winds that we are dealing with, these Santa Ana winds that are drying things out. And this is what's fanning the flames, what's fueling this fire. And then also what makes this so unusual is that we don't normally see this strong of winds this widespread. I mean, a lot of these areas that typically sit out the Santa Ana winds, areas like Pasadena, gusts up to 55 miles per hour right now. We've got very strong winds through Claremont, Chino, into Santa Ana. So let's talk about the current conditions where we're seeing some of these concerns. So you can see strongest winds right now, Burbank along the 101 pushing your way into San Fernando right now. And then I also want to take a look at the Eaton fire and the current conditions that we're seeing in the San Gabriel Valley. Temperatures in the upper 50s, right there where the fire is burning. Gusts are close to 60 miles per hour right now. So we are dealing with extreme behavior with this fire in terms of what's happening next. And it's also very, very dry out there. Our dew point is in the teens right now. So it's that nasty combination of the gusty winds and also the really dry conditions. So this graphic that I'm going to show you, this is a look at our future cast. This is going to be able to show you hour by hour when we see the strongest winds tonight and when they finally move out of here. I'm going to take a step out of the way. I want to zoom you in to some key spots, the focus areas. So this is a look at 10 o'clock, and you can see these winds widespread. The only area really you can see is parts of LA County, eastern LA County, that's not included in this. Now let me zoom you in. This is overnight, around 2 to 3 o'clock in the morning, and look at those purples. That's what I'm focused on right now. This is where we see 50 to 60 plus mile per hour winds. So this is really going to be the window for the strongest winds. And look at this, a lot of our foothill communities. So I'm looking at Fillmore, I'm looking at Simi Valley for gusts between 50 to 60 miles per hour, potentially more than that. Remember, we could see gusts up to 80 miles per hour, San Fernando, and you're going to see that over towards the San Gabriel Valley into the Inland Empire. Coming up, we're going to walk you through the timing of the rest of the winds in your next weather. Pat, Juan.
All right, thanks so much for that update, Danny. And we've been telling our viewers that late tonight another fast-moving fire exploded. This time it was in Altadena's Eaton Canyon.
Evacuations are underway and people in Pasadena have been warned they may need to evacuate as well. Our Nicole Comstock live now for us with the very latest. Nicole?
Yeah, you know, the city of Pasadena is doing everything they can to help all of these people who've had to evacuate these senior centers in Altadena. Right now, they're actually loading people up in a Pasadena SWAT vehicle. I've heard them saying they're taking some of them to the Pasadena Convention Center, so it sounds like that's probably one of these mass evacuation shelters they're looking at setting up tonight to get all of these evacuees who've had to flee this fire. And you can see all of the smoke and embers flying down the street in these crazy winds. It is really intensified out here in just probably the past 20 or 30 minutes. And we're about a little bit more than half a mile. Actually, look, there's flames in front of this apartment building across the street here. It looks like an apartment building to me on Altadena Drive and Washington Boulevard. We're about half a mile or a little bit more away from Eaton Canyon, just south of that area on Altadena Drive. And you can see that it's spotting half a mile, 3/4 of a mile away, and you know, catching areas. This is residential over here. I think this is technically Pasadena, but we're on Altadena Drive in an area where there's like a McDonald's across the street, this 7-Eleven parking lot where at least 95 people from just one of 2 senior centers that needed to be evacuated tonight were just kind of sitting around waiting for an hour with lots of employees around them, helping them, trying to keep them covered with blankets as best as they could until they could get them to a safer location. I believe those 2 centers were the Terraces at Park Marino, and then Pasadena Village Senior Center. We're also hearing that maybe some of these people are being taken to some location in Highland Park, but I'm not sure where. We spoke with one woman a short time ago who was out here looking. Sorry, I don't know if you guys can hear me because it is so windy out here. I'm going to try to move away to a little more, an area with a little more cover around me so you can hear. But we heard from a woman a short time ago who was out here looking for her sister in this parking lot. She was still being wheeled across the street as we came up here. I spoke with another man who said he saw the fire on TV and knew that he had a friend who lived nearby in an apartment. He said he took a crowbar and bashed out her window to get her out because she didn't know at the time that there was a fire so close to her. So those are the kinds of things that people are experiencing tonight, just trying to get their loved ones to safety. We spoke with another woman who said she saw these poor people, these seniors in the parking lot out here, and she brought a whole bunch of blankets so she could help cover them up and make this a little less terrible for them tonight. But the Eaton Canyon area is like a 190-acre nature preserve right at the base of the San Gabriel Mountains. So there's lots of hiking trails up here, lots and lots of homes too nestled in the hillsides that have had to be evacuated tonight. It's unclear at this point because I haven't actually gone out there in the areas with homes if we have lost any of them or if there is fire damage, but we know that the fire is burning very close to some of them up farther north on Altadena Drive. Also lots of wild animals in the area, so I'm sure they're trying to figure out where to go in the hills tonight. And we also saw a lot of people who were evacuating up on New York Drive in a mandatory evacuation area with horses, trying to get them into trailers, running down the street with them. So this is just a crazy fire spread with these winds out here tonight. The fire started at about 6:15 with 10 acres, but this wind is like a blowtorch out here, and the fire has exploded in size in the past couple of hours to, they're saying 400 acres in size, but I'm sure it's larger than that at this point. The Pasadena Police Department has been helping out Altadena residents doing evacuations themselves. And we know that, Pasadena is working on setting up that mass evacuation shelter for people. But even earlier in the day, I think it was Trinity Lutheran Church on Walnut that opened their doors just to let people in because just in case they were worried about the wind. So what we have seen out here tonight in the middle of this chaos for all the poor people who had to be evacuated is so many people from Pasadena and Altadena working together to get everyone to safety, come up with a plan at the last minute and do what they can to help people in their community here. So it's a huge effort in a natural disaster like this. And you can see how many people are working together out here tonight. They have clipboards, they're writing down plans as we speak, and family members coming out here trying to locate their loved ones. So it's been very chaotic out here, and we're hearing as these people continue to be loaded up and taken to shelter tonight that these winds are only going to intensify as we get into the 10 o'clock hour and then overnight. So it's unclear how much of Eaton Canyon has burned at this point, but there is a lot of dry vegetation up there, very steep hillside, so it's kind of set up for a worst case scenario up here. But we know we have a lot of firefighters working on the ground to do whatever they can, and just a lot of people in this community who came out to help these people tonight.
You know what, in spite of everything, that's one thing that Southern California is noted for, the triumph of the human spirit, to see people coming to help their neighbors, people who may not even personally know someone, but just knowing that they may be able to assist someone in need, like bring a blanket, something to keep them warm, food to eat. And something, I want to ask you a couple things, Nicole. Do we know where people are going that have been evacuated? And I haven't heard about the Red Cross yet. And this is, it's surprising to me in a way, but we're glad that people are helping one another. And of course, we have enough of our, or many of our firefighting efforts are continuing, and of course, corresponding with law enforcement. Do we know if Red Cross is assisting in any way right now, or where those people are being moved to?
I'm sure the Red Cross is en route if they're not already somewhere in Pasadena or Altadena, but I'm sure they're also stretched thin with the other fire we have burning in the Los Angeles area at this time. But we did hear when they were loading up some of these seniors into that SWAT vehicle just a couple of minutes ago, I heard someone with the fire department saying, we're taking them to the convention center, which I'm assuming is the Pasadena Convention Center, which would be down on Green Street, not too far away from here in Pasadena, maybe a mile or so down the road. That's, a huge space. So they would have a lot of room there to, if they did work with the Red Cross, to establish, cots and blankets and all the supplies that they need to take care of people. But I also heard another firefighter saying they were moving other people to Highland Park. And I don't know where that location would be, but I'm sure city officials are all, trying to come up with these plans at the last minute and doing the best they can to find the best spaces with the most room to be able to shelter them, because you can't really plan for something like this. You got 95 people in one of these two senior centers. I don't know how many in the other. That's a lot of people when you're having to come out here at the last minute and literally wheel them across the street in their beds. They're in their pajamas and have blankets on, trying to get them away from the flames that are burning maybe a half a mile away from their homes. And it seems like we're a distance away, but we could see flames moving just behind us here in the hillside. And then, like I mentioned, there was a spot fire right across the street by some apartments. So this fire's just spotting a lot pretty far away. So it's unpredictable what kind of structures could eventually have some damage as these winds intensify overnight.
I can imagine too, public transit, they are trying to coordinate efforts probably to move people, if need be. Of course, that's another opportunity to get people together and get people away. Just wondering, and maybe we can get some more information. Well, we will get more information on this. Like, if you're watching us, you might want to know, well, how do I get in touch with my loved one if they're not answering their phone, especially in this kind of situation? Who do I call? Are city services set up? Is there a line at City Hall? If you call right now, they have a recording telling you where to go to find people, or a number for assistance.
And people are being moved around too, Pat, so you don't know if your loved one is being put at this evacuation center, or at this church, or at this community center. So A lot to ask and a lot to worry about over the next few hours.
So there's a lot of coordination that is going to go into effect. It has to. And in fact, we're seeing it happen really on the fly. As you mentioned, Nicole, this is not necessarily a super coordinated effort because it happens so quickly. So you do the best that you can.
Yeah.
And right now, the main imperative is to get those people to safety, get them away.
And the great thing is we saw this unfold.
It's really incredible, though, to see.
Go ahead, Nicole.
Sorry about that. Didn't mean to cut you off. It's really incredible to see how everybody can work together. The firefighters, the police, getting the SWAT vehicle out here. They used a Pasadena transit bus to load people up. Sorry, I'm just noticing right now there's some more brush on fire over here. Right at the 7-Eleven where they were loading these seniors up just a couple of minutes ago, so the fire's spotting again. But it's incredible how many people, I'm not sure if that is a car. I think it's just brush, but there are cars parked over there. Sorry, someone was asking me a question out here. But there were people from the community coming to help out here, and people trying to find their family members. And, you know, I don't really know where to tell them to go because it sounds like people are going to different locations. I did see the Angeles National Forest said they are working with the city of Pasadena to establish a mass evacuation shelter. And as soon as they have the official details on that, they said, the Angeles National Forest said that the city of Pasadena should be posting that information online. So I guess, you know, look for Pasadena city updates on that. But I did hear, again, the Pasadena Convention Center might be one of those locations.
You know, and we should remind people as well to call your school district, or I'm sure they probably have a recording about what schools are open, which schools are closed. I believe I saw something come across the wire that the Pasadena School District will not be having classes tomorrow. So if you're unsure, if we don't tell you before the night's over, make sure you call your school district or go online if you can and look on their webpage to find out specific information.
I think it's going to be at least a couple of days or so before we get word whether or not school is back in session. Definitely not tomorrow, at least for Pasadena. And as Pat was saying, check with perhaps LAUSD or Malibu Unified School District if the schools in that area are going to be in session. Tomorrow, my guess is that they won't be.
And you know something? Now that we're talking about this, guys, you may want to call no matter where you live, because not only if you're not in the direct line of fire and you've been evacuated, that smoke that we're going to wake up to tomorrow is just, I'm sure, going to be incredible. As the winds blow, it moves that the toxic smoke around. So you could be impacted even if you're not in the direct line of where these fires are burning.
Smoke and allergies, all sorts of things, right, Pat?
Yeah, if you got allergies, asthma, that's not good. And certainly no outside activities, right? If you got lung disease, any kind of problem like that, that's not a good idea. And it won't be probably for a little bit. Takes a minute.
Fire up here now, too.
Okay, looks like Nicole is talking about...
more fire.
Yeah, is this the new fire, Nicole, that you're pointing?
Yeah, this is another spot fire here south of Eaton Canyon, where this is probably almost about a mile away from Eaton Canyon now. And I don't know if this is right near a home. There are homes back here in this area, I believe. This would be like to the west of Altadena Drive and south of Washington. But firefighters just ran down there saying there's another structure. So I don't know if that means there's a structure on fire or just fire burning right by that structure. But we're basically seeing these spot fires pop up all over the place. And this is a residential area. So these could be homes, they could be structures, it could be businesses. It's just kind of crazy to see a wildfire burn out of the canyon and come right down into the city of Pasadena like this. But as you can see, fire crews are trying to catch up with all these spot fires, and they're racing down there right now to see what they can do.
It's interesting when we talk about fighting these fires and this being such a historic and unusual event. You know, I noticed, thank goodness, we do see firefighters showing up and doing what they can, even though earlier we heard them actually reaching out and doing a call to have more firefighters show up, no matter where you're from. If you're listening, you know, if you're listening to this, then they want you to get on board and help them, a recall operation, if you will. So, Nicole, looks like most of these firefighters, and I'm not asking you to just break and look and see where they came from, like if there's a different company, but they seem to be local right now, which is good.
I think what I've seen so far are, local guys from Pasadena. I haven't seen anybody really out of the area yet. I'm assuming all of the out of area people that came in from across the state are probably at the other fire that we have burning that started earlier today. So I don't know if we only have local people out here right now. I'm sure they're starting to usher people in from other fire departments as they have people available, but we're kind of just watching. I don't know how well you can see this. We're kind of watching these flames come up from what I think is a residential area down here, which is, we're looking more toward like the 210 freeway now, looking south from Altadena Drive. So there's just a lot going on out here right now. And you know, the city of Pasadena, we're talking about this fire starting to burn in Eaton Canyon and Altadena, but the city of Pasadena knew that this was going to be a catastrophic wind event. And they said earlier today that they might have to turn off power through the Pasadena Water and Power Department because they were, you know, concerned about these winds and power lines and what have you. They also, you know, there was a church that set up an evacuation shelter for people earlier. So, you know, I think also not too far from here, Pasadena had a big tree come down onto an apartment complex earlier today. And you know, I think it was maybe 14, 15 years ago, they had another massive wind event like this blow through town and do millions and millions of dollars in damage. And, you know, when you're talking about this area, Pasadena and Altadena, there are just so many like big historic trees here, lots of vegetation. So, and, you know, there's a lot of people who live in here too. It's kind of like densely packed in a lot of these areas, particularly in the hillside. So it's kind of a recipe for disaster when you have a wind event like this.
It sure is. All right, Nicole, thank you very much. Now on KCAL News at 9:30, we have new information. Here's the very latest. Dozens of seniors who were evacuated from a senior living home in Altadena have now been rescued. They had to sit in their wheelchairs and beds outside in a parking lot for a very long time, but a convoy of ambulances and city buses moved in and took them to safety just within the last 30 minutes.
And we were glad to see it. And here is what's new and breaking at 9:30. The Pacific Palisades fire has now burned at least 2,900 acres. 30,000 people are now under evacuation orders, and we have watched homes burn all night, but there is no official count on exactly how many homes have been lost. And we've got even more evacuations to tell you about. And we do have new numbers on power outages, though. Just in, Edison reports 40,000 customers lost power because of the windstorm, and Edison cut power on purpose to another 35,000. And Mike Rogers is at the desk with more new information here at 9:30. Mike?
Yeah, here's the latest. I've got new evacuations to tell you about in the Eaton fire, where our Nicole Comstock was. The city of Sierra Madre, a portion of it, now under voluntary evacuations. Listening to the radio traffic moments ago, they said they're concerned the fire is beginning to push towards the east, which is exactly what is being replicated with these new evacuations that you see in the city of Sierra Madre. They just ordered these voluntary evacuations. I want to take you live now to Eaton Canyon. Look at that. We are looking at a home burning in Altadena. These are live pictures from our Lori Fernandez. This is the same fire that Nicole Comstock just was at, telling you about the all those people that had to be evacuated. Lori Fernandez is at the intersection of New York Drive and Altadena Drive. For those of you that know that area, this is very near where the fire started, and you can see it is moving towards more homes, and this one is burning. I'm listening to the radio traffic. They're putting out reports of structure fires left and right. Multiple homes now on fire in the Eaton fire, which is now burning at least 400 acres, according to CAL FIRE. Again, you are looking at live pictures happening right now in the area of New York Drive and Altadena Drive, where this fire is burning. There is the other fire that is burning in the Pacific Palisades area. We've just heard there that the fire is beginning to move towards the Mandeville Canyon area. If we can, I want to ask the control room to come back to my computer because I want to refresh you on the evacuation orders there as well. You'll see here. So this is the evacuation order Calabasas. Here's the new information that we were just listening to on the radio. This is the Mandeville Canyon area. We are listening to the fire start to push kind of into this area. They're also talking about sorry, just listening to fire already crossed Topanga Canyon, and yeah, Mandeville Canyon is the next easterly area that they're concerned about. So now we are pushing into the Squirrelball area, into the west side of the 405 freeway, and again, the city of Santa Monica under an evacuation zone. So that is what is happening right now. New evacuations in Sierra Madre on the Eaton fire, homes burning on the Eaton fire, and new concern in the Palisades about the fire moving towards the Mandeville Canyon area, guys.
That's incredible, and the evacuation zones keep growing and growing by the moment. We're now getting close to the 405 freeway.
Brentwood.
Yeah.
Brentwood.
Correct.
Yeah. And again, I want to point out, because I got a couple messages about this on Instagram, there are no fixed wing aircraft on this. There are no helicopters on this. Fixed wing can't fly at night. Helicopters, it is too windy. They cannot fly. It is not safe. They're not even using right now the fixed wing asset to even do the mapping. So we're not even using that. And I'm listening to LA City Fire. They've got multiple structures on fire still here. So this is not letting up. This is not a situation that is dying down. If anything, it is getting worse. And now we are dealing with a second set of issues over in the Pasadena-Altadena area, which, as we've reported in other fires, now we're going to be stretching resources thin. Now we're going to be having to split between two fires. We've already done the unprecedented within the LA City Fire, which putting them on a recall notice. LAFD asking us to tell their members to call into the DOC to give them their availability. So really remarkable things that are happening tonight, guys.
No question about that. And we're talking about those evacuation areas growing. It's just pretty incredible. Just the fact that we can only fight this from the ground, and having you know, very big difficulty. And it really doesn't, you know, at first we were concerned in the Palisades area about those winding, steep hillsides, of people being able to, the fire department being able to get up and down the street, even with people, you know, blocking. But even if you're there and you can easily get to where these fires are burning, it's still hard to put them out because of the wind.
Well, yeah, and I mean, they're still in a situation we're listening to them talk about right now, and they're not even sure if it got evacuated earlier or not, but you know, they're talking about, I'm going to pull up one of these live cameras that we've got here really quick. They're talking about having to deal with another type of like senior living type situation, like we were just talking about in Pasadena, where they're trying to figure out if they need to evacuate those people. So they don't even know yet if they have been evacuated. So they're trying to figure out if that's the situation, if they need to coordinate some, you know, 67 people to get out of this home. So that is the real kind of life and death challenges they're dealing with. And that is, when you have to deal with a situation like that, that is what they're focusing on. They're focusing on life over property. So we're going to continue to see these properties burn as the fire department has to make these tough decisions about, look, we got to save lives. We got to get people out of these buildings and these homes. And that, unfortunately, is going to mean that structures are going to burn.
Yeah, but that's also going to mean extra resources in terms of even transportation.
Yeah.
To get people out of these areas.
Yeah, that's a huge undertaking to try to move people like that if you have to.
Yeah.
Well, the good news is earlier today, Gavin Newsom spoke at a news conference, Pat. He did say that he's already been able to ask for federal resources to help pay for the firefight, because this is going to be expensive, a big drain to California, and at least the eyes of Washington are already here, and we're going to be getting the help that we need.
Yeah, apparently, I guess President Biden sent him a text agreeing to it already. And as you said, Juan, we're going to need all the resources we can get. We expect the mayor to be back in the city tomorrow. She was on an overseas trip, but very much involved from what we could gather in that press conference there that she participated in with Fire Chief Kristen Crowley.
And she's being brought up to date. Well, of course, the winds tonight, they're just getting stronger and stronger.
Yeah, and that's just not good news, but it's always best to know where they will be, Danny. So,
exactly.
All right, let's get it.
And that's what we're here to do, is to make sure that you feel prepared. We can tell you what's happening right now, what's happening next. I know this is a really tough night, so we're going to walk you through it. Here's the thing. We're focused on this window. The strongest wind's getting here sometime between 10 o'clock this evening, 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. So we're just 25 minutes from those strongest winds, and we're already seeing them ramping up. So I want to focus on some of those key areas. We're looking at gusts right now between 40 and 70 miles per hour. I know that's pretty broad. 71 mile per hour winds right now, or gusts, I should say, through Burbank. 60 mile per hour gusts through Santa Clarita, Simi Valley into Malibu. That's kind of our corridor for the strongest winds right now. But everybody is getting in on these strong winds in some way, some way, shape, or form. We're seeing that through Pasadena, Claremont, into Chino. I was just talking to one of our viewers. She's 81 years old, and she says she's never seen anything like this since living here. So this is very rare for us to see winds this widespread, this strong. Now, I also want to point point out, Pat was talking about this just earlier, the smoke that we're seeing out there. Just about 20 minutes ago, National Weather Service put down a more widespread air quality alert because of the wildfire smoke that's going to increase air pollution tonight going into tomorrow. I know that's not a big surprise, but the focus is going to be the San Gabriel Valley, a lot of LA County coastal areas, and also the Santa Monica Mountains. That's where the smoke is going to be the thickest and where we're going to see those impacts to air quality. Now, I want to get back to our futurecast. Let me get you through this to walk you through when we see the strongest winds, but also when the winds move out of here. I think that's going to be a big hope for a lot of us is when we're done. The next 18 hours will be tough. You can see that purple right there. Those strongest winds, it's going to be really stretching from Simi Valley all the way over to Claremont into Rancho Cucamonga. And we could see late tonight what's known as mountain waves, these breaking mountain waves. The San Gabriel Mountains could get wind gusts up to 100 miles per hour hitting the ridges of the San Gabriel Mountains. And sometimes these break over and they shoot down into some of our foothill communities. So we could see pockets of these stronger winds. Now, we're still windy going into tomorrow morning. This is a look at 11 o'clock in the morning. We've still got that purple on the map, foothill communities up through the mountains. You can still see those gusty winds through the Pacific Palisades over into Santa Clarita and Simi Valley, gusts ranging between 30 to 40 miles per hour. Here's the good news. By Wednesday evening, these winds start to die down. Now, we're not out of the woods quite yet. We're still going to be looking at red flag conditions through at least Thursday, and that's because we're still looking at wind. It's just not going to be as widespread and as powerful as what we're seeing tonight. Another little burst in winds Thursday afternoon going into Thursday evening. Friday gets here, and this is when things finally quiet down. Unfortunately, this is a prolonged Santa Ana wind for us, and that's what's making things so difficult for our firefighters to really get a good handle on some of these fires. And that's because these winds are erratic, and they're going to continue tonight into early tomorrow morning. Now, this is rare for us to see a high wind warning that blankets most of Southern California. I mean, we know we get high wind warnings. We get them sometimes when we get these Santa Ana winds. We're talking about gusts between 60 to 80 miles per hour. But for these winds to be of this magnitude and this widespread, that's what's unusual for us here in Southern California. And aside from the fire danger, National Weather Service has already gotten a slew of damage reports through the San Gabriel and the San Fernando valleys, a lot of our foothill communities, because of the potential for downed trees, down power lines. That's something I want you to be really careful about, especially first thing tomorrow morning. If you're getting back on the road, you're getting to work, be careful because there could be some things on the roadways, possible power outages as well. We'll continue to keep a close eye on the high wind warnings and also how dry it's been out there. We'll talk more about that in your next weather. Pat, Juan.
All right, Danny, we'll check back a little later. All right, let's get one more check on the Palisades fire.
And Tom is near Palisades Charter High School. Tom, what can you tell us about that school and the conditions out there now?
Pat, it looked like firefighters were working very hard to get those flames under control at the high school. We're just a few yards away from there. We came back to this apartment fire because it looks like it is raging once again. This apartment building, we were here a couple hours ago, and it looked like firefighters were getting a handle on the flames there. And you know, the winds may have kicked it back up because we're seeing these flames jetting out of the roof of the apartment building. And firefighters are once again here on the scene trying to assess the situation, trying to get water on that fire. You can see fresh fuel is burning inside of that building, black smoke coming out of the top of it. And as Danny was talking and giving her, talking about the forecast and talking about the winds, it's actually really terrifying out here. The winds are blowing so hard. We're next to a fence. It was unclear if the fence was going to blow away or these trees will come down. I mean, it's just very dangerous out here. Imagine all of the loose debris that could be, sort of sent into the roadway. There's down power lines not far from where we are. It's just a very, very scary situation out here. And it's just not letting up. The winds are just relentless and just slamming this area, making it so difficult for firefighters. You know, from 1 second, it's so odd. It will get cold for a few minutes, like chilly, and then the wind will shift, and all of a sudden you feel the heat from the flames, and it's warm. It's just so erratic, and it's just surreal. Firefighters doing all they can to get these hot spots under control, but it just becomes so impossible when the wind picks up again, like it is right now. But they do appear to have a number of firefighters here in this area. Also over in that hillside area you're looking at right now, there's a number of what appear to be structures burning in there as well. Pat and Juan, it's just a tough situation out there tonight, and firefighters doing all they can.
You know, it's so hard to envision that they almost had that fire out, or thought they did, and then just to have it break out again. But then that's what happens. So they're going to be out there all night, apparently, trying to watch for spots that burn down, or where you think they're going to be gone, and then they just spark back up because of a wind. It doesn't take much, does it? All right,
Pat, were you speaking to me? Sorry, I apologize.
Oh no, go ahead, Tom.
Oh yeah, so yeah, exactly. I mean, it's one of those. It's a large building too, so you can see how they were going door to door at one point, making sure everyone was out of there. But obviously there's traveling embers and all kinds of other things that could have reignited it. And like you said, they're sort of stuck here, kind of trying to figure out how to get control of it, especially without any air support. And I imagine also, just the winds creating challenges for the ladders. It's just very dangerous. The gusts are so powerful. And when we were covering the Malibu fire, the Franklin fire in Malibu, a month ago or a few weeks ago, there were lulls, and we've had a little bit of that tonight, but not remotely the same kind of sort of respite from the wind that we had during the Franklin fire. It is nonstop here. It just keeps going, and it's just the air quality, the dangers, and all of it is enhanced, accelerated, amplified by these weather conditions, and firefighters just have such an impossible task in front of them.
Tom, are firefighters putting water on that building again, or have they moved on, thinking that it was pretty much under control, and now they have to double back? Just wondering.
I think they had trucks still there. They still had engines on scene. When we sort of moved around the corner, it just looked, from our sort of lay perspective as non-firefighters, we thought, it looks like they've gotten a good handle on it. But then now it's clear that it's not, and you wonder if something else reignited it, or if the fire was kind of smoldering in there, and then something else. There's just so much fuel in these buildings, right? And the other thing I wanted to point out too is the air. It's not just bad. I don't know how to describe the smell, but it's not. It's like plastic and chemicals. You can smell like this furniture you buy at stores, various big box stores. It's not just wood. It's made with all kinds of chemicals and all kinds of other products, right? So when this stuff burns, you're smelling plastic and other materials that these newer furniture is made out of, and all the other things that are in people's homes. And it's very hard to breathe at times. It kind of makes you choke even with your mask on. It's tough, and so there's that as well. And the firefighters, of course, are right up against that when they're inside these buildings or inside these homes or are right on the perimeters of them. So they're battling that as well. It's just hard to wrap your mind around what we're seeing tonight on the scale of what we're seeing. It really is.
That's the same building that you showed us not long ago where firefighters were inside, right? As you said, going door to door, trying to make sure that people had gotten out.
Yeah, exactly. I think they were definitely going like floor to floor. It looked like they were going, it looked like they were going in the building. Firefighters are so fearless. But yeah, they were definitely making a very thorough check to make sure no one was there. It didn't look like anyone needed to be rescued while we were there.
No,
so that's good, right? So we know that nobody was like trapped in there. And you never know, right? Because somebody could have special needs, or they could have a physical disability that would prevent them from getting out of a wheelchair or some other situation. So obviously you just don't know. And it's unclear how long this area has not had power. So that's another issue as well. Maybe somebody wasn't able to get the call out, or but the good news is we did not see anybody who was being resuscitated or rescued from this particular location. And so, but just looking behind the building, it's just an orange glow behind the building as well, where we saw structures in the hillside burning. It just, this is such a monster fire, and so many people have lost so much.
And we can see puffs of dark smoke, Tom, coming up and over the building there. So definitely scary and a big concern there. And we can clearly see there's no power to the building too.
Yeah, it almost looks like when the wind
exactly.
blows, it blows the fire over the top of the building. It's almost like it's pushing it, out towards the street there. Just very remarkable. All right, hang on for a moment there, Tom. We're going to go back to our other location, those fires burning in Altadena.
Let's go to Mike Rogers at the desk now with the very latest for us, Mike.
Yeah, guys, I wanted to jump back on because some of those evacuations in the Sierra Madre area have turned from voluntary to mandatory, and I wanted to make sure you knew which ones those were so you can evacuate if you're in that area. Let's jump into my computer here. Actually, I believe we have, jump to my computer first, and we'll show you here the red. The areas in red, this is the areas of Sierra Madre that were just a few minutes ago yellow. These were the voluntary evacuations here that I was just telling you about in the city of Sierra Madre. But, just as soon as I started to hear that they were concerned the fire was beginning to move east, that's when these turned from yellow to red. So now you've got these Sierra Madre areas that are becoming mandatory evacuations as the fire continues to move. And even this LA County one, this Pasadena one, has also turned into a mandatory evacuation zone. Let's show you why, because here is video, live pictures now, of yet another home burning in the Altadena area where the Eaton fire is now consumed. 400 acres is the last update we got. I assume and would presume at this point it is larger than that because they have not been using the fixed-wing aircraft to really do any mapping of either of the two fires that we're talking about, the one in the Palisades or the one in the Eaton Canyon area. But this is a home that is clearly on fire. And again, this is live pictures coming from our Lori Fernandez, who is in the area of New York and Altadena. That's where she has been throughout the night, and she has been watching homes burn. And again, I have to reiterate, unfortunately, there is no air support available on either of these fires because of the significant wind patterns that have developed here. So this is something that we are obviously continuing to watch. We're just moving on Nicole Comstock to this area as well. She's was at that parking lot, that 7-Eleven parking lot, where we were watching those people that needed some medical attention that got evacuated from a senior living facility that had to get ambulanced out of there. So we're listening to that. And I can tell you that's an air conditioning, it looks like, on top of the roof that's on fire right there. I'm listening to the radio channel. Verdugo Fire, LA County Fire are just getting structure fire after structure fire after structure fire calls here in this area. And you can see at this home, it is totally on fire. There is no fire officials here. Not because they don't want to be, because there's just too many of these things happening for them to keep up with. There are too many people that need help. We've talked about this before, and I'll reiterate it again. Life safety is their #1 priority, then structure protection, and then getting the fire out. So the fact that homes are burning, that means they are still in that life safety mode where they are trying to make sure that people who need to be evacuated are evacuated. We saw the massive undertaking that they were dealing with in Nicole's situation, where they had to bring in a SWAT Bearcat to load people into, a city bus, all kinds of ambulances. I wanted to point out, Pat and Juan, you guys were talking about how anybody will jump in and help. And to that point, in Nicole's video, there was an ATF agent, an alcohol, tobacco, and firearms agent, who's obviously not doing any kind of investigative work here as part of the ATF, but jumped in, had his identifications on, and was helping load people up into ambulances. Wow. So it just really goes to show you that our community is willing to step in and help people in their time of need, because unfortunately, many of our neighbors, many of our people that we know are going to be dealing with this tonight.
It's going to look like a war zone tomorrow.
Indeed.
No question about it.
All right, Mike, thank you. And of course, we are watching those winds, and we saw it right there in Lori Fernandez's picture. They have really picked up tonight, Pat.
Yeah, and even where Tom Waite was as well. And Danny, it looked like the wind was blowing the fire over a building. So we know that we're still in the thick of this.
We sure are, and the fire is able to do that so easily because these winds, they are so erratic. It can fan these flames so quickly, and that's why these new hotspots can start and spread so rapidly. As of last check, winds haven't changed much. We're still dealing with the really strong winds out there, though, and you can see that through the Santa Clarita Valley into the San Fernando Valley. We're talking gusts between 50 to 70 miles per hour right now. That's the case in Burbank. And boy, it's gusty in Pasadena and Altadena, where we're seeing gusts between 50 to 60 miles per hour there. Inland Empire, gusts between 30 to 45 miles per hour. And that's also the case through inland Orange County. I want to talk about the fire danger because this is not just going to be tonight. This will continue into tomorrow. And you can see for a lot of our valleys, our foothill communities, it's heightened. It's critical over the next 24 hours. Santa Clarita included in this. That pink area is indicating that critical fire danger. Santa Paula into Pasadena, the San Gabriel Valley, and then also inland Orange County and the Inland Empire. Now, typically this time of the year, we're not really concerned with red flag warnings, or we shouldn't be, because we normally get enough rain to mitigate that, where we're not concerned with that fire danger. But this year, we've only seen 0.02 of an inch of rain in downtown Los Angeles. This is our driest start to winter since 1964. So vegetation is so dry out there, and that's what's made, not only is this windstorm incredibly powerful, it's incredibly widespread, but that's what makes fire danger so incredibly critical in this situation. It's mainly because things are so dry out there. Here's a look at those winds going into early tomorrow morning. Santa Clarita, a focus, gusts between 60 to 70 miles per hour by 11 o'clock into 1 o'clock in the morning. So the focus, those pinks and those purples, this is the focus for the peak winds. It's going to start at 10 o'clock tonight and end sometime around 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Not the end of this event, but that's in terms of the strongest winds. We're going to see gusts in the 50-mile-per-hour range in Glendale. You're seeing those strong gusty winds through Huntington Beach, through Ontario, over into Riverside. And this is going to continue into tomorrow. Coming up, we're going to take a closer look at when the winds move out of here and when we're finally out of the woods. That's coming up in your next weather. Pat, Juan.
All right, Danny, thank you so much. And the winds, of course, knocking out power tonight for thousands of people, including right here in the San Fernando Valley.
And KCAL News reporter Leslie Marin is live in Valley Village, where neighborhoods are in the dark. Leslie, we could tell.
Yeah, you can see it behind me, Pat and Juan. Up to possibly 2,000 customers here in this area. We're at Teasdale and Moore Park here. And this is another bit of mess we have run into. You could see this happening at neighborhoods all across SoCal, down trees. This one actually so close to this apartment building, luckily fell into the street, just knocked out a part of the fencing here, but missed that apartment complex completely. But this is what's causing that power outage. You can see LADWP crews here on Moore Park and Teasdale, and we are told that it was a power line that snapped here due to these tall trees that lay across some of the power lines here on Moore Park. And they say that has been a problem for them throughout the night. In fact, they're not too sure if they have fully de-energized that line, so they're just keeping this entire street blocked off from any cars or people. But I want to get to video to show you some of the mess that we encountered on our way over here. Take a look at this. The 101 at Laurel Canyon, you can see that's where a tree fell onto freeway lanes, just barely missing the car and the driver you see here. CHP and a tow truck actually had to be called in to help clean up and fully open the freeway again. In Studio City, parking enforcement directing traffic at the intersection of Moore Park and Laurel Canyon. This intersection extremely busy, gets backed up at rush hour, but parking enforcement officers there really trying to do what they can to move traffic along in that area. And this, of course, is what we're seeing in majority of neighborhoods here in the Southland. Back out here live, you can see LADWP crews moving their cars here. They still have this large portion of Moore Park blocked off. But I can tell you, the crews tell us it may be frustrating for people. Right now, if you have lost power, it could be anywhere from 4 to 12 hours before your power is restored. That is extremely frustrating for so many people. You know, it's a cold night. People may want to use their heaters, of course, if they're electric powered. And so many people finding it extremely frustrating. But here's the issue, especially in this area where it's so dark right now, is that they tell us they first need a tree trimming crew to come out here. They need to knock down these trees, cut down these trees, before they can then begin their repairs to get this electricity back on. So that is what takes getting the electricity and the lights back on for so many communities. There's a process not only to keep you safe, but to keep these crews safe. So while we know it's so frustrating as customers, it can be bothersome, there is a process to these things. And I will tell you, I watched these LADWP crews working out here, and they're trying to do the best they can with the situation at hand. Of course, these winds only getting worse throughout the night. So for now, we'll send it back to you guys in studio.
Thank you so much, Leslie. You know, what's interesting, I watched those traffic lights. They were out at 2:30 when I came in this afternoon, and they're still out at that intersection.
Sure. Crews very busy tonight, as you can imagine. Well, 2 wind-driven infernos burning in Southern California right now. Here's the latest at the 10 o'clock hour. We are just entering the most dangerous part of this windstorm. The strongest winds forecast to start now and last until morning.
And a desperate evacuation is underway right now in the city of Altadena. Dozens of seniors are being rescued from their senior home center, and they're being loaded onto buses and ambulances to take them to safety. It's all part of the new evacuation orders in Altadena.
And now the Pacific Palisades, an out-of-control fire ravaging the city there. Happening right now, more homes, apartments, schools, and buildings are burning, and evacuation orders on this fire spreading into Brentwood, Calabasas, Malibu, and Santa Monica.
And as wild as the winds have been, the worst of it is just beginning.
And even if you're not in the fire zones, you're not out of danger. Trees down, and there are widespread power outages new tonight. And we have not seen anything like this extreme wind and fire event in well over a decade.
Yeah, 2011 to be exact, I believe. Let's get right over to Mike Rogers on the desk. Mike, you have more that's new this hour at 10.
Yeah, here's what's happening right now. I just got a call from a source who tells me people are coming out of the hillside of Malibu to Dukes Malibu covered in burns. My source tells me no less than half a dozen people who didn't evacuate when they were supposed to are now suffering burn injuries. Also, a 25-year-old LAFD firefighter has sustained a serious head injury and has been rushed to a local hospital. I want to take you to my computer here. I want to show you this is the Palisades fire that we are talking about. The evacuation zone has significantly expanded. Dukes Malibu, if you're not familiar with that area, is right off of Las Flores Canyon Road. That is where this is happening. My source tells me he has been up in the area throughout the day, and tonight there are people that are living in these homes that didn't evacuate that are now trapped, calling 911 for help, and some of them being injured. LAFD confirms they have multiple burn patients who have been walking out of the hillsides, not even driving. They have been injured, burned, and then their only resource was to walk out of the hillside to Dukes Malibu, where now there is a rescue operation underway to try to treat these people and get out. We'd been telling you all day there had been no injuries. Unfortunately, that is no longer the case, as multiple people suffering burn injuries, and now a 25-year-old firefighter who sustained a serious head injury. She was taken to an area hospital where we don't have an update on her condition, but the injury, as the fire department is describing it, is serious. I want to take you out to Altadena now. This is the other fire we're talking about. This is the Eaton fire. Right now, the fire department says this has burned 400 acres. These are live pictures of a home burning in the Altadena area. This has been going on throughout the night. Evacuations moments ago expanded mandatory to the city of Sierra Madre. We're continuing to follow those new evacuations. Back at the Palisades fire, evacuations have also been forced into the Calabasas area as well as into the city of Santa Monica. And again, new tonight at 10, multiple people suffering burn injuries. A source telling me they didn't evacuate, became entrapped by fire, and their only resource was to walk out of the hillside of Malibu down to PCH to Dukes Malibu, where they are now getting treatment by first responders.
You know, we certainly don't like to hear about injuries, but and we're wishing that firefighter well, and thank goodness Dukes Malibu was there and open to receive those people that waited until the last minute and walked out of the hills there. And we certainly wish them the best, hope their injuries aren't as severe. But, you know, it's when they tell you to go, folks, we can't say it enough. Ready, set, go. So we're going to talk about that second fire that exploded tonight in the Altadena area in Eaton Canyon.
That's right. As you can see, Nicole Comstock standing by with a fire burning right behind her. Nicole.
Yeah, we're actually in Pasadena right now on Woodland at Del Rey, and unfortunately you can see this home has been totally destroyed by this fire that started in Eaton Canyon at about 6 o'clock this afternoon, or this evening I should say. We're about 1 mile south of Eaton Canyon, directly down from Altadena Drive. It's unbelievable how this fire has spotted a mile away, and not only spotted enough to catch, you know, shrubs and bushes and trees on fire, but to fully engulf a home here. Just across the street here, there was another home that had fire burning right up to the backyard. And if you look to the left here, I don't even know what that is that's on fire, but it looks like it could be potentially another structure. It looks like something up there is burning too. So kind of all around us here now, we're seeing that this fire has spread from Altadena down to Pasadena in this residential area with a bunch of trees and a bunch of homes packed in here, and it is burning right through them. And on the other side of these homes here, I think there might be 2 other homes behind at Del Rey and Woodland here in Pasadena, and then there's a preschool behind it. And we were hearing from another photographer just a couple of moments ago who's walked down there that those might be on fire at this point too, and if not, the flames are very close to it. We're just going to walk down the street a little bit here without getting too close, and watch out for the fire hose here, Chris. I don't want to trip you. But the winds are just blowing so fast out here tonight. You can see like how the flames are just being pushed down like a blowtorch out here. It's really carrying embers super far away, and it's even the homes here that are in good condition right now have a lot of embers just burning up through the dry brush in front of their homes. You can see all of the black smoke that's just billowing off of this thing. Just unbelievable that this is happening in Pasadena. You know, and you can hear these explosions. I don't know if that's propane tanks or something that someone's storing on their properties here. We're gonna go around the corner just a little bit here if we can, Chris. You can see that there are fire trucks here, and they do have hose line pulled out in front of some of these homes, but there's not anything they can do when the wind is pushing the flames with this much intensity. You know, I don't think the hose is going to do anything at this point. It's really no match for the flames we have. I don't think we can walk down that way because the fire's laying down too much over the road now here, but it does look like there might be another structure down the road just behind this home that might be catching fire at this point too. So it looks like at least for sure this home on fire, and maybe another 1 or 2 behind it. Again, Del Rey and Woodland in Pasadena. And this is maybe half a mile down the street from where we had crews evacuating over 100 people from a senior center, you know, in the middle of the evening out here, pushing them down the street in hospital beds with little blankets on and trying to keep them as comfortable as possible. But it's so cold out here and there's so much smoke. And, you know, they're just sitting in the middle of a 7-Eleven parking lot trying to figure out where to put them. And like Mike mentioned earlier, the city of Pasadena has been working all night long to do what they can to come together and help these people. They were loading those seniors onto Pasadena transit buses, into ambulances. They were, there's a big cloud of smoke coming at us. They even put them in a Pasadena SWAT vehicle at one point, and they were taking them to the Pasadena Convention Center, which sounds like where they have an evacuation shelter set up at this point. This is just one of the neighborhoods we're seeing a home burn down. You know, we heard in Sierra Madre they have more evacuations there. Altadena, it sounds like maybe closer to Eaton Canyon, they had a structure on fire there. So with the winds expected to pick up overnight, starting, you know, at 10 o'clock and then moving into even 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, this thing is still raging like this. You can have embers from this home carry right across the street where these firefighters are and spark something else. So I think it looks like they're probably trying to stay to the south of this and protect these homes now a little bit south of this home that's on fire, so they can prevent those embers from sparking something much larger. But I mean, look over this way, how black this is down the road. There's definitely something else burning down that way too. We're going to come back just a little bit. Thank you. Yeah, you could hear someone's fire alarm going off on their building right now. You just hope that everybody got out of their houses over here a while ago when they were told to evacuate, and they're not trying to hunker down inside still, because look even over to the right of us here. Look at all these little embers blowing in front of this house here. You know, it doesn't look like they have a ton of dry vegetation on the ground. It looks like a lot of succulents and stuff that hopefully retain water and won't burn and help it catch onto the home here. But this is what it looks like in a lot of neighborhoods. So this has got to be really scary for homeowners watching this on TV, knowing that they live right nearby, and you know, one of their neighbors' homes here across the street from us is on fire tonight. Wind's just blowing me right over too. It's really gusty out here.
Yeah, just incredibly sad and dramatic pictures that you're showing us tonight, Nicole. It is unbelievable that you're standing in the middle of Pasadena and that is happening right now. You know, we're not used to that. We're not used to seeing that in the suburbs or here in Southern California alone. When we talk about Santa Ana winds, Pat, I mean, that is, of course, you know, something that we occur often here in Southern California. That's one of the most common weather patterns that we talk about here.
But we think about coastal areas, even from Malibu, unfortunately, to Orange County. But inland is a very different story, and that's with this particular fire. We are looking at flames. You and I have been watching this, Susie, as Nicole was talking. Those flames, the winds were blowing so hard, the flames were just blowing horizontally.
Okay.
And which you could tell, that's why those embers were blowing on the ground.
Sure.
And that also sets fires so close to the ground. You know, you think sometimes we're used to seeing brush fires, it goes from canyon to canyon, rooftop to rooftop, but this can present a lot of damage, as we are seeing even from where those flames are located. And unfortunately, you know, this is a picture in Eaton Canyon, but we also have fires that are burning into Santa Monica. And when I heard the location in San Vicente, I mean, there are buildings over there as well.
Sure.
So that's something very, very different that we are seeing tonight. And again, this is a historic fire. The thing is, we still have our firefighters out there fighting this from the ground.
That's right. And we have flames raging all over, as we've been talking about. The speed of the fire, just unreal. It's almost like the 10 o'clock hour. We said it just as soon. It's like cue the winds once again, as meteorologists like Jenny Roberti has been telling us about.
And it looks like flames were just blowing over a building. And our Lori Perez is live on PCH in Malibu, where we have seen just some of the momentous events that have happened just behind you all evening long, Laura.
You know, I've been doing this job for a while, and I cannot believe what I have seen tonight in Malibu. You know, Mike Rogers was talking about the people who are walking to Duke's Malibu. We've been hearing about that too, so we were trying to get up there, but we could not even get up there because the fire was so intense, we didn't want to get through. In fact, before I go back more into that story, let me show you what is happening right across the street. That is just engulfed. Woo! I think we are not in a good situation here. In the last couple of seconds, when I was waiting for you to toss to me, that just really started to flare up. You can see the tremendous amount of embers that are now
if you need
in
to go,
the air all around us.
If you need to go.
Mojo, what do you think?
Okay, we're going to let our Laura Perez get out of there. We have seen this happen on a number of occasions throughout the night. Those flames getting dangerously close. It's already hard to breathe. You can imagine. We've watched our folks out there not being able to actually see, even with their goggles on. And a number of times, I don't want to say close calls and sounding dramatic, but we have seen some pretty close encounters. So we're going to go back to another one of our team of reporters, Tom Wade. He's been on the fire lines all evening long. You're covering the Palisades fire as well, where buildings are burning right now.
So Tom, where are you and what are we looking at?
Sure. I am on Sunset Boulevard, not far from Temescal Canyon Road, and you can just take a look. This apartment building is fully engulfed. This is a building we showed you earlier in the evening. Firefighters were doing all they could to get a handle on it. It appears they've kind of just given up a bit on it. They do have a couple engines here on scene, but earlier they had ladders here. I would just, based on what I'm seeing here, maybe they're just letting this burn out. based on the fact that the building just seems to be a complete loss. The fire just devouring this apartment building. And just down the street, there's just a ton of embers and debris falling now. This night is just, it's unbelievable what we're seeing. And now the wind is shifting, and the heat from the fire, and it's so hard to breathe, and it's so hard to see. I can't even describe it, guys. It's so intense, and you can probably see all those embers blowing out of the building, and they are blowing across the street into the buildings, and you have to worry about the attics and the other buildings that could be affected by all of this debris and these embers that are blowing. We have these jackets on. You've probably seen a lot of us wearing these yellow jackets. They look like fire jackets. They are. The reason why we have them is so if when the embers do hit us, there's a chemical on these jackets that protects us, but that doesn't help when it hits the back of your neck. But it just, the scope of this is just so intense. We're also not far from where Palisades High School is, and that also was burning. We don't know the extent of it. We don't know how much was burned, and that's someone driving through, perhaps someone who decided to evacuate way later than they should have. We don't see a lot of civilian traffic right now. These are all closed roads. You can hear part of the building, pieces of the building collapsing there. But so we're not far from Palisades High School. Parts of that burned. We don't know the extent of the damage. This is also the same area where a number of people were trying to flee from their cars earlier today. And they had to abandon them. And then a bulldozer had to come through later and push them off to the side of the road. We also saw other fires. Oh, yeah. Oh, my gosh. Yeah, there's just more and more of this building coming down. You have to wonder if the structure itself is safe after the fire has burned here so long. Yeah, I think we're going to move. There's so much smoke blowing at us. I can barely breathe, and I don't want to get hit by any more embers. So I'm going to send it back to you, Pat.
Some safety, whether you're in the truck or further away from this particular building, because Susie and I are just watching it be demolished. This is falling apart before our very eyes, and it's so very sad to see, because even less than an hour ago, the building didn't look like that. But as Tom said, as he was standing there, the winds shift, and they've been shifting all night long, giving you a false sense of promise that, okay, might be in the clear.
Maybe we're okay.
But you can't do that.
No.
Can't let your guard down. And unfortunately, that's what some of those people did that ended up at Duke's Malibu with those injuries.
Absolutely. Meteorologist Danny Roberti is standing by with a look at conditions right now. And next to her is the Eaton fire burning, Danny.
Yeah, so we're going to talk about conditions at both of those fires, but also just what we're seeing all across Southern California. I know this is a very difficult night for so many families and communities here in Southern California. So we're going to show you what we're seeing right now and what happens next. We're in that window for the strongest winds. These are just numbers, but when you see our reporters out there, you can see how incredibly erratic, powerful, and strong these winds are. We're talking gusts nearing 60 miles per hour in many areas. We've seen gusts close to 90 miles per hour this evening, and they could very well strengthen going into tonight. 59 mile per hour winds through Burbank, Simi Valley, it has strengthened. 65 mile per hour winds there, 60 mile per hour winds through Malibu, and even through those areas that don't normally get in on the Santa Ana winds. That's what makes this really unusual and rare for us. Pasadena, Altadena, where we have the Eaton fire burning, we've got gusts between 50 to 60 miles per hour. It's blustery through the Inland Empire into Inland Orange County, but the big focus right now, it's going to be the San Fernando Valley, the San Gabriel Valley, the Santa Monica Mountains. So let me zoom you into a couple different areas. Here's a look at the conditions where the Eaton fire is currently burning. We're looking at gusts up to 60 miles per hour right now, sustained winds of 33 miles per hour. This is unusual in this area. And on top of that, it is very, very dry here. And now I want to zoom you in to where the Palisades fire is burning, close to 60 miles per hour right now. So the window for the strongest winds, it's right now all the way up to around 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. So this is a big window for us where we're seeing these winds ramping up just a little bit as we get closer to dawn. But there's going to be a lot of these areas that don't normally get in on these really strong gusty winds. So this is a look at our wind futurecast. I want to take a step out of the way because I do want to zoom you in on some key areas. This is going to walk us through hour by hour when we see the strongest winds and when they finally move out of here. So here's a look at around midnight. So in just the next couple of hours, you can see some strong winds developing right there through Simi Valley. The 210 corridor is going to be a big concern. San Fernando over towards Pasadena, Altadena getting in on the potential for some gusts between 50 to 70 miles per hour. You see that through La Cañada, Flint Ridge. We've got this over through the Inland Empire as well. So as I bring you over, Rancho Cucamonga close to this, up through the mountains, of course. Now, what we could see tonight are some breaking mountain waves. What happens with these, we could get gusts hitting the ridges of the San Gabriel Mountains, and then they kind of break through and drop into some of our foothill communities. So we could see pockets of 80 to 100 mile per hour gusts. That's what's going to make this difficult going into tonight. So here's a look at 2 to 3 o'clock in the morning. Those purples are indicating the strongest winds. 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, we're going to actually see a little surge of winds right there through downtown Los Angeles into Inglewood, over towards Torrance into Santa Monica. We're continuing to see that through the Palisades. I'm going to zoom us back out, because once we get to tomorrow morning, we're going to see a little surge in those winds, even through inland Orange County, areas like Rancho Santa Margarita into Silverado, and then also into the Inland Empire. We get to Wednesday late morning into early afternoon. It's still blustery out there. Here's the good news. Winds start to die down in the afternoon. Now, we're not out of the woods in terms of fire danger. It's still going to be breezy out there, but we're expecting high wind warnings to expire. And then another little surge, not completely out of the woods, but another surge in winds Thursday afternoon going into Thursday evening. High wind warnings, they are with us until 6 o'clock Wednesday evening. So aside from the fire danger, these winds can do a lot more. Back in 2011 with the big winds that moved through Pasadena, 80 mile per hour gusts, we saw so many trees down. So that's a possibility with the winds this strong. Down trees, down power lines, possible power outages. So especially first thing tomorrow morning, if you're getting out there on the roads, getting off to work, please be extra careful. We may see some damage through the roadways, and already National Weather Service has had so many damage reports through the San Gabriel Valley and also the San Fernando Valley. This is unusual for us to see a high wind warning that blankets most of Southern California. I mean, we're no stranger to this. We get the Santa Ana winds, and yes, we do get high wind warnings, but we're not used to seeing widespread winds of this magnitude. So that's what makes this very odd for us. And then on top of that, we've been talking about the fire danger. I mean, we're seeing it out there right now. And what's so hard is that these embers that you're seeing on the side of your screen, I mean, they can fuel or they can fan out miles away to help start other fires, and they can move quickly, and it can be very unpredictable with these gusty winds. So we've got strong winds, low humidity, fire danger is elevated going into the next 24 hours. Now, typically this time of the year, we're not really concerned with red flag warnings. We don't normally see them in January, and that's because we normally get enough rain by now where that's all mitigated. But so far this season, downtown Los Angeles, we've only seen 0.02 of an inch of rain as of tomorrow for downtown LA. This is going to mark our driest start to winter since 1964. So that plays a big part in this. It's not just the winds, but vegetation is so dry out there that that's why this fire danger is so elevated and so critical. Coming up, we're going to talk about the air quality alerts because we're seeing a lot of smoke out there. We'll break that down for you to make sure you feel prepared going into tomorrow. Pat, Susie.
All right, Danny, thank you so much. And let's get back to Mike Rogers now on the desk.
And Mike, you've got a lot of new information for us, lots to get to.
Yeah, I do. And I want to start out with evacuation areas that we've been talking about here. And this is the one in the Palisades fire, because every time we look at the map, really, it is expanding and getting further. The current concern that we've been listening to. And first of all, I want to point out, you can tell where firefighters are kind of more concerned based on what's voluntary and based on what's mandatory. And every time they add an evacuation area to the west, it's been mandatory. The ones that are still voluntary up here in Calabasas, that hasn't really changed. But the Mandeville Canyon area, as we continue to listen to the fire radios and them doing their work, they're growing increasingly worried about Mandeville Canyon. So that is why the Mandeville Canyon area is all under a mandatory evacuation right now. And I want to zoom in here because I want to show you some of these streets in these communities that are under evacuations, mandatory evacuations. And you've got a lot of them. Mandeville Canyon Road. And we're back into this situation just like we were this morning where you've got these canyon roads that are one way in and one way out. And that is so dangerous, and that is what ultimately caused such issues up in the Palisades area, because people didn't leave necessarily right when they were told to, or it took them a while, what have you, and then cars got trapped, people got blocked, had to run on foot, cars got bulldozed out of the way. So that's what they want to avoid. So the Mandeville Canyon area, West Ridge Road, Chelan Road, if you're in any of these areas, you should be evacuating. Now, there are a list of school closures as well, and one that just came in that I wanted to tell you about is the Glendale Unified School District. They've shut down all of their schools. They're not even they're near Pasadena where the fire is, but they're not in a fire area, correct? Yeah, Pat, smoke and wind and all those other concerns that they're talking about. Now, one of the things that we saw today that was remarkable in the Palisades fire, we talked about how people had to get out and run on foot. Well, an independent photographer actually was driving through the fire area and caught one of that happening on her dash camera. Take a look.
Hey, get in the car. Oh my God. Get in the car. Tell her to get in the car. Get in the car in the back. 51 Golf on command. Push it over. Come on.
And you can hear Brandy, that's Brandy, one of the independent photographers, and you can see as she was driving, she saw the woman, was surprised. The conversation went on between the two of them about where were you going, and she said she had to leave her house, and that's all she had. You see in her hands, nothing. She was running down the street with fire on both sides of her. Brandy continuously talking to her, telling her, asking her where she needs to go as she approaches this intersection. Really dramatic stuff, and that was the scene for most of the day, and is still the scene right now. I told you at the top of this newscast, a source telling me that people are coming out of the hillside that didn't evacuate and ending up at Duke's Malibu with burns all over them. LAFD confirms they've had multiple burn patients show up there at Duke's Malibu that they're now trying to assess and treat. Earlier today as well, our Jonathan Vigliotti, a CBS News correspondent, also got caught in the flames.
Come on, guys. We gotta go. Yeah. Come on, get in the car.
And you can hear as they kind of run back to their truck there and get back to their crews. Again, Jonathan Vigliotti with the CBS News crew up there earlier today getting caught in that fire. So the fire continues to burn. We're still dealing with situations like that, you guys. And it's just been really a rough day for everybody. And it's not gotten any better, unfortunately, as we continue to look at all of the video that is coming into the newsroom.
So right about that, Mike, and it's a good time, obviously, to tell people if you still have power, certainly to charge your phones, so you can possibly get information. We've had so many reports of internet outages in so many areas. A vast amount of people are without power. We know that, but also their internet service is down. So you have an opportunity to charge your phone, even if you have to do it in the car.
Exactly, while you can.
Yeah,
this is supposed to last until tomorrow, so be warned, folks, right now that we are still expecting, hopefully not, but we should be bracing for anything that could happen in the overnight hours.
And make sure, if you can, to call your school districts. Mike just talked about Glendale School District. There are going to be a number of school closures tomorrow, so hopefully you can call. I'm sure they'll have some kind of information on a recorded line, possibly letting parents know. And certainly in the area that we have been watching all night long, where fires, and I'm going to say fires because we've seen them explode late tonight, really since 6:30 p.m. in the Eaton Canyon area.
That's right. Evacuation orders are underway, even as east as Sierra Madre. Let's go live now to our Nicole Comstock, live in Pasadena, once again, where homes are burning tonight. Nicole.
Yeah, Susie and Pat, this is just a really heartbreaking example of how blowing embers from a wildfire can absolutely destroy a neighborhood. We're on Del Rey at the corner of Woodland here in Pasadena. When we first got here about maybe 35-40 minutes ago, this home was completely destroyed. Now you can see across Woodland here, there's another home that has caught fire. That's black smoke billowing off the top of it, so we know that's a structure burning and that those are homes right here. This wind is kind of blowing in all directions. Right now you see these embers going to the south of us here, but it's also blowing to the west and the east. We also have this condo complex that caught fire because embers from the home behind us were blowing in the wind across the street here. And now there's at least two of these big buildings here that are on fire. it's just so heartbreaking. We're seeing firefighters do have hose line pulled out in these neighborhoods, but they can't really do anything because the wind is basically laying these flames down on top of homes and condos like a blowtorch, and hose isn't really going to do anything against that. So once it goes up, that's pretty much it. They're trying to focus all of their efforts on protecting the homes, I think a little bit farther away from the flames where they know that they actually can put in the work to protect them. And we are also seeing firefighters going through this condo complex here and just making sure that no one's still inside the properties here. You have to hope that everybody, heard about these evacuation orders and got out a long time ago, because at this point in the evening, the flames are only picking up in intensity, and it's really unpredictable what could catch fire here next. It really only takes like a little ember going in underneath the tile on a roof or going in through a little like air conditioning vent, and once it starts smoldering in an attic or in a little crawl space or anything like that, the whole roof is probably on fire before you start to see the flames here. So gosh, you can see this black smoke. It almost looks like a tornado blowing through here with all of the black smoke and the embers swirling around here. Just to give you a little bit of perspective on how close we are to Eaton Canyon, we're not super close. We're actually about a mile away from Eaton Canyon, this 190-acre natural preserve area where this fire started at about 6 o'clock this evening. So the fire has spotted a mile away from that area. And this is crazy because this is a residential area in Pasadena with lots of homes and condos packed in, lots of businesses. If you want to take a look at this video here for just a couple of minutes here, we saw all of these senior citizens, over 100 of them, a couple of hours ago, who had to be evacuated from 2 different facilities just up the street on Altadena Avenue near Washington. They were essentially pushed across the street in the middle of the night in their hospital beds, and they were kind of corralled in a parking lot, a 7-Eleven parking lot with a McDonald's right across the street. Main streets there, Altadena and Washington and Pasadena. And they had to wait there for maybe 45 minutes or an hour until the city and the fire department, police, all of the workers at the senior center pulled all of their resources together, and they figured out how to get them out of there. They had to stick them on Pasadena transit buses. Some people left in their wheelchairs loaded onto a Pasadena SWAT vehicle, and they were taken to the Pasadena Convention Center. So that's the main evacuation shelter they're working with right now. If you're not familiar with the area so much, Pasadena and Altadena are like right back to back. So a fire of this magnitude starting in Altadena, people are evacuated there. Pasadena is going to jump in with all the resources they have as a bigger city to help out. And we've seen not only the city helping people, but other people coming out here to help their neighbors. We talked to one gentleman earlier who said he busted out the window on his friend's apartment complex to make sure that he could get her out. And he said she didn't know that the fire was burning right behind it at the time. So I'm sure they're probably, gosh, look at the flames coming off this condo right here. I'm sure there are other people that didn't know that the fire was this close to them until probably they heard the fire alarm next door and came outside and saw this. But it's just unbelievable. And we know that this fire exploded because the vegetation's so dry right now, and we have these incredible winds. So we're just expecting to see more of this get worse overnight, you guys.
So much, Nicole. We're going to get a reset now at just after 10:30, actually 10:32 here on KCAL News at 10. We have fires burning in Pasadena. Flames from the Altadena fire that Nicole was just talking about have spread to the corner of Del Rey and Woodland Street, right down from the street from where a crews evacuated dozens of people. You're looking at those pictures there. They are at a senior center, or they were evacuated from a senior center late tonight.
Also new at 10:30, the Palisades fire has moved into Malibu tonight. Evacuation warnings for this fire now stretching into Calabasas, Malibu, Brentwood, and Santa Monica. More than 10,000 homes threatened at this hour.
And the extreme winds have been toppling trees. We have new pictures just in of a large downed tree on Cahuenga Boulevard and Toluca Lake. That windstorm also knocking out power to thousands of people across SoCal. And we have much more new at 10:30. Mike Rogers on the desk. Mike.
Yeah, Pat and Susie, what's happening right now, there are 2 new fires burning, one in both of them in the San Fernando Valley, one in the Sylmar area, one in the Sun Valley area. I want to start with the one in the Sun Valley area. Come to my computer in here and I'll show you that this started as a commercial fire off the side of the 5 freeway at Lankershim Boulevard. It then spread to brush. So that is what the situation is. This is video from the Citizen app that is currently burning. Now, there is a second new fire that is happening off the 210 freeway and Yarnell. I'm going to pull this over to my screen because I want to show you this. This is a very grainy Alert California camera. It's all I've got at the moment to show you. We do have a crew headed that way, but you can see the fire on the hillside there. For reference there, this is right behind Olive View Medical Center. This was first reported to the CHP. I'm reading the CHP log here. First of all, they're going to close, looks like, portions of the 210. Let me just get back to this really quickly here. But yeah, Foothill Boulevard and Yarnell is where it came in. There was a report of a fire in this location. That's the camera you're looking at here. A large fire started above Olive View Medical is what a 911 caller reported to CHP. Another caller called in and said the fire is moving quickly and headed towards the freeway. Another caller called in and said that they thought they saw a power line explode on the side of the mountain and now it's on fire. And another person, and actually a unit called in, they have visual of the fire. They say from the southbound 5 of the 14, that CHP unit reported to their dispatch center that the whole mountainside was on fire. Again, this is the 210 at Yarnell. This is a new fire. Another CHP unit reporting that there is heavy smoke across the 210 freeway at Yarnell. Another unit there reporting that the fire is coming up to houses on Yarnell at the 210. I don't remember what year it was, but there was a fire that burned in this exact same area, and if I remember correctly, started at the 210 at Yarnell. It was before COVID, burned up into the hillsides, jumped the 5, came into the Porter Ranch area, and then moved over to the west. And it may have been 2018, somewhere around there, 2018, 2019, after the Woolsey fire. But that is in now the exact same area. So now we're dealing with yet another fire. We're going to work to get some better images than this, but this is what I have right now for you, is another Alert California Wildfire camera. Foothill and Yarnell Boulevard. CHP is on scene. Fire department is on scene as well. Another very not good situation for where this fire has started, guys.
Wow. All right, Tom. We've got so much to talk about tonight, and that was just new reporting from Mike Rogers. But, you know, we're going to go back to that the Palisades Malibu fire where we've been watching Tom Waite all night long, reporting from different different spots there, and they all seem to be just as bad.
Yeah, Tom, what is the situation now? Has it gotten worse?
Yeah, gosh, you guys, it's just bad. I mean, it's just sustained bad, awful. I don't even know. Those are the words right now. It's a really ugly situation. We're on Temescal Canyon right now, just between Sunset and PCH. And from where we're standing, it looks like that's a home burning just in the distance there at the top of the hill. Obviously, we don't know for sure, but that's what it looks like from where I'm standing. But really, as we turn more, Greg, to the side of the road here, to Temescal Canyon, I mean, that's where it's pretty clear there's at least one structure up there burning and possibly more. It's just fire everywhere, and the winds are just unrelenting. We were just live a few minutes ago on that apartment fire, and I had even with goggles, I had so much soot in my eyes. I went back to the truck and flushed out, grabbed a water bottle just to get all that stuff out of my eyes. I can only imagine what firefighters are dealing with. They are just taking the brunt of all of this and just, walking directly into these dangerous situations and battling these fires. I really don't, in my 11 years here at KCBS KCAL, I cannot remember a situation like this where there's just no let up. It just keeps going. I mean, maybe a few minutes here and there, but these gusts are so strong and they don't stop. And this is why we are where we are. I mean, just down at the base of the hill here, there's a little just sort of hot spot, but it poses such a threat because, the embers that are blowing can just blow up into another structure. And that's what the concern is. You can't get control of these situations when you have a windstorm like this. I mean, it's like, I've never been in a hurricane. I've been in tornadoes, covered those, and it feels a little bit like that. It's just crazy. And I'm just looking up and down Temescal, and I see hot spots and smoldering vegetation. I see what looks like at least 2 structures burning. And, you know, we'll obviously get the count in the coming days of how much has been destroyed, but it's really mind-boggling to just sort of drive around and see so many buildings burning and firefighters doing, sorry, Greg, go ahead. Okay, we're coming back. Yeah, we're coming back to look on this side of Temescal and just kind of give, I believe this is like the south side view. And yeah, there's just fire everywhere, right? Everywhere you look along this hillside, all you see is burning vegetation. And then, Greg, let's just spin back over to that house over there. I think it's a house. I'm not certain what it is, but it appears to be a home there that's burning on the top of that hill. And it's fully involved and engulfed, and there's still fresh fuel burning in that house. Oh my gosh, wow, for like a second, it's not blowing at us like 1,000 miles per hour. It feels amazing. But, you know, it just lasts for like 2 seconds and it's back. So, you know, when you're trying to put a fire out and you're spraying water on these structures, you got to like be right on top of it, right? Because otherwise the water just blows every which way. So it disperses, especially with the air support. Obviously, the wind creates its own challenges just for aircraft, but then when you try to drop water on top of something and the winds are blowing at you know, these massive gusts, it just blows the water away. So it just presents this exasperating challenge for firefighters who I'm sure are looking at the you know, forecasters and seeing what's being reported, and it must just be mind-numbing to think, how is this going to go on for days? How can we do this, right? I mean, and people who live here, the evacuees, people who are watching all this, wondering, you know, how can we do this, right? I mean, the good news is, what's so incredible about Angelenos, and I've noticed this tonight, is the kindness and the desire to do what was right, which was evacuate when firefighters said to do so. People come together, and that is really one of the few silver linings here, right? Is I've just been so taken by talking to people who are scared, obviously, but they did what they needed to do. They got out when they needed to get out, and they're worried for their neighbors, their loved ones. I had one, my aunt was evacuated tonight from her home in Palisades. She's lived there since the 70s. And another friend said, hey, does she need a place to stay? Which was so sweet. But, you know, I have lots of family here in town, so she does have a place. But that's the kind of thing you hear in these situations, in these emergencies. People reaching out saying, look, I'm going to help. You know, you're not alone. And I love that. That's the one thing you can really like latch onto right now when you're standing in a storm of doom that's blowing fire and destruction in every which way around you. You have to hold on to those moments, right? To the people who are suffering, but at the same time trying to see the best and to see the brighter spots of humanity. So not to get on my little soapbox, but I have to say, in such a dark night with so much terrible stuff going on, I think it is important to focus on some of the amazing humanity we've seen tonight.
Out there, Tom, and quite different than when you were in Malibu. We thought that was something horrific. The Franklin fire just last month, where, Tom, you were probably in some of the close to the exact location. And this time, though, what is so heartbreaking to see all the fires, but at the same time, one of the main reasons we know why they are burning like this is because of the wind. Sure. And because we are at the mercy of the weather. Yep. Because we can't have aircraft overhead. Not even just when you talk about the choppers flying to drop water, to stop the fire, even the fixed wing that dropped that marvelous SPAS check that helped stop the spread or slow the spread. Sure. They're not even able to do that. Sure. So right now, you know, this is a situation that we haven't been in before, where we're sort of left to just the resources that we have on the ground. Absolutely. And even then, we're pretty thin, Susie, but I'm sure our people are staying, when I say our people, our fire department, they're staying on top of this. They're asking anyone who can suit up, who's a firefighter, to please do so. But hopefully, even by tomorrow, we'll even have more help from people out of state, because if we need it, I mean, we have to have it. And that's one thing that we have seen. We come together and we help our American citizens.
Many different departments, absolutely, already coming together tonight, Pat, with the LA City and the LA County Fire Department. You were just talking about the fire a couple of weeks ago in Malibu, and tonight the residents there on edge once again because of this fire that has burned clear to Malibu now. And our Lori Perez is standing by in Malibu with a look at that now. Lori.
We have seen an unbelievable amount of damage in Malibu tonight. In fact, just a little while ago, I actually texted a friend of mine. He's a city leader here in Malibu, and I just said, I'm sorry. I'm sorry about what's happening here, because we had just driven down PCH, seeing how much was damaged. In fact, I want to get right to that video that I took just about an hour ago as I was coming down PCH from Duke's Restaurant in Malibu, which is at Las Flores Canyon, and it was house after house after house, building after building after building just burned. Those are the beachside homes. On the other side of PCH, lots of businesses also burned. People have been in the area familiar with, the Real Inn, that is gone. The 7-Eleven right near there, that is gone. The Rosenthal wine patio, that is gone. That has been burned to the ground. I mean, it's just, I couldn't believe my eyes as we were driving down PCH. We couldn't get up to Duke's, where we understood that there were some people who had been hurt and burned, and they were walking down to Duke's. We could not get to Duke's because the fire was so intense on both sides of the road. It wasn't safe for us to continue going, so we turned around. And, again, the extent of the damage in Malibu is really remarkable. We are here on PCH. If you want to come back to me live on we're at Puerto Marino and PCH. And behind us up in the hill there, you can see there is a fire that is burning a home there. There's at least 2 other houses up on the streets above this is an advertising agency. I looked on Google Maps and it says it's called The Many. It's an advertising agency. That building is okay, but behind it are street after street after street of houses, and just from where we're standing, we can see 1, 2, 3 at least that are burning. Actually, if I look to the left, I see 4 or 5. So these firefighters are just down here. They're going to try and protect this building should that fire come down. But that will just give you an idea of how much they're dealing with, because all up and down PCH, in neighborhood after neighborhood, there are houses burning. And in some of those cases, we did not see any engines or firefighters, because they really are having to choose where to focus their energies to save what they can save and what is beyond saving. That's how critical and how dynamic this situation is at this point. The wind continues to blow at a very strong clip. Just about 45 minutes ago when we tried to go live, a tree erupted in flames very quickly and put us in a lot of danger right at the moment. So we had to skedaddle out of there just for our own safety. But the situation continues to evolve, and not in a good way. Tom was talking about how perhaps tomorrow we'll begin to tally the damage. And I don't even want to begin to do that, because it is going to be so much that we have lost. Malibu, frankly, Malibu is burning tonight. It is burning, guys.
Yeah, we have friends. I'm going to call him by name. Former colleague David Goldstein. He's also a very, very good friend. I believe he and his wife did get out. I know they were prepared to go, and that's it. After having gone through such devastation just a short time ago, a lot of people were paying attention and were able to get out, or they, went when they were supposed to. However, Susie, we have talked about some incidents tonight, particularly those people at Duke's Malibu who thought that they could ride it out, I guess, and unfortunately they were injured. Hopefully not seriously, but we do know one firefighter had to go to the hospital.
That's right. Meteorologist Danny Roberti is standing by once again. And Danny, you said the 10 o'clock hour we would start the peak of the wind event. Yeah. We are in the thick of it right now.
Yeah, we are. We are, Susie and Pat. That's what we're seeing right now. Our strongest winds really focused right now until tomorrow morning. So we are in the heart of this event, and we are just continuing to see these relentless winds. It continues, and they are widespread. We've mainly seen gusts between 40 to 80 miles per hour. Actually, 50 to 80 miles per hour is what most areas are focused on. So you can see the strongest winds right now. We've got it through Burbank into Santa Clarita. Now, keep in mind, we're going to see these winds strengthening over the next couple hours until around dawn tomorrow morning. It's strong through the Inland Empire, but it's not as strong as what we're seeing through LA County, through Malibu, through the Santa Monica Mountains, areas where the Palisades fire is burning right now. I want to zoom you in on that area. Look at those purples that you're seeing on your map. This is where we are seeing our strongest wind gusts right now. Burbank has gusts nearing 60 miles per hour. So the San Fernando Valley, big focus for this. And then you can see that through Malibu. These winds, yes, they are coming out of the northeast. They're pushing towards the southwest. But what happens within some of these fires, I know Tom and Lori have been talking about it, is that it almost feels like in the cold, the winds are shifting when they're in the midst of it. Sometimes these fires, they create weather of their own within that fire. So that's something that we see as well. So let's take a look at our hourly wind gusts. This is going to give you a good idea of what we're going to see tonight going into early tomorrow morning. The focus is midnight to around 10 o'clock in the morning. Look at Santa Clarita, gusts between 50 to 60 miles per hour. I know this is cut off just a little bit, but you've got Los Angeles and Long Beach included in that. And then you're also seeing Lancaster, Ontario, and Glendale with gusts between 40 to 60 miles per hour tonight into tomorrow morning. So what we're watching for, strongest winds right now through 9 o'clock Wednesday morning. Something else that we could see going into tonight, and this is when we could see some of those stronger winds, it's these mountain waves, which we do not normally see. This is very rare for us. The last time we saw something like this, it was back in 2011 in Pasadena when we saw 1,200 trees that were downed with 80-mile-per-hour winds. What happens, we've got these 100-mile-per-hour gusts. They hit the ridges of the San Gabriel Mountains, and sometimes they break it down, and we see these pockets of these really strong winds, and that's what creates some of this damage. So two big things we're focused on. It's the fire danger, but it's also the damage with these strong gusty winds. So this is important. I've been keeping a very close eye on our futurecast because this walks us through the timing of the winds when we see the strongest winds. So midnight, you can see it is still widespread. We are not getting a break tonight, and that's what we're hoping for as a break. Now, once we go into early tomorrow morning, this is around 3 o'clock in the morning, those purples, that's what I have my eyes on, and you can see those stronger winds. The 210 corridor, that's been a big concern since last night, really stretching from San Fernando. You see that over in La Crescenta, Pasadena, Altadena, seeing gusts between 40 to 50 miles per hour. And then you can see over towards Monrovia, Glendora, right there towards Rancho Cucamonga into San Bernardino. And then I also don't want to leave out inland Orange County. Look at what happens once we get to the morning time. You're seeing some purples in there as well. Foothill Ranch into Rancho Santa Margarita, right there towards Silverado. We've got some strong gusty winds developing, and by tomorrow morning, we are expecting that PDS, that particularly dangerous situation, red flag warning for areas of Orange County into the Inland Empire. So 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, we get out there on the roads. It's still a blustery day for us. I know you're thinking at home, when are we going to be done with these winds? It's still breezy late morning, and we've even got some of those winds picking up a little bit more through the LA Basin into Orange County. And then once we get to Wednesday evening, this is when those winds are not going to be as widespread. It's still going to be gusty going into Wednesday night, but we're not going to see the magnitude or how widespread it is right now going into tomorrow morning. And then another little peak in winds. This is 3 o'clock Thursday afternoon. And then once we get to Friday, we're finally going to see these winds dying down. As for tomorrow, the fire danger is still with us, and that is going to be critical for these areas shaded in pink and that kind of light red that you see. Let me zoom you in right now. Santa Clarita into Pasadena, but really everyone is dealing with this to some extent. And then also inland Orange County, Rancho Santa Margarita, over towards the Inland Empire, Corona into Rancho Cucamonga. And on top of that, I mean, Pat and Susie have been talking about all the smoke in the air, and you can see how tough it is for a lot of our reporters to breathe out there. We now have air quality alerts in place because of this wildfire smoke that really makes it tough to breathe out there, and that's what's increasing the air pollution. And so the focus is going to be LA County, Orange County, the Santa Monica Mountains, the San Gabriel Valley. That's what we're focused on. So girls, we're going to continue to keep a close eye on this. It's all about the winds. That's what we're focused on right now, and going into tonight, no break. But by tomorrow night at this time, things are going to be looking a little bit better out there.
All right, Danny, thank you so much. And talking about no break, We're going to get to Mike Rogers at the desk with another fire.
That's right, Mike. We've got a crew of at least one of the new fires in the San Fernando Valley now.
Yeah, this is the one that's burning off Foothill and Yarnell, north of the 210 freeway. Our John Schreiber is there on the ground. I want to get straight to his picture because he is in the backyard of a home with firefighters. This is off Foothill Boulevard and Yarnell Road. This is the almost identical place where the Saddle Ridge fire burned in 2019. Look at this. You see from John's picture, the fence of this backyard is already gone. There is already an immediate structure threat. There is already evacuations for this fire. This fire is not even like 30 minutes old at this point, and this is already the situation that we're looking at. Look at John pans around to the hillside. So if you're familiar with that area, they got the 210 freeway, which, by the way, is closed because of the fire, because of smoke that was shooting off of the freeway or over the freeway there. And you have Olive View Medical Center. If you know where Olive View Medical Center is in the Sylmar area to the north side of the 210 freeway, this is burning above that. John is in a home off of, I think, Circle Diamond Road that is north of the 210. He's off a home that's off of Yarnell. Thank you, John. Off of the northbound or north side of the 215 freeway. There are evacuations, according to City Fire, the north of the 210 freeway from Roxford to the 514 split. So all of that area, it's very mountainous up there, but there are homes off Yarnell where John is, Circle Diamond Road, Saddle Ridge Road, Wagon Mound Road, Bridle Ridge Road. All of those areas are currently under an evacuation, including to the west, Nicholas Drive, Silver Oaks Drive, Balboa Boulevard, north of the 210 and the 5 there. This is a new fire being dubbed the Sylmar Fire by LA City Fire, are currently working on that. And again, right now, this is 50 acres was the last mapping they had of it. Of course, that is very quick and very new. And let me see what time the call time on this was. Interesting note here, I also see that one person, it looks like, has already gone to the hospital. One of the ambulances had to take somebody to the hospital on that situation. So, and correction, they're calling this the Hearst Fire, and just as I speak, they have now updated the acreage to at least 100 acres. The Hearst Fire, burning off the 210 freeway, excuse me, near Yarnell, is now at least 100 acres. That's according to the CAL FIRE mapping system that is currently doing this, and you can see it is already chewed. Now, a lot of this has come from the initial information came from CHP. I was going through their log. They had multiple 911 callers call this in. One person potentially reported seeing a power line catch fire. It's unclear if that's what started it or if it was already, the fire had already started and caught this power pole on fire, but people reported immediately seeing the hillside lit up in flames just moments after it was reported. The fire first came into CHP at 10:15 p.m. That's when the first person called it in. We also know that the 210 is now closed. There's a SIG alert for the 210, at least the westbound lanes of the 210, and that was because of the smoke that was drifting across the lanes. Look at that in John's shot. You see the embers coming right into his camera, and forgive us for the camera freezing there for a couple of seconds, but you can see all of those embers that are shooting across. And again, it is just yet another situation. This area, not a stranger to fire. This is where the Saddle Ridge fire started in 2019 before it burned up north and then went west, jumped the 5, came in down into Porter Ranch area. So here we go again. Now we are talking about 3 potentially major fires, the Palisades fire, the Eaton fire, and now what are we calling this one again? The Hearst fire, which has burned 100 acres in the Sylmar area north of the 210 freeway, you guys.
Thank you so much, Mike. And now let's talk about power outages. Well, they are everywhere. Edison estimating tonight that 75,000 customers are in the dark right now as we speak.
And the LAPD, or I should say the LADWP, has power outages as well. KCAL News reporter Leslie Marin is in Valley Village tonight with more. I see that it's still dark out there. Leslie.
Yeah, Pat and Susie, this is what many communities are dealing with. We have those communities that are dealing with those devastating fires and then others that are just completely in the dark for hours. This is Moore Park here. We're right at Valley Village and Studio City where the 2 neighborhoods meet here, and you can see it's just completely dark. This gas station, if you use it here in Studio City, you know it has been out pretty much all day. Then you take a look down that street, you can see all the street lights out, all those homes you can't even make out because their power has been out. Many frustrated people, but I will tell you there are so many crews out here doing what they can to get this power back on. You could see this intersection here at Laurel Canyon and Moore Park. This has been out for quite some time as well. You have parking enforcement here trying to just get traffic going. I want to get to some video because we have encountered several downed trees, power outs just throughout the valley here. Take a look at this. We were driving down the 101 at Laurel Canyon earlier tonight, and that's where a tree fell onto the freeway lanes, just barely missing the car there. And a driver, you could see outside of his vehicle, CHP and a tow truck were called in to help clean up and fully open the freeway up again. And then you have video of this intersection, Laurel Canyon and Moore Park, where it has been out pretty much all day. In this area, LADWP tells us Studio City, Valley Village, some of the hardest hit neighborhoods that they're currently dealing with, up to 2,000 customers without power. And while they say it can be frustrating for so many people, they have crews just throughout the Southland trying to get power back on. But there is a process. Many times they need to get tree trimming crews out here. They have to cut down trees that are laying over power lines in order to then get the work done. So many people have asked us, hey, do you know how long it'll take for power to come on? Well, they say anywhere from 4 to 12 hours. I know it can seem like a long time, but crews are doing what they can. They have many crews out over sorry, someone was yelling at us, but they have many crews out at the Palisades area, so they're doing what they can to get power back on. For now, reporting live from Studio City, Leslie Marin, KCAL News.
Okay, well, we've known that there could be power outages. We heard we were on standby yesterday for a number of power outages that were going to happen that we were hoping would sort of help in preventing some of what we're looking at tonight. But unfortunately, that's not the case. But still, it's probably going to be even more time. As you mentioned, Leslie, we just have to pack our patience. Yeah. Those of us who are suffering from power outages, I guess we should be thankful. All right, thanks so much for that, Leslie.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, well, we're going to be getting KCAL News at 11 in just a moment here, but we still have Leslie's picture up. And Leslie, as we had mentioned, it will take some time for power to be restored. Yeah. And this is an area in Valley Village that has not been affected by fire. We haven't had any reports of fire.
No, it has not been affected. Yeah, no, they have not been affected by the fire. Of course, you can smell the smoke in the air like many of us here in the Southland. But I will tell you another thing, Pat, something that LADWP crews told me was a problem. All the trees hanging over these power lines. They want people to take care of those before situations like this happen. For now, I'll send it back to you.
Devastating pictures now on KCAL News. Breaking news. The Palisades fire spreads into Malibu, and we have new video showing the destruction. It is horrific, and the fire threat is not even close to being over as we are entering the most dangerous part of this storm.
And a second fire exploding late tonight, burning in the hills above Altadena. The fire raging out of control, now burning homes in Pasadena.
And we are tracking a third fire, prompting new evacuations in the San Fernando Valley. The fires fueled by wind gusts that aren't even at max speed right now. They're just now starting to get worse. And it is leaving thousands of people in the dark. At this hour, at least 75,000 Edison customers do not have power, and thousands of DWP customers are in the dark as well. Good evening, everyone. Thanks for joining us. I'm Pat Harvey.
Hi, everyone. I'm Susie Sa.
Well, let's get straight to Mike Rogers at the desk. Mike has some more information for us. And Mike?
Hi, sorry about that. Just working the phones over here at the desk. Yeah, so the latest fire we're talking about, the Hearst fire. That is the one that is burning up in the Sylmar area. I want to come to my computer here really quickly because I want to show you, if we can, the map here where this is burning. This is off the 210 freeway, right off of Yarnell and Foothill is where it started. So this is the Hearst fire. This is where it's burning, and it is expanding into the hills above it. So the city fire has just issued evacuation warnings for everybody north of the 210 over to Roxford. So Roxford in here, let me draw it on the map for you. Roxford is right here. So this is the 210 freeway, obviously. Roxford comes up right here. So the evacuation is from there and then all the way over here to the 514 split. So really there's a couple of neighborhoods up in here, Sycamore, Sombrero, Walnut, and over here into Filbert Street. I'm going to ask Mike Parrott in the booth if we can go to John's pictures on RS1. He has been with those firefighters and he has been looking at those kind of fire crews getting on scene quickly here. And this is yet another fire. This is in that same location where it burned back in 2019, where they were trying to deal with this. It burned north of the 210 over to the 5. And we'll see if we can get to John's pictures there. I think Mike's got it right there for me. Thank you, Mike. And you can see the flames that are burning up on the hill. If you're familiar with this area, this is above Olive View Medical Center, just off the 210 freeway. And same situation that we've been seeing all night, you guys. All of this heavy smoke that is just making visibility nearly impossible for the fire crews, for the people that live there, for all of that. So this is a situation where John was just in a backyard a minute ago with some fire crews that were trying to put a fence out on fire. You see somebody else running around right there. This is a dangerous situation. It has already burned 100 acres. That's according to the CAL FIRE mapping system. And again, this is called the Hearst Fire. Evacuations north of the 210 between Roxford and the 514 split. We're going to continue to monitor this fire, you guys, but this is just the latest of what we're dealing with here in Southern California tonight.
All right, thanks so much for that, Mike. I know we're going to go back and talk about the Palisades fire in just a moment. Before we do that, I just want to add that we have a call that the Palisades Village, that beautiful shopping center, has suffered damage. In fact, there is a store in particular there that is engulfed by flames. That's at 15225 Palisades Village Lane. Okay, and we've been talking about fire, Susie, burning also in the Altadena area in the Eaton Canyon fire. That's what we're calling it.
That's right. And our Nicole Comstock is live in front of a home burning in Pasadena right now. Nicole?
Yeah, it's absolutely unbelievable, you guys. You can see the wind still continuing to intensify out here. And this is one of a handful of homes in this neighborhood off Del Rey at the cross street of Woodland in Pasadena that has been destroyed by this fire. The home just to the right of it is also now on fire, at least the roof of it is. And there are others across the street that have already gone down. There's a condo complex across the street we'll show you in a couple of minutes here, or we can show you right now that thing's on fire too right now. At least 2 of the buildings over there are fully engulfed in flames. And all of this, keep in mind, we're a mile away from Eaton Canyon, that 190-acre natural preserve area where this fire started. So all of this is spot fires. That's all the embers being cast in these extremely powerful winds a mile away and then catching maybe just one little ember getting into an eave under the roof of a house. That's all it takes to light one of these things up. Firefighters are out here doing what they can to save some of the homes that are being so aggressively and immediately threatened by this fire. This home right here, I just saw firefighters actually go inside. Looks like they maybe kicked open or just opened a back door to maybe try to vent it out. And these people have fire all in their backyard and in trees in the backyard right now. And firefighters are back here with a hose line pulled out, trying to put out the vegetation so it doesn't spread to this home. So hopefully they will be able to keep this home intact here. It's just such a heartbreaking scene because just a couple of minutes ago, there was a gentleman standing right here, actually, in this front yard. And he's looking directly across the street here, and he's sobbing on the phone and telling someone, that's our house is gone, it's gone. And how do you console someone in a moment like that when they come out to their neighborhood and the place they've lived in for how many ever years is totally destroyed? And you wouldn't necessarily think being a mile away from an area with hiking trails and hills and steep terrain that you would have to worry about a fire like this, because you have a lot of concrete around you, so you would think you would have a natural fire break. But we've been hearing for at least the past day now how catastrophic these winds could be and how we hadn't really seen a windstorm like this in the San Gabriel Valley in about 15 years. So the force of these winds alone is enough to just carry any little fire that starts into neighborhoods. And this is a really sad example of how those embers blowing in Santa Ana winds can really just destroy a neighborhood. Now, thankfully, there are lots of homes down here that are looking good. We have fire crews posted up here, and hopefully this home will be okay here too. Again, this is on Del Rey on the west side of the street, about 2 houses down from the corner of Woodland. So it looks like they have a good handle on the backyard here. They are trying to do everything they can to protect the homes that they think might be at risk of going up next. But you got these wind gusts and a 400-acre, if not larger, fire burning just a mile away. You're still dealing with these embers flying all over the place, you guys. Tons of evacuations out here tonight. The last I heard from the Angeles National Forest, I think they said they were even evacuating people in Sierra Madre, south of Sierra Madre to the 210, and all the way from Lake to Santa Anita. So that's absolutely crazy. Like, this fire is moving to the east, and if it's getting towards Sierra Madre, that's really scary, because you got a lot of people way up in the hills there that have cute little cabins really tightly packed in, and that could be scary for them trying to get down these really narrow mountain roads if they have fire like this blowing at them.
And you know what, you said it, Nicole, about the only thing you can say to people who are so devastated by knowing that their home has burned down, even not knowing, is if they are able to look in the face of a loved one and have both of them there together, you know, saying, okay,
we're here.
But we're, yes. I mean, I know that is, you know, that could be not enough comfort, obviously, and losing a home and your belongings, but if that has some little bit of solace, then hopefully that's something we can hold on to. Look at that. Is that a tree?
Looks like a tree stump.
Right?
Yeah, this is just a tree stump in front of someone's house. These are all these little embers that are catching like a lot of, you know, tree stumps and bushes in people's front lawns.
And
so
in people's homes.
This is how it kind of carries down the street in the wind.
And
yeah,
you know
and
what?
the homes too.
Yeah,
the worst part of all.
I've heard firefighters say that those embers, obviously, they can get into the eaves, start a fire, say in the attic. So a lot of times, these fires can start actually inside a home.
Sure. And you can see how many embers are flying around out there, as Nicole was showing us. I mean, even when she was just talking to us, you can see them flying around her head. And for firefighters running around like that, desperate to save some of these homes, I mean, it's got to be very comforting for the residents of this area and this neighborhood to know that firefighters are actually on their street despite what's happening right now.
No question about that. All right, thanks so much, Nicole. We'll get back to you shortly.
Well, as we've been talking about many fires burning here in Southern California tonight, we went to Pacific Palisades, now to Pasadena, and we also want to hit Pacific Palisades once again because of the fact that this morning when that fire started, it was so small, Pat.
1030, 10 acres.
Yep, 10 acres.
And look where it is now. It's so unreal, and our Lori Perez is in the thick of it all at the Palisades fire. And we understand, well, we've been reporting, Lori, well, you have, that it has spread into Malibu. I almost want to say back into Malibu because that's where we were a month ago.
That's exactly right. I mean, we visited spots tonight that we had been a month ago covering the fires, and now there are fires. Once again, a stunning amount of damage here in Malibu. I saw it with my own eyes, and still it is hard to believe. Let's get right to some video that I sent in just over an hour ago. It's a really remarkable video showing you as we were driving south on PCH from about Las Flores Canyon. That's up near where Duke's restaurant is. And it was just house after house of those beachside homes burning, building after burning, as crews valiantly tried to stand there and protect what they could to keep it from spreading. But I have to say there was more that was gone already than remained, which is really such a tragic thing to realize and to understand. You know, I reached out to a friend of mine who's in city leadership here in Malibu and just saying, I'm sorry because of what I'm seeing. It's just so heartbreaking. There are crews all over Malibu and Pacific Palisades, a remarkable number of crews, but not nearly enough for what is going on. There is so much wind. There are so many fires. Back here where we are on PCH and Puerto Marina, this neighborhood behind us is just one of so many here in Malibu that has multiple homes burning. And there are fire crews positioned just below this neighborhood at this point, trying to protect the building down here on PCH. But, they can't even go up into those neighborhoods anymore. I mean, they just have so much on their plate, so much to handle, that they're having to make very difficult and delicate decisions about where they place their resources and what to save and what they can save at this point. You said it was unreal, and that is absolutely the word for it. I've been covering a lot of fires in my time, and this one is just shocking to me, the extent of the damage and how quickly it escalated. When we first got here at about 4:30, we were looking at, these coastal homes, these coastal neighborhoods, and we could see a house here, a house there that was burning and certainly threatening the other houses around them. And then within a matter of hours, an hour, 2 hours, 3/4 of the neighborhoods were gone. I mean, it's just really difficult to get your head around, because these are areas that we have covered and been up and down so often, and to now see just empty spaces where those buildings and houses were is really something. For people who are familiar with Malibu, the Rosenthal wine patio, that's gone. The Real Inn, that's gone. The Oasis Center, which is a place that sells like outdoor furniture and plants and statues and such. It's really an iconic place here on PCH. Gone. The 7-Eleven there is gone. I mean, it's just, you just look around and you can't imagine, you can't believe it. It's really, really something. And I give it to these firefighters because, they've been out here and doing such difficult, such dangerous work and such heroic work. And we are a long way from over, and they have a very, very long fight ahead of them, and so many fights. That's what's so stunning about this, is just they have so much to fight tonight, guys.
They do, Lori. And you talk about businesses and homes that are gone. We're really going to get the true gist of just what that area is going to look like in the break of day.
I mean, this is just a snapshot. What we're showing our viewers tonight, what Lori is showing us, what our Tom Waite was showing us, what our Nicole Comstock was showing us in these neighborhoods, just a snapshot of what we're going to be seeing tomorrow at daybreak, Pat.
What's been pretty pleasant right now, Lori, is we haven't seen you scrambling to get out of the way in this particular live shot. You have moved several times this evening because you've had to for your own safety.
That's absolutely right. We were trying to get further up on PCH, and we're seasoned journalists here, so we know how to push the boundaries a little, within a safe discretion. And at one point we just said, no, absolutely not. We got to turn around because it was just way too intense. The flames were all around us on either side. They came right up to our windows of our news van, and it was just, it was terrifying. So we had to get out of there. And, and several times we have been in situations where there have been just so many embers coming around us, and it only takes one really to start a fire. It could catch in our hair, our clothes, it could catch the fan on fire. So we really have to be ready to go at a moment's notice as we are trying to bring the news to people. But we moved to a safer location where there's not quite so many embers around, and we're a little bit staying away from the fires. The other challenge, though, to be frank, has been getting a Wi-Fi signal. We don't know if towers have been affected or, how the Wi-Fi system has been affected, but we're having some challenge really finding areas where we can get even a signal and get up and come live to you guys.
Well, that's what we've been talking about here as well, and trying to remind people to power their phones when they can use them and when they still have power. And we do know that there have been a lot of problems with Wi-Fi all over the Southern California area. So certainly know what you mean there. And, I think it's safe to say, Lori, from where you are, when people are watching and saying, when can we possibly get back in their homes? Not tonight, right? No way.
No, not tonight, and I would guess probably not tomorrow either. I mean, there's the extent of the damage is unbelievable. Tom Waite earlier was talking about tallying the damage, and that's, to me, that's such a it's such a heartbreaking task that they're going to have to undertake when you start to think about how much has been lost. I mean, it's just, you know, I can't even put it into words. I'm really stunned at this point, you know, and again, I've been doing this a long time, but this fire is just so intense, and people should not expect that they are going to be able to get back into their homes anytime soon. I mean, there's not power, there's, you know, it's just not safe at this point.
Lori Perez, thank you so much for those live reports. And we were just looking at that video that Lori was showing us along PCH, all those homes and buildings that are burning right now. Just incredible video that she got there with her photographer.
And what's so sad and tragic about this as well is even if you don't live in that area, Malibu, Palisades, PCH, these are areas that everybody can go visit. You go to the beach, you know, you go on the water to enjoy some food at a restaurant. Some of those places that Lori talked about that are no longer there. Tom, we're pretty familiar with that, even if we don't live in that area.
Sorry, Pat. Did you? I'm so sorry. It's so loud here. Did you say? Are you coming to me?
Yeah, coming to you, Tom. You know, I was just talking.
Okay, sorry.
I was just talking with Susie about how devastating it looks. But even if you don't live in that area, a lot of people go to PCH. They go to Palisades, to Malibu, to shop, to dine, to surf. So they are familiar with the areas that you are reporting from. So just as we were looking at that damage, it's just heartbreaking all the way around.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, yeah, even if you don't live in these communities, you've probably been through them. I mean, here on Temescal Canyon, I mean, this is a thoroughfare that so many people probably traverse, maybe coming to the beach, maybe seeing friends or family. It's used by, you know, millions and millions of people, right? So people know these spots, and it's surreal to see them on fire. I mean, that's what we're looking at right now. The hillsides just completely engulfed at times. The fires do lay down for sometimes. The flames do lay down, but then they pick back up. I'm going to take my mask off for a second. We finally got a little bit of respite. But yeah, I mean, you get a sense of just how devastating this fire is when you're standing here and watching a space that you know so well in flames. But, you know, Greg, let's spin over here to our right, and it looks like there's at least one structure up there on fire. I don't know if it's it's part of a house or like a pool house or an outbuilding, but there's so much of this, so much damage, so many homes that are engulfed on these hillsides, or structures, I should say. It's hard to make out what we're looking at because obviously it's burning and it's dark, but nonetheless there's so much potential damage. I'm curious, Craig, I hate to make you swing all the way back around here, but to our left, let's come back to our left and the other side of Temescal. I'm just trying to figure out what that is up here. Do you see what I'm looking at? So we're going to try to figure out what this is. If that is a home, is that a home up there? It is a home, and it looks like, it does look like it's on fire. It's not fully engulfed, but it looks like there is fire burning now, you know, in that house. And I just feel terrible for whoever potentially could be watching this and wondering about their home. You know, our hearts break for you if they do. And so many of us have been through these evacuations ourselves. And I said earlier in the newscast, my aunt was evacuated. She's lived in the Palisades for decades. And our, you know, so many of us are connected to people who are going through these evacuations and who are going through these tough times. And there's just so much smoke and so much fire still burning. And the intensity of the wind, we've been saying it, but I can't describe enough to people. I mean, I've been standing in this now for, I don't know, 6-8 hours, and it's unrelenting. It just doesn't stop. And it just makes this job so impossible for firefighters. And they try to save as many houses as they can, but you look at a home like that up there, you know, how could the outcome be anything other than what it appears it's going to be, right? I mean, it's on fire. And I don't know that there's enough firefighters at this point to stop every one of these homes that are catching fire. A lot of black smoke coming from the areas next to it. I can't really see what's there. It's not clear if it's another structure. But you know, wind is carrying these embers from house to house, and we just look up and down these roads and wonder, like, how long will this go? How long? And we know that the winds are just picking up, right? So it just seems like it's going to be a long and hard fight and a long and hard recovery, Pat. Susie.
Right, no truer words were spoken. And what's not helping these firefighters, of course, is the weather, is the wind, because we don't have the resources that we could use. We do have choppers with night sun that are able to fly at night, but certainly not in this situation. And we're just hoping, Susie, to get some word that these winds will die down at some point, and they are able to get more air power to help them fight this fire.
That would certainly help. Meteorologist Danny Roberti is standing by with a look at how this is all just really getting underway now, Danny.
Yeah, it is. So really the focus, and we've been talking about it, focus for these really strong winds. It's really right now until tomorrow morning. So for the next 12 hours at least, this is going to be a critical time period. And the winds, they have not stopped. I mean, these are just numbers that you're seeing on your screen. When you see Tom and Lori and Nicole out there, and you can see the force behind these winds. I know a lot of you at home probably seeing it in your own backyard. I mean, it's so tough to see. And it's not just the fire danger that we're talking about, but these winds, they cause a lot of damage. And what makes this so unusual is that it is so broad and widespread. And these winds are powerful in a lot of areas. That includes areas that don't get in on these Santa Ana winds, like the San Gabriel Valley. So let's focus on what's happening right now and what happens next. And we're going to talk about when these winds move out of here. That's going to be the big focus. Now, as you can see, we've got really strong winds pushing through Simi Valley, Santa Clarita. These winds are coming out of the northeast, and that's what's drying things out. Gusts between 55 and 65 miles per hour through the Santa Clarita, right there near Sylmar, where that fire is burning. 52 mile per hour gusts in Burbank. Now, Burbank, not as strong as it was a couple hours ago. Pasadena gusts up to 47 miles per hour. It's blustery through the Inland Empire, over through the Santa Ana Mountains, into inland Orange County, even pushing towards some of our beaches. Let me zoom you in right here, San Fernando Valley, which is where we're seeing some incredibly strong winds, those purples, over towards Ventura County. And this is making its way out towards Malibu, where we have gusts between 55 and 60 miles per hour. Now, I want to focus on a couple different things. First, through Altadena, where we're seeing the Eaton fire right now. This is where we're seeing gusts up to 52 miles per hour. This has been the case for the last 3 or 4 hours, so we haven't really gotten a break. It's very dry out there. And then I also want to bring you to Sylmar, where the winds are even stronger right there near that 210 corridor, gusts rounding about 61 miles per hour right now. So the big question that I know a lot of you at home are asking is, when are we going to get some relief from these winds? So tonight, that's not going to be the case, but I do have my eye on a window when these winds start to die down. So let's take you through a future cast hour by hour. I want to walk you through. So this is a look at late tonight. The focus for the strongest winds, again, right now till around 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Those purples, that's what I've got my eye on in terms of the strongest winds. 3:15, you can see all of Ventura County is dealing with these strong winds through Fillmar. We've got that through Simi Valley. A big concern since last night, it's been through Sylmar all the way over towards Claremont. So San Fernando, 210 corridor right there. There's that purple. Glendale into Pasadena, Monrovia. I'm focused on some of our foothill communities that are going to be seeing gusts between 50 to 60 plus miles per hour. This is a look at 3:15. Etowanda included in this. Fontana over towards San Bernardino and Highland. I'll zoom you out and you can see even into inland Orange County at this point. Foothill Ranch pushing towards Silverado is where we could see gusts between 50 to 60 miles per hour. This is unusual for us. I'll zoom you out. 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, we start the new day, and it's still blustery out there. So we're still dealing with the gusty winds. No break quite yet. That's going to be the focus for the strongest winds. Now, let me bring you to late Wednesday morning. It's windy through Orange County, the Inland Empire, our foothill communities, again, the San Gabriel Valley. So we're going to continue continue to see gusty winds. Finally, though, we get to late afternoon, early in the evening, and the winds are not going to be as widespread. That's what we're waiting for. We're not going to be completely out of the woods. Wind advisories will still be in effect, but we'll see those high wind warnings expiring. And then by Thursday afternoon, a little pop up in the winds. And this is going to be more focused on those areas that are prone to the Santa Ana winds. It's not going to be as widespread or as broad as what we're seeing right now. And then finally, Friday rolls around, and this is when we're finally going to see that fire danger subsiding out there. So the thing is, high wind warnings, they're going to be with us until 6 o'clock tomorrow evening. This is unusual for us. I mean, typically with Santa Ana winds, yeah, we get high wind warnings, but we normally don't see a blanket of these warnings. And you can see most folks in Southern California encompassed in this, gusts between 60 to 80 miles per hour, and we could still see isolated gusts of 100 miles per hour tonight into early tomorrow morning. Aside from the fire danger, it's also going to be some of the damage that we're seeing with these winds, down trees, down power lines, possible power outages out there. We've already seen that today. So I want you to be extra careful waking up tomorrow morning, getting out there on the roads as we see the aftermath of these winds as they are strengthening tonight into early tomorrow morning. And we will hold on to those red flag warnings through at least Thursday. And you know the drill. We have strong winds and really low humidity. It is so dry out there. And the thing is, we have not seen much rain. As of tomorrow, it is going to be our driest start to winter in downtown Los Angeles since 1962. So that made this event even more concerning in terms of the fire danger, is because the vegetation, it is so dry out there. And especially right now, as we're seeing those embers flying, the winds bring them out, and that vegetation is able to catch fire very, very easily. On top of all this, through tonight, because of these fires, we've got these air quality alerts. They are in place, and that's because of this wildfire smoke that is increasing our air pollution. This is going to stick with us until 5 o'clock Wednesday evening. Let's talk about what's happening out there in the atmosphere, because this is a little bit different for us. It is the perfect setup for these Santa Ana winds, but we have these two really strong systems, and we are caught right in the middle of them. So with high pressure, we have this clockwise flow. With low pressure, counterclockwise, and it creates this funnel for us for these northerly to northeasterly winds. And that's why we are seeing this system, this storm, this windstorm to this magnitude. I mean, this is rare for us. We've been talking about it, but we haven't seen this since 2011 when Pasadena saw that windstorm. So going into tomorrow, the first half of the day, it is going to be blustery. It's going to be cold in the morning, upper 50s, 65 by 11 o'clock. And then in the valleys, winds are going to start to let up just a little bit. And that's what we're hoping for, any little bit of relief. It's still going to be windy out there, but not to the extent that we're seeing tonight. Temperatures tomorrow mostly in the 70s and 60s. Taking a look at the next 7 days, you can see we're windy tomorrow through Los Angeles and Orange counties. By Thursday, Friday, winds will start to die down, and thankfully we are quiet going into this weekend. Valleys, our window, it's really going to be Wednesday and Thursday. High wind warnings, red flag warnings. Friday, a fire weather watch is still in effect, but this weekend we finally get relief. No rain in sight, though. That's what we're hoping for. We're staying dry, though. In the Inland Empire, I also want to mention tomorrow, patchy blowing dust. That's going to make things very difficult on the roads. We'll be in the mid-60s this upcoming weekend. 60s are on tap for us for Saturday and Sunday. Everyone is quieting down, but for the deserts, the mountains, and the beaches, we're staying windy Wednesday and Thursday. And then finally this weekend, we're going to see calm conditions. And I know Susie and Pat, what we're hoping for is for the winds to die down. And thankfully, tomorrow we have that little window by the end of the day. Still tough out there, but it's going to look a little bit better than what we're seeing right now.
Yeah, we are certainly waiting for these winds to die down. Yes. That's for sure. Mm-hmm. And we do have some information that, Mike, I know you're going to confirm about the Arizona firefighters.
Yeah, you know, Pat, this was something that you flagged me about, and we looked into it. And yes, there are now help coming from Arizona. Our affiliate over there, KPHO, confirming that the Arizona Division of Forestry is sending a crew of firefighters over here to LA to help us with our various fires. And speaking of various fires, I want to come to my computer here because I've got new evacuations. There have been two new cities now added to the evacuation list for the Hearst fire. No, I'm sorry, not the Hearst fire, for the Eaton fire in the San Gabriel Valley. Started in the Pasadena area. So we are now adding Sierra Madre to mandatory. We told you about that. Arcadia now has mandatory evacuations, and Monrovia now has voluntary evacuations. I've been listening to the radio traffic on this, and the fire is continuing to push east, which is very indicative of the way the evacuation orders have been listed. So for a reminder, the fire started right here off of Eaton Canyon Road here in the Altadena-Pasadena area, and since then it has pushed to the east. And that is why we are now seeing the new evacuation orders here in Arcadia, mandatory evacuation orders in Arcadia, and voluntary evacuation orders in Arcadia, and now voluntary evacuations in the Monrovia area. So that is significant. I also want to tell you about this fire because it has now grown to 600 acres. So we started with 20, 200, 400, and now we are at 600 acres as the fire continues to burn in an easterly direction towards now Monrovia and Arcadia. I also want to take you out to Sylmar. That is where the Hearst fire is burning. The Hearst fire is at 100 acres. These are live pictures now from our photographer, John Schreiber, who is there. You can see those tall power lines kind of towering above the flames here. This fire continues to burn. Right now from City Fire, LA City Fire, who is also handling this fire, is still saying 100 acres. We have not gotten an updated acreage since then. I would imagine that that is not going to, I would imagine that that is going to grow significantly just based on the fire activity and where it is burning up into the mountains there. I want to remind people the evacuation area is north of the 210 from Roxford on the eastern flank of it. On the west, the 5 and the 14 split. So all of that area from the 210 north and up into the mountains there. And again, this is where the Saddle Fire burned back in 2019, almost the exact same area. And we're running into another situation here where, you guys, this is going to be a lot of livestock that are in this area, a lot of horses that need to get evacuated and move out of the area here. And unfortunately, we're now looking at another situation in LA where we are seeing another glow of orange in a new portion of this, and the fire is not getting any smaller. As you can see, those big towering flames that John is showing us. And I want to point out again for our viewers who may just be tuning in, there are no water dropping helicopters available at all right now. And that is because the wind is so strong, it is not safe for the water dropping helicopters to launch. There are a host of them that we could be using here, but LA City, LA County, the other agencies have all decided it is not safe to fly tonight. John Schreiber, who is now in Sylmar, was supposed to be in KCAL tonight. We actually had him hanging out at the airport all night in hopes that we would be able to launch, but the winds never made that happen. So we threw him in a live truck and now he's in Sylmar. But that was how the situation's been going all day, unfortunately, for the aircraft.
Well, that even affected President Biden's trip here.
That's right.
Yeah. He was supposed to go down to Palm Springs from Los Angeles, but he wasn't able to do so.
And we even got special permission from the Secret Service to fly over the Palisades fire, and we just couldn't because of how bad the wind was.
Sure. No, just want to mention, guys, when you say Arcadia, Santa Anita Racetrack is obviously affected by that. The Arcadia Mall, these are just things that, well, I was near last week. At that mall I was, so I passed through there. And an area of Pasadena where a friend's home has been evacuated tonight. But just wondering, you know, those are two, when you think about, what I want to say, you know, points of interest that people know about.
Absolutely. No, we've all been to those malls and to that area, and it's hard to believe that the fire has moved that far east. I mean, we're talking about an area that was Altadena during the 7 o'clock and 8 o'clock hour, and now we're talking all the way out to Monrovia for voluntary evacuations, no less, but still Arcadia with mandatory evacuation orders tonight for the Hearst fire. And, you know, we're talking about how this fire has really, really grown as well. In Sylmar, the Hearst fire above Olive View Medical Center, and you're now on the 210 freeway. The 210 closed in the area right now as evacuations happen between Roxford to the 514 split. And as we mentioned, one of our photographers who was supposed to be in KCAL tonight is on the ground now and shooting these pictures for us on the ground from someone's backyard there in Sylmar.
Yeah, just above Filbert, he tells me. So Filbert, if you know the area, is basically if you get off the 210, you take Yarnell all the way around, it turns into Saddle Ridge, and then turns into Filbert. So that's where he's at, is in Filbert. And I do just quickly want to point out, you guys, that the 210 freeway is still closed, as well as the southbound 5 transition road from the south 5 to the east 210 has been closed as well. So you've got the 210 west is closed, and then you've got the southbound 5 to the 210 east, the transition road, is also closed. Now, hopefully this doesn't happen, but what we saw the last time is the 5 got shut down. And this is in an area where if the 5 gets shuts down, you're effectively shutting off the artery from Santa Clarita, Castaic, Lancaster, Palmdale, all of that. And last time we dealt with this, that whole community north of the San Fernando Valley kind of got locked out of getting down here because the fire jumped the 5 freeway. So that hasn't happened yet, and we're hopeful that doesn't happen. But that's kind of where we're at right now.
All right. You know, I would imagine even people should check with their businesses in terms of reporting
for work
tomorrow, because you know, not only, again, we've been saying if you're not in the direct line of these fires, you still could have outages or you can't work anyway.
Yeah.
Just saying. Don't say you listen to Pat Harvey on KCAL.
I'm playing hooky now. Don't go play hooky now.
She said don't come to work. I'm just saying, plan ahead and call in tomorrow.
Absolutely.
Unless you get some kind of notification.
Yeah. And if you work in any of the school districts that we've been talking about, that is certainly the case for you tomorrow. We've been talking about various areas around the fires that we're talking about. We know Glendale was another one that came out late tonight. Glendale Unified School District and the La Cañada School District also closing their schools for tomorrow because of the winds that we're expecting to happen as well tomorrow. But tonight, a lot of people not only dealing with the fires in the specific areas that we're talking about, and not only the winds, but because of the winds, we're also looking into power outages tonight, and they are, everywhere. We're talking about 75,000 customers in the dark right now, and the LADWP with outages as well.
And Leslie Maureen is in Valley Village, and Leslie, you've been telling us that some people have been without power for hours now, and really, you don't have any time frame to tell people that their power is going to come back on. So this is almost an indefinite situation, right?
Boy.
Yeah, Pat, I had some hope here because I've been monitoring LADWP's website throughout the night, and it was telling me this area is seeing about 1,500 customers without power, maybe getting their power restored around 3:30 tomorrow morning. Well, I just checked LADWP's website once again, and they were predicting restoration anywhere from 4 to 12 hours. Now they're saying that it could be anywhere from 24 to 48 hours if you are experiencing a power outage. That means that some people could go 2 days without power in their neighborhood. It's frustrating, but there are so many crews that are working to get that power restored. Again, we're talking about this neighborhood here behind me. We're actually in Studio City here, and this is Moore Park, and you can see it is completely dark. It's pretty eerie out here, I will tell you. You can see, you can't really make out, but there are homes here in the dark. There are apartment buildings here that have been in the dark for most of the day into the night. We tried to get gas here at this gas station earlier. Didn't realize when it was light out that the pumps weren't working. Yeah, power's out here as well. And I'm going to turn us around because there's entire shopping centers that we've seen, and this is really a problem. We've been here at this intersection of Laurel Canyon and Moore Park. Earlier, parking enforcement was here. Since traffic died down, they have since left. They've obviously have left the flares on the ground. Because it's so dark, no one is paying attention to the fact that this is a four-way stop. So you heard the honking. It's become quite a situation here. A lot of people have near misses, and that's the last thing you want to see in these situations, right? Our firefighters are busy, our paramedics, our ambulances are busy right now with these fires, our police officers are busy, so an accident is not something that they want on their list. But I want to get to some video because we have seen trees toppled over all across the Southland, and we actually saw a tree on the 101 that came down in some of the first lanes there right at the Laurel Canyon Boulevard exit. And you can see it just nearly missed a car. A driver was outside of his car speaking with CHP, as well as a tow truck trying to clear those lanes from the 101. That was quite the situation. And then you have video of Moore Park and Laurel Canyon where power has been out all day long. But back out here live, you can see the situation does continue across the street, a shopping center that many of us do visit to get some food, pizza. That power has been out for most of the day, but really, you're going to have to hold on because, again, LADWP, if you are a customer, thousands of their customers do not have power right now in this area where we're seeing about 1,500 do not have power, and they're saying anywhere from 24 to 48 hours before power could be restored. So people are going to have to hang tight, possibly go visit family outside the area, Pat and Susie, because this could take a while. Some people ask, why does it take so long? Just down the street, we saw a power line that was snapped. Before they could actually fix it, they have to wait for a tree trimming crew to come out here to knock down the trees, chop down the trees first before they can actually begin their process of getting power restored. So it's little things like that. There's a process to everything. It takes a while, but it's not only for your safety, but the crew's safety as well. For now, Susie, Pat, we'll send it back to you.
No, interesting hearing you what you're saying there, Leslie. I know exactly that little shopping center that you're talking about, the grocery store, correct? And yeah, Trader Joe's and other businesses around there. That's the other thing we have to be mindful of, that there may not be restaurants open tomorrow. You may not be able to just go and pick up a favorite snack from somewhere because they don't have power as well. They may not have generators to get them back up and running. So we're going to give you as much information as we can, but also, pay attention and from tonight through tomorrow to see if things are going to be open or not. And from the way that it looks, certainly in that area, just not sure about that, Leslie, but that could impact people as well.
And so important what she was
prepared.
Be patient.
And so important what Leslie was pointing out, just about people going through intersections that have the power out in that area. It's hard to see because, first of all, there is no power to those lights. And so it turns into a four-stop. But when you don't see lights ahead of you and you think you can just blow through the intersection, it's not an intersection. That causes all kinds of danger. So as you can see, those cars really trying to navigate that intersection without the lights there. But that is not just in this intersection where Leslie is standing right now. This is all throughout Southern California right now where power is out. So definitely a good idea to heed those warnings that Leslie was just talking about.
Yeah, because you won't even have flashing lights that you have sometime when the power is out there. So, well, we're going to have to navigate ourselves whenever we leave the station. And in fact, we've had some hits here. We've been able to get back on the air. So, Danny, we are, waiting and holding our breath to hear what you have to say about our weather and the direction that these winds are going to be taking.
I know. We're just hoping for a break from these winds. It's not happening right now, Pat and Susie. We're seeing these winds ramping up right now. But as of checking in with me about 15, 20 minutes ago, a lot hasn't changed right now. That's good news. But still, look at how widespread these winds are. I mean, this is not normal for us when we're dealing with these Santa Ana winds to see winds this strong, of this magnitude, this widespread. This is what makes this rare. So let's talk about where we're seeing the strongest winds. So it's right there where the Hearst fire is burning, Santa Clarita towards Burbank, the 210 corridor right now. We've got gusts between 50 to 60 miles per hour, even stronger in some areas. The numbers that you're seeing, these are just the reporting stations right there. Between these numbers, between these communities, there could be these little areas where these winds are a little bit stronger. And that's what makes these Santa Ana winds so unique as well, is that there's so many canyons and valleys. And as the wind flows through, it speeds up. And so we're going to see these pockets of stronger winds out there. Simi Valley has seen consistent gusts of 65 miles per hour pushing out towards the Malibu coastline, 56 miles per hour there. Even the San Gabriel Valley, we've seen gusts between 40 to 50 miles per hour there. Into the Inland Empire and Inland Orange County, not quite as strong as what we're seeing through LA and Ventura counties, but still, we've had some gusty winds. San Bernardino and Riverside seeing gusts reaching 66 miles per hour this evening. And again, if you're not seeing those strong winds right now, tonight we could see pockets of stronger winds. Let me walk you through what that means. I want to make sure you and your family, you feel prepared. We're in the midst of the strongest winds right now through 9 o'clock Wednesday morning. That's going to be the window for the peak winds. They'll still be strong through the day on Wednesday, but not as widespread as what we're going to see right now. Mountain waves, you've probably heard this term a lot over the last last couple of days. Before this, though, you don't hear this term. We don't talk about this much in Southern California. It is rare for us. Last time we saw this, it was probably with Pasadena, December 2011, when we saw 1,200 trees knocked down, and that was because of the wind damage, 80-mile-per-hour winds from a combination of Santa Ana winds and mountain waves. We have these really strong winds that hit the peaks, the ridges of the mountains, and sometimes they break through and they shoot down to the surface, and that's when we see these pockets of, let's say, 80 to 100-mile-per-hour gusts, which is what we could see tonight. So it could be these quick periods where these winds ramp up fast, they're intense, and they move out pretty quickly. So that's what we're going to be watching for. It's the Santa Ana winds and the potential for mountain waves with this kind of Santa Ana wind event. So let me break down for you what things look like from around 1 o'clock in the morning to 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. And you can see this gives you a look at each hour, and you can see the colors, those purples and magentas indicating the stronger winds. So Santa Clarita is going to be a big focus 1 o'clock to 5 o'clock in the morning, gusts between 50 to 60 miles per hour. It's going to be breezy really for everyone. You see this in Lancaster, Ontario, Glendale, even Huntington Beach. So really no one here in Southern California is going to be left out of these winds. Even in downtown Los Angeles, where we're going to be looking at gusts between 30 to 40 miles per hour, an area that typically misses some of these Santa Ana winds. So let's take a look at when we finally get a window, a break from these winds. That's not coming tonight, but by tomorrow, over the next 12 to 24 hours, we're going to see some changes, and that's what we're hoping for. So here's a look at our wind futurecast. This is a look at 12:15. So over the next 30 minutes, you can still see these widespread winds, and this continues through early tomorrow morning. Howling winds out there. I mean, they're slamming parts of Southern California. Here's where the Hearst fire is burning right there, and you can see those purples, 3:15, so no breaks quite yet. Winds coming out of the northeast, 50 to 60 plus miles per hour. Granada Hills, Tahunga. We've got this through La Crescenta, La Cañada, Flint Ridge, up through the mountains, of course. We're going to see this through a lot of our foothill communities. Altadena, we can see those winds picking up between 3:15, and then we're going to continue to see that stretching all the way along the 210 corridor towards Glendora. We've got this making its way into Rancho Cucamonga, Fontana, Etiwanda, over towards San Bernardino and Highland. We've also got strong gusty winds through the Inland Empire. Rancho Santa Margarita, Foothill Ranch, over towards Silverado, gusts between 50 to 60 miles per hour. So these are the overnight hours. This continues through Ventura County. Early tomorrow morning, you can see by around 8 o'clock, winds are going to start to pick up. They will continue along the Malibu coast, but specifically, through downtown Los Angeles, over towards Santa Monica along the 10, over towards the 405, making your way past Inglewood, and Redondo Beach is where we're going to see some gustier winds developing first thing tomorrow morning for the commute. And if you are having to go back to work, I want you to be extra careful because there might be trees, there might be debris in the roadway. I already saw that today driving into work, and I can only imagine tomorrow after the night that we are expecting. So late morning, it's still breezy out there, and then once we get to the afternoon, this is what I'm focused on. 6:10 tomorrow evening, you can see we're not seeing those purples out there. They're not going to be as widespread, but still for those areas that are prone to the Santa Ana winds, it's still going to be gusty out there, but thankfully we're not looking at the widespread winds, and we're not dealing with the magnitude that we are seeing right now. I mean, these are powerful, intense winds, and anything that we can do to kind of see them dying down a little bit, that is definitely going to help out with the firefight. But we do see a quick little ramp up, a little uptick Thursday afternoon into Thursday evening, more focused on those areas prone to the Santa Ana winds. And finally, Friday rolls around, and this is when we're going to start to see winds dying down. Fire weather watches will stick around, though, because things are so dry out there. Now, what I want to point out going into tomorrow, fire danger is elevated, and it will continue to be so in Ventura County and also LA County, where we see very strong winds through Santa Clarita. I want to bring you over to Orange County and the Inland Empire. This is where tomorrow folks here are getting in on this particularly dangerous situation. So I want to let Inland Empire and Orange County know we're not leaving you out tonight. The focus for this extreme fire danger is going to be tomorrow, starting at 7 o'clock in the morning, lasting until 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Gusts between 40 to 60 miles per hour, 60 to 70 mile per hour winds in the Santa Ana Mountains, and some of these could reach 80 miles per hour. And typically this time of the year, we're not really concerned with the red flag warnings. But unfortunately, that is not the case with this event, and that's because it's so dry out there. We haven't seen any rain, only 0.02 of an inch of rain in downtown Los Angeles. So this is going to mark, as of tomorrow, our driest start to winter since 1964. And that's why this wind event, we were so concerned about it in terms of the fire danger, is because there's so much dry vegetation out there. So as you can see, going into tomorrow for the valleys, we've got the winds that stick around for the first half of the day. 8 o'clock to 11 o'clock, it's still windy out there. Tomorrow is a little bit warmer, upper 60s. Second half of the day, though, you don't see that windy icon. That's because winds will not be as widespread. Still breezy out there, but it looks like they're going to start to let up just a little bit, and we will take anything that we can get. Temperatures in the 60s and the 70s tomorrow. This overall has not been a really warm Santa Ana wind event. I mean, how wild today. We started off the day with snow in the San Bernardino County mountains up through Big Bear, and then we end the day with the Santa Ana wind event. So this is what makes this so unusual. We don't normally see those two going hand in hand. Going into the next 7 days, though, our eyes are on the hope, which is when we finally get done with this wind event. And we're going to see some hope going into Friday and the weekend. Temperatures in the 70s. We're quiet this weekend. Winds are going to die down. No rain in sight. You can see in the valleys, windy Wednesday and Thursday. Low to mid 70s. We climb a bit Friday. This weekend is quiet in the 70s. For folks in the Inland Empire, we could see some patchy blowing dust going into Wednesday. So I want you to be extra careful if you're getting on the roads tomorrow. That is going to be a concern. We have those air quality alerts that are in place. Temperatures will be in the 60s this weekend. Winds will finally die down. Deserts will be breezy Wednesday. That's the case for the mountains, the beaches, and then Pat and Susie, we're going to start to quiet down a little bit more Thursday and Friday. Winds will slowly start to die down, and then this weekend is going to look so much better. But hopefully, as these winds die down over the next couple of days, this gives our firefighters who have been fighting so hard out there a chance to get a handle on some of these fires.
All right, Danny, thank you so much. Well, it was about 13 hours ago now, a fire in Pacific Palisades erupted, and tonight, that fire has moved all the way down to Malibu.
And from what we understand, we know it started at 20 acres. Several hours ago, we heard it was 2,900. So we know it's much more than that. But Laura Perez is at the Palisades fire, and that fire has spread into Malibu. So, Lori, it's almost midnight. What's the situation where you are?
Well, you know, the fires in these neighborhoods behind us continue to grow, and more engines and more firefighters continue to show up to try to do what they can to save as many homes as possible. But I can tell you, when the smoke clears, literally, I think jaws are going to drop. There is so much damage here in Malibu. I sent in some videos at about 10 o'clock tonight as we were driving south on PCH from Las Flores Canyon down heading south, and it was remarkable. It was just house after house after house, building structures, stores after store, just burning alongside the road with crews trying heroically to save what they can. But you know how tight those beachside homes are, so when one catches, the likelihood of the next one catching is very high, and we saw that with our own eyes. I mean, really just a heartbreaking sight to see as we're coming down PCH, really on both sides of PCH, both on the beach side and the other side. We saw lots of retail businesses and restaurants, including Rosenthal Wine Patio for people who are familiar with it, including the Real Inn, including Oasis Center. I mean, just so many stores and homes along PCH burned tonight. And, you know, it was really something to see. We've been talking so much about the fire and how much it has affected Pacific Palisades, but Malibu has also been very severely affected in some of the same areas where we were just a month ago for the fire that happened here. We revisited those areas tonight saying, hey, we were just here, and again, they were hit. It's such a really difficult night here in Malibu. Behind us, you can see just in the last few moments, the blaze has really pumped up behind us, just past that bridge. We're right at Puerto Marina and PCH. Across the way, just south of the Getty Villa, there are streets after street of homes here, and we have seen many of them go up in flames tonight. That's a brush fire that is dangerously close to several more homes. The houses right behind it were on fire, so undoubtedly some of the embers from those houses then spread to the brush and started that blaze right there. You can see to the left of it is another building that could easily catch on fire. In fact, the bridge in the foreground could also catch on fire. So that's why there are units stationed here to the left. They've been here for about an hour now. They were asking us actually if we knew anything about the building over here in terms of access or entry, and we did not. But they're staying here. They're going to protect that building to do what they can to try and save it. But, you know, we've seen so many crews around Pacific Palisades and here in Malibu, but there just are honestly not enough crews for all of the fires that are burning throughout this area. There simply cannot be enough hands for everything that is going on. And I know that they are having to make some very difficult and delicate decisions tonight about where they concentrate and what they try to save and what they can save because so much is going on. I do not envy that work that they are doing. It is heroic work. It is very difficult work, and it is work that is going to continue for hours into the night. The wind, I'm sure you can tell, is still burning, is still strong, I should say, and that is fueling these fires, and that is the enemy of these firefighters tonight. Guys, back to you.
You know, right behind you, Lori, there's a bridge, a pedestrian bridge. Have you heard anything from firefighters or about them being concerned that if that bridge goes down, that it's going to block first responders being able to get through, or are they not really concerned about that right now?
I have not heard that, but they were actually standing right here next to us, and they were kind of eyeing the situation, not only this building behind us, but also the bridge, and that's why they were asking those questions about, do you know anything about any sort of entryway into that building at all? And I did not, but I'm sure that they are worried about that bridge collapsing, because you're right, that would cause a very serious problem here. I mean, we have been here for a few hours now, and we've seen dozens of trucks and engines and emergency responders going up and down PCH. I mean, if this were to get closed off, that would be a disaster beyond proportion. I mean, it would cut off people from, frankly, from life-saving crews. So that cannot happen, and that might also be why they are staging, in fact, so many units just over here to just try and keep an eye on things. And God forbid that that bridge should come down, that they would be able to address it as quickly as possible. I will tell you, if you go further up PCH, there already is a lot of debris on the roads. There are rocks, trees, utility poles. It was pretty treacherous and pretty intense the further that we went up PCH. So, you know, certainly they don't want that to spread down here at all.
All right, Lori Perez live from Malibu tonight. Thank you so much for that, Lori. And, you know, we've been talking about all night how, you know, this area, specifically in Malibu, it's seen fire before. I mean, just weeks ago, the week before Christmas, Mike, we were talking about the Franklin fire. And, you know, this fire now today has been burning since 10:30 in the morning.
And we've seen a lot more damage from more than the Franklin fire. And I'm sure we're going to see more at the light of day when we get more information. Sure. So we've got tonight 3 destructive fires that are burning across Southern California, in Malibu, in, of course, the Palisades area, and in Eaton Canyon, and in Sylmar, and on, Mike. I don't want to exaggerate, but that's true.
Yeah, you know, as we reach the midnight hour, starting a new day, we are starting a new day with a very destructive series of fires that are burning across our region, across LA County. And, you know, while we are in the middle of the night here, I can tell you the destruction is continuing, because I'm listening to radio traffic where the fire is now consuming homes in the Big Rock area of Malibu, south of PCH. I've just been listening to them dispatch crews to that area. What you're looking at on your screen here, this is the evacuation map for the Palisades fire. It is a very, very large area. The only I guess, silver lining you could call it in here is they have not expanded it now for at least a couple of hours. It has remained the same. What you're looking at in the dark yellow here is the actual fire's footprint. That has not been updated in several hours because they don't do it at night generally. But I want to come in closer here because I was just listening to the radio here, and they're talking about an area in Malibu, Big Rock, excuse me, the Big Rock area, which is right here. You got Big Rock Beach, Big Rock Drive, all in that area. What they were just talking about dispatching units to the radio here is for a series of homes that are actually on the south end of PCH, right along the ocean, all up in here. There are fire crews there that are now concerned that those homes are on fire. I've heard them be dispatched there. I'm listening to it right now. Their structures are fully involved in that area. So the fire is continuing, and it is pushed all the way down to the beach, really as far to the south as it can go. There's nowhere left for it to go. That's why these areas are under mandatory evacuations. And if it continues to burn that way towards the west and the north, we'll see if they end up making these mandatory evacuations, which will put all of these people from the Franklin fire right back in the same situation they were a couple of weeks ago. Also, very interesting in this situation, we have the evacuations to the north in Calabasas. We've got the voluntary evacuations happening for Calabasas, and then you've got mandatory evacuations here, all of Topanga Canyon, and then the Mandeville Canyon area as well, where they are concerned. What's also very unique to this fire, I don't think I've ever seen this here, is evacuations in the city of Santa Monica because of this fire. Both mandatory, a very small sliver here, and then you have the voluntary evacuations that are highlighted here in yellow. That is what's going on in the Palisades fire. What is happening in our two other locations? Well, I want to tell you about the other fire. This is burning here. This is our newest fire, and actually, let me get in here because look at this. This is brand new evacuation, Susie. And now we are talking on the other side of the 5 freeway, where evacuations have now been ordered here for north and south of the 118 freeway, off of Balboa Boulevard, Rinaldi Street. All of this is under a voluntary evacuation port. At this point, this is a very large chunk of our neighbors, our people that live in this community here that are now under this voluntary evacuation order. Knollwood Golf Course, if you know that area, Frost Middle School, Orna Drive, Sidwell Street, Tuscan Drive, Luis Avenue, all of these areas are now under this voluntary evacuation zone. And Susie, like we've talked about, this is exactly what happened to the Saddle Ridge fire. The fire starts back up in here, and then it jumped the 5 freeway. Now, we don't know yet, we don't have any confirmation yet that it has jumped the 5 freeway. I want to be clear about that. Unfortunately, because of some outages up in that area, we lost our live pictures from that area because we lost some of the services that we use because of the power outages and internet outages and everything else that is going on. So I can't show you any live pictures right there. Last time I communicated with John, who was our photographer there, he was telling me from his area, which he was kind of in this area right here, he was telling me that it looked like it had died down. My concern is, though, is that it is moving to the west because this is a new evacuation. This is a new mandatory evacuation area right here. Before it was just this kind of sliver. Now they've added this as a mandatory evacuation. And then most concerning is that they are ordering voluntary evacuations on the west side of the 5 freeway, even to the south of the 118, the north and south of the 118. I'm going to be monitoring this very, very closely because if that fire jumps the 5 freeway, we will have a big issue here. While I'm talking, let me just check really quick and see if there is any new freeway closures there on the 5. Let's see. Provide closure from the 210 to the 5. So now the whole 210 freeway is going to be closed. It was only the west side before. Now they're asking for the whole thing. The fire is spreading to the 14 freeway. So it is burning to the north here up in this area, or at least up in this area where they've got the mandatory evacuations. That is the 14 freeway. This fire is not looking good. It is not going the way that we had wanted it to, especially now that they're issuing evacuations here west of the 5 and north and south of the 118. This is obviously a very heavily populated area. Susie, I want to jump to the other fire really quick, Eaton Canyon. The Eaton fire has now forced evacuations in, 4 cities? Altadena, Pasadena, Sierra Madre, Arcadia, Monrovia. A lot of evacuations going on there. The ones in Monrovia are still voluntary at this point. That's the sliver over here to the east. But then you've got the whole Sierra Madre area that is now under mandatory evacuations. It spans the 210 freeway here. This fire has been primarily pushing to the east and to the north. We were watching it from our Mount Wilson camera for a period of time. Actually, Control Room, can I ask you to pull up, I think I've got my shot back on RS1 from the Hearst fire up in the Sylmar area. I'd like to try to get to that if we can, because I'm concerned about those evacuations that were just ordered. Thank you. This is that fire. Okay, so you can see the hillside here. John is Let me check see where John is really quick. He is just off the 210, kind of in that same area, the Saddle Ridge Road, Filbert Street. And you can see as he's kind of looking up into the area here where this fire is burning. Now, right there, you see some of the more smoldering type situation, but then you've got these pockets of these kind of bright fire spots here as he's panning around there. I think he's looking more towards the east now. So that's or the west rather. That is kind of the concern here is if this fire is going to jump the 5 freeway. If it does, we will have significant issues as it will push into a much more populated area of the city of LA. And you can see all those fire crews. And look at, see, that's the hillside that I'm concerned about up there. Just if you, John, if you pan up just a touch or tilt up just a touch, you see that glow off the hillside there? That is what we would be concerned about. So we'll continue to monitor that situation pretty closely. And that is, again, a new evacuation warning, a voluntary evacuation area for west of the 5 freeway.
All right, Mike, keep us updated. Thank you. Well, it's exactly how many homes, it's unclear, but we know that homes and buildings in Pacific Palisades have been destroyed. Many homes, in fact. KCAL News reporter Tom Waite has been on the front lines all night, and he tells us the devastation is unbelievable and unrelenting.
Well, these intense winds are unrelenting and they continue, and it's just making this firefight so impossible. We're on Temescal Canyon between Sunset and PCH, and there are structures burning in the hills. It's clear that it's just devastating, and the fire is ravaging whatever is vegetation, structures, anything in its path, and the winds are driving it. Greg, let's spin over to that house that we just saw that it just caught fire, or at least it appeared to have just caught fire recently. And I can hear crackling and what sounds like small explosions up there in the hillside. That home does look like the fire is starting to engulf it. It's not clear. Firefighters are just unable to get to it. There's just so much in this area, so many homes that have been hit by fire, and just, you know, the firefighters move as quickly as they can, but the wind is moving much faster and the gusts are picking up. It's just nonstop all throughout the time that we've been covering this fire. That has been the constant. It just doesn't relent. And that is an impossible fight on so many levels, and firefighters swarming this is the best they can do. We've seen, you know, the fire at Palisades High School, fire engines racing there to try and get a handle on that. It's unclear how much damage was done there, but we definitely saw a sizable amount of flames there, and so we're waiting to find out damage assessments there. Many other homes in the area burning as well. A theater near the high school was engulfed and collapsed, and an apartment building not far from there. So many homes that have just been in an instant taken away. You know, 24 hours ago, this was all fine. There was, you know, we knew the winds were coming, but people were going to bed in their homes. They were intact, and now here we are. This is just a horrible situation, and one that firefighters are trying to get a handle on, but it's just going to take a lot of time, and the recovery is going to be so intense because there is so much damage in this area. We'll see on top of this, but for now I'm going to send it back to you.
Tom, thank you so much for that. And our meteorologist, Danny Roberti, has been working very hard all throughout the night. She's been tracking those winds. And Danny, we're now about 2 hours into the peak of this event.
Yes, we are. And it's just devastating to see those images out there. And here's the thing, folks. We are not out of the woods. We are seeing, as Susie mentioned, we're 2 hours into the peak of this. The focus was really starting at 10 o'clock all the way until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Now, I do want to mention some good news that I'm seeing. Burbank, wind gusts going down just a little bit. We saw gusts at around 70 miles per hour a little bit earlier on in the evening. They've gone down just a bit. But here's the thing. For most of us here in Southern California, these winds, they're widespread and they're not letting up. I mean, Tom said it best. They have been just relentless this out there. Gusts up to 56 miles per hour through Santa Clarita, even stronger in Simi Valley, close to 61 miles per hour there, 54 mile per hour gusts through Malibu. So we're seeing these gusts through our mountain communities, our foothills, our valleys, pushing all the way out to our coast. That's what we're seeing through the Inland Empire, but actually winds are dying down just a little bit in San Bernardino, but I don't want us to let our guard down because we are not out of the woods. Winds are strengthening tonight, and I'm really expecting that into the early morning hours, and just around dawn tomorrow is when we're going to see the peak of that. Low 51 mile per hour wind gusts through Hemet right now. So let's talk about a couple different things. I want to zoom you into LA County and Ventura County. Here's where the Hearst fire is burning. We're going to zoom in and hone in on the conditions right there, but you can see right there along the 5 near Santa Clarita, right towards Burbank, San Fernando, gusts ranging between 40 to 55 miles per hour. Stronger through Simi Valley. We've got this through a lot of Ventura County. On top of that, let's talk about the Palisades fire. Another big piece of this is we are seeing all of the smoke billowing up into the air. Now, what's interesting about this is when we're dealing with a normal fire, that smoke just billows straight up into the air. But when we're dealing with winds that are this strong, it starts to push out, and we have embers that are tied up in that, and that's what helps to fuel and fan the flames and start more fires, more hot spots out there. So for a lot of the Pacific Palisades, you can see we're dealing with a lot of smoke out there. It's really tough to see in some areas. This is a look at Riviera into Brentwood Heights, and you can see right there along some major streets, Rogers Fire Road right there. Sunset Boulevard is where we're dealing with that really thick smoke. And then right there along PCH up towards the coastline where we've got that smoke making its way into the Pacific Ocean. That's going to be bringing areas like Palisades Drive, this really thick smoke. And we've seen it out there with a lot of our reporters like Tom and Lori Perez. Here's a look at the conditions where the Palisades fire is burning right now. Gusts nearing 50 miles per hour there, and surrounding that area anywhere from 50 to 60 miles per hour. So let's hop around. I want to talk about some of these other fires. Altadena, the Eaton fire. We are looking at really strong gusty winds, 50 miles per hour. We're continuing to see those sustained winds coming out of the northeast at around 30 miles per hour. On top of that, it's very, very dry out there. And then over in Sylmar, we've been looking at gusts close to 60 miles per hour. So the focus is, when are we going to start to see some of these winds dying down? So let me take a step out of the way. I want to talk about this. This actually fast forwarded right over to Wednesday evening, and I want to back some of this up for you to give you a look at what it's going to be looking like going into the next several hours. So I'm going to back things up. I'm actually going to get out of this right now because we're going to see some of our strongest winds going into late tonight, early tomorrow morning. So here's a look at, we're at Wednesday evening right now. So we're going to actually fast forward, and I'll get you back showing you the focus of the winds and the timing of those strongest winds. But again, the focus, it's going to be until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. And even though we're going to start to see winds dying down later on in the day Wednesday, we're not out of the woods. We'll continue to see gusts nearing 60 miles per hour where the Palisades fire is burning. So here's a look at that high wind warning. This is unusual for us. And what makes it unusual, it's how widespread it is. I mean, typically when we get high wind warnings, it's very laser focused on those areas that are prone to the Santa Ana winds. But with this event, we are seeing a blanket of high wind warnings, and that means we could see those gusts between 60 to 80 miles per hour. I mean, that's not normal for us to see these winds that are this widespread. Areas like the San Gabriel Valley, Beverly Hills, Hollywood Hills, where we don't normally see these intense Santa Ana winds. So with this event, aside from the fire danger, it's going to be the damage that we see out of these winds, down trees, power lines down. I mean, National Weather Service has already been getting several reports of concerns and damage through our foothill communities of the San Gabriel Valley and also the San Fernando Valley. With that, possible power outages, we are already seeing that. And then fire danger, it's going to continue going into tomorrow. Here's a look at our fire weather outlook, and you can see the focus for this. It's going to be LA County, Ventura counties. You can see Santa Clarita right there over towards Pasadena, and then over towards the Inland Empire and Inland Orange County. Tomorrow morning, starting at 7 o'clock. o'clock, this is the area that's going to be under that PDS red flag warning. It's that particularly dangerous situation red flag warning. And that is typically rare for us. We've seen it a couple times this season, but this is kind of the worst when it comes to fire danger. This is going to be an area that's very elevated, very critical over the next 24 hours. And that's because it is going to really start to dry out in Orange County and the Inland Empire tomorrow morning. And we're also going to continue to see those winds for the first half of the day. So why is this all happening? So we are caught right now directly between these two really strong systems. We've got high pressure to the west of us, low pressure off to the east of us. We've got counterclockwise flow around that low pressure system. And then we've got clockwise flow around this high pressure system. These two come together and we've got this very tight pressure gradient. And so we have these strong winds that are funneling down between these two systems. And that's why this has been kind of an unusual event for us and why it has been a little bit more widespread. So for the valleys, we're going to be looking at temperatures in the 70s tomorrow. It's going to be windy for the first half of the day, 60s and 70s out there in the afternoon. It's going to be blustery for the Inland Empire, Orange County, for most of us here in Southern California. And we're going to take a look at the next 7 days. Still windy on Thursday. And then once we get to Saturday and Sunday, we're going to see things quieting down, but winds will start to die down Friday. And going into Thursday, we're already going to see them not becoming as widespread as what we're seeing right now. In the valleys, low 70s for the rest of the week. It's still going to be pretty breezy out there for our Thursday and our Friday. High wind warnings are expected to expire Wednesday evening, but will stay windy going into Thursday. Inland Empire, mid 60s over the next couple of days. This weekend, we quiet down. We're not looking at any rain. We're hoping for some rain, but over the next 7 days, we are staying dry, windy for the next 2 days at least. Red flag warnings still in effect, but by Friday, we're going to start to get some relief from these winds. They die down, and then we quiet down this upcoming weekend, Susie.
All right, Danny, thank you so much for staying on top of all of that. Well, as we've been talking about, let's bring in Mike Rogers from the desk with an update on all these different fires that we're talking about, right?
Well, we have been tracking 3 fires in particular tonight, Mike, so we know you have extra information to give us at this hour.
Yeah, and you know, the one I'm most focused on at the moment is the fire up in the Sylmar area, and that is because of the possibility that it is going to jump the 5 freeway. I'm waiting to see if that has been the case yet. What is making me concerned about that is the fact that they have issued voluntary evacuations for a very large chunk of land west of the 5 freeway. So the fire started right in here in the 210 above it, above the Sylmar area, right above Olive View Medical Center is where it was first reported. You can see it on the hillside right there. And then it has started to move towards the east. Now, our John Schreiber was down there. I actually just asked him to move so he could get closer to where the fire line is right here along the 5 freeway. But the fact that they have issued evacuation warnings, and now look at that. As I'm sitting here talking to you, mandatory evacuations have now been issued for the other side of the 5 freeway. So there is great concern that this fire is going to jump the 5 freeway. Now we are talking about all of this as I'm sitting here showing you. Now mandatory evacuations in place for north of the west of the 5 freeway, rather. I'm going to zoom in a little bit closer here and I'll call out some streets. Now, it doesn't look like there's really any homes in this area, but we're talking about the old road. Canyon Mountain Way looks like is where it kind of parallels here to. And then, then you get down to the more populated areas, Sensen Boulevard, Balboa, San Fernando Road. Those are all neighborhoods that are so familiar to so many people. And this is a huge chunk of land that is now under a voluntary evacuation. And then additionally, they have just added, as we were sitting here talking, mandatory evacuations to this area. So that is going to be of a great concern. John is going to move around and try to get a better picture for us. But in the meanwhile, I want to show you this camera because this camera is from Oat Mountain. So this is west of the 5 freeway, and I'm going to activate it here and play it. This is the last 15 minutes, and you can see the glow from that fire as it starts to peek over. I want to show it to you on a map so you can get some perspective of how far away we're looking. Oat Mountain is right here. So here are my cameras that I'm showing you. Oat Mountain is right here. The fire, as we last know it, is in this area. So it is looking a significant distance off from where we last know the fire to be. Now, the mandatory evacuations that were just issued are in this area, and then of course the voluntary evacuations are down in here for portions of Mission Hills, Granada Hills, Porter Ranch, all of those areas now under these voluntary evacuation zones. and I'm going to pull up the other Oat Mountain. There's a couple cameras there on Oat Mountain. Let's pull up this one and see what this looks like. And you can see, yeah, it's similar to that glow. These are the radio, radio towers right here. We actually have equipment on Oat Mountain that we shoot into. So lots of critical equipment up there as well, but lots of homes that are in that area. And let me come back to that evacuation map just one more time. I want people to see that. If you're in this area, these are the evacuation areas. Sensen Boulevard is under a voluntary evacuation, and it comes all the way up in here to the Porter Ranch area, north and south of the 118, which is pretty remarkable that they have issued voluntary evacuations even south of the 118 freeway here. Rinaldi, White Oak Avenue, Balboa, Index Street if you're on the south side of the 118, and then up to the north you've got all of these other locations, Balboa, Rushing Drive, Cascade Canyon, any of these areas are now under a voluntary evacuation as the fire continues to push to the east. And again, it started just right here. I don't even remember what time it started now, but kind of somewhere in that area when it was reported to CHP, you guys.
I'm surprised. I'm not surprised that you mentioned Porter Ranch. In fact, that's one of the areas that we talk about many times when we have brush fires that are burning in Southern California. So now it seems to be hitting that area, slowly making its way. Can't say we see active fire there yet, but certainly that's why they're telling people to get out of the area.
Yeah, and we're waiting to see, and I'm just trying to communicate with some people to see if it has jumped the 5 freeway. That'll be the concern. And while we're talking, just really quick, I want to check and see if CHP has closed the 5 freeway. I've been kind of waiting to that. CHP needs to close the eastbound and westbound of the 210. They're diverting traffic, shutting down the southbound 5 to the eastbound 210. So that's that transition road that we were talking about. They're talking about closing down the northbound 5 truck ramp as well. If they have to close the 5, you're cutting off essentially, anybody who lives north of it. We're talking people in Santa Clarita, Palmdale, Lancaster. Right. This is really the one artery here. I mean, you can go around, into Sylmar or into Ventura County on the 126 and come around that way, but that is quite the diversion of a commute.
No, it really is. And, Pat, you were talking about Porter Ranch. That is the area that we actually often send reporters to cover wind. Because of the fact that the wind comes so fast through there all the time. So when you talk about Porter Ranch, my goodness, it's definitely concerning. The patterns they already have there.
And depending on the direction that it's blowing, that jumps over to another canyon that I'm going to be concerned about in particular. But you know what, guys? Just listening to Danny's report when she said it's going to be in the 70s tomorrow, still windy. We have seen Santa Ana's where we do have our choppers up in the air. So I want to say, should I go out on a limb and say they're not flying tonight because it's windy and it's dark, but in the morning? You don't want to do that, huh?
No, and I had a conversation, and each helicopter and each operator of a helicopter has kind of different parameters and requirements of what they're comfortable flying with. For us, we've got a certain set of requirements, and our helicopter does as well. And when I was talking to our chief pilot earlier today about it, because we talked about we had John Schreiber standing by because we got that permission from Secret Service and all of that. And he told me, look, I don't see us flying. And even into the morning, I don't see us flying. So firefighting aircraft, we'll see. They were able to do it.
That's what I'm talking about.
Exactly.
They were able to do it tonight when we weren't, just because of the different types of aircraft that they have. But we'll see. Hopefully, I mean, gosh knows we need it.
They were grounded, though, later in the evening.
Yeah, correct. And now the fixed wings were able to fly, but then I think we talked about the fact that it's so windy that when it comes out of the aircraft, it's not even really
hitting.
It
doesn't hit the target.
Yeah.
Where it's supposed to go.
Right.
Sure.
Yeah,
don't want to use the word target, but where it's supposed to be most effective.
Absolutely.
And that just the water even the Fosjack certainly doesn't go in the air where it's supposed to, and the water sort of, I would imagine, dissipates and just blows all over the
and
place.
shoots all over.
Yeah. Well, we were hearing about earlier, in our newsroom about people who were going out to these different areas of where these fires are, laying down, fire retardant on homes. Directly, because obviously, that's not going to happen with the aircraft right now with them grounded, but, just any means of getting to your house before perhaps the flames or embers get there. We often see the neighbors just hosing down their own homes or their neighbors' homes, just in case that could help. Having a wet house versus a dry house is certainly a little bit more helpful. So,
well, that's a possibility.
Doing whatever they can. Yeah.
That's a possibility, especially if you're in an area that has not been evacuated, so you're allowed to, not to leave and come back, but actually to take care of that before you leave.
Right.
That's something I think even firefighters say, okay, that makes sense. until we tell you, you got to get out of here. Then if you take those kind of precautions, you know, you're talking about your own property, so you're going to inch it as close as you can.
Yeah.
Most people will take it as close as they can. So if that's the case, using their own water hoses would be good. Okay, but let's bring up something else. If you're using your own water in an area, does that take away from the pressure that the firefighters need to use from the hydrants to fight the fires?
That's a great question. I don't believe so. I think the fire hydrants have a little bit more of a dedicated source of water. I also think that a home garden hose wouldn't suck up enough water to really make a difference for fire crews, because their lines are 2-inch lines, you know, bigger hoses that would, you know, use a lot more water. To that point, though, you know, we talked about this. I think the Ventura County fire, I think this is what it was. They were having issues with water pressure there.
Yes.
I've not heard that here in the Palisades or in Malibu, as they are, you know, kind of still pushing the homes. And, you know, we were talking about Big Rock, the area of Big Rock in Malibu. There are homes south of PCH there that I've been listening to that are on fire, that are doing that. So it's moving further and further that direction, and it's not getting better the way we had hoped.
No, absolutely not. And as we've been talking about, 3 different major fires burning in Southern California tonight. The fire exploding late Tuesday in Altadena's Eaton Canyon, that's another one that we've been talking about, where mandatory evacuations are underway tonight in Altadena, Pasadena, Arcadia, Sierra Madre, and voluntary evacuation orders in Monrovia.
And because of that, because of what we're looking at right here, I say this fire in the Eaton Canyon anyway has just taken off. As we talked about the acreage, when we started covering that fire around 6:30 or so, has just exploded even more so when you have more evacuations. It's also, it looks a little surprising that that house is still standing there, right? Because that fire is probably burning the backyard or even maybe the back of the house. We just don't know for sure. But because of looking at rows and rows of video like this of homes that are just destroyed practically because of this fire, that is certainly, besides cause for concern, something I think we're safe to say that we haven't seen in Southern California. We've seen fires even in big areas. I mentioned at one time, I remember San Diego seemed to be on fire, and it was like a ring of fire that also stretched down to Southern California, but not with this intensity. To see these many homes, this much property that has been damaged already, and you know, we'll only know in the morning when they're able to, if they can, even tomorrow, be able to go out and safely make some assessments. You know, Mike was talking about mapping the difficulty and trying to tell you the exact acreage, because they haven't been able to do flat mapping, right? So a lot of that is going to be difficult to make assessments into how much property damage has been caused.
Said it best earlier, just I think everyone's going to be very, very saddened and shocked by what is left behind in all 3 of these areas. I don't know, you know, so far up in the Sylmar fire, I haven't necessarily seen any homes burn. It's in a neighborhood, though. Maybe we just haven't had enough of a look at it yet, but there's going to be a lot of destruction left behind by this.
No, it's true. And, you know, you certainly don't know until daybreak, really, because you just can't see it in the dark right now. And, you know, we've been talking about how all of our reporters, although they are spread out throughout all these fires, the 3 major fires in Southern California burning right now, you know, we're just giving you a snapshot, a little picture of what's really happening, the bigger picture. So, you know, that certainly gives you some perspective too, Pat, as to what's really happening. Really, we're giving you the corners of wherever we can go, wherever we can travel tonight, to show you these pictures, to show you what's happening in perhaps your neighborhood. But we can't be there at every single one. So,
and we don't have the advantage this time with aerial footage, where we'd have Des or John flying, and they can kind of show you from, basically they can go from coast to coast and give you an idea, a picture of where fires are burning. And that's always it's just an incredible sight to me. Not in a good way, and when I say incredible, just being able to show the vast, you know, difference, or the mileage in between some of these fires, and just how widespread they are. So for tonight, we're doing what we can, and really what we are somewhat limited to do to give you a good perspective of the fires, where they are, and we're going to continue right here.
That's right, and we're going to give you another perspective now of the Palisades fire that you've been looking at burning there on the hillsides. Our Lori Perez is there on the ground to give us another update. Lori?
That's right, we're at PCH and Puerto Marina here in Malibu. This is just south of the Getty Villa, and you can see behind me the fire burning there on the hillside. That was something that erupted within the last hour or so. It was really just a small brush that started, and then it really exploded. And just beyond it, you might be able to see another major house has caught on fire. We've been seeing this kind of thing all up and down PCH, but you know, as scary and intimidating as this looks, that is nothing compared to what we saw a little north of here. I sent back some video at about 10 o'clock tonight. We were trying to get up to Duke's Malibu, which is right by Las Flores Canyon, and we heard there were some people who were going there for treatment who had been burned. Excuse me. But we couldn't even get up there because the fire was so intense on both sides of the road. I took video as we were driving, and just house after house and buildings and stores were all burning as fire crews were standing by and throwing as much water as they could at it, trying to save everything that they could. But everything along the beach side there is so tightly compacted that if one thing starts to burn, chances are the next thing is going to burn as well. And we certainly saw that with our own eyes on both sides of the road, frankly, on both sides of PCH, both on the beach side, lots of houses, and then lots of stores on the other side. I've been mentioning throughout the night some of the iconic stores that people might recognize that are gone, stores and restaurants, including Rosenthal Wine Patio, the Reef Marine store, also Oasis. Just so many stores that people are familiar with and utilize here up and down PCH. People from all over Los Angeles, really, who come to Malibu for recreation and relaxation and go into those businesses and, and maybe dream a little bit about the houses along the beach. And I think that a lot of people, when they see how much has been lost, are really just going to be heartbroken by what they see. I know that I certainly was heartbroken and stunned by what I was seeing. It's just remarkable how quickly this fire has moved throughout the night. We got here into the area at about 4 or 4:30, and we were watching as some houses were burning in the neighborhoods here in Malibu. A house or two there, crews standing by and trying to fight that. And then, within a matter of hours, the neighborhoods were gone. And it's just stunning when you see that with your own eyes, to know that right before your eyes, things are just getting destroyed. It has been a very difficult night here for fire crews and for us. It's been a long night. It's very windy. The conditions are very difficult, and they are not letting up, unfortunately. So there's a long way to go. Where we are right now is one of the safest places that we have been tonight. There is a lot of wind, and there's fire burning behind us, but not close enough that we are getting hit by any embers as we have been previously. At this point, it's just a lot of smoke and a lot of wind where we are. Guys, back to you.
All right, Lori, thank you so much. We want to go now to Mike Rogers at the desk.
And Mike, you have an update on that Hearst fire that is burning in the Sylmar area.
Yeah, I do. And I told you I wanted to have John move over to the east or the west a little bit more, because that's where they were issuing those evacuation warnings. We were concerned about the 5. He's got live pictures up now. I want to show those to you. And I want to tell you that I just talked to him, and he says he has not seen it jump the 5 freeway yet, which is incredibly good news. That's something we were so worried about. But there you see the flames way up into the hills there. Again, these are live pictures from John. If you're familiar with that area at all, let me tell you exactly where he is at. He is right off Nicholas Drive. So Nicholas Drive, basically if you take Balboa and you go up Nicholas Drive, that's where he is. He's kind of at the top of that. The next cross would be like Silver Oaks Drive. And you can see the parking lot, or it looks like, I can't tell if it's a backyard. It looks like maybe a center or something that's back in that area with a playground. Okay, like a playground or a park there. And then you can see the glow of the hillside up into the mountains above Sylmar and above the 5 and the 210 freeways there. So that's what they're contending with. That's why you can see, especially the fire that's way up in the hills there. That's, better for residents because it's not, at least it's not down in the city or the more populated area. It's up in the mountains, but the problem is it's going to be even harder for them to get to it up there, especially as we've been repeating over and over again. We don't have any of the water dropping helicopters. So that's where that's at. We're going to watch it, continue to watch it. Hopefully it does not jump the 5. John tells me so far it does not appear that it has. And I'm just going to check my evacuations map here one more time and make sure that hasn't changed at all since we last talked. Oh, there is a new evacuation, not on this fire though, the Palisades fire. Let me tell you about that in just a second. But no new evacuations on this fire. Mike Parrott, I think, is still in the control room. If we can come to my computer really quick, I just want to thank you. I just want to tell people really quick about the new evacuation warning in the Palisades fire, which is this area. Malibu Creek State Park is now under a voluntary evacuation warning. So, we're in even. And you know what, I think, this mandatory is new as well. So that mandatory evacuation is also new and now butting up to Las Virgenes and then where it turns into Malibu Canyon Road. So the fire is just continuing to push to the west. So this is a whole chunk of land. And I want to let our viewers know, right here, this is where the fire has mapped, but that is hours old at this point. We've talked about it. They've not gotten in the fixed wing aircraft to do an updated mapping situation. I know for sure, based on listening to radio traffic and talking to some sources, that the fire is for sure moved into this area because there's a bunch of homes on Big Rock over here that have burned already, that they've been getting 911 calls for burning. Big Rock is right in this area right here. So that has burned. There are homes along PCH, south of PCH, right? We're talking oceanfront homes that have burned in this area that I've been listening to burn. And now we know that they have expanded the mandatory evacuation area all the way up to Las Virgenes, where it turns into Malibu Canyon Road in this area. And then this whole voluntary evacuation zone, Malibu Creek State Park, that is also new as well. And again, it's just terrible, but this is the same exact, this is the gray area right here, is the Franklin fire. I mean, these people are doing this all over again within the course of, I don't even know, a month, a couple months maybe. It's really wild to sit here and be on the air again with you guys at 12:30 in the morning talking about mandatory evacuations near Pepperdine, near Malibu, after the Palisades fire tonight.
Yeah, mentioning Malibu Canyon Road, in particular, turning in, to Las Virgenes. Yeah. I can imagine the Lost Hill Sheriff's Station is pretty busy tonight and helping with people in those evacuations, right? Because that's on the way. Well,
and what they're getting, one of my sources told me, is Lost Hill Sheriff Station is getting inundated with phone calls from people who didn't evacuate when they were supposed to. And now I'm trapped, I need help, I'm trapped, I need help. And so they're diverting those resources and crews to try to go rescue people out of their homes who didn't listen to the evacuation warnings. And that's how we ended up with those people with burn injuries at Duke's. Yep.
All right, well, we've been telling people as often as we can, ready, set, go, and when they tell you to go, please go. Yep. Because you just don't know what could happen, and the worst that could happen is something we certainly don't want to talk about, but injuries, that's second on the list. You don't want to get hurt because you didn't evacuate in time, didn't listen. Well, we certainly have been listening to Danny Roberti's next weather forecast, and Danny, you mentioned this last night, these red flag warnings and this dangerous critical fire weather that we're going to have, and it has certainly come to fruition.
Yeah.
I think a little earlier than we thought.
Yeah, it definitely did, and we are now in the thick of it, Pat and Susie. Okay, but here's what I'm checking on, is that we're not seeing our wind velocities jumping to crazy numbers right now, and we are in the midst of the peak of this. Now, these are still really strong winds, and we could see these strengthen. Again, the focus, it's right now until around 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, where we could see these winds strengthen to even higher numbers. But over the last hour, 2 hours, things have been pretty steady. But still, I mean, these are really strong, powerful winds that we are dealing with, not just through those windy corridors, but this is for a lot of us here in Southern California. So I want to take a look at some of those winds. We continue to see wind gusts of about 56 miles per hour in Santa Clarita, 61 miles per hour in Simi Valley, 45 miles per hour through Burbank. It's a blustery through the San Gabriel Valley. And then we're also seeing that through the Inland Empire right there towards Orange County. Now, Mike Rogers mentioned his concern with the Hearst fire, and I do want to take you over there because this is where we have been seeing consistently strong, blustery winds that have been hammering this area, gusts close to 60 miles per hour, and it's been like that the past 2 hours. So this is an area of concern in terms of where we are seeing our strongest wind gusts right now. Now, I do also want to take you over to the Palisades fire. We're going to check in on the conditions for each of these fires. We have gusts close to 50 miles per hour in this area. Just a few hours ago, they were closer to 60 miles per hour. This is still dangerous in terms of the wind speeds that we're seeing. Malibu, it's even stronger at 55 miles per hour. I mean, even if we're seeing those gusts about 5 miles per hour less, it is still a very tough situation for firefighters because these are still erratic winds that we're dealing with. So really from Simi Valley into the Pacific Palisades over towards Burbank, the San Fernando Valley, it is still really gusty. It is still really strong. And this is going to continue over the next couple of hours. Now let me bring you over to Altadena, where we're seeing gusts at around 50 miles per hour. This is really the name of the game. Wind speeds, wind gusts, really between 50 to 70 miles per hour for a lot of Southern California. It's windy and it's also dry out there. And these winds are really erratic. I mean, when you see these numbers, they're just numbers. You know they're big numbers. But when you see Lori out there and Tom and Nicole Comstock and you see those conditions, you understand. And I'm sure a lot of you at home looking outside your window and you're seeing those winds out there. I mean, these are howling winds that we are talking about, potentially damaging winds. And we've been talking about how rare this is for us in Southern California, not the Santa Ana winds, but how broad and widespread it is. You know, we really haven't seen anything to this magnitude, to this extent and this strength since 2011. I mean, it has been more than a decade. So let's talk about the timing of the winds. We focused on the right now, and I also want to talk about what's next. We are going to get you and your family prepared, and you can see in Malibu, we're going to stay really windy through about 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, late morning. We're still looking at those wind gusts between 40 to around 50 miles per hour. But look at the second half of the day. I mean, it's still breezy out there, but you're going to see those significantly dropping. They're coming out of the north. Wind gusts at about 25 miles per hour. We're not out of the woods in terms of the fire danger, but we want to see anything we can in terms of getting these winds to settle down just a little bit. Fire danger is going to stick with us till at least Friday. So let's take a look. Timing of the winds. I'm going to take a step out of the way so I can zoom you into some of these key communities. This is a look at 1 o'clock in the morning. So we're looking at the next 20 minutes. And it does look like we're going to see these picking up just a little bit. So the purple right here, it's really stretching. We've got it through Sylmar, right there near the 210 corridor, but also through Simi Valley. There's that purple right there. So when you see purple, that is highlighting some of our strongest wind velocities between 50 to 60 plus miles per hour. So San Fernando is getting in on this. This is 1 o'clock in the morning. There's that 210 corridor. You can still see, even in the reds and the oranges, those are some pretty strong winds out there as well. We're looking at gusts between 30 to 40 miles per hour. Okay, so we've got Tujunga in this, La Crescenta, La Cañada, Flint Ridge, 210 corridor continuing Pasadena over towards Altadena. So we've got right there near that purple, it's those wind gusts between 50 to 60 miles per hour. So some of our foothill communities still seeing these really intense winds. Arcadia, right over towards Glendora along the 210. Mount Baldy, of course, up through the mountains. And then Rancho Cucamonga, Fontana, over towards San Bernardino. Let me bring you over the Santa Ana Mountains down through Orange County, and you can see really strong winds pushing towards the coast from Rancho Santa Margarita towards San Clemente, Huntington Beach. Inland Orange County is continuing to see those strong winds as well. And then a little burst in Orange County. Orange County has been in the clear today in terms of the fires. We've been seeing, obviously, the damage with some of this wind. But by 4 o'clock in the morning, this is my focus, my window for Orange County, where we're seeing those stronger winds through Rancho Santa Margarita, Mission Viejo, all along the 5, the toll road right there, pushing towards Laguna Beach and Dana Point. Gusts between 30 to 40 miles per hour further inland, closer to the mountains, 50 to 60 plus miles per hour right there. I'll zoom you back out. Let's take a look at the rest of Southern California. Once we get to tomorrow morning, you can still see it's blustery by around 8 o'clock all across Ventura County. We've got that through Santa Clarita. So the start of the day is going to be very windy, but it does look like these winds winds are going to start to shift over towards the Inland Empire. This is where they're going to start to strengthen San Bernardino and then again through parts of inland Orange County. We'll back things up. We're hoping to see these winds dying down, still strong by late morning. This is right around the lunch hour, but look at 5 to 5:45, 6 o'clock. Yes, through our mountains, yes, through some of our valleys, but this is going to be a little bit more focused on those areas prone to the Santa Ana winds. It's not expected to be as widespread. This is around the time that those high wind warnings are expected to expire. Now, again, we're not out of the woods. It is still windy out there, but if we can see any little change out there, that's what we're hoping to see. So far today, though, we have seen gusts anywhere from 50 to 80 miles per hour. Fremont Canyon, 80-mile-per-hour winds across some of our mountains and through our canyons, even reaching 89 miles per hour. Rancho Cucamonga and San Bernardino, 60 to 67-mile-per-hour winds this evening. Saugus, 54 miles per hour. And then even closer to our beaches, Santa Monica, wind velocities closer to 60 miles per hour. So we could see some of these strengthen late tonight into early tomorrow morning because we are in that window of some of the strongest winds. Fire danger will remain elevated. And I want to show you this because it does look like this has been expanded. Those pinks are indicating the extreme fire danger. Santa Paula, Thousand Oaks, and right there, Los Angeles, downtown LA is bordering that. This is going into tomorrow. And I show you this because today we're already dealing with this extreme fire danger. This is prolonged. Santa Clarita, we will continue to see this as these winds continue for the first half of tomorrow and then over towards inland Orange County and the Inland Empire when we start to see those winds ramping up first thing tomorrow morning. Here's the big weather story. This is why we're dealing with all of this. We are sandwiched between these two big, strong systems, and these winds are just funneling down in the middle of them, and that's why we're getting these northeasterly, north to northeasterly winds, these really strong Santa Ana winds. Let's take a look at our temperatures. Now we've changed this to today because we've started a new day, and you can see temperatures are going to be in the 60s and the 70s tomorrow. A windy day for us. I want folks in the Inland Empire to be prepared for some of that dust, patchy dust, kind of getting kicked up in the air because of these winds, especially for the first half of the day. And then I want to bring you over to the next 7 days. Inland Empire, we're going to focus on you. There's that high wind warning, patchy blowing dust possible Wednesday and again on Thursday. And then Friday, we're going to start to see things quieting down a little bit, and that's going to take us into the weekend. For folks in the valleys, upper 60s and 70s, we'll see those windy conditions Wednesday, Thursday, some of that lingering into Friday. Over towards Los Angeles and Orange counties, low 70s. Winds are going to continue tomorrow. That sticks around on Thursday. This weekend, though, we're starting to see things quieting down. Deserts will be windy for Wednesday, Thursday. That's the case for the beaches, with temperatures hovering in the 60s and 70s. I'm going to go back over there and keep a close eye on the winds and see how things are changing. And then I'll have an update for you guys coming up in just a bit.
See you in just a bit, Danny, but we're looking at pictures now of the Pacific Palisades, and this is just how strong the winds are that Danny was talking about. These are the conditions that firefighters are up against tonight as that fire burns through Malibu. I mean, it really does look like Armageddon. Seriously, a fire scare near the Getty Villa tonight. We spotted flames nearby. That happened around 5 p.m., but tonight, the J. Paul Getty Trust tells KCAL News the structure, the collection, and the galleries are all safe thanks to fire prevention measures and water storage that they have on site.
Oh, there we go.
And yes, that's our KCAL's Jasmine Veal. She's in the middle of the firefight tonight. She and her photographer found themselves surrounded by flames and those flying embers. Flames erupted all around them on Temescal Canyon, and then as they made their way down to PCH, it was something to see. All right, I thought we had a full report from Jasmine there, but that was very concerning for a while. She got out of off the freeway and got off of PCH, I should say, and got into her vehicle and moved further down, and still ran into some more areas. That's what. One thing about this fire that we've seen, and when I say this fire, I'm particularly talking about the Palisades fire. It just grew and stretched from one direction to the next. And when you went to the north, you thought you'd be better off. You went to the south, nope, you know, you ran into trouble there.
Sure.
And then you had to run back north. So now, I mean, just thinking of how far this fire has spread in all different directions. Okay, and we're looking at video from Jasmine's cameraman there that obviously is a little, you know, in everything else that we've been trying to look at tonight. But we do have our Tom Waite. Tom, you've been out there all evening, and now we see you are in front of a structure that's burning. Looks like a home.
Yeah, Pat, we just came upon this. We're coming up PCH North, just near Topanga Canyon, and this is just awful. Look at this. I mean, this house looks like it I don't know if it's two different houses or if it's one. It looks like it's two. Wow, it is so hot. You can feel the heat of this fire. And as we were coming by here, you know, as we were coming north, we saw a number of homes on the hillside, on the north side that are burning. But this is on the south side of PCH. And obviously this is just fully engulfed. Man, that is like the heat from this fire is really intense. And we've seen firefighters like come past it, but I don't know if they're trying to get reinforcements or something, but they didn't stop. I don't know what's going on here. Obviously, they're stretched very thin, so they're trying to do everything they can. Obviously don't have a sense of how, you know, they can prioritize these situations, and these houses can go up so quickly because the embers can just, you know, blow in from one to another. But these houses are very densely packed, so obviously there's a worry that these houses could. Wow, it looks like, oh man, is that a third one catching too? Wow. Okay. Oh man, it looks like. Oh gosh, this is just terrible. Oh Pat. Oh man.
Smoke too.
This is so. This fire is just raging. You know.
Tom, can you tell us where you are specifically?
You know this area well.
Can you tell us where you are specifically?
Sure.
What
Yeah.
streets?
PCH. Yeah. PCH, and I think we are just north of Topanga, right? Just north of Topanga, like just very close to there. Yeah, in Pacific Palisades, technically, I believe, but yeah, just north of Topanga on PCH. Obviously, that's the south side the west side of PCH. So on the beach side. But yeah, I know. It's just,
and you know what? I mean, on the beach side, you've got homes that are really close together.
Exactly, Pat. I mean, that's exactly
so you
right.
Can see how. Oh my God! It's just hopscotch.
Oh my gosh! And you just worry there's nothing. Yeah, I mean, I'm. Oh my gosh! Wow.
I mean, we've been watching homes burn all day.
And then, of course, once it
so
starts raging, it's like. Yeah, it is. It is.
Especially when we first came to you, Tom. Only a minute ago, it seemed that it wasn't that intense. It was intense, but now at this point. Yeah, this is just, it looks like it's hopscotching from one house to the next. And it just, that house on the left just exploding.
Exactly. Well, Pat, you said, and Pat, like you said, they're so close together. So, you know, and you know, we were in Temescal Canyon. Oh my gosh. I don't think I've ever.
And Tom, you were talking about how you saw firefighters pass this area. They saw this house on fire.
Are you in danger, Tom?
Yeah. Oh my gosh. I don't know.
Okay, if you don't know, maybe. Do you want to take some time and come back to us, Tom?
What did you say?
Do you want to take some time and come back to us?
I think, wind's shifting a little bit. I think we're okay. I think we're okay.
So yeah, we could see it happen right in front of our very eyes.
We're not by a hillside, yeah.
Oh my gosh. Okay,
what was it? I was going to tell you, you know, yeah.
You know what?
That's nuts,
looks,
right? I mean, that's crazy.
It looks unreal. It is so bright orange, and we see that house to the left of the first one that now is completely engulfed in flames. And Susie, not that we were counting, but there was one on the other side, and if I'm not mistaken, would that be a fourth house that we saw? brush that was
definitely multiple homes.
Man.
I do believe so, Pat.
Yeah. Oh,
and
that's
you know,
so
these are the
heartbreaking.
homes, as you were talking about, so tight, packed along
on the beach
PCH
side,
there.
That's just.
But with that view and with, you know, you can only imagine tomorrow what that is going to look like along that whole stretch there along PCH. Because earlier
right
this
off the
evening,
water.
I know, and I just hope the firefighters come because there's so many houses that are stacked right on top of each other here, Pat and Susie. It's like if they don't get here, I mean, they're all going to go up. I mean, and there were so many houses. I think Lori was right by.
Yes, I was just going to say that.
And Matt or Mike, feel free to chime in. But yeah, exactly. Lori was sort of she decided we kind of reorganized our little plan here. So we came north, and she was going south, and we saw kind of that hillside of homes that was going up. You know, just south of where we are right now. So it was that was sort of surreal, just seeing so many houses destroyed there, and then coming up on this, which obviously we didn't know was going to be here.
Also along the coast.
Yeah, I mean, we're just feet from the beach, right? We're just a few yards.
Well, that's the thing. Again,
so
those houses being so close, and there are so many of them. And Tom, we have just watched the scene change in just the short time that we've been talking with you. As soon as that wind blows again, the fire goes in a different direction. But there's no way that those homes are, are safe, Mike.
Yeah, and you know, Tom's talking about the fire engines that are going past him, and it's because I'm listening to some of the radio traffic further up PCH, near Big Rock, and a little bit more to the north. They're getting 911 calls because there may still be people up there. So I think
that's their priority.
Right, that's going to be the difference. Life safety is always going to take priority over a structure. It's terrible and it's sad to see these burn, but it sounds like they're concerned that there are still people further to the north that they're trying to get to, which is why they're letting this happen.
That are in the evacuation zone but had not left or were not able to?
We're not able, either or, didn't, chose not to, or couldn't, whatever the reason may be. But it's really remarkable. Wow. Oh, wow. That's really shooting up there. But it's really remarkable to listen. There's even, earlier I just heard them say they had to shoo a bunch of people out of a parking lot that are still hanging around up there, and they needed to lock the gate so nobody would come back. I mean, it's really remarkable how these fire crews are constantly having to deal with the public that has been in an evacuation zone for hours now and are still here.
And then there's no way they're going to get back to their homes tonight to check on anything.
And it's not safe.
It's just not safe, absolutely. So that's just not going to happen.
Right.
And it makes me wonder if they were still in the parking lot. Were they not able to get out? Did they not have transportation, say, to get further down PCH and out of the way?
It sounded like it was cars, and it sounded like that people were able to leave because somebody was talking about how they're going to clear them out and get them to go and get them to leave and then lock the gate behind them.
So they were driving then?
Yes.
All right.
Yeah.
So that's a different story.
Right,
and I bet
right.
they were waiting to see if they can go back.
Yeah, or it doesn't sound like it's hard to tell if it's residents, if it's looky-loos, if it's people wanting to just come see the fire, but it's certainly at that moment was tying up resources, and then I was listening to them continuously call out 911 calls further up PCH where there were concerns that there were still people inside of those homes.
Yeah, so despite these evacuation orders, obviously, I mean, we understand, people want to be close to their homes, what we often hear, Pat and Mike, is, I just want to hold on just for as long as I can.
Yeah.
Sure. And that limit for people is different. So for some people, it might be right after those mandatory evacuation orders come out. For others, it might be past that, like tonight, as Mike was just talking about.
And we also have to mention that probably some of the same people that were evacuated in the Franklin fire a month ago have to evacuate again tonight. They may be thinking, well,
I did it the first time.
Especially in the Pepperdine situation.
Right.
Remember, we know that they were told to shelter in place, I believe in the library, and that said they were well protected with not only the greenery but concrete. So they felt they were safe, even though some students did leave, but most of them did stay. And now here tonight, we hear that they were under another threat, but people even around that area may not have taken it as seriously because it didn't happen the last time.
Yeah, I was just going to say, especially if hey, it worked the first time, I can stick around and maybe it'll work this time. But
just be fine, right?
Even though we're talking about a fire that's almost in the exact same area, it's not burning like it did the Franklin fire. This is burning. I mean, we're talking about rows of homes along PCH now that are on fire that we're seeing in Tom's shot. And I can tell you,
oh my gosh,
even further up, and Tom, it looks like it's spreading to more houses.
Yeah, oh man, it's so hot too. It's crazy. Oh my gosh, this is nuts.
Really intense.
I'm just kind of scared about like what's in those things. I just don't know. I don't know. I think we should get out of here just because I don't know what's inside those houses and I don't know if they're going to explode.
Well, then we don't want to see that happen. So Tom, please, your safety is most important. Absolutely. That's priority as well. All of our crews out there. So Tom, then we want you to leave that area. And Susie, I think we're going to go back to Lori now. There she is.
Lori Perez has been in Pacific Palisades as well. She's been in Malibu this evening, checking out homes burning along PCH. Lori.
Very different spot than Tom is in right now, Lori.
It is, and we kind of switched places. We headed south and he headed north, but I have to tell you, we are right on the border of Pacific Palisades and Malibu. We're right in the parking lot of the very famous Gladstone's restaurant, and you can see that the back part of it has now caught on fire. This does just seem to be the side of it, and we've been here for a little bit and it really hasn't grown beyond what we've seen. We're hoping that it stays that way, but certainly, it's only a matter of time before the rest of it goes up. Hopefully they can get a fire crew here before that happens. But really something to think about when, so many people have come here to Gladstone's and enjoyed time there. It's a beautiful overlooking the ocean spot. But across the street, an absolutely ugly view. Check out this house that is burning on the top of the hillsides. That thing is really going up. We can continually hear popping and explosions, and we would expect that would collapse sooner rather than later. And you can just see the ferocity of those flames there. And looking up there, I mean, it looks, this is a cliche, but it looks like a movie, right? Doesn't it? And just to think that this is real life, and that was someone's home. And, all of their belongings in there, a place where family made memories and people spent time and shared their time together. And tonight, it's all up in flames. It's really remarkable to see that one of so many homes in Pacific Palisades and Malibu that are now on fire. In fact, if we just go to the left here, you can see there's another house that just moments ago we actually did hear when it collapsed. But the flames still raging there as well. I mean, just a remarkable sight. Really, anywhere you're driving up and down PCH tonight, you're just going to be in disbelief by what you're seeing. And I think that, once the smoke clears and the dust settles, I think there are going to be many broken hearts about how much we have lost tonight and how quickly this all happened. I mean, it is what is it, 1 o'clock now?
Yes.
Okay, so we got here, at 4 o'clock this afternoon. I mean, it took, 9 hours? And so much is gone. I mean, Malibu, where I spent most of the night tonight, was burning. I mean, all I just kept thinking was, oh my God, Malibu is gone. Like much of the coastal area, so many houses and so many restaurants and stores and places where people enjoyed their time here, just gone tonight. It's difficult to process. I will say that, guys. Back to you.
No question. What a way to start the new year. Lori, you were talking about just watching that house up on the hill just completely burn. The only, you certainly described it well in terms of families that have probably enjoyed many good times there, a lot of laughter. We just got over the Christmas and Hanukkah holidays. And to see that is completely gone. Gladstone's, my goodness, that was a staging area early today, or at least an area where, from what I heard, parents were having their kids also assemble at Gladstone's.
That's right.
Mayor Reardon once owned Gladstone's, had taken over the property. I think it was scheduled for another makeover. Talk about many times there with families. They used to make those little, the balloons into animals for the kids. It was just a nice place to be and something that is somewhat of a, certainly I almost want to call it a historical landmark because everyone knew about Gladstones. Yeah. Everybody.
And so significant to so many of us here in Southern California. Yeah. We all have ties to these areas, right, Lori?
That's right, and that's what's so difficult about covering these fires. You know, you tend to think of, okay, how much acreage, how many homes, how many people evacuated, but then you really have to think, you know, we're talking about people and families, and you know, beyond the numbers, we're talking about people's lives. And that's what always gets to me, you know, when we walk up to properties and you see, you know, the symbols of life, like toys and picture frames or little things that you know that people bought to make their home more beautiful, and they're just burned on the side of their yards or their homes. That's always what's so difficult for me, is because it makes you think of the people that lived there and the people who have lost so much. Of course, their lives are the most important, but you know, things are people collect things throughout their lives that become important to them, and when they lose them, that can be very difficult. And I was also saying earlier, you know, it's not only the people who lose their homes, but when a community goes through this and they see their neighbors or, you know, people they, you know, are friends with that live in that community who have lost so much, it can be very difficult on the entire community. Guys, back to you.
And the fact too, Lori, that some people whose homes will be saved, even returning to see their home still standing and their neighbors not, that also can have just an emotional effect on the people that live there for quite some time. So, Lori, thank you so much for that. We're going to go back now to Pasadena, where Nicole Comstock is in Hastings Ranch, and we understand, well, we don't understand, we can see it right behind you. Home's burning there, Nicole.
Yeah. It's so heartbreaking to watch, Pat. We moved farther to the east in Hastings Ranch. This is on Riviera Drive on the west side of the street, right across the road from Pear Orchard here. And unfortunately, this is something we've seen a couple of times just driving up the road here. This home is completely destroyed by the Eaton fire. There's a car in front of it. The people probably didn't have time to get that out either. That's completely burned out. And we've seen at least, excuse me, at least like probably 6 at least homes that had extensive fire damage still burning on the way up here. And they're pretty close to the base of the foothills here, but still like a couple of miles to the east of where this fire started in Eaton Canyon. So you might think, you know, you'd be safe in a neighborhood like this, at least from the origin point of what we know about the fire at this point. But these embers have just been blowing so far in these really powerful winds tonight, and so we've seen the fire kind of hopscotching to different neighborhoods in Pasadena. And we actually talked with the Pasadena firefighter about an hour and a half ago, and he said this was their fear, that basically they're going to continue to have embers blow over maybe a mile away into another neighborhood. First they get under the eave of a house, they light one home on fire, and then the wind just keeps pushing these embers to homes next door. If you can take a look behind us here, even across the street right now, this is a little bit of what we're talking about with these embers catching a palm tree in front of this home here. There are also some power lines that are down in front of this home. They are de-energized right now, so these aren't live, but this is the situation. Just up the road from us here, we saw another home on fire and fire going directly up the power pole. So there are areas here we just can't even get to show you because it's too dangerous when we think there might be, you know, power lines coming down, although I'm sure power is off to most of the homes in this area at this time. That's the interesting thing, too, about this fire in Eaton Canyon is that it looks like on the SoCal Edison's power outage map, like they already had a preventative power outage all throughout the Eaton Canyon area since at least earlier this afternoon. So it makes you wonder if they didn't have active power lines on at the time and people were kind of already told to get out of the area, how did this fire start in the first place, right? Like who was up in that canyon or what happened to spark a flame in intense, powerful wind conditions like this? You know, we're hearing that this is the biggest windstorm we've had in the San Gabriel Valley in at least 14 or 15 years. And we only really started hearing from officials about how serious this could potentially be probably yesterday. That's when it seemed like the words they were using to describe this seemed like it was going to be very serious and we would have a lot of damage. So I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of people just kind of blew it off or thought, oh yeah, they always talk about Santa Ana winds, but you know, it's probably just going to be a regular wind event. And especially in January, you wouldn't expect to get a giant windstorm like this, but you know, fire officials are saying that the fuel is just so dry out here right now too that, ooh, when you get a gust of wind like this with all these embers blowing, there's not really anything they can do. Like they pulled out fire hoses in a lot of these neighborhoods, and if they come out here and a home is already on fire and you got these blowtorch-like winds, the fire hose isn't really going to do anything except maybe help prevent embers from spreading to the home next door. So again, if you go south on Riviera Drive from where we're standing, there are at least 5 or 6 homes we saw on the way up here that were also on fire. So just devastation in a couple of neighborhoods we've seen in Pasadena. About an hour ago, we were in another neighborhood on Woodland and Del Rey, and we saw, again, same thing, maybe 5 or 6 homes, some condos burned down over there, potentially a preschool in the area with some damage. And then it looks like on our way over here, like one of those senior facilities that they evacuated people from earlier tonight, that looks like it was going down in flames too. So thank God they got those people out of there when they did, because you had over 100 people with, you know, this wall of flames coming right to the canyon behind their homes there. And, you know, it was rough for them getting out and being wheeled across the street on their beds on a really cold, windy night with a lot of smoke. But man, all the workers there did such an amazing job getting them out, and the city really came together to make sure they used city buses and SWAT trucks to get them out and get them over to the convention center. But it looks like this thing is only kind of picking up steam overnight, even though we're a little distance from Eaton Canyon. The smoke is really thick in the air here, and the wind just continues to blow these flames downhill toward homes.
Well, we've seen so much destruction in that area, Nicole. We thank you for that live report. We've also seen destruction in the Palisades area along the PCH in particular.
That's right, and we've been watching Tom Wade and his shot, and he has been watching homes burn pretty much all night. Let's go back to him for more homes being destroyed as we speak, Tom.
That's right, Susie and Pat. We're just a little bit up the road from where we were a few minutes ago when we last talked to you. It's a safer spot because the wind seems to be pushing more toward the south and, you know, possibly out west. At least it's not blowing towards us right now. That's why we sort of moved up. But, you know, as we were talking about, and Pat was pointing out, you know, there's several homes now engulfed in this stretch. This is the beach side of PCH, just to the north of Topanga. And, you know, Pat was talking about these homes are so close together, and that poses such a risk, and that's exactly what happened here. I mean, just look at this raging inferno. It's horrible, and it's fascinating to see how quickly these structures are going up. I mean, just like tinder boxes. It's like throwing a match into a vat of gasoline. Just raging, and so quickly. It was really shocking. I do see, it looks like there's fire personnel staged down the road, south, if you're just a little bit south. I can't tell if they're engines or what type of vehicles they are right now. They are, it looks like, approaching. You know, of course, again, as Mike Rogers pointed out, and as others have too, you know, there's the issue of prioritizing lives over property. And so we know that firefighters are stretched very thin, and they have a very difficult job. So it's impossible to get all of these homes saved. But, you know, we've talked about it all night. Just it breaks your heart to see, oh, wow, the whole thing just went down. The whole house just collapsed. And it tells you all you need to know when you see fire engines having to drive by and they can't do anything. That's just the desperate situation, the dire situation that we're in.
You know, we're looking at those power lines in front of those homes there also burning, and that was a concern, of course, even before these fires started. And, you know, that could cause even more problems. That's the last thing, to have one of those lines just go down and set even more fires, or, you know, causing more structures to go up in flames. But it's so sad to even watch a house just disintegrate like that before your very eyes.
And it's got to be so difficult for those firefighters who were just passing by, as Tom was mentioning, watching that home engulfed like that, but they got to rush off to another location because of the fact that their priority is lives first and then property after that. So,
right.
You know, we hear so much about structure protection, but there's no way. It's too much.
Yeah.
They couldn't get to, I don't want to even say have, because that's me talking. Go ahead, Tom.
Isn't it surreal to think? Isn't it surreal to think too? The ocean is like just a few feet down that path, right? It's bonkers. Like you can't even see it.
But that's the thing. You know, we were talking about those. There are a lot of homes that line that section of PCH, and before you get to the water, unfortunately, 9 times out of 10, that fire is going to go through those homes.
True. We've seen it so many times here in Southern California, in the Malibu area specifically. And with that dry chaparral that we're talking about, those, you know, hillside homes, you know, beach communities, of course, beautiful, and there's absolutely that reason why people buy those beautiful luxury homes in these areas. But obviously, with the topography the way it is, the hillsides creating that chimney effect that we often talk about when we're talking about fires, as they burn uphill and so quickly, and toss in the wind event that Danny has been warning us about for about a week now. And this is what we're looking at.
Which is obviously what happened here, because this is across the PCH. So those fires, they cross the street,
you know what?
You know, by those embers blowing from the wind, Tom.
Yeah, and you know, Pat and Susie, what's so scary is there's so many more homes that are really, really close to the ones that are burning right here. But it's also interesting. It doesn't look like it's moved. I thought it was just going to keep going south, and maybe it will, but it seems like it's kind of. Doesn't it kind of seem, Greg? I mean, from this angle, it doesn't look like it's moving to the next structure, which is like. Oh, it is moving to that. Okay, all right. Okay, all right. So yeah, I mean, this is just—it's going to tear through this entire row. I don't know how many homes are there. I can't tell from this angle, but man, I mean, and yeah, it's surreal to think that the ocean is a few yards away. You know, and we can hear some popping explosion sounds over there, but.
Well, you know, any other time we could have been able to those choppers could have possibly been able to pick up that water right there and just put those fires out, since it was that close.
Yeah, I did see them. Yeah. Both of them popped up, Camarillo and Chino. Both Chinooks turned on for a couple of minutes. It looked to me like they were trying to, you know, sift it out and see if it was something they can fly. Both at the same time. They both activated. Both looked like they were on the radar, but then neither one of them left the airports.
Wow.
So it looked like for a second we may have gotten a chance to try to get them in there, but I just don't think the weather conditions are playing along very well.
And when was that, Mike?
About 10 minutes ago.
10 minutes
10
ago.
or 15 minutes ago. So they tried, and you know, that just really also goes to prove the point that they're constantly evaluating that. They didn't just call it a night and go home. They're still sitting at the airport hoping there's even a smallest break in the wind conditions to be able to do it. And it looked like they tried it from both Chino and Camarillo and just weren't able to do it.
That's just amazing information to share with our viewers, that you are able to see or to get that kind of feedback that those choppers were ready to go and were attempting to go, but they simply could not.
Right.
So you could just imagine, you've flown before, Mike, just even that feeling of knowing you want to help.
Oh, yeah.
But you're just not able to. You just can't.
And look, there's you know, if everyone's been on a plane, there you feel turbulence. Feeling turbulence like that in a helicopter is so much different. You get really tossed around and jostled from all sides. It is a very, very uncomfortable ride when you're in the wind, and that is wind that is nowhere remotely close to the winds we're talking about tonight. I've been in some turbulence before that's been very uncomfortable. You get a little airsick a little bit, but that is still, that winds that I was in were still below our threshold. It was still safe for us to fly. It was just uncomfortable. And we talk about the winds tonight. Not only is it not safe for the aircraft, but even if they're up there, it's just got to be so uncomfortable to be in as well.
Well, speaking of winds, let's bring back in Danny Roberti. And Danny, wow, we hate to say it, but you're going to tell us that these winds are picking up even more?
Yeah, just as we kind of expected, you guys. Right now is the moment where we're starting to see these wind velocities picking up, specifically in the Pacific Palisades and the Malibu area. Just about 20 minutes ago, when you checked in with me, we were talking gusts around 50 miles per hour. Now they've jumped to about 60 miles per hour. In Simi Valley, we're seeing gusts up to 72 miles per hour right now. So they kind of started to die down just a little bit at the start of the 10, 11 o'clock, and now we're starting to see those increasing. And so this was expected. This is the focus. This is the time for it. So we could see them strengthen a little bit more through around dawn this morning. But right in that area, I mean, these winds, they're erratic, they're powerful, and they've been nonstop. Even when they did lessen just a bit, it's still strong. And this is going to continue through tomorrow morning. I mean, it's just tough to see in these conditions what these firefighters are up against. It's just really wild out there with these winds.
All right, Danny, thank you so much. As you've been looking at a live shot from our Tom Waite, he's been giving us these pictures. His photographer, Greg Polancic, I believe he's with tonight, giving us these pictures in Pacific Palisades along PCH of homes burning. And we just watched a second home collapse in Tom's live shot.
And Tom, are you on the scene, able to describe what you're seeing, what you're feeling, what you're hearing?
Yeah, absolutely. We are seeing and hearing just more popping sounds. It's like a series of loud pops, and obviously it's stuff that's inside of these homes, and it's just the intensity, the heat, and then when the winds shift, it just keeps blasting back at us, and just you can see those towering flames. That's what really blows my mind, is just how intense the flames are, and how volatile these structures are. Sometimes you think that a lot of these structures they're made of stucco and concrete and things like that may not be as flammable. You can probably hear that popping. But these materials are obviously very flammable, and it makes it for obviously much more dangerous situation when you have a raging fire like this. It's out of control, and there's just not a whole lot that can be done. I think what we talked about was just sort of the telling situation of seeing fire trucks, just having to pass by and not being able to do anything because there's other more pressing, potential calamities going on right now, and other situations that are more dangerous and potentially involving people's safety. And it just speaks to the desperate situation we're in right now in Southern California, that firefighters are stretched to the max and beyond that, and just can't even stop to save a burning home. And I'm sure it breaks their hearts too, having to drive by and see that and think, oh, can we just stop for a few minutes? But that could mean life or death for somebody else who they might be in a call for. So you obviously understand that their prioritization of these situations, and then you just wonder too how far this fire might move. Truck just drove by with its door open. But yeah, how far, as dense as these homes are, how quickly the fire could keep spreading. Let's see here. There's some more fire trucks coming north here, but yeah, they're not able to stop either. Those are, those don't look like they would necessarily be ones that would battle the fire here. But oh gosh, there's so much destruction tonight that we've just been seeing. This morning, I should say, and that we saw all through Tuesday, and it just starts to be mind-numbing to think of just how, last night, people going to bed in these homes, people going to sleep, never thinking that their home would now be in a raging inferno just 24 hours later. That home, the homes that we're looking at, people are probably watching their shows before bed last night, maybe enjoying their view of the ocean, never imagining that 24 hours later that this is what they would be looking at.
And they could possibly be
their house
watching
be
this.
collapsing.
They could be watching this right now, Tom, and that's the really sad.
Yeah.
You know, to think that you can't do anything about that either. I mean, the firefighters can't, but you could be somewhere watching this and seeing your house just being totally destroyed. That's just
exactly
the worst feeling.
Yeah.
But you know, and to your point, Pat, it shows also that, you know, how quickly these flames can take a home, and there's nothing you can do if you're there. And it's so much better that hopefully the people who were there, if they're living there full time, that they did heed the warnings, and they did, because this just is a perfect example of you staying home and not evacuating isn't going to save your house, because these fires come fast and furious. They don't come creeping up like a little flame. It's a wall of flame and smoke or an ember that just explodes inside your home, and there's nothing you can do. Your sprinklers, your garden hose, it's not going to do anything. You know, these raging fires that we see, fueled by, you know, these intense winds and gusts, they're not going to, there's nothing that can stop them.
No, I just want to ask you a question. Are all those vehicles that we're looking at right now, are they fire? Are they related to the official vehicles, I should say? I just saw one car go by you. I think they were going south, and it looked like a normal, you know, just a regular, you know, a vehicle just going by. Yeah. And I'm kind of surprised, I guess.
Yeah, there have been some. I was kind of looking at the fire when those cars went by, but there have been what I would call it civilian, I would say, you know, residents sprinkled into some of the traffic, and it caught me off guard a little bit too earlier when I would be seeing that, and I was thinking, well, gosh, the evacuation orders went out hours and hours ago. How is this happening? But you know, not everybody decides to follow those directives. So some people do leave much later, and even now, maybe that, you know, sometimes it takes seeing these images to finally scare people into leaving, because obviously they can see. I mean, look at this. I mean, these homes have been reduced to a pile of nothing, just a raging inferno, a pile of debris in a matter of minutes. And so it's just a cautionary tale to anyone who thinks that not following those evacuation orders is something that would make sense, because it doesn't, right? I mean, we can just see how but I'm also watching the house next door. It looks like the fire is kind of stopped at that structure. Like, it's not, I mean, it definitely is on fire, the eaves are, but it's not moving the same way, and maybe that will change, but it's not moving as quickly as what there was. It would look like 3 structures in a row just all kind of went up, but no, yeah, it is getting inside that other one now. So this is likely to keep moving as it moves there south. Yeah, I mean, look at that. And we talk about this too, how these fires sort of create their own little mini weather systems. I mean, that's kind of what it looks like is happening over there. You can see it almost like a weather twister, like a fire twister over there.
Yeah, tornado.
And Pat, I think you mentioned this too. The power lines obviously on fire too. Yeah, like a tornado, fire tornado.
You know what, Tom? Question for you. I know we tried to count ourselves, right, Susie, and we thought there may have been 3 or 4 houses. I know there are a lot of homes that are close to one another. Do you have any idea? Can you tell, just say how many you're looking at right now? Or how many more homes are in sight?
You know what? That is you know what? Oh my gosh. Woo! I don't know what that was, but did you hear that loud pop? That was crazy.
We did.
Okay, so yeah. You know what? So it looks like, and I could be wrong, but I'm walking down the road here a little. And what's so, you know, awful here is that some of these buildings may be more than one home. You know, it could be possibly a duplex, or it could be several maybe condominiums or apartments in the structures that are on this, that are south of what's burning right now. So there could be multiple homes in some of these structures, not just a single unit. So yeah, the potential of many homes being lost is possible. It's kind of hard to tell in the dark, and then the smoke is sort of obscuring some of of the structures down there, and of course there's like no power. The only light we have is from these huge flames. But what I can tell you is there's a number of structures that continue down south, and you know that is the $1 million question, right, Pat? Like, how many of these homes could potentially go up right now, and you know, at what point maybe could firefighters potentially have the ability to try to halt them, depending on what other, you know, priorities they're on right now. And I'm sure, you know, if someone is watching this and they know that their home is in sort of this danger zone and this kind of line here, obviously they're hoping that something can be done. But man, these homes were reduced to flaming debris so quickly.
What a truly heartbreaking sight, you know, for tomorrow when, you know, maybe we do go up in a chopper and we see the destruction, the aftermath of all of this, you know, homes that are burned dotting the coastline of Malibu, Pacific Palisades, that whole beautiful stretch that we often so visit here in Southern California. And also, I think it's important that we are sensitive to the fact that viewers who are watching this with us, Pat, right now, they may not have seen their home destroyed until we show it to them on television. So,
and what a feeling.
No kidding.
You know, and we're hoping that that is a help in some way to have an idea.
Yeah.
You know, we don't do this obviously just to present something that just is so horrific or to scare people, but we're showing actual weather event, if you will, that is so destructive. And that's where we're also
and to your
on
point,
the air to tell people to, you know, to heed orders, to evacuate when you can, to know that the firefighters are doing everything that they can, but at the same time, you need to be out of the area. So, you know, let's, you know, I don't want to sound trite here, Tom and Susie, but the fact is, if you're away watching this, then you're in a safe place. Yeah. Right? I mean, you'd rather be somewhere than where you are right now.
Exactly, and you know, we were talking about this earlier too. I think Jasmine was on the air saying this. You know, she was concerned about her family because the fire out in the Pasadena area was burning close to her family. My aunt, I've mentioned a few times in the air, she was evacuated. She's lived in the Palisades since the 70s, and she's been evacuated. You know, so we are sensitive. We know. I mean, my parents have been evacuated from their home in the San Gabriel Valley at one point because of fires. I think so many of us have been touched by these horrible events. We're, you know, to your point, Pat and Susie, we're very sensitive, and we care deeply about our communities and our, you know, the people that live in these homes. And it rips your heart open to see this happening. It's our home. Even if you don't live in Malibu or Palisades, it's still our home. Like you said, like this is our landscape. This is where we maybe go to the beach here. Maybe it still feels, we all feel part of this. That's why we live here.
You know, when you say that, Tom, you know, we always say, well, the news isn't about ourselves, but if you can also put yourself in a position, or if you've been in the position of having some understanding, I too, my family home was burned down many, many decades ago, not in California, but know what it feels like to try to salvage what you can, and there are some things that you will never get back, mementos and things that mean so much. Photographs, besides paperwork and the like, but just things that maybe you have collected or your parents have collected, or that piano that's destroyed, or that baby rocker that you received, those kinds of things. So we certainly understand it as we report on these things. And, you know, we too know people that live in the area and have had to leave. And, you know, I was talking with someone earlier tonight, or heard from someone who said, yeah, well, they're out safe, but they're not so sure about their home because they haven't been able to go back. So this is so impactful. But, you know, these particular homes that we're looking at right here, guys, it's, you know, if you're watching this and this is your home, we are so very, very, very sorry. We feel for you. But we're happy to report, at least that we know that no one's there.
That's right. Well, unfortunately, this is not the only area in Southern California that has homes burning tonight. We're going to go out to Hastings Ranch, where our Nicole Comstock is standing by with a home burning behind her. Nicole?
Yeah, Susie, there are a handful of homes currently on fire right here on this street in Hastings Ranch as well. The home behind us here, it's 1495 Riviera Way, I believe. It's close to the cross street of Alder. And unfortunately, this is what we've seen kind of dotting Pasadena all night long. A couple of different neighborhoods we've been to where embers picked up in really powerful winds out here. They traveled a couple of miles over from Eaton Canyon, this beautiful natural area with lots of hiking trails and wildlife and rugged terrain, and has spotted in front of a lot of these homes. And all it really takes is one of those embers to get up under the roofing, to get into an attic if you have one, and they start just burning from inside. And you know, once that happens, then the ones right next door to it are at risk of burning as well when those embers just blow over in the wind. We're hearing that the Eaton fire is about 1,000 acres in size tonight, and this has been burning since about 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock tonight. I actually just spoke with someone whose parents live right across the street here, and she says, you know, since they had a power outage, a preventative power outage in the Eaton Canyon area, she's wondering if, she says there is an issue with some homeless people in the area who tend to like go down into little wash areas. She's wondering if maybe somebody, you know, unintentionally set it with the fire, if they were staying in the area, maybe heating something up. She also brought up, you know, a really important point that a lot of people who live in foothill communities are dealing with right now, and that's losing their insurance because they live in these foothill communities. The woman across the street was out here watering down her parents' home with a garden hose, and she was saying that a couple of months ago her parents' insurance company called and said, we're canceling your fire insurance policy, and that they haven't been able to get fire insurance from another company since. And so that's why they wanted to stick around as long as they possibly could to make sure they're wetting down the lawn in front of the home and the rooftops and all of that, because some people don't have fire insurance in these neighborhoods. And you know, that woman I was talking to was saying this is a huge problem, and she thinks that the governor should actually do something about it, that state officials need to make sure that insurance companies can't just drop policies because there's nothing they can really do. A lot of people that live in these foothill communities now just are unable to maintain fire insurance. And you know if you're living in a neighborhood close to a canyon that there is some risk of fires, but you know, if you're willing to pay for a policy, you should be able to get one. And some of these people say even if they are able to obtain a fire insurance policy now, it's like 200% what it used to be. So it's almost pricing people out of the insurance market. And with all of these catastrophic wildfires we've seen in recent years across Southern California, a lot of times that are tied into like tree branches hitting utility equipment, sparking fires, you know, it could happen in anyone's neighborhood. And perfect example tonight, they're not even right by Eaton Canyon, and embers just picked up in the wind and happened to go right down on this home and several others in the neighborhood. I'm going to take you to some video right now of what happened out here earlier this evening. Thank God they got all of these people out of this neighborhood here. See if I can find the name of that one. Someone sent it to me earlier, but I think it's two different. I think they were playing some video that maybe had me talking on it there, but yeah, they had to evacuate over 100 people from two different senior centers off of Altadena Drive near Washington. And these poor people, they were, you know, out there in the cold, breathing in smoke in their hospital beds. They had to be wheeled across a main intersection, and then they were kind of huddled up together in a 7-Eleven parking lot, waiting for, you know, all of the city crews that banded together to figure out a way to get them to safety. They were eventually transported in Pasadena transit buses and even a SWAT vehicle we saw taking people to the Pasadena Civic Center, the convention center, to get them to an evacuation shelter. But just crazy for them being out there. And now knowing, we drove by that area where those senior centers were about an hour ago, and it looks like there's fire on one of those properties over there. I believe it was called Park Marino. It looked like it was engulfed in flames, and there were lots of firefighters out there trying to do what they could, but man, it really paints a picture of how important it is to have people ready to mobilize when we have a natural disaster like this, and to make sure they go in, especially into, you know, a business where you have vulnerable people who, some of them have mobility issues, they can't walk, they might have medical conditions, and there's no way all those people would have been able to make it out of there on their own with the fire basically burning in their backyard. So so glad to see all of them. From what we've heard, all the employees say everyone made it to safety. You can see what the flames are still doing here tonight, just continuing to burn down homes, now in Hastings Ranch, so several miles away from where the fire started earlier. And we're hearing even over in Sierra Madre to the east, there's more homes that have fire damage now. So this thing's just continuing to blow east in the wind tonight, you guys.
Hey, Nicole, can we get a shot of you again? And I'm doing that for a reason. I'm looking at your hands. Is that black soot on your hands?
Yes.
Okay, well.
It's black soot. My photographer said he looked like a coal miner when we got in the car earlier, and he took a look at his face, which is true. We both look like that right now if I take the mask off. But
you know
yeah,
what?
there's so much smoke in the air. Like, my hair looks brown right now instead of blonde, and it's literally just like caked with ash. And then you think about, you know, those poor seniors who were out in the parking lot, they were breathing all of this in too. So they probably got to the evacuation shelter and they look the same way.
And you know, I asked you that for a reason. I mean, even for health reasons, because I'm hoping you guys have some wipes out there or something where you can, you know, wipe off your hands and,
yes.
and even your face, because we don't know.
Sure.
What's in in those chemicals, and even soot can carry some, you know, some toxicity. In other words, so I'm asking that just out of a bit of concern. I want to admit, Mike Rogers pointed that out to me, so that's why I wanted to ask if they can put the camera back on you and show you how it's impacting you as well. So we hope you take care of that.
We've done a couple of hand wipe, face wipe down situations already, but as soon as we get back outside, we're just covered in it again. So there's not really much you can do besides wearing the protective gear, the mask. You really need the goggles because so much stuff is flying in the wind right now. It's dirt, debris, probably pieces of some of the homes, like little embers off trees. So if you didn't have these, you'd just be getting blasted in the eyes with all of that.
Well, that was just another example of how people, even our own reporters, are impacted out there.
Absolutely. Stay safe, Nicole. Well, as we've been telling you about, the fire out in Pacific Palisades continues to burn tonight, and our Lori Perez has been out there for much of the night.
She has. Yeah. I think since 4 o'clock, Lori, and you're still on PCH right now, so it seems to be a little calmer, if that's a correct word to use, maybe just a bit.
I mean, maybe a little bit. I do have some good news. Gladstones, which just about an hour ago I was showing, had caught on fire. A crew showed up and they sprayed water on it and got those flames out that were attacking the back end, the side of Gladstones here off PCH. This is the Gladstones restaurant. So that's good news. The problem, though, and the risk is all of these embers that you can see that are just flying throughout the air, all coming from, you know, fires like the one across the street. See that massive home that is burning. You know, we were remarking, can you imagine how grand that must have been, situated here right across from the ocean, and now it is very close to collapsing. We have been watching and listening. We heard the roof collapse. We've been seeing, you know, the interior structure turn to ash and start to fall to the ground. And I would expect that within no time at all, the whole thing should come down. We have been watching also as fire crews have been driving along. There's a little street just below that house. So there are fire crews that are kind of circling in that neighborhood because this isn't the only house that's on fire. There are other houses that are on fire here. We're on PCH just north of Sunset and across the street from Gladstone for people who are familiar with the area. And there are neighborhood after neighborhood that are up into the hills beyond PCH, and so many homes, as we've been seeing in the coverage all throughout the evening from all of our crews. So many homes are on fire tonight. There are crews everywhere, firefighters from all over the state. We've watched them as they have been coming by, but I've remarked, you know, as many as there are, there frankly just aren't nearly enough for all of the fires that are burning, which is difficult to say, and I can imagine how difficult it is for them to decide, where to go and what to focus on, because I'm sure that they would like to save every house if they could, but it's just not possible. The wind does seem to be, at the moment, kind of calm. Oh, you see there? The side of that house just collapsed. That was really big.
Sure did.
And so now what we're going to see is this big cloud of embers that are going to come down. That's what is so dangerous, and the reason why something like Gladstone's, where the flames were out, could easily catch again, because these are all so dangerous here coming at us. You were talking about how Nicole's hands were black. I mean, we're all just so filthy because there's just so much in the atmosphere here. Thank God for this protective equipment. But, it's just, this is a bad situation out here. And to think of the firefighters as they are doing their jobs and having to stay in these conditions, your heart really goes out to them and the heroic job that they are doing tonight. Guys, back to you.
Well, Lori, if we can ask your photographer to pan right back up to those homes that were burning up on the hillside there, that home that just lost that huge wall. It's so dramatic to look at, first of all, because it's so high up. And then to see it aglow like that in flames, it's just so sad, because you can see just how massive that property actually is. Even in the dark, you can really see the outlining of that house.
And what a view they had of the ocean.
I think that
Right?
No kidding.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the dark really makes it all the more striking, the flames and all of it, and in such a sad way, it really highlights the destruction. And this is just, one example of a home burning, one of so many examples that we could see tonight throughout, or this morning, I should say, throughout Pacific Palisades and in Malibu, where we were before and where Tom is now. I mean, just so many homes. I was driving south on PCH earlier this evening, and I sent back some video, and I'm wondering if we can roll that. But I just put my phone up to the window of the car and started rolling, because I couldn't believe my eyes at everything that we were seeing. Just house after house after house, and stores and restaurants, and everything just burning. It was really something to see, and the crews there doing their best to try and contain those fires. But when everything is so close to each other, it's very difficult to do, I can imagine. Once something starts, the chances of the thing next to it also catching on fire are tremendously high. There's just nothing you can do to fight these winds and the kinds of embers and the kinds of flames that come from them and threaten other structures. It's a very difficult situation, and it's still, unfortunately, it seems a long way to go.
Yeah, it certainly does at that. And as you were describing, row after row of houses burning, we have another prime example of that, Lord. We're going to go back to our colleague, Tom Waite, who is along PCH. And Tom, again, your backdrop is just more than one home, looks like several that have gone up there on that stretch of PCH, just right by the beach, right in front of the water, actually.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, Susie, Pat, it's kind of what we talked about, home after home getting nailed by these fires that just keep spreading and spreading. What's really fascinating too is that now the way the winds have shifted is that it's crystal clear on that side where the smoke is now blowing in a different direction, and so you can actually see much more clearly these structures, and we can actually, for the first time, I could hear the ocean, because there's the gusting winds aren't as loud at this particular moment. Of course, we know how quickly that changes, but the first time, and since we've been out at this particular spot, I heard the waves crashing there across the street. Just a real scene, thinking about these homes being so close to the water, but it really doesn't matter. And yeah, it just breaks your heart because you see the flames continuing to spread. Hopefully the winds stay calmer as they are in this particular moment, so that these other structures don't continue to burn, but I just don't see how that's possible. As we talked about how dense this is, and the fire just kind of keeps moving. Man, it just, and you see the chimney. I'm not sure if Craig is on that chimney, but that's the only thing still standing from that particular home that was right in front of us. And we just saw these homes just raging, just the fire just completely tore through them, and they collapsed. I mean, that whole area there, that space in your screen, that used to be several homes there. And they clearly they were multi-level, because we can see that they stopped at the beach. They went down, sort of to the beach line or close to it. So they were large homes there. And we don't know, necessarily how many, if they were single-family homes or if there was other units in there. Once again, we see firefighters passing by, kind of going back north and south on PCH. Clearly, there's just so much on their plate tonight. But yeah, we can hear the popping and explosions and just the structure's just completely succumbing to these flames.
Yeah, you talked about being able to hear the water because of the waves. You almost want to see just one good wave just come over those homes and put those fires out. But from where we're sitting here and where Tom is standing, you have to think that those are completely. There's really nothing to salvage there.
Just incredible to see this happening right now at this hour. As Danny has been talking about, the big wind event, the peak of the wind event started at 10 o'clock tonight. So we are right now in the thick of it. And we've certainly seen that come to fruition, as Pat was talking about. At this hour in Malibu and in this area for the Pacific Palisades fire, there's actually more evacuation warnings being announced tonight, and Mike Rogers at the desk was telling us earlier about those. I want to bring in Mike from the desk once again.
Yeah, we're looking at those evacuations, and as we have said, the Palisades fire has expanded over to Topanga Canyon, mandatory to Topanga Canyon, and then voluntary even west of Topanga Canyon. So a lot of people under evacuations. I mean, we're talking thousands and thousands of people that are under an evacuation order right now. I quickly, guys, want to give you an update on the Hearst fire burning up in the Sylmar area. I'll jump to my computer here because I want to show you some video. This is from the Citizen app, so bear with me here. It's moving around a lot, but you can see that glow up on the hill there. Evacuations have been ordered in the Hearst fire, and I can tell you right now that there's just been an acreage update to, I believe, 600 acres is now the 500 acres, correction. 500 acres is now the acreage for the Hearst fire, which is burning. That is a significant chunk of land. 500 acres is not a small area of land that we're talking about here, and that is, again, burning along the 5 corridor, freeway corridor, where we've got those mandatory evacuations on both sides of the freeway here. So I'm going to look really quick and see what the current road closures are for that area, but we had known that the 210 freeway was closed. Northbound 5 to the northbound 14 truck lanes, they have actually had to go. So this is a very interesting thing here, actually, because semi-truck drivers, when they drive, they time out after a certain amount of hours, right? And so what they'll do is they'll pull over and they'll sleep in the cab of their trucks. So what CHP is doing right now, according to their log, is going and waking up all of those truck drivers that are parked along the side of the truck route of between the 5 and the 14 and saying, you guys got to get out of here. There's a fire moving here. So one of those units that just went and did all of that and got all of those asleep truck drivers up and awake and moved out of the area. So right now they're still doing that closure on the 210 at Roxford. Where they had been doing that. They had closed the transition road from the northbound and southbound 5 to the eastbound 210 freeway as a result of that. And just give me 2 seconds here. I want to show you that evacuation map for this fire one more time here. That is the other fire, but here's this fire. As you can see, again, the evacuation map has not changed. We don't have any new evacuations for this fire, which is the good news here. But as you can see, there are still the mandatory evacuations on both sides of the 5 freeway here, which obviously runs right through here. And then you can see they've got the evacuation mandatory on both sides of it, and then the voluntary evacuations down here, down into the Granada Hills and the Mission Hills area. Now, what I've been trying to look for, and I don't believe that it has happened yet, and I'll see if I can pull up one of the cameras here, is to see if the fire has jumped the 5 freeway. That is the thing we have been concerned about. This is from Oat Mountain, so we're still looking a distance away from where the actual fire is. You see the radio communications towers there on the right side of the screen, and you see the fire very clearly glowing huge in the background. So it does not yet, I have not seen any indications, any logs, any radio traffic that has said it has jumped the 5 freeway, which is of course what we want. We don't want it to jump the 5. We want it to stay where it's at. We want it to stay on that other side. You know, John was telling me, John Schreiber, before he left, we had to clear him and break him down. But he was telling me, as we go back to the Citizen video here, he was telling me that it did look to him before he left a little bit better. You see the glow in the hillside there, and again, in the mountain is where we want it. If it comes back down into the city, it's very populated. If it jumps to 5, we run into a much bigger risk. So we'll continue to keep an eye on this. For now, though, it looks good. And you guys, we've been talking so much about where Tom and Lori are. I just quickly, if we can, I want to show you just where they're at, you know, on this map here. Lori is down here at PCH and Sunset. So she's down kind of right off of this intersection here, Sunset and PCH, right in there. And then Tom is further up. And Tom is on that row of homes, and Lori was too. Some of her cell phone videos she showed us is what I've been listening to. Tom is right here in Malibu, technically, just south of Tuna Canyon Road. So Tom is right in here, and the row of homes Tom is looking at is all of these right here. And when we go in here, and I'll try to see if I can get in a little bit closer on this map, and if not, I'll show you on another one. One of the issues here, and our director Mike was talking to me about it too, look at just how close all of these homes are together.
That's right.
They are just so packed tight here, and there's just no wiggle room at all for anything to happen. Because one goes up, and look, I mean, these homes are basically touching each other in this chunk. And I think this may be the area that Tom has been looking at, because they're kind of parked right just to the south of Tuna Canyon and north of Topanga Canyon, all in this area. So as many as homes as there are, and you can see them just row after row after row of home after home, until it hits, you know, an empty, rocky area like this, or until they can divert enough resources there to try to put them out. Unfortunately, this fire is just going to keep, you know, jumping from house to house until it chews through all of them. And it's really terrible to see, as we were talking about.
Well, that's something that we have not seen, even as previous fires have burned down to the beach in Malibu. At this particular strip, that is something new. And those homes, they're huge. They don't look at from that vantage point, but when you get around to the front, they've got these wonderful balconies and these glass ceiling windows that you can look out over the ocean. They're just spectacular, even though they're very, very close to one another. And it's just really sad to see those houses go up in flames. I know for so many of us have passed them many, many times, or been to maybe an event or two over there. So
most of us
see, that's from the street view.
Yeah,
right?
this is street
there
view of a bunch of them, and I think, you know, some of these maybe even in Tom's shot here, and I'll just kind of, you know, move it down the street here. But yeah, I mean, look, they're touching each other as how close they are, and
that's a newer one there, that gray one. There are lots. Some are older,
right,
and made of you see a lot of
different
wood
materials,
for some of them, but for the rest, I mean, they are big.
Yeah.
And again, pretty much when you get around the front of those homes, they're spectacular.
Oh boy! Well, we have seen this pattern of fire. Exactly. We have seen the pattern that fires can create around the ocean and the coastal areas. Obviously, you know, we've been talking about the fire here that's touched Malibu once again. And we've seen that certainly before. We want to bring our meteorologist, Danny Roberti, to talk about these fires along the coast, Danny, and how dangerous they really can be.
Yeah, they really can be, and especially with an event like this that we're seeing, one of this magnitude, one as widespread as what we're seeing right now. But this is one I want to tell you. Just about an hour ago, right around 1 o'clock, we were really starting to see these winds really ramping up in the Malibu and the Pacific Palisades area. But really, as of the last couple of minutes, they've started to die down just a little bit. I mean, they are still so strong out there, and we're still dealing with very difficult conditions for our firefighters. But we had gusts in the 50s for Malibu. Now it's down in the 40s. And then for Simi Valley, just about an hour ago, gusts in the 70-mile-per-hour range, now down to 60 miles per hour. Now, I say that it's still strong out there. These are still powerful winds, and these are still really intense winds that we're dealing with. And that's going to be the case through Simi Valley, Malibu, where the fire in Sylmar is burning, the Hearst fire. And then also the fire that's burning in Altadena. I want to bring you to a couple different areas so we can talk about what's going on and what we're seeing with some of these winds, how they're changing. Here's a look at those winds through the Santa Clarita Valley. Not as bad as about an hour ago. Now, again, still strong winds, but we're looking for any hope that we can see in this. Simi Valley, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Burbank down to about 20 miles per hour. Burbank, earlier in the evening, we saw gusts up to 70 miles per hour. Now, I want to bring you down through the Inland Empire and through Inland Orange County, where we're starting to see some winds strengthening in areas like Chino and San Bernardino, and also pushing all the way out towards our beach communities. You can see that making its way towards Santa Ana, gusts nearing 40 miles per hour right now. So for the fire, the Hearst fire, we've got gusts up to 53 miles per hour right now, continuing to see sustained winds of 30 miles per hour. This was an area of concern. It still is right now, but the winds are not as strong as they were about an hour ago. Still very powerful. Let's talk timing of the winds. This is very important. And I also want to show you something else that I just pulled up and kind of investigated on. So here's a look at our futurecast going into 4 o'clock this morning. And you can still see we've got widespread winds out there. This is going to be for the Palisades, Malibu area, over towards Santa Paula, Thousand Oaks, strongest through San Fernando. So even though I'm talking about winds dying down a little bit, they have the potential to strengthen going into the next couple hours as we get closer to around dawn and even closer to 9 o'clock in the morning. Rancho Cucamonga, Fontana, and San Bernardino. And then again, through Inland Orange County, this is really going to be the focus over the next 2 hours, is getting some of these winds picking up through Inland Orange County, Silverado, and Rancho Santa Margarita. Let me fast forward to 8 o'clock in the morning. Not a lot's going to change. Actually, we're going to get some winds picking up in the LA Basin, Hawthorne over towards Redondo Beach, Santa Monica continuing to see these winds. And then take a look at Malibu. We're still looking at gusts towards the Pacific Palisades between 40 to 60 miles per hour. This is going to be the case for the next 24 hours. So this is what firefighters are up against. I'll zoom us out right now so we can see when things are really going to start to change. Late morning, we are still gusty in the exact same areas. It's still widespread. But once we get to 5 o'clock in the evening, this is when we're going to start to see winds dying down just a little bit in some of those areas where we're dealing with these really extreme conditions. That's going to be the case over in Malibu. It's still gusty, but it's going to be looking a little bit better. Hopefully the opportunity for our firefighters to get a handle on what's happening. Now, taking you into Thursday, another little ramp up, a little uptick in the winds. Now, let me bring you over to this map right here. You're seeing a lot of icons on your map. This is a look at local storm reports. I'm going to zoom you in. Aside from the fire danger, waking up in the morning and getting out the door, there's going to be some concerns with the winds. I want to talk about what some of these shows. They could be, one of them, trees down in lanes on the 134. We've got trees down right near Vineland Avenue. Things like a large tree branch down in the lanes. So this is going to be something tomorrow morning. I show you this so that you can see through a lot of LA County and also Ventura County. This is where we're seeing the majority of the wind damage from these strong gusty winds. I mean, we've seen gusts between 50 to 80 miles per hour. So aside from the fire danger, there is going to be the potential for waking up tomorrow morning and seeing some concerns on the freeways, on the road. So I just want you to be extra careful if you do have to get out there on the roads tomorrow morning. Let's take a look at Woodland Hills over the next several hours going into tomorrow and most of the day. It's still going to be windy out there. So you can see from right now all the way to about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, we're still talking winds in areas like Woodland Hills, highs in the 60s, but we do see these winds dying down just a little bit by around 5 o'clock in the evening. Red flag warnings. This is the big thing. It is still in effect and a blanket of them. We're not just looking at certain areas here in Southern California. And tonight and early in the morning, it's not the only time for it. These red flag warnings, they are going to continue into Thursday. So this is because we still have strong enough winds and the conditions are dry enough for fire danger to be high, where we could still see more fires starting or the current fires continuing to spread and grow. But I do see that good news in some of the winds dying down by later in the day. The reason that this event has really been so critical in terms of the fire danger is because we haven't seen any rain. I mean, typically once we get to January, red flag conditions, they're not a big concern because we see the rain to mitigate it. But we've really only seen 0.02 of an inch of rain in downtown Los Angeles, the driest start to winter since 1964. And that's why this event, it was so critical, not just because of how widespread it is, not just because of how strong these winds are, but because of how dry the vegetation is out there. And so that's why these red flag conditions, they will continue because this is a prolonged event for us. So the focus for these winds, it's going to be Wednesday and Thursday for the Inland Empire, some patchy blowing dust as possible. But take a look at Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. We're not looking at rain, but at least we're going to see these winds dying down and letting up. That's what we're waiting for the valleys. Wednesday, Thursday with some lingering winds into Friday. And for folks in Los Angeles and Orange counties, still going to be windy on Wednesday. Some of those winds lingering on Thursday, but then we are going to start to see these winds dying down Friday, going into the weekend. We're holding on to the winds in the mountains, the deserts, and the beaches for Wednesday and Thursday. This is why it's been a prolonged event for us, with things quieting down by the time we get to Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Pat, Susie.
All right, Danny, thank you so much. We want to go back out live now to our Tom Wade, who is live along a stretch of homes that were being destroyed the last time we checked in with him. Tom, what's the situation now?
And Susie, it is getting worse. I mean, the structures are collapsing more and more. You can see from the last time we talked, look at that building, that huge structure that's just collapsed in on itself. We just heard a loud bang a few minutes ago, and all of a sudden, you know, the entire interior looks like it just collapsed. Yeah, it's just heartbreaking to see. I mean, we don't know how large that structure was, but it was very big. It looks like it went down maybe it's a total of several stories. I see someone across the street looking like they're inspecting. I don't know if those are firefighters. No, that's not a firefighter. There's someone on a bike. Yeah. Very odd. Obviously not safe to be over there, but I don't know what's going on there. But the story, of course, really is the tragic loss of these homes, which are just burning, going up. I will say one positive note here, and there are very few when you consider just how awful the situation is. I just heard the waves again from the ocean, which means the gusts of wind are much, much less in this particular moment, which we just have not had many breaks at all throughout this entire night and morning from the wind. In fact, it's like the first time I feel like I can take my mask off in a while and actually breathe. The way the wind is blowing, it actually feels like the air is easier to breathe right now, which it has not been for some time. I do see, I don't know, is it a media vehicle, Greg? I can't tell. It's just pulled up here. There's someone that, sort of an official-looking type vehicle that's pulling up here. I'm not sure. It's not a firefighter, I don't think. But the next thing that's going to go down is that garage that's about to collapse. Can you see what I'm talking about? That two-story garage is going to come down. It's barely being held up right now. And this person that was on a bike, looks like they're walking up, taking pictures. And I did just lose our IFB, so bear with me while I reconnect us here. But yeah, certainly, we've just been looking and wondering if the fire was going to move through all these structures. There are a number of them that go, from where we are right now. There's very sort of densely packed, together. So we were concerned that we would lose more homes here as we stood here and waited. I'm going to send it back to you because I cannot reconnect our earpiece right now. Our IFB will not reconnect. And
I'm going to have to figure that out. So I'm going to send it back to you.
All right. We're going to wait for Tom to get back set up here with his sound, but I want to go to Mike Rogers at the desk. Mike, earlier you were showing us on your maps, on your satellite maps, just how tight these homes really are, as Tom was just talking about. Yeah. And there is a whole row of them here, a big stretch of them. And we were talking about how if one home is on fire, we've been watching the next one fire and next one catch on fire.
And you know, I finally found where Tom is, and I was able to look at it on a map. And I know we don't want to lose these pictures. I don't know if we can put my computer at least in an inset, so we can continue to watch Tom's pictures. But I want to show you because the reason it took me a second to find, quite honestly, is because I was looking at Tom's video and trying to map it, and talking to Tom, and ultimately all of the homes around this are gone. And so, okay, so in the bottom left corner, our picture-in-picture there, you can see this is the home that is currently burning, right? And then I want you to look because, you know, we saw next to it and we saw next to it, but look at this. If I pan this around, there's home after home after home. And in Tom's video, these homes aren't here anymore. And in his live pictures, these homes have collapsed onto the beach. And it's so incredibly tragic that as we're watching this home burn, and we're watching family memories, and we're watching everything that is inside of this home go down in flames, what's already happened to all of the homes next to it, they've already fallen off. They've already burned to the ground and to the sand, because that is what is below them here. So it's just really difficult to see, especially when we look at where these houses are and what we're seeing here from Tom's pictures. And again, this is the house that is believed to be burning right here. When you look at Tom's pictures, this is the street view from Google Earth that you're looking at on the bottom left there on your screen. And that is what we're mirroring here, and that is what is just so tragic to see. And again, it's, as we looked at it, as we're watching more of the house collapse there, look at that from Tom's pictures. It was only a matter of time for this to happen, unfortunately, and everything here is a total loss. And I so fear, and Lori Perez talked about this as well, it's just going to be a horrendous sight to see once the smoke clears, once the fire is out, once we can fly KCAL and look at the damage. It's really going to be devastating, because you've got these homes that are so tightly packed on the south end of PCH, right along the water, the coastline, and it's just home after home after home after home that are now gone.
I mean, you know, you really have to feel for the residents who have perhaps no idea what is happening right now to their homes. And perhaps you're seeing it on TV for the very first time, as we are. Certainly, we are sensitive to the fact that these are homes. These are homes, personal homes that people live in, not just something that we're showing on TV. This is a really personal matter, in fact, for people who are losing their homes tonight, and our hearts certainly go out to them. But as we've been talking about just this entire area, Mike, you know, just the week before Christmas, we were talking about the Franklin fire and being in this area, and our reporters, you know, firefighters out there, the media, and, you know, back around the same area is where we're talking about. And as Danny was alluding to, just the fact that the winds tossed into all of this. I mean, forget all of the, you know, when we see a fire with Santa Ana winds, you know, be called in the Malibu area, we hear about that often in the news business here in Southern California, in Los Angeles. But to throw in an event that we haven't seen in, goodness, 13, 14 years, it changes the entire game. And I want to bring in our meteorologist, Danny Roberti, to talk about just that. Danny?
Yeah. Hi. Good evening, everyone. Exactly. We have been dealing with these nonstop winds, and Susie, you're exactly right that this is a little bit different for us. Yes, we talk about Santa Ana winds, and there are those areas, those windy corridors is what we call them, that do get in on the Santa Ana winds. What is so unusual about this is the magnitude and how widespread it is. I mean, it is not just those areas that we see Santa Ana winds when they move through. This is most of Southern California getting in on these incredibly powerful winds, and you've seen it out there this evening. They've been erratic, and we've been dealing with gusty winds between 40 and 70 miles per hour, even inching closer to 80 miles per hour since earlier this evening. They have not let up, and yes, maybe they've died down by around 10 miles per hour, but we are still talking really intense winds. So where the Palisades fire is burning right now, for the Pacific Palisades, for Malibu, we're seeing gusts at around 50 miles per hour, and this has been consistent through this evening. And what makes it so hard is that when we're dealing with winds that are this strong is that we see the potential for these embers to be fanned, and these flames are able to be spread out into different areas. So that's what we've been dealing with specifically with this. Gusts in Simi Valley up to 60 miles per hour. And then we've also been seeing through the Inland Empire and through Orange County really strong gusty winds as well. And this is going to continue going into tomorrow morning and even into tomorrow evening, where we've got these really dangerous conditions. Red flag warnings and also high wind warnings going into tomorrow evening. So this is going to be what we're dealing with the timing of the winds. We're going to talk a little bit about that in just a second. And I apologize. I'm not able to. There we go. I've got my IFB back right there, so I'm able to continue talking with you guys. Let's talk timing of the winds, because that's going to be really important going into the next 24 hours, is when we're going to start to see some of these winds dying down. We've been talking a little bit about these strong winds, the focus being late tonight into early tomorrow morning, and that has been the case. So the strongest winds, the window, it really started at 10 o'clock this evening, and we are going to continue to see that until around 9 o'clock in the morning. That is the focus for these winds, where we could see anywhere from 50 to 80 miles per hour. So this is what's making it really difficult, is that we're not really getting a break from the winds. In areas like the Pacific Palisades, it's been in the 50 mile per hour range, even nearing 60 miles per hour over the last couple of hours. Areas like Sylmar, we've still got gusts up to about 53 miles per hour. So these are widespread winds, and this is not just focused on one area. This is focused on a lot of areas in Southern California. So strong winds will continue for the next couple of hours, and there's been this focus not just where the Palisades fire is burning, but also stretching from Sylmar over into the San Fernando Valley, San Gabriel Valley, over out towards the Inland Empire, where we've got the potential for these gusts between 50 to 80 miles per hour. I mean, this is unusual for us. We haven't seen anything like this since 2011, and that was a combination of these really strong gusty Santa Ana winds and these mountain waves that we could potentially see going into tonight. Winds will continue early tomorrow morning, so when we get out the door 8 o'clock in the morning, it is a blustery day for us, and it's not just for Malibu, where the Palisades fire is burning. We're going to see gusty winds continuing through Santa Clarita, San Fernando, downtown Los Angeles, getting in on some of these breezy conditions, and also through Santa Monica into Manhattan Beach and Redondo Beach. Gusts between 30 to 40 miles per hour there. Now tomorrow, another focus, it's going to be the gustier winds that develop through Inland Orange County and the Inland Empire, which is where we also have those red flag warnings. By late in the day Wednesday, this is where we're going to start to see some changes, some shifts. Winds are going to die down just a little bit late in the day Wednesday. High wind warnings will expire. They're expected to expire by 6 o'clock Wednesday evening. We are still under those high wind warnings right now, with the potential for gusts between 60 to 80 miles per hour. So we're not out of the woods quite yet, Susie. We're still tracking these winds, and there's the potential for these fires to spread and to even start in other areas. So it's something we're closely monitoring.
All right, Danny, thank you so much. And south of Malibu, Lori Perez is live in Pacific Palisades, where the Pacific Palisades fire started this morning. And Lori has some new video to show us. Lori, what are you seeing?
That's right. We are just north of Sunset Boulevard, where across the street from us, a house continues to rage, continues to burn. We have seen as the roof and the sides have collapsed. Thankfully, this is part of the evacuation order, and we're hoping that the people who live there did get out safely. But I want to show you this video. Actually, change the plans here. I want to share this video that Alec Gellis sent me just a little while ago. Alec Gellis is from Malibu, and this is video, he says, from Carbon Canyon. He was with his girlfriend. They were trying to evacuate, and they were surrounded by fire. Look at how red it is there. Look at the flames all around them. I don't know if you can hear it, but he's coughing. He told me he almost passed out because of how smoky it was. His girlfriend, he said, lost everything. But, you know, of course she did not lose her life, and they were lucky to be able to get out of there before they got hurt, and anything more serious happened than did. But you could just see how treacherous and how scary that must have been for them, as they were so close to the fire and to the flames, and it was extremely, extremely smoky. There they are getting into the car and just getting out of there. But that's just one example, I'm sure, of so many residents in Malibu and in Pacific Palisades who really got out, you know, in such an intense situation, such a scary situation. But thank God so many did without injuries tonight. It's still a long way to go, and as Mike was just saying, you know, when the smoke clears, as I said earlier, I think there are going to be a lot of broken hearts, a lot of jaws dropping, because the amount of destruction is just tremendous. We are live in Pacific Palisades. Oh, you know what? Before we go, I just want to, can we just swing around one more time? I just want to show, you know, for people who are watching earlier, there is a fire crew now here on the scene, and they are at the back of Gladstone's, because though they put the flames out earlier, we did notice some smoke coming from the back of the restaurant. And we were, you know, saying, oh no, you know, perhaps the embers had caught something, and not just a few minutes after that, this crew showed up. They're now in the back of the restaurant and taking care and managing whatever issue seems to be there. So that is some good news here tonight along PCH. Guys, back to you in the studio.
Well, Lori, earlier you were showing us where those embers were flying down onto Gladstone's. Could you show us that house one more time and see what the status is?
Sure, absolutely. So the house continues to burn, and you can see in the air around it all of those embers that continue just to come from that, you know, eruption of fire. And until that's out, that's just going to continue. And we've learned in our coverage of fires how far those embers can go for miles. And so, you know, that's really the concern and the risk for the continuation and the growth of this fire and the spreading of this fire to other structures throughout, you know, throughout the rest of the morning and into the day. Because as long as there are fires and structures burning like this, they are going to be producing those embers that are so, so dangerous.
All right, Lori Perez reporting live tonight. Thank you so much for all of your updates tonight, and to your photographer as well. Stay safe out there. And now to more breaking news tonight. The Eaton fire has burned 1,000 acres and multiple homes have been destroyed. Our Nicole Comstock is live tonight in Hastings Ranch, where more homes are burning at this hour. Nicole?
Yeah, Susie, and we just moved a little to the west of where we last were when we popped up on the channel here. Right now we're on Valley View near Denair in Pasadena in the Hastings Ranch neighborhood, and you can see that there are several other homes on fire behind us tonight. I don't even know how many homes that is right here. There are a lot of fire crews out here doing what they can to prevent these flames from spreading to other properties. But again, this is all because of embers picking up in these extremely powerful Santa Ana winds and blowing over a mile and a half, even farther away from where this fire started in Eaton Canyon, which is that natural preserve, just about probably less than a mile and a half away from this neighborhood here. These aren't the only homes here. If we just walk, you know, right here, there's another home here at the cross of Denair Street that's also completely destroyed by this fire. Now, in front of this home, we have an Angeles National fire truck crew here tapping into a fire hydrant with a line. They are doing some kind of defensive work in this neighborhood right now. We know we have the Angeles National Forest firefighters working with Pasadena City Fire and LA County firefighters, just kind of putting together a mutual aid team and just jumping across Pasadena to all these little pockets, all these neighborhoods where we've seen all these spot fires pop up because of the Eaton fire. I spoke with a Pasadena firefighter a couple of hours ago, and he told me that they have about 8 fire engines in the city of Pasadena. So when they have such a widespread natural disaster with the fire jumping out of the canyon and into different neighborhoods, they really rely on those other fire crews to get out here and help them, to get more engines in, just get more boots on the ground so that they can do some structure defense. They can't really do anything to a home like this when you have what we saw earlier were like blowtorch-like winds pushing the flames directly down on these properties. But they can protect homes nearby. They can try to water, put some water over toward this home so maybe less embers are going to pick up and travel next door. But it's been hard for them to do that too. You can see if we look down the road here, there are several other properties that are also on fire. Just crazy because this is Hastings Ranch, so it's not an area that you necessarily put together with being right in the middle of a canyon or anything. This is a residential neighborhood and one that many families have lived in for a very long time. We do have some video to take you to from earlier this evening when a couple streets to the west of us here on Altadena Drive near Washington, a lot of senior citizens had to be evacuated from 2 different senior centers in that area. And it's a good thing that they did evacuate because later tonight, Marina Senior Center, and it looked like the property there was on fire. It was a very scary time for all of these people who, some of them have mobility issues, maybe other medical conditions, and they wouldn't have been able to evacuate on their own. So they had crews, business, firefighters, community members helping to push them across the street in their hospital beds and take them to a parking lot, which was actually
It looks like we might have lost Nicole's audio, but as she was explaining, these were all the residents that were evacuated from 2 different senior centers in the Pasadena area that were sitting out in the cold and bearing the elements and really just going through a lot of different difficult conditions tonight just because they were evacuated from a center about a block away from where they are in a parking lot of a 7-Eleven and McDonald's right here, right now. But since they have been transported to the shelter at the Pasadena Convention Center, so hopefully they are doing much better tonight. But this was a situation early tonight as things were getting really desperate, that fire burning really close to those senior homes. We're going to go back out live now to Pacific Palisades and to Malibu, where our Pacific Palisades fire, and our Tom Waite, who's been live all night on the fire lines. And Tom, you've been saying this all night. It is nonstop out there. Has it slowed down just a bit? Have you gotten a little respite from what we were looking at earlier?
Susie, we finally have gotten a little bit of a respite, but we've seen that before, right? It can change so quickly. Right now, though, the winds have died down for the moment, and that's why I don't have my mask and goggles on. I can actually see and breathe right now without them. And, it's just the scale of destruction is so mind-boggling as we've been out here for about the last hour or so, watching several homes out here burn down, very large structures, and densely built structures, so very close together, spreading from one house to the next. And, we were talking earlier just about how firefighters are just absolutely overextended. They're trying to do so much right now. And this is one of those places where they just couldn't stop. We saw another number of fire trucks coming north and south, and obviously there's just so much going on right now. They couldn't stop to battle these flames, and the sheer scale of the destruction here it was so quick. It was a raging inferno, and then just collapsing structures. The debris is on fire. It is. We saw the power lines there, which I think were not energized at the time. A lot of the power has been out in this area for some time. But yeah, it was just fascinating to watch and horrifying to watch. Our hearts break for the people who live here, but just how quickly these structures went up, and just also reminds you of all the stuff that's burning, that this is going up into the air. Just the air quality is just going to be horrible here in the area, and of course just across Southern California, and so many communities that are affected by these fires. But even wearing goggles and a mask, my eyes are burning. can only imagine. My throat's burning. I mean, I'm telling you that just so that people can get a sense of what firefighters are up against, because they're the ones that really, sort of matter in this situation, right? They're the ones that are out there really close on the front lines, and just having the gear that we have, which has helped. But man, it's just so crazy to think about what they're up against, and having to get on top of these fires and try to douse them as quickly as they can. And just with very little time to do so. We don't know how these fires started, but we've talked a lot about embers blowing from structure to structure, and it's possible that that's what happened here, in the sense that there's no other fire burning in this area. We don't see any other structures except for this area, this stretch of homes. And the fear, of course, is that this fire will continue moving south and burning even more of these homes. Just because they are so close together, and this fire seems to be just raging out of control with nothing to stop it. Just more fuel, house to house to house. There's not a whole lot on the hillside where we're standing on the east side of PCH. So that's good in this particular spot, but we saw a number of houses as we came up here, Susie.
All right, Tom Waite reporting live from Malibu tonight with homes burning behind him. We appreciate all of your live reports tonight, Tom. Thank you to you and your photographer. Please stay safe tonight. Well, the Eaton fire started in Altadena, but evacuation orders going all the way east to Monrovia. We're going to get to that fire in just a minute, but we want to go to our Danny Roberti now with a look at the conditions that firefighters are contending with overnight here.
Yeah, Susie, we're continuing to watch it, and you've mentioned it. We're kind of in the thick of it right now. The strongest winds, they really started at 10 o'clock last night, and this is going to continue into early this morning till around 9 o'clock. That's when we're dealing with the peak winds out of this Santa Ana wind event. And boy, we are still dealing with these really powerful, intense winds out there. But we are looking at some moments where it's not as strong as it was earlier in the evening. But these are still really tough conditions to contend with for our firefighters. Simi Valley still dealing with gusts nearing 60 miles per hour. We've got 48 mile per hour gusts through Malibu. Close to that in Santa Clarita. Burbank, not as bad as earlier in the evening. We saw gusts around 70 miles per hour earlier in the evening. Right now, 20 mile per hour gusts. And then through the Inland Empire, right there towards Inland Orange County, anywhere from about 30 to 40 miles per hour. So going forward, this is what we're tracking, more winds, even if they're not as strong as they were earlier in the evening. I mean, this is still tough what we're dealing with. Current wind gusts right now for the Palisades fire, anywhere from about 40 to 50 miles per hour. These winds continue to come out of the northeast. These are those Santa Ana winds that dry things out. And again, I want to mention this. This is rare for us to see an event of this magnitude and one that's this widespread. I mean, it's not just those areas that always get the Santa Ana winds. We're seeing that through the San Gabriel Valley. Now, let me bring you over to the Hearst fire. Let's take a look at our conditions right there near Sylmar, near that 210 corridor. We're looking at wind gusts at around 53 miles per hour. They've been pretty consistent here. And this has really been the name of the game tonight, is that these winds, they have not let up. They have been relentless out there. Northeasterly sustained winds of 30 miles per hour. Now, something else that we're dealing with, it's going to be the smoke with the Palisades fire. You've seen that where Lori is and where Tom is. I mean, it's tough to see much of anything except that golden glow. And so going into tomorrow morning, or I should say into this morning, we're already into our new day. This is what we're dealing with. A lot of smoke stretching from Santa Monica right there towards Ocean Park. Fairly light right here, but closer to the fire in the Riviera neighborhood right near Pacific Palisades. We've got thick smoke right there. Air quality alerts that are in place until this evening. And then also right there along PCH, you can see stretching right there towards Topanga Canyon is where we're still dealing with some of that thick smoke as well. This is going to do a good job of breaking down for you what we're going to see really starting from 4 o'clock this morning to around early in the afternoon. This is a look at our wind velocities going into the next couple of hours. Those purples and those magentas, that's showing some of our stronger wind gusts. And so you can see for areas like Santa Clarita, we're not letting these winds up until early in the afternoon. And even at that point, we still have gusts around 45 miles per hour. So let's take a broader scope at Southern California and what happens next. This has been a really important map for us this evening, this futurecast, because it's breaking down for us when we see the strongest winds hour by hour, and then when we finally start to see those dying down. So I'll take a step out of the way. This is a look at 4 o'clock in the morning, and you can still see strong gusty winds, not in the LA Basin, but this is going to be for the San Fernando Valley and also the San Gabriel Valley, Thousand Oaks, Malibu, right here near the Pacific Palisades as well. Still seeing those wind speeds between 30 to 40 miles per hour. The purples, this is what we've seen increase through the morning hours. 210 corridor near Sylmar, stretching all the way over towards Claremont. So this is early in the morning hours. Rancho Cucamonga seeing this, and then also inland Orange County. This is actually where we're going to see one of those PDS red flag warnings go in effect for inland Orange County and also the Inland Empire starting at 7 o'clock in the morning. And that's because we're going to see things dry out immensely in those areas. So 8 o'clock in the morning, we're still seeing gusty winds up through the mountains, of course, foothill communities, and also some of these winds filling into downtown Los Angeles, right there along the 405. And I do want to mention, I don't feel like I've mentioned this enough, the difficulty in driving in these kinds of conditions. The 2 hands on the wheel, we're going to be seeing these winds for the morning commute if you do have to get out there. Malibu, of course, seeing these gusts nearing 40 miles per hour at 8 o'clock. This is going to continue for the Palisades fire for the next 24 hours. Let me zoom you out right now. We're going to fast forward. This is taking you into late morning. We're still windy. And then look at how the winds change. This is when we're expecting to see those high wind warnings expiring by 6 o'clock this evening. And then another little uptick in those winds by Thursday evening. Here's a look at those high wind warnings. I mean, we really don't see this. High wind warnings blanketing most of Southern California. Yeah, we see this when we get Santa Ana winds, but a lot of us are under this. So to see these high wind warnings stretching from our mountain communities all the way towards our beaches, I mean, this is not normal for us to see something like this. So we are still tracking going into our Wednesday high wind warnings, which means gusts between 60 to 80 miles per hour, aside from the fire danger, which is obviously such a dangerous part in all of this. It's also the fact that we're going to see the downed trees. We've already seen that. Power lines down, the possibility for these power outages. We've seen that in our studio over the last 24 hours. I know many of you at home probably dealing with this as well. So this is something else that we're contending with when we're dealing with winds this strong and winds lasting for this long. This is a prolonged event for us. On top of that, the red flag conditions continue. I know many of you at home probably wondering, when are we going to be done with these red flag warnings to give our firefighters the opportunity to get a handle on these fires? Well, these red flag warnings, they're with us through Thursday. We're still dealing with strong winds and low enough humidity that things are dry enough that will lead to this critical fire danger. So today, our Wednesday, this is also going to be a really important day for us. But again, the focus for the strongest winds, it's through the morning time, and then hopefully some of our firefighters can get a handle on some of these fires going into later on in the afternoon time. And the reason that all of this is happening and why this is so widespread, we've got these 2 big systems. They are powerful, a big high pressure that's been nudging in closer to Southern California, and then this trough of low pressure, this low pressure system. We're sandwiched right between the 2 of these, and this is the perfect setup. They've been getting closer to each other, and this has been enhancing those winds right here through Southern California, strong enough to see in those areas that don't normally get the Santa Ana winds. So winds are going to be with us Wednesday, again on Thursday. Inland Empire, something I want to mention, you see all that kind of breeze right there, mid-60s on Thursday. This is some dust that's going to be blowing around, and that's because of how strong those winds are. So it might make it tough to see on the roads going into the next couple of days. Just something to keep in mind. Valleys windy Wednesday and Thursday. Those winds will start to die down Friday. were quiet and calm this weekend. So finally, we're seeing light at the end of the tunnel in Los Angeles and Orange counties. Low 70s will be the name of the game. We still have high wind warnings for our Wednesday. Red flag warnings continue Thursday, and then we'll start to see some clearing or some winds dying down, I should say, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. A quiet weekend for us, and hopefully that opportunity for firefighters to get the upper hand on these fires. Deserts will be in the 50s and 60s with winds out there Wednesday, Thursday. Mountains continue to see these gusty conditions, and beaches Wednesday and Thursday, things quieting down going into Saturday and Sunday. So thankfully, Susie, we get to the weekend, and this is when winds are finally going to let up, and this is going to give us the opportunity to kind of clean up, and hopefully firefighters can do what they need to do once we get to that point.
Hopefully that is the case. Danny, thank you so much for your updates tonight. Really appreciate that. Well, the Eaton fire started in Altadena, but has moved all the way out east to Monrovia, where evacuation orders are tonight. Or I should say, those evacuation orders have extended out to Monrovia as well as some other communities. And Mike Rogers is at the desk now with some video from Sierra Madre, a community that had mandatory evacuation orders tonight, Mike.
It did, and unfortunately, I can tell you that we're looking at these live pictures. There is a home burning in the Sierra Madre area. This is one of the areas where we had those mandatory evacuations. This is live from our Lori Fernandez, who is on the ground there in the Sierra Madre area, and I'll get you just kind of where she's at. Basically, this is Sunnyside Avenue, just north of Fairview Avenue, where she's at. So that's where her truck is parked, at least. She may have walked up a little bit further up the street. But regardless, though, you see a home that is burning in those live pictures there. And unfortunately, this is the situation we've been looking at. And again, yeah, as you mentioned, Susie, this is far from where the fire started. The fire started in the Eaton Canyon area. If you know the area, you know, I can tell you Eaton Canyon Falls is roughly the area where this started. And ever since then, it has been moving east. And the evacuation warnings and orders have been expanding ever since then. I want to come to my computer here because I want to show you those evacuation orders and warnings, not only for this fire, but I'll talk about the Hearst fire as well. This is the Sierra Madre area. This is essentially kind of where Lori is, right in here. So that area is under an evacuation order. Arcadia has mandatory evacuations. Monrovia expanded their voluntary evacuations. And again, this is for the Eaton fire burning over there in Eaton Canyon. Now, the Hearst fire is the other one that I want to tell you about because, Susie, there are now new evacuations in this fire. This is the fire that started up in the Sylmar area. As far as I can tell, and from everything that I've been reading, I don't see any indication that the fire has jumped the 5 freeway. And I've been telling you that that is what I've been so concerned about, is jumping the 5 freeway, because once it does that, then if it pushes down to the south, which is the way the winds have been blowing out of the north, pushing the fires to the south, you have whole communities here that are under threat. So what are the new evacuations? Well, interesting enough, and we're going to try and figure out if they're actually going to evacuate, Olive View Medical Center, right there, a hospital owned by LA County, is now, now under an evacuation warning. Additionally, evacuation warnings have been added up here for the southern end of Newhall. So the Newhall Pass is now under an evacuation warning. Both the 5 and the 14, as you can see, come right here. You've got Newhall Road, Newhall Avenue, Sierra Highway right there, that are both now under this evacuation warning. No mandatory evacuations for this area yet. As I told you earlier, the mandatory evacuations did spread to the west side and the south side of the 5 freeway here. But really, when you look at it a little bit more closely, there's not really anybody, there's no homes or really anything down here that would need to be evacuated. This may be an older subdivision or something, or a newer subdivision rather, that it's just not popping up on my map. But as far as I can tell, it doesn't appear that there's any populated areas in that neighborhood. Now up here, of course, there are voluntary evacuations in neighborhoods, in some subdivisions. If you know of this area, Thornwood, Glen Ridge, Calgrove Boulevard, Wildwood Canyon Road, all of this under voluntary evacuations. And then, of course, the ones we told you about earlier, the Granada Hills and the Mission Hills area has been under a voluntary evacuation order for quite some time now along the 118, both north and south of the 118. And then, of course, your major crosses are going to be Rinaldi to the north, and then San Fernando Mission Boulevard is the border to the south here. But all of this, I mean, you know, Sensen Boulevard is a major street. Runnymede, I believe I saw in there as well. So a lot that is under an evacuation warning. I can tell you, thankfully, it's kind of unfortunate that this is the way we're reporting. And I just want to really quickly actually also show you, look at how much of Los Angeles is under an evacuation warning or order right now. I mean, in Los Angeles County, both the city and the county, you've got on the left side, that's where the Palisades fire is, that huge chunk there. The north is the Hearst fire. The east is the Eaton fire. It's really remarkable how much of our area is under a wildfire threat right now.
Yeah, when you show us on that map, especially, you know, just seeing these huge swaths of communities under these evacuation orders, whether they be mandatory or not.
Right. It's just, and it's something that I don't know that there's many people that are getting good sleep tonight, throughout our community, because even if you're not under this, you're hearing the winds howling. You've been watching us all day. You've been seeing it on social media. And I know when I go home, I will think about it. I'll think about, is a fire going to spark next to me? And these winds are so unpredictable. The way things are flying around, it's an uneasy night for sure. In Los Angeles and in Southern California. Luckily, we've been keeping an eye on a couple things that have popped off in the IE. I don't know if the winds are not as strong out there, but things have not kind of carried away like they have here with these 3 fires in LA. So, and again, we can't ever say it enough, but just a remarkable job being done by our firefighters. And I can't point it out enough. This is all being fought on the ground. These fire crews are doing the absolute backbreaking work of trying to protect homes, of trying to keep these fires from spreading, all without the help of any aerial resources because of how heavy the winds are. And it's tremendous. And I want to point out too, Susie, we've been working with our colleagues both in Arizona and in Northern California to figure out, if we're going to get some help down here. And I can tell you that our colleagues at KPIX, CBS News Bay Area, have told us Oakland Fire, Hayward Fire, Fremont Fire, all formed a strike team as part of Cal OES, and they are on the way to Southern California. Arizona, our friends over at KPHO, let us know that the Arizona Department of Forestry and Fire Management confirmed to them that they had dispatched teams to LA to help us out with the fires as well. So we're getting lots of help. I also quickly want to point out that even in the overnight hours, our elected leaders are still working on this as well. They have secured federal funding through FEMA for all 3 fires. For the Eaton Fire, the Hearst Fire, and the Palisades Fire, all of them now having that federal funding, and the governor, coordinating with CAL FIRE to bring in these outside resources from other states even at this point to get us some help. And again, we can't underscore enough, and this is, and then I'll send it back to you, Suze, but how remarkable of a situation we are in. I have never in my career, and Margaret Stewart at LAFD in her 19 years, has never had a situation where they have had to do a recall activation for their fire crews, and they called our assignment desk today. I want you to really understand the gravity of that.
Tell us about the recall. What is that?
Yeah, so they need every LAFD firefighter to call in and let them know when the soonest they can come to work is. And they've never had to recall firefighters. In the Margaret Stewart from LAFD, and we're looking at a home collapse there in Eaton, in the Eaton fire, but in the 19 years she has worked with LAFD, she has never seen a LAFD have to do a recall. And furthermore, I have never in all my years as a journalist here or in other cities had a fire department call us and say, we need you to tell our firefighters, we need your help to get a hold of our firefighters to have them call into the DOC.
I didn't know that was a thing until today.
I kid you not, when my colleague Angelina told me about it, I said, what? That's
really?
Not, are you sure that's what they said?
Sure.
And it's true. And they needed our help. We have obviously a very large voice across Southern California and can spread that message quickly that if you're an LAFD firefighter, they need you. And they need you to call their department operations center to figure out when it is that you can come in. That is the situation we're in.
That is how desperate, how dire of a situation we are here in Southern California. Mike, thank you so much. Well, as we've been telling you about all night, KCAL's Jasmine Veal was in the midst of the firefight tonight, and she and her photographer found themselves surrounded by flames and flying embers. Flames erupted all around them on Temescal Canyon, and then as they made their way down to PCH. Take a look.
You guys, Temescal Canyon is on fire, and we are burning on both sides. This is the high school to my left. The high school is burning, the football field, all the hills on Temescal Canyon. This is right past Sunset. Right past Sunset Drive. These are apartment buildings and homes. Fire trucks are zooming all over because the hills, every side of Temescal is on fire. Mateo Avenue is also now burning on both sides as embers are being pushed across the road. Oh, and you see that? You see that dust? That's what they're... Wow. Just come up here a little bit because these homes are gone on this side of Temescal Canyon. I can't believe this. Earlier, this was a traffic jam. Cars were bumper to bumper trying to get out of here, and this is exactly why They were told to leave because they knew that the flames and the fire could reach down here eventually, and sure enough, it has. There was a bus stop on fire up here, and a lady trying to still leave and escape on her bike, carrying her bags, and hopefully she got out of here. I just saw her up there on her bike, riding through the flying embers all around. Look at the side of Temescal right there. I mean, this home, this shed over here, Oliver, just went up. Ow! Oh, there we go. This is not good. Oh my gosh. That is bad. You guys stop. That is bad. Oh no, that is bad. Is that the height? I don't even know what that is. I mean, it's all on fire. What is this road? Where are we?
Yeah, good question.
You're on PCH.
What?
Oh, wow. Gosh, I can't even see. I mean, I can't even, you know, we're so turned around. I thought we were going one direction.
It's coming over the hill.
Huh?
It's coming over the hill.
I have the waves crashing in front of me here on PCH, and I have the flames behind me here on the hill after coming off of Temescal Canyon, where embers were being blown around, as you saw. The high school caught fire, homes burning on either side, and that fire over the last few hours just, I mean, look at the dust right now. It's literally pushing, it's blowing south, so it is just throwing these flames over these hills and through these canyons. We're up on Medio Avenue where homes are burned. So sad to watch churches burned. We saw a yoga retreat center up there instead of yoga/Presbyterian church just go up in flames because they didn't have enough resources for firefighters to fight that. It's just so devastating to this community. Wow, sorry, we're being pelted by rocks and sand. Whoa! Yep. Embers.
It's a live look at PCH and Sunset. As you can see, a home burning there up on the hillside. Our Rick Montanez is live out there. We do believe this is a condo complex of some sort. Rick, tell us the situation right now, what you're feeling, what you're hearing, and what you're seeing.
Yeah, Susie, you know, we arrived here probably about 30 minutes ago, and we could see on both sides of this complex, we believe this is One Coast luxury condominiums built in 2018. So these are relatively new homes here, but now you see in the middle of the complex flames shooting out what appears to be one of the balconies of one of these condos here. And we watched fire on both sides of this complex and really just have seen it start to move its way to the middle. And unfortunately, you know, now that we see this and what we see out here in terms of personnel, we don't see any firefighters up there on that ridge. Not to say they're not there, but at this point, it's, you know, difficult to see that this could be saved. The winds are still howling out here, and as we've talked about for hours on end, these embers really just moving their way across the sky because of these strong winds. So we are in a parking lot on the beach side of PCH and looking toward this complex to give you an idea of where exactly we are. I want to also see if we can show you just down the street. Ernie Fuentes, our man behind the camera here, is going to move over. So on the looking to the left of where we are, there's a home that is also burning, a rather large home right here on the cliff overlooking the ocean. That home you see, just the frame is left at this point, still burning right now, likely caught fire. Could have been, you know, not too long ago, but when we arrived out here 30 minutes ago, that was already engulfed. And this, unfortunately, looks like this whole entire complex is at risk of burning down now because of where we see these flames moving. So that home that we are showing you is on a separate street, and then this condo complex, if we can come back to this, Ernie, this is a separate street as well. So, but close enough, obviously, with these winds and these blowing embers and these really big flames. I mean, look at that. It really is a wonder that this will even be here by sunrise this morning, and that's just devastating to see. I was looking online, it looks like there's 53 condos in this complex here. Again, one coast is what we believe this is, now catching fire, and so unfortunate to have to be pointing this out to people, but this is what is happening right now in these overnight hours. Hopefully nobody is in there. We can hear the fire alarms going off and see the flashing light, likely from the hallways of this complex. But if you've driven up here to the Palisades or to Malibu, this intersection, PCH and Sunset, and it's just so awful to see what is happening here right now. And if we can, Ernie, I want to try to move the camera down south on PCH. This is, remember, Ernie, where we were driving up. We saw the hillside had already burned quite a bit. Now it looks like difficult for me to see here if that is a structure or is that brush. My photographer telling me this looks like a structure that's burning there. That was not on fire a few moments ago, and it looked like that hillside had already burned as we drove past it because there was just a lot of hot spots and embers, but now we see that is going up in flames. Susie.
All right, Rick Montanez live from Pacific Palisades tonight. Thank you so much for that update. Let's go now to meteorologist Danny Roberti. Danny, you're talking about the peak of this wind event being from 10 p.m. overnight until 9 this morning. Are we still looking at that?
Yeah, we definitely are, Susie. We are in the heart of that, the peak of it. Yeah, 10 o'clock is when it started, and this will last until around 9 o'clock in the morning. So these winds, they really have not let up in the Malibu area right now. Gusts between 40 to 50 miles per hour. Now, it's not as strong as it was just a few hours ago, but we're certainly not out of the woods. These are still powerful winds. They are still intense. So from Malibu and Palisades, we're looking at those winds between 40 to 50 miles per hour. In Simi Valley, gusts nearing 60 miles per hour. I mean, this has been a widespread wind event for us. And most of us here in Southern California, I know a lot of you at home, if you're listening, these winds have been howling this evening. In the Inland Empire, in Orange County, we're hearing that through Simi Valley, Camarillo towards Malibu, and we will continue to see these winds over the next couple of hours. So we're not out of the woods. High wind warnings, they continue until 6 o'clock this evening. We'll still see these winds picking up throughout the morning time. Really around 4 o'clock, a lot of our foothill communities are still dealing with these blustery conditions, really stretching from Sylmar all the way over to Claremont. The 210 corridor has been a big concern. So we'll still see these blustery conditions, and you're seeing on your screen all of those embers flying in the air. What makes it so hard when we're dealing with these erratic winds is that it pushes these embers out quickly and it makes them move unpredictably. And so that's what's made it very difficult tonight, especially with erratic winds like this. So for the next several hours, it's still going to be gusty. We are waking up to those blustery conditions. And then once we continue into our day, winds will continue between 40 to 60 miles per hour. And then by the time we get to Wednesday evening, so tonight at around 6 o'clock, those high wind warnings, they are expected to expire, but we're still dealing with the critical fire danger for a couple of more days. But what I'm hoping for is that once these winds die down a bit going into this evening, this is going to give our firefighters who have been working so hard out there a chance to get a handle on some of this. We'll see another uptick in the winds Thursday afternoon, not as widespread as what we're seeing. And again, what we've seen today, I mean, this is not normal for us, Susie. We haven't seen anything like this since 2011, something as widespread, something to this magnitude. I mean, the winds that we've seen even in the San Gabriel Valley, I mean, typically we don't see this. And so it's not just the fire danger, but it's also the damage that comes with some of these winds. So waking up in the morning, I want folks, I mean, Kalina is going to be on top of this every step of the way in terms of the roadways and what we're dealing with. But I want you to be extra careful getting out there on the roads this morning, because waking up, there are going to be some trees out there. There's going to be limbs down, the potential for power lines down because of how strong these winds have been overnight. So again, we're still dealing with gusty winds right now. LA County, really for western LA County, the San Fernando Valley, Malibu coast over towards Santa Monica. It is still windy right now. Simi Valley over out towards Ventura County into Ojai and also into the Santa Clarita Valley and Inland Empire and Orange County. We haven't seen as much action in terms of fire, but we're going to continue to see things drying out over the next couple of hours. So we've got a close eye on the IE and also on Orange County. So, Susie, winds continue right now. We'll see them for several more hours. But my goodness, everything that our firefighters have been doing this evening, I mean, they have been our heroes out there. And I know it's a long fight ahead of them. But boy, what they're doing in these kinds of conditions, it's absolutely incredible. And so as we go into the next couple hours, we're still dealing with the winds, they're still dealing with the red flag warnings, still dealing with those high wind warnings, but hopefully they'll have that opportunity later in the day to get a handle on things.
All right, Danny, thank you so much. Let's go now to Mike Rogers at the desk from the Pacific Palisades fire to the Eaton fire burning tonight.
Yeah.
Mike, you're talking about how these evacuations are going all the way out east to Monrovia. You have some video from Sierra Madre to show us right now.
Yeah, we do, and we'll show you that. I want to remark on something as we're looking at Rick Montanez's shot here. He is at Sunset and PCH, and what's crazy from an assignment desk perspective when we do these fires, we're constantly moving people to kind of chase the flames and chase the fire, and all day long since this fire has started, we've had somebody at Sunset and PCH, and we've been dealing with that same location for now going on, 12, even more hours than that. That has been same spot with this. I do want to take you out, though, to Sierra Madre, if we can, though, where our Lori Fernandez has been standing by with a live picture there. If we can get to that, let me know. We're working on it right now. So that is where that has been burning, and that's the Eaton fire that is started earlier today. Okay, so I believe that's the Eaton fire from Lori Fernandez's camera there, and you can see things are still continuing to burn. Structures are burning there as well. The evacuations, as I mentioned, are in Altadena, Sierra Madre, Pasadena. Arcadia even has mandatory evacuations, which just really shows you how far this fire has burned. And we've got the voluntary evacuations in the Monrovia area as well. All the way down to the 210 freeway is where those voluntary evacuations are. And you can see them kind of readjusting the camera here to get a little bit closer to the flames. And the house that we're looking at is just reduced to rubble. And that is the situation in so many communities tonight, in so many different places. The Eaton fire has burned 1,000 acres at least. And look, I mean, the front door is standing, but that's about it. You see the chimney there, you see the brick of that is still up, but so many neighbors and so many communities across Southern California tonight are dealing with this situation in so many different cities. And I want to point out one thing. If you're in the city of Arcadia, they have their own evacuation center as well. If you needed to go to an evacuation center in Pasadena, it's the Pasadena Convention Center is where they are doing their evacuations there. And you see fire crews on scene, but the unfortunate thing is there is just so many different homes that are burning and so many different situations that the fire department has to deal with. And as we've been talking about throughout the night, the fire department's priority is life safety. They will prioritize evacuating people and getting people out of those dangerous situations before they will prioritize trying to put some of these fires out. So that is the continuously dangerous situation that they are in. And unfortunately, we have seen home after home, but from a firefighter's perspective, this home is already reduced to rubble. Their time will be better spent somewhere else trying to maybe save a person or protect a home from being a fire spreading to a different home. So it's just been a really difficult situation for so many people throughout the night. And for that, I'm going to hand it over to Kalina Estrinos, Christine Lazar, taking over the anchor desk. Good morning. It's not night anymore. Good morning, ladies.
I know. Mike Rogers, you've been doing such a great job, and everyone really has been. This has been terrifying to see from home. Christine, you actually were talking about this fire yesterday, the Pacific Palisades fire, not the Eaton fire. Yesterday at about 10:30, you were here with Amy Johnson.
Yeah, we
right
were
when
on
it
the
happened.
air.
Yeah.
And we knew right away, just seeing the winds and how it grew so fast. It went from like 20 acres to 200 acres in 15 minutes. And we knew that it was going to be bad. We knew that the terrain was really tough. And, and we saw the impact too of the fact that you have so many areas where there's one road in and one road out. So you had people leaving their cars. And if you're, just waking up with us this morning, or if you've been watching us all night long, the destruction is just it's tough to put into words. And we know that when we're able to get overhead, when these winds die down and we're able to get KCAL overhead, we can only imagine how bad the devastation is going to be. I've been covering fires since 2007 when I came here. And for me, this is really reminiscent of the fires that we saw in 2007, where we had multiple fires burning. We had Malibu fires. We had fires in like Canyon Country, Santa Clarita. There are only so many resources. And at the end of the day, human life is what they're prioritizing. And sadly, we lose homes like this because there's just no way to stop a fire like this. It's a beast.
Yeah, absolutely. And you had mentioned, being overhead would have been helpful, but unfortunately the conditions are just not allowing that to happen. And we heard fire officials say yesterday, hey, they want to do that. They have a plan in place to get overhead, but unfortunately, if the conditions don't cooperate, they don't want to put their lives at risk either. And we have not been able to see any helicopters going up because they are all grounded.